I'm just a small appliance repair technician. Yet I constantly have customers bringing me high-tech gadgets for repair. The beautiful researcher Lu Ruyan from the institute delivered the lithography machine calibration module. After beating with the whisk, I incidentally increased the precision by 1%. An Air Force general disguised himself to deliver the core components of the stealth fighter. I tweaked it with a pin to perform like a 6th-generation aircraft, until a general personally came to the doorstep. Invite me to the military district to repair the starship. I just realized I've gone a bit too far. A strikingly elegant woman suddenly rushed into my store from outside. That delicate little face was filled with anxiety and panic. Boss, can you really fix anything here? Of course, didn't you see my banner? Undertaking repair services for nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers, as well as component replacement for space stations. Wholesale discounts, fair to all without deception. Hey beautiful, do you want to repair a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier? I lazily pointed to the banner behind me. Answered with a smile. The woman was clearly in no mood for jokes. She directly placed the box in her hands on the table and opened it. The box isn't big, and the things inside are even smaller. It was a small gadget that looked just like a battery. Countless fine circuits and tiny crystals crisscrossed like a web. It looks downright dazzling. What is this? I finally straightened up, my subconscious telling me. Here comes the big one. It's a lithography machine, to be precise. It's the calibration sensor module for the lithography machine. The experiment experienced a power overload. The core probe array is burnt out. Sending it back to the factory for repairs would take at least several months. Our project simply can't wait that long. The woman's voice was urgent. By the end, her voice was trembling with a hint of sobs. Her name is Lu Ruyan, a researcher affiliated with the Research Institute. An accident occurred during the experiment. Damaged the calibration sensor module of the lithography machine. The entire project came to a halt. Scientific experiments brook no delay. Every single second counts. She simply couldn't bear this responsibility. However, several professional institutions in China have explicitly stated that recovery is not possible. If it weren't for having no other choice, she wouldn't even step into this shabby little repair stall to try her luck. Lithography machine? Upon hearing this, I also stopped joking around. His expression shifted from stunned to excited. A year ago, I crossed over here. He inherited this small repair shop, also bound to an all-purpose repair system. This system awards me tech points based on the value of the items I repair. Let me exchange for various technologies in the system mall. This year has passed. I've seen quite a few peculiar and bizarre things, but few are actually valuable. This results in my tech points only adding up to a few hundred. Such sophisticated equipment as lithography machines. Isn't this just walking right into the line of fire? Boss? Lu Ruyan looked at me in silence. The last glimmer of hope in my heart was instantly extinguished. Yes, even domestic professional institutions couldn't fix it. How could a roadside stall possibly fix something as sophisticated as a lithography machine? She sighed and then picked up the suitcase, turned around and prepared to leave. Look at the component in your hand. This should be a C7 model lithography machine, right? At this moment, I suddenly spoke up and asked. With a swift motion, Lu Ruyan halted in her tracks. Their bodies trembled violently. How did this guy know the model number of the lithography machine? Tell me what its impact peak is. How many nanoseconds can it sustain? Additionally, apart from the probe array, are there any other damaged areas? I asked with utmost calmness. His expression was as if he was just fixing an everyday rice cooker. The peak is 15 times the regular power. The impact duration is approximately 3 to 5 nanoseconds. Other components self-check is normal. Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied. The light of hope in their eyes bloomed once more. She could hardly believe her ears. The owner of such a shabby shop. You're surprisingly asking so many professional questions. Those terms are all classified information. Can repair. I nodded and, after a few seconds of silence, said. Lu Ruyan's breathing stopped instantly. Can it be fixed? He actually said he could fix it? It can be fixed, but I've got to warn you up front. The price isn't cheap. Money is not a problem. As long as you can fix it, I will immediately apply for funding from the higher-ups. Our research funding can be specially approved. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth fiercely upon hearing this. She was fully prepared for me to take her for a ride. I smiled upon hearing this, then extended 3 fingers. 3 million? Fine, 3 million it is. Lu Ruyan glanced over. Instantly, they gasped sharply in shock. Although outrageously expensive. But under the current circumstances, she had no room for negotiation. What are you thinking about? 3 million? Taking me for a bandit? 300 yuan, RMB. I immediately responded with a dumbfounded expression. $300 to make a friend. Mainly, repairing this thing of yours consumes more electricity, making it costly. Can you accept it? I looked at the dazed Lu Ruyan and asked. Are you sure? $300? Lu Ruyan was utterly baffled. She felt like her entire perception had been completely overturned by the man before her. Definitely fix it. Damn it. Lu Ruyan hastily pulled out her phone. Scan my payment QR code to pay. Too excited. My hands were shaking so badly it took several scans before the payment finally went through. 300 yuan arrived, and the corners of my mouth curled up at the sight of the money. The only sound left in the small shop was the rapid heartbeat of Lu Ruyan. She frowned lightly at me. Looking around at the cluttered and chaotic surroundings again, my heart immediately filled with regret once again. This place doesn't even have decent equipment. How does he fix it? If this gets broken, he's set for life with a government job from now on. Under Lu Ruyan's gaze, I leisurely spread what appeared to be a relatively clean cloth on the table, then carefully took out the module from the box. On the desktop, system, time to work, I silently whispered in my heart. The next second, a panel of information visible only to me appeared before my eyes. Detected reparable items. C7 lithography machine calibration sensing module. Damage level, 87%. Damage situation. The core sensor array is physically burned out, the micron-level transmission circuits are severed, and the locking calibration unit is misaligned. Analyzing the repair solution. This repair will consume 100 tech points. Current tech points, 506. Please confirm if it has been fixed. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in my mind. Confirm. My grin stretched wide, my guts trembling with fear. On weekdays, I'm the one who fixes the rice cooker. Just repairing some radios. Technology points are awarded one by one. Today the whole lithography machine situation is heading straight for bankruptcy. Everything was ready. Jiang Feng turned and pulled a military green box down from a dusty shelf. The moment the box opened, Zhao Linlin's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She had expected some secret weapon from Jiang Feng, but the contents inside left her utterly dumbfounded. A bizarrely modified soldering iron. A household heat gun, with a makeshift cover resembling a horn forcibly attached to its nozzle. The rest of the tools were much the same, either resembling kitchen egg beaters or looking like junk salvaged from flea markets. Zhao Linlin's breathing quickened as a wave of foreboding washed over her. He wasn't planning to use this junk to repair her lithography machine parts, was he? Boss. Zhao Linlin opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself. At this point, what could she possibly do? Question him? Or halt the repair process? What difference would any of that make now? Don't worry, these tools are family heirlooms. They were even used to polish components for the Apollo moon landing back in the day. If I didn't recognize this as a lithography machine, I wouldn't have even taken it out to use. Jiang Feng grinned at her as he went about his preparations. Apollo moon landing. Zhao Linlin's lips twitched violently. She was now convinced Jiang Feng was a fraud. But at this moment, she had no other choice. She was already here, the equipment was set up, and the module itself was faulty. Making things worse wouldn't change the outcome anyway. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Buzz. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already picked up the hairdryer and was blowing air onto the module. Instead of the expected scorching heat, a faint ozone scent wafted through the air. Under the crude magnifying glass Jiang Feng had set up, Zhao Linlin watched in astonishment as the micron-level circuits, warped and distorted from power overload, began rapidly returning to their original state. What is this? Zhao Linlin exclaimed in astonishment. It's the inverse response of the piezoelectric effect. Using specific frequency pulses to restore the crystal lattice's metallic memory. Simply put, it's helping it remember its original form. Jiang Feng explained casually as he played. Zhao Linlin's brain was on the verge of shutting down. Her brain was about to overheat. Was this right? She had worked her ass off to get into this research institute, yet her knowledge held not a single memory of this kind of thing. RIP. Before Zhao Linlin could react, Jiang Feng on the other side had already powered up that ugly soldering iron. The tip of the soldering iron was connected to a needle-like object, gradually turning red. Zhao Linlin hadn't even regained her composure when her heart leapt into her throat again. What was he going to do? What could a red-hot pin possibly do? Huff. This time, Jiang Feng took a deep breath, his face suddenly etched with unprecedented seriousness. He struggled to keep the pin perfectly still, then slowly guided it toward the damaged core probe array section of the module. RIP. The moment the needle neared, a faint arc of electricity flickered into view, barely visible to the naked eye. Hiss, hiss. Through Jiang Feng's unique magnifying glass, Zhao Linlin witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. The area on the substrate that had been scorched by high power was now actively restructuring. The electric arc seemed to carry not just electricity, but some other substance as well. After approaching the substrate, it left intricate circuit tracks on it according to Jiang Feng's will. Hey, try not to look so shocked, okay? It's just cold atom stripping, isn't it? After completing all this, Jiang Feng turned around and glanced at Zhao Linlin's wide-eyed expression, her mouth gaping so wide you could fit an egg in it, and gave a helpless little pout. Research Institute? Researchers? Is that it? How provincial. Zhao Linlin hurriedly grabbed the chair beside her to keep from collapsing completely. It's just cold atom stripping, right? Do you even realize what you're saying? This kind of technology isn't even something they dare to write about in their papers on future technological concepts. Zhao Linlin was speechless. She clamped her hand over her mouth, struggling to stifle any sound. She felt her scientific worldview, built through decades of arduous study, being smashed to pieces by this man with a pile of scrap metal. Huff. Alright, final step. Rebuild the probe array and micron scale circuits. Jiang Feng set down the thumbtack and picked up the egg beater beside him. Zhao Linlin watched wide-eyed as Jiang Feng scooped some pink powder from a nearby cookie box and poured it into a small glass vial. Immediately after, the egg beater was placed into the small bottle and began its work. Buzz. It wasn't rotating, but rather vibrating at a low frequency. Under the vibration, the powder gradually changed color, eventually transforming into a pool of glowing liquid. Ultrasonic atomization suspension? Zhao Linlin blurted out instinctively. Oh, you've seen this before? That means you're doing a decent job as a researcher. Jiang Feng grinned in praise. Immediately after, the soldering iron powered up again. This time, Jiang Feng was extremely focused. He carefully dipped the pin into the glowing liquid and used a tiny electric arc to gradually attach it to the substrate. The arc seemed almost alive, actively repairing the liquid along the pre-laid circuit paths on the substrate. Through her special magnifying glass, Zhao Linlin watched as the once burned circuit lines on the board rapidly repaired themselves. Moreover, the repaired circuitry was even more flawless than the original. Time ticked by second. Whoa, it's fixed. Jiang Feng finally lifted his head, his forehead now covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Lithography machines, the precision required for these things is no easy feat, even with system enhancements. It's fixed? Zhao Linlin's eyes widened. It hadn't even been half an hour. Did he really fix it with just a thumbtack and this pair of cookie box contraptions? Questioning my skills? You've been staring at the magnifying glass the whole time. Check it out. Oh, right, I also enhanced the precision of your lithography machine. So, that'll cost extra. Chapter 3, you think a lithography machine is a TV set? Extra charge? Jiang Feng's two words made Zhao Linlin's eyes widen in disbelief. Her mind was still reeling from the shock of what Jiang Feng had just mentioned, some cold atom stripping technology and ultrasonic atomization technique. Jiang Feng had effortlessly transformed into a true reclusive master. And now, this reclusive sage was actually discussing the most mundane thing with her money. The stark contrast left her momentarily flustered. Boss, about that electro-stretching thing you mentioned earlier. Zhao Linlin asked cautiously. Ah, that? Didn't I already tell you? It's a secret family craft passed down through generations. We don't share it with outsiders. Jiang Feng chuckled as he packed away his shoddy tools. An ancestral craft. Zhao Linlin's face instantly darkened. How many years have lithography machines even been around? Your ancestors must be pretty young. You said you wanted more money. How much exactly? Zhao Linlin could only steer the conversation toward what Jiang Feng cared about most. About this much should do. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively before returning to cleaning up the mess. 5 fingers? Was he asking for 50,000 or 500,000? Zhao Linlin froze again. Asking for too much wouldn't be good, but asking for too little seemed even worse. What if something came up later and she needed to approach Jiang Feng again? Wouldn't she be risking his anger right here? Fine, 50,000 it is. Recalling how Jiang Feng had earlier remarked that 3 million seemed excessive, Zhao Linlin boldly guessed he was asking for 500,000. $500,000 wasn't exactly chump change, but she believed it wouldn't be a big deal if she reported the situation here and applied for it. Hold on. Hey, comrade, you can't treat the nation's money like it's nothing. That's hard-earned tax money from us taxpayers. Why do you keep throwing around tens of thousands like it's nothing? 500, okay? Stop with the tens of thousands already. Have some compassion for us taxpayers, we work our fingers to the bone day in and day out. Jiang Feng acted swiftly, covering the payment QR code as he explained. 500 yuan? No. Zhao Linlin's wide eyes flashed with disbelief. The repair's already done, you're not going to jack up the price now, are you? That's lithography machine technology. Even if you asked for tens of millions, I'd have to pay you. And you only want 500 yuan? Earlier, she'd thought Jiang Feng's request for more money was a bit tacky. Now she felt this small sum was an insult to Jiang Feng's expertise. What do you mean, what? Didn't I tell you? We have to be careful with the taxpayers' money. 500 yuan, not a penny less. Jiang Feng said with utmost seriousness. Fine. Zhao Linlin was instantly speechless. If you call him greedy, he demands 500 yuan. But if you say he's not greedy, he still makes you pay extra. Oh, right, I mentioned earlier that I calibrated the precision of your template for you. My apologies, but your template was genuinely outdated. I couldn't resist. The original resonance frequency was too rough. I shifted it forward by 1 percentage point. It shouldn't affect your project, right? Jiang Feng looked up at Zhao Linlin with a hint of concern. What did you say? Zhao Linlin gasped at the mention. She'd assumed it was just Jiang Feng's way of talking nonsense. But she never expected this guy to be serious? As a professional, she knew all too well the value of that 1 percentage point. What countless research institutes across Xiao Nation had failed to achieve time and again, the small-time boss casually changed with a flick of his wrist? It was downright inhumanly powerful. Thud. Zhao Linlin, who had just stood up, couldn't hold herself up. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed back into her seat. Her eyes locked onto Jiang Feng, her expression utterly stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Don't try to rip me off. I only asked for 500 yuan. If it really doesn't work out, I'll give it back to you, okay? Jiang Feng panicked at the sight of Zhao Linlin's blank stare. A researcher at the institute, and 500 yuan scared her this badly? No. No. You misunderstood. I'll pay. I'll pay right now. Zhao Linlin scrambled to her feet, stumbling slightly, and pulled out her phone to scan the QR code again. Beep, 500 yuan received. A crisp notification sounded, and another 500 yuan appeared in Jiang Feng's account. Boss, could I get your contact info? Zhao Linlin tidied up the modules, her heart pounding with nervousness as she asked. What for? Just so you know, I'm a decent person. I fixed everything for you, so why are you trying to get something for nothing? Jiang Feng instantly wore a look of wariness. Zhao Linlin was utterly speechless. She genuinely had no idea what to make of this man standing before her. One moment he was a reclusive master, the next he was a master of underhanded tricks. No, I just wanted to make sure I could find you right away if I ever needed to fix something. Zhao Linlin hurriedly explained. I think you're just worried you won't be able to find me if I don't fix it right. Relax, my shop is right here. Come anytime. If it's not fixed, I'll just give you back the 800 yuan. Jiang Feng waved his hand generously, sounding incredibly magnanimous. Zhao Linlin's mouth twitched violently. Is this really just about 800 yuan? You could add 4 more zeros to that amount and it wouldn't be a problem. But Jiang Feng was adamant. Besides, she'd been out for quite some time and needed to hurry back to report. With the lab project on hold, everyone must be frantic. Ring ring. The moment Zhao Linlin stepped out of the repair shop, her phone rang. Pulling out her phone, Zhao Linlin's body suddenly trembled violently. It was the dean calling personally. Zhao Linlin, where are you? Didn't I tell you to go repair the module? Why are multiple departments saying you're not there? The moment the call connected, the dean's furious roar erupted from the other end. Dean, please don't worry. The item is fixed and I'm bringing it back right now. Zhao Linlin hurriedly replied. Repaired? Where did you get it repaired? Director Shang's voice paused noticeably before asking. At an appliance repair shop. Zhao Linlin looked up at Jiang Feng's shop and said cautiously. Where? Zhao Linlin, have you lost your mind? That's a lithography machine. Do you think it's a TV set? Director Shang's voice exploded like a nuclear bomb. I wasn't lying. It's really fixed. The core sensor array, down to the micron level transmission lines all restored. And the precision has improved by 1 percentage point. Zhao Linlin hurriedly explained. After a long silence, Dean Zhang finally spoke slowly. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right now. Chapter 4, New Materials. V-Room. On the road, the Research Institute's vehicle raced forward at breakneck speed. Zhang Lingnan, driving up front, was as pale as a ghost. The atmosphere inside the car was suffocating. Zhao Linlin clutched the box in her arms, every nerve stretched to its limit. She knew the director was on the verge of exploding. Yet her mind was filled with Jiang Feng's carefree expression and those repair tools that looked like scrap metal. She even doubted whether she had just experienced a bizarre dream. The entrance to the Research Institute building was already packed with researchers from various project teams. The moment the car pulled up to the entrance, the crowd swarmed around it. Linlin, how'd it go? Did you get in touch with the original manufacturer? Yeah, what about the module? Get it out already, our project can't wait much longer. Where's the stuff? Director Zhang said even professional agencies couldn't find you. Where did you get it repaired? The barrage of questions came thick and fast, each voice rising louder than the last. It's fixed. I guess. Zhao Linlin clutched the box, head bowed, her voice barely audible. Fixed? I guess? If it's fixed, it's fixed. What's with the I guess? Everyone froze, staring at each other in confusion. Where did you get it fixed? Our professional agency said it would take at least several weeks at the shortest. You fixed it in just a few hours? A balding old professor adjusted his thick glasses, his voice dripping with skepticism. It was fixed at a home appliance repair shop. Zhao Linlin's voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Home appliance repair shop. Everyone gasped in unison, then stared at Zhao Linlin with disbelief. This is a lithography machine, not a TV set. What on earth were you doing at an appliance repair shop? This is nonsense. Zhao Linlin. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know this is a lithography machine template? A lithography machine, for crying out loud, not a TV set. You're sending a TV repairman to fix a lithography machine? Are you trying to make a mockery of our entire research institute? Moments later, the collective fury erupted like a volcano. A torrent of curses and accusations instantly engulfed Zhao Linlin. She stood trembling, head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. Enough! Shut up! A thunderous roar sent a chill through the crowd. Zhang Lingnan stepped out of the car, his face dark as storm clouds. Zhao Linlin, are you sure it's fixed? Zhang Lingnan strode up to Zhao Linlin and demanded in a deep voice. Zhao Linlin was speechless at that moment, her mind blank as she nodded. All right. Take it to Clean Room Lab 1 for testing. If it's fixed, you'll have done a great service. If it's not fixed, write your resignation letter and prepare for a court-martial. Zhang Lingnan's eyes flashed red as he glared at Zhao Linlin, his voice tight with anger. Hearing this, Zhao Linlin's heart skipped a beat. At this point, she could only pin all her hopes on that repair shop owner who seemed utterly unreliable. Inside Clean Room Laboratory Number 1. Several professionals in protective suits carefully removed the module from its box for testing. Zhao Linlin stood behind them, head bowed, her body trembling uncontrollably like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Holy crap, what kind of soldering technique is this? The repaired circuitry is flawless. Could Zhao Linlin have sought out some unknown master technician to fix this? It looks like it came straight from the factory. No, wait, it's even more perfect than the original. You can't even tell it was repaired. Within minutes, Zhao Linlin suddenly heard waves of admiration rising from the crowd in the distance. She looked up at the crowd, feeling a bit flustered, her eyes filled with confusion. This material, something's off. Materials team, analyze this sample immediately. We don't have this type of repair material here. At that moment, Zhang Lingnan suddenly frowned, staring at the module under the microscope and gasping. Yes, Dean. The materials team immediately activated their instruments to conduct a comprehensive scan and analysis of the module's repaired section. Zhao Linlin's heart leapt into her throat once more. Director, our database shows we currently lack such materials. Moments later, the materials team member spoke with trembling excitement. Not in inventory? Zhang Lingnan and the others sucked in their breath in unison. It was already 2025. Could there still be undiscovered materials in the world? This discovery alone would be enough to make this research institute shine brightly on the global stage. Quick, power it up for testing. Hurry! Zhang Lingnan couldn't hide his excitement, his voice growing urgent. Yes, Director. The team instantly sprang into action, each rushing to their stations. Power system self-check complete. No anomalies detected. Internal logic unit check complete, no abnormalities. Circuitry testing complete. Readings within acceptable parameters. Reporting to the Director. On the large screen, green messages flashed one after another. Each announcement felt like a sharp pang to the hearts of everyone present. A module declared physically destroyed had somehow passed every step of the self-test? This defies logic. Proceed with precision testing. Zhang Lingnan staggered and collapsed into a chair, his entire body seeming to collapse from exhaustion. Dean, are you alright? Leave me alone. Hurry up and run the precision test. Zhang Lingnan pushed the crowd aside and barked loudly. Now was not the time to worry about his condition. If the repair technology applied to this module wasn't currently available anywhere in the world, it would mean Xia Nation had broken through the Western blockade and surged far ahead of the entire world. This test determined the fate of a nation. Yes. Curves began pulsing across the large screen, generating various readings as rapidly as electric currents. All eyes were fixed upward, each face betraying uncontrollable twitching muscles. Zhang Linlin clenched her fists tightly, sweat soaking through her sleeves. Reporting to the Director. The readings seem off. At that moment, a researcher's words made Zhang Linlin's pupils suddenly contract. Sure enough, something had gone wrong? What's the problem? Zhang Lingnan abruptly stood up from his chair. This appears to be a module from a high-end lithography machine. Its specifications are 1 percentage point higher than what we've used before. I suspect this module isn't ours. But the current world doesn't seem capable of such technology. The inspector stared at the data, utterly bewildered, sweat trickling down his forehead. 1% improvement. Zhang Lingnan felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed instantly. Dean! Chaos erupted instantly throughout the entire laboratory. Chapter 5, Zhang Lingnan's harassment. Dean! Call an ambulance! Quick, call an ambulance! Everyone crowded around Zhang Lingnan, shouting hoarsely. 1%. Ha ha ha, 1%, it was our Xia Nation that developed it. Zhang Lingnan, lying on the ground, suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his entire being seemingly consumed by madness. 10 years? No, 20 years? Even abroad, they couldn't achieve a breakthrough surpassing 1% of the current lithography machine's capabilities. A miracle, no, a divine miracle. Everyone stared at the scrolling data on the large screen with excitement, each knowing that their research institute had conquered a challenge deemed insurmountable by the entire world. In the future, not only would Xia Nation's research institute hold its place, but it would carve out a position among the world's elite. Every person present now possessed the qualifications to have their own separate entry in the clan genealogy. So does that mean our lithography machine calibration module is fixed now? Zhao Linlin stared blankly at the crowd before suddenly speaking up. Fixed, is it? Could you drop that question mark for us? Everyone turned to look behind them, only then realizing Zhao Linlin was now far away from the group. Her face still bore a look of unease, clearly shaken by the recent incident. Ta-da! Xiao, this isn't just fixed, it's a breakthrough. This means our Xia Nation has finally broken free from being held back by foreign constraints. You've done us a great service. The balding old professor strode over to Zhao Linlin, gripped her shoulders firmly, and exclaimed excitedly. Me? I've done something remarkable? Zhao Linlin pointed blankly at her own nose, her mind a blank. She hadn't yet recovered from the fear and anxiety. Just moments ago, the dean had said she was headed for a military tribunal. How could she suddenly be credited with meritorious service now? Just how much had this module been repaired? Zhao Linlin. Zhang Lingnan suddenly shouted, his expression grave. Present. Zhao Linlin snapped to attention, standing as straight as a soldier responding to a superior's command. In recognition of your outstanding performance in overcoming this major technical challenge, I hereby appoint you as the leader of this research team. Did you hear me clearly? Zhang Lingnan declared loudly. Team leader? Zhao Linlin's eyes widened even further at the words. She began to doubt her own ears. Getting a job at the research institute was already the pinnacle of achievement for an ordinary person. Being promoted to team leader, that required at least a high level of seniority. She was only in her 20s, far too young. All because of fixing that module? Congrats, Linlin. You're the new team leader, you owe us a celebratory dinner. Wow, Linlin, you're such a great actress. We actually believed you went to repair lithography machines at an appliance repair shop. That performance? She deserves an Oscar. Everyone crowded around, offering congratulations in a flurry of chatter. Only Zhao Linlin remained in a state of utter bewilderment. She now believed every word spoken by that seemingly unreliable young man. Not only had he repaired the lithography machine template, but even the 1% precision adjustment was entirely genuine. Team leader Zhao, tell us, where exactly did you go this time? Numerous professional institutions said it couldn't be fixed. Did you go to some military contractor or the general staff department? This is such a big deal, I must personally visit to express my gratitude. Zhang Lingnan asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Zhao Linlin. All eyes instantly turned to Zhao Linlin, filled with astonishment. I didn't lie to you all. I really did get it fixed at an appliance repair shop. Zhao Linlin took a deep breath, her throat feeling dry. Linlin, you can step out of character now. You've been promoted to team leader. It's time to tell everyone the truth. A repair shop struggles to fix a TV, but this is a lithography machine we're talking about. Exactly. This joke isn't funny at all. Everyone shook their heads and urged her on. I really wasn't joking. I went to many professional repair shops, but none could fix it. I had no choice but to go to that repair shop because the sign hanging outside caught my eye. Zhao Linlin's voice trailed off as she spoke. What sign? Zhang Lingnan frowned and asked. Repairs aircraft carriers and space stations above, sinks and kettles below, anything that plugs in, he can fix it. Zhao Linlin recited it word for word. The entire lab fell silent. They could tell Zhao Linlin wasn't lying. Then what? Then I went inside, and the boss used an electric soldering iron, a heat gun, and an egg beater to fix the template. In the end, he charged me 800 yuan. It was originally 300, but since he helped us adjust the precision, he asked for a little extra. As Zhao Linlin spoke, she watched everyone's reactions, her voice gradually fading. At that moment, everyone's mouths were hanging open wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Their gazes fixed on Zhao Linlin, brimming with shock, disbelief, and utter bewilderment. An egg beater to fix a lithography machine? What on earth was going on? And for 800 yuan to fix a lithography machine? If someone actually had that kind of skill, they wouldn't even consider fixing it for you, not even if you added 4 zeros to the price. And they'd even adjust the precision for you. With that kind of skill, even if it cost 800 million, the whole world would fight over him. Alright, this matter remains unresolved for now. We're classifying it as top secret. No one is to disclose it. Got that? Anyone caught leaking this will be charged with espionage. Zhang Lingnan bellowed at the assembled crowd. Yes, director. The group responded in unison. Very well. The project team will immediately produce a batch of chips with the new precision specifications. I want to see results in the shortest possible time. Yes, Dean. The team acknowledged the order and immediately dispersed to their respective stations to begin work. Linlin, don't leave. Come here for a moment. Just as Zhao Linlin was about to change into her uniform for her shift, Zhang Lingnan beckoned her over. Director, do you still remember where that repair shop is located? Zhang Lingnan asked in a low voice. I do. Alright, then take me there. I want to meet this owner. Zhang Lingnan's words made Zhao Linlin's eyes widen in surprise. The director of the research institute wants to meet the owner of a repair shop? How many people longed to meet the director but never got the chance? Alright. Zhao Linlin nodded blankly. Alright, wait for me outside. I need to grab something. If this owner can fix this thing, then whatever he wants, Zhang Lingnan, will grant it. A faint smile curved the corners of Zhang Lingnan's mouth. A few minutes later, Zhao Linlin finally saw Zhang Lingnan rushing over. When she saw what he was holding in his arms, her heart skipped a beat. The Nandeo 3 Global Satellite Navigation System, a high-precision atomic clock synchronization chip. Could Director Zhang possibly be asking that small shop owner to repair this thing? Can it even be fixed? Chapter 6, Something's Up. Can fix refrigerators and washing machines, can fix aircraft carrier engines. Dear family, your brother Feng is back. Did you miss me? Inside the repair shop, Jiang Feng set up his phone again and started shouting into it. Beside him stood an adorable girl of 18 or 19, dressed in a school uniform. Folks, see this little sister by my side? Her mouse broke, so today I'm gonna show her what 20 years of bachelorhood can do for your arm speed. I'm talking about repair speed, you know. Jiang Feng chuckled as he disassembled the mouse and teased. Brother Feng, can you really fix it? This is a limited edition model. I've been to several shops and they all said it couldn't be fixed. The young girl's voice was soft and delicate, sending shivers down one's spine. Sweetie, you can question my character, but you absolutely cannot question my speed. Just watch me. Jiang Feng patted his chest confidently. TSK, my bro Feng is bragging again. I'm already recording this as Black History. Hey, stop trolling him up front. Brother Feng's got real skills. Last time he fixed my rice cooker, even the plain rice smelled amazing. Did you switch to better rice? I'm more concerned about that lithography machine girl. Hope he didn't wreck it on her. Exactly. That's a lithography machine. If the streamer really wrecked it, he'd probably be sewing on a sewing machine right now instead of flirting with that JK style girl. I'll bet 50 cents the streamer totally wrecked it and is now forcing a smile to change the subject. The moment the stream started, the chat exploded with activity. Damn, what do you guys know? It's just a lithography module, but that girl was practically turning back every 3 steps. Her eyes practically promised herself to him. If it weren't for this streamer brother's iron willpower, you'd all be calling her sister-in-law right now. Jiang Feng glanced at the comments, blowing his own horn with obvious disdain. Despite his big talk, Jiang Feng's hands moved with surprising speed. In no time, he had the mouse unplugged. Welcome. Just then, the electronic doorbell at the shop entrance chimed. Jiang Feng instinctively looked up, only to freeze in place. Walking through the door was none other than Zhao Linlin, who had left just a short while ago. This time she wasn't alone. Trailing behind her was a man in his 50s or 60s. The man exuded an unusual presence. Just standing there, he radiated an intense sense of pressure. Damn, what's going on? Could it be that the cultivation method really backfired? How did it end up involving people? Damn it, system, you're unreliable. Everyone, sorry about this. Just a little after service. Jiang Feng acted fast, quickly shutting off the live stream's microphone. Boss. Zhao Linlin walked over with practiced ease. What the hell are you doing bringing someone here? Looking for trouble? Jiang Feng frowned and pointed at Zhang Lingnan beside Zhao Linlin. No, boss, please don't misunderstand. The items you repaired are flawless. They work even better than before. Seeing the misunderstanding, Zhao Linlin hurriedly explained. Then what are you doing here? Jiang Feng relaxed his guard upon hearing this. Oh, this is an elder of mine. He heard about your exceptional skills and wanted to ask you to take a look at something. Zhao Linlin hurriedly explained. Jiang Feng looked at Zhang Lingnan. Though he suspected they weren't actually related. But since the man wasn't here to cause trouble, he felt much more at ease. Besides, the item this young lady had sent for repair was no small value. A single lithography machine had already earned him 1,000 tech points. These tech points were more than enough to redeem quite a few items in the system store. If another big job came along this time, he'd be raking in the profits. Since you're a repeat customer, I'll give you a break. Bring out the items so I can see what's wrong with them. Jiang Feng adopted the detached sage tone again. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingnan had been surveying the shop's surroundings since entering. It was even more run down than he'd imagined. He'd assumed a place that could repair lithography machines would at least have some professional-grade equipment. He was disappointed. Not only was there no specialized equipment, but the place was far more dilapidated than your average repair shop. Thud. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Zhang Lingnan set the box down on the table. Another box? Jiang Feng's heart instantly leapt with joy. It looked similar to the one Zhao Linlin had brought last time, quite elegant. He just wondered what kind of nasty job was inside this time. Snap. Zhao Linlin opened the box, revealing a palm-sized chip inside. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns, with a crystal-like gem embedded at its center. At a glance, Jiang Feng knew this thing couldn't possibly be a civilian product. "Boss, take a look, can this be repaired?" Zhao Linlin asked anxiously, pointing at the chip. Let me take a look." Jiang Feng pretended to examine the chip as he studied it. In reality, his mind was screaming frantically for the system to scan it immediately. Reparable item detected, Nan-23 satellite navigation chip military encrypted version. Damage level, 92% primary logic gate array overloaded, data buffer failed. Repair analysis in progress, 10%. 40%. 90%. Analysis complete, this repair will consume 100 tech points. Upon completion, you will gain 500 tech points. Confirm repair. Military use? Jiang Feng immediately furrowed his brow. The moment he walked in, he knew this old man was no ordinary person. Little did he expect he was actually military. "Looks like I've caught the attention of higher-ups. Confirmed fixed." Jiang Feng silently confirmed in his mind. "Young man, this chip is." Seeing Jiang Feng hesitating to speak, Zhao Linlin took the initiative to explain. "It's a navigation chip for the Southern Cross satellite, isn't it? The main logic gate blew up, taking the data cache area with it. Likely caused by a sudden power surge. Your security measures still leave something to be desired." Before Zhao Linlin could finish, Jiang Feng cut him off, his expression calm and composed. "Zhang Linlin? Zhao Linlin?" The entire repair shop fell into an instant, deafening silence. Zhang Linlin had prepared a whole speech, only to have it completely shut down by Jiang Feng's single remark. For the first time, his weathered eyes betrayed a look of utter astonishment. Zhao Linlin, standing behind Zhang Linlin, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Feng. She had expected Jiang Feng to suffer a crushing defeat, but this young man seemed far more formidable than she had imagined. Without even introducing themselves, he had recognized what was inside. He even pinpointed the cause of the damage. This kid, he's got something special. Chapter 7, The Oddball Tool. "Boss, what about this thing here?" Zhang Lingnin's mind was in turmoil. He could almost guarantee that this young man before him was no mere pretender. Just by recognizing what this thing was at a glance, and identifying the cause of the damage without using any machinery. This kid was no ordinary person. "It can be fixed, but as for the cost..." Jiang Feng nodded, then held up 5 fingers and waved them in front of Zhang Linlin. 50,000? Zhang Linlin stared at the 5 fingers Jiang Feng held up, his heart bursting with joy. 50,000? That's ridiculously cheap. The R&D cost for this chip alone was in the billions. This was one of the core components of the entire Nandu satellite system. Forget 50,000, even 500,000 or 5 million would be worth every penny. 50,000? Great, great, great. Transfer or bank card? Zhang Linlin grinned like a fool at Jiang Feng, his wrinkled face creasing into multiple folds of laughter. He was a completely different person from the stern-looking old man moments ago. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's brows shot up in surprise. His gaze toward Zhang Linlin instantly turned unfriendly, tinged with displeasure. "Isn't that a bit short?" The change in Jiang Feng's expression made Zhang Lingnin's heart clench painfully, and the smile on his face froze instantly. But then he thought, with this level of technical expertise, asking for 5 million was perfectly reasonable. After all, the higher-ups would surely approve once it was submitted. Opportunities and talent like this were something they could only dream of obtaining. How could mere money possibly taint it? "Dean Zhang, it's not 50,000, it's 500. Seeing Jiang Feng's expression darken, Zhao Linlin hurriedly leaned close to Zhang Lingnin's ear and whispered urgently. 500 yuan? RMB? Zhang Linlin doubted his own ears. He knew all too well how valuable this chip was. 500 yuan? That wouldn't even cover the cost of the box it came in. This price was nothing short of an insult to the nation's cutting-edge technology. Damn it, fix it if you want. You scientists make money way too easy. Does national money not count as money? Are taxpayers not human beings? 500 bucks? Not a penny more for repairs. Jiang Feng shoved the box forward, plopped down on the chair, and flipped on the live stream mic. Holy crap, streamer, you're finally back. I thought you got busted. Huh? That beautiful researcher is back? Who's this guy next to her? He looks pretty tough. Did I just lip read you saying 500 bucks? Are you fixing another aircraft carrier? Hey, look at that box. Guess what treasure's inside? Wow, this plot twist, the legendary streamer is now helping out national research institutes? You really know how to put on a show. The live chat exploded with a frenzy of comments. Zhang Lingnin's face turned beet red from Jiang Feng's direct retort. You could say he's greedy, he just wants 500 bucks. But if you say he's not greedy, he absolutely insists on getting that 500. What kind of person is this? Boss, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. I never said we wouldn't fix it. Zhao Linlin hurriedly pulled out her phone and scanned the payment code. Beep. 500 yuan received. A crisp notification sounded as Jiang Feng's phone balance increased by 500 yuan. Zhang Linlin was at a loss for words. He watched helplessly as a strategic-level top-tier chip vital to a nation's security was casually accepted by a young man for a mere 500 yuan. It all felt so unreal, so absurd, even a bit theatrical. Well, if it weren't for you being a regular customer, I wouldn't even bother taking this job. Do you really think I'm short on 500 bucks? How amusing. Jiang Feng muttered under his breath as he stretched lazily. Holy crap, the streamer took another job? More drama coming up. What the heck is that thing? That box looks expensive, must be something special inside, right? If this beauty researcher and the old guy brought it over, it's definitely not your average junk. Brother Phone, show us what you're fixing. Yeah, stop being so secretive. You used to show us the couplers. You've changed, Brother Phone. The comments exploded instantly. Sweat, it's really nothing special. Just a part fell off that flying contraption. They trusted me to take a look. Jiang Feng grinned at the camera. That thing in the sky. Zhao Linlin's mouth twitched violently, his face turning green at a visible pace. You call that a part? You call this taking a look? This is the core component of the entire Nandu satellite. This guy just mentioned the chip's name in a perfectly serious tone, so how did he suddenly turn into such a dork? Dean, please don't get upset. This boss is just like this. People with real talent tend to have quirky personalities. Just bear with him. Zhao Linlin saw Zhang Lingnan's blood pressure rising and hurriedly leaned close to his ear to calm him down. Flying things? You're not seriously building an airplane, are you? Give me a break. TSK, Brother Feng's about to shut down the live stream again, huh? No way, Brother Feng. Last time with the lithography machine, we guys didn't get a look in. We bled dry. Last time with the lithography machine, we didn't even see a single feather. This time, it's not something from a satellite, is it? Dude, you actually believe him? Why not just say he's going to hand-build a rocket? The live chat was buzzing with comments. Shut down the stream? What are you talking about? This little thing doesn't need shutting down. Last time it was a lithography machine too precise, afraid you'd copy it. Today's just a small-scale event. Broadcasting it live is basically science outreach. Jiang Feng said with a carefree expression. Small operation? Zhang Linlin nearly choked on his breath. He stared fixedly at Jiang Feng. This time, it wasn't just the muscles in his face twitching, his heart began pounding violently too. He now doubted whether this kid even knew what he was dealing with. If this is a minor incident, what the hell counts as a major one? Tearing aliens apart with his bare hands? Jiang Feng paid no mind to Zhang Linlin, whose face had turned the color of liver. He turned to a corner and pulled out another small box. As the box opened, Zhang Lingnan's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Holy! An old-fashioned hand drill, probably salvaged from some dental clinic. An old-fashioned splint, its plastic casing covered in scratches, the electrical insulation already showing signs of aging. And what looked like a hand-cranked coffee grinder. Together, these things wouldn't fetch $5 from a junk dealer. Zhang Lingnan's breathing grew ragged, his eyes visibly reddening with bloodshot veins. He couldn't hold back any longer. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the pile of junk, his voice shaking as he asked. Boss, you're not seriously going to fix my chip with this junk, are you? Chapter 8, Don't Die Here. Zhang Lingnan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. For the first time in his uneventful life, a feeling called fear finally surfaced in his heart. What's the matter? Disgusted by my tools? Then take them back and study them yourselves. This little repair shop can't accommodate such big shots like you. Jiang Feng instantly grew displeased, flinging his tools aside and plopping down in a chair, adopting an attitude of indifference toward the repair. Fix it. Fix it, boss. We'll pay. Look, we've already paid. Zhao Linlin hurriedly interjected. Lilin, but this. Director, we fixed the lithography machine last time this way too. And the tools we used then weren't even as good as these ones. Just bear with it, bear with it. Zhang Lingnan's face flushed crimson with frustration, but Zhao Linlin's words forced him to swallow his anger. System, start working. Jiang Feng shot Zhang Linlin a withering glance as he silently commanded. Instantly, the scene before his eyes transformed into stacks of data values. Swish. Jiang Feng swiftly plugged in the clipboard. Buzz. The clamp instantly lit up with a small red light, emitting a low-frequency humming sound. Jiang Feng slowly clamped the board onto the chip, meticulously scanning every detail. At the same time, Zhao Linlin deftly pulled over Jiang Feng's special magnifying glass. Through the magnifier, Zhang Linlin and Zhao Linlin witnessed an astonishing sight. The pathways on the chip substrate were now being gently stretched, unfurled, and then smoothly returning to their intended positions. What kind of technology is this? Zhang Lingnan's hair stood on end. He felt like all his years of research had been for nothing. Could this damn hair straightener actually repair chips? What was the point of all that knowledge he'd acquired? If I'd known this, I could have just bought a 20 yuan hair straightener at the supermarket. He could have saved $500. What the hell is this? Giving a chip a perm? Even though I don't get it, the host's performance is totally on point. Which vocational school did the host graduate from? They actually dare to show this off? Maple, take it easy, don't smash the chip with one wrong move. Even though my IQ feels challenged, I'm still watching. This content is seriously bizarre. The live stream viewers were equally baffled. Jiang Linlin and Zhao Linlin were both speechless at that moment. Crowded around the magnifying glass, their eyes bulged wide as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Next, Jiang Feng set down the clamp and picked up a hand-crank coffee grinder. He scooped some powder from a tea canister and poured it into the grinder's hopper. Creak, creak. Jiang Feng slowly began cranking the coffee grinder, which creaked like an 80-year-old man, sounding as if it might fall apart at any moment. Linlin, are you sure this is how we fix the lithography machine? Zhang Lingnan expression was beyond just looking grim. This was practically child's play. It certainly didn't look like actual repairs. Yes, Dean. Look at that powder. This technique is called ultrasonic atomization suspension. Unlike Jiang Lingnan, Zhao Linlin beside him wore an expression of pure delight. Ultrasonic atomization suspension? What kind of technology is that? Jiang Lingnan was completely baffled. Is this even in the textbooks? Or did this young boss invent it himself? Unbelievable. Jiang Feng ignored him, immediately picking up the dental drill and dipping it in powder to repair the damaged chip. This procedure was largely similar to repairing lithography machine modules. Only the materials were vastly different. RIP. Invisible arcs of electricity leapt from the needle tip to the chip's circuitry, precisely repairing every sunken area. The chip's damaged area, which had been utterly mangled beyond recognition, was visibly restored to its original state. Jiang Lingnan stared blankly at the scene, too stunned to speak. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing could be real. A pile of scrap metal was actually repairing top-tier national-level chip technology? This was far more absurd than tearing Japanese soldiers apart with bare hands. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely within Jiang Feng's small shop. Zhang Lingnan and Zhao Linlin's breathing had nearly ceased entirely. Especially Zhang Lingnan, he felt as though a massive boulder was crushing his chest. Each heartbeat felt like a violent collision against his ribs. The collapsed lattice was being rebuilt, and the fractured circuits were seamlessly reconnected. This was no simple repair process, but a far more complex act of creation. RIP. As the last bit of material melted into the chip, Jiang Feng finally lifted his head and breathed a sigh of relief. The entire chip lay clearly visible under the magnifying glass. The repair was complete, yet it wasn't quite the same as before. Yet when asked to pinpoint the difference, neither Zhang Lingnan nor Zhao Linlin could quite put their finger on it. The chip glowed with a peculiar, faint light throughout its body, with all its circuits arranged in perfect order. The lattice in the core region was flawless, as if it had always been that way. All right. Jiang Feng tossed the tools in his hand into the toolbox with a casual flick, his tone matter-of-fact. Done? That's it? Zhang Lingnan snapped back to reality, staring at Jiang Feng in disbelief. This was a chip of the Nando satellite navigation system. How long did it even take? You're done already? Even professional institutions would struggle to come up with a solution in weeks or months. Well, what else? Have a grand opening ceremony with drums and gongs? Have your boss give a speech? Jiang Feng looked up and retorted. No. Zhang Lingnan was genuinely tempted to curse under his breath. This kid's got real talent, but his tongue is sharp as a razor. One retort left him gasping for breath. Watching Jiang Feng casually toss various tools into the box, his nonchalant manner made it seem as simple as fixing a rice cooker that wouldn't light up. A wave of utter absurdity washed over Zhang Lingnan. I must be losing my mind, or this is all a dream. How could this be possible? Zhang Lingnan was already plunged into deep self-doubt. That's it? Just like that? What just happened? Did I really see God sewing? Hold up, don't leave. I just saw Manhwa creating humans. TSK, in front of Brother Phone, physics is nothing. I declare, the streamer is a god. Could it be that what we saw wasn't a dental drill, but some high-tech repair tool beyond our comprehension? Don't kid yourself, it's just a crappy dental drill. The rusty one in my dental clinic has more class than that thing in his hand. After a brief lull, the live stream exploded with activity. Huff, puff. At that moment, Zhang Lingnan's throat emitted a series of guttural growls. His face flushed crimson as if struggling to breathe. Director! Are you okay, Director? Zhao Linlin immediately grew anxious. Damn it, I fixed your damn thing for you, don't you dare die on me now. I still need this damn shop to make a living. Chapter 9, Troubles Brewing. I'm fine. Zhang Lingnan forced himself to calm down, taking several deep breaths until he felt better. Director, you'll have to get used to it, this is just standard boss behavior. Zhao Linlin had no idea how to comfort her director at this point. Standard procedure? Get used to it? Linlin, do you have any idea how devastating this whole process is for me? Hundreds of experts in our entire research institute poured their hearts out and couldn't solve it, yet he managed it with a few cheap dental drills and hair straightening irons. How am I supposed to get used to this? Zhang Linlin stared at Zhao Linlin, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. Phew, old man, your thing's fixed now. Don't go dying on me here. Also, your jump algorithm was a bit low end. I tweaked it for you. And that underlying lattice structure? Not enough nodes, plus the arrangement was off. I tweaked that for you too. Jiang Feng watched Zhang Linlin recover completely before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. He had intended to charge Zhang Linlin an extra 200 yuan, but seeing how close the old man had come to passing out just now, out of humanitarian concern, he decided against it. He didn't want to scare the old man to death right here. But while Jiang Feng spoke casually, his words exploded like a bombshell in Zhang Linlin's ears. Not only had he repaired the chip in such a short time, but also optimized their algorithms and rearranged the lattice structure. Is this something a human could possibly accomplish? Alright, take the chip back. I won't charge you extra. The quantum leap frequency should be more stable than before now. Theoretically, the timing error should decrease by 1 or 2 orders of magnitude. I can't calculate the exact figure, so you'll have to test it yourselves. Jiang Feng placed the chip back into the box and handed it over. Thud. Zhang Linlin couldn't take it anymore. His eyes bulged, his legs gave way, and he collapsed straight onto the floor. Damn it, old man. Did you come here to fix stuff or to scam us? Listen, if you don't get up, I'm calling the cops. I already said no extra charge, and you still try to rip me off. Jiang Feng instantly leapt to his feet, pointing at Zhang Linlin and unleashing a torrent of abuse. 7th Research Institute Zhang Linlin's research facility. No voices could be heard in dust-free lab number 1, yet figures moved swiftly within. Every face bore a solemn expression, as if engaged in a battle. Photoresist coating uniformity inspection complete. Error within acceptable range. Mask calibration in progress. Target accuracy improved by 1%. Recalculating alignment parameters. Vacuum chamber pressure stabilized, reaching preset value. Reports came in rapid succession, each voice tinged with urgency. No one dared to relax even for a moment at this critical juncture. Li Wei, the chief engineer overseeing the experiment, stared intently at the large screen while listening to the constant stream of audio through his headset. His brow furrowed, his breathing shallow and controlled, sweat soaking through his protective suit. A mere 1% increase. This was the most audacious experiment in Xia Nation's history and its most crucial. Confirming its feasibility would mean Xia Nation would leave foreign competitors in the dust when it came to lithography machine precision. Even though he had personally verified the lithography module was flawless, deep down, he still found it hard to believe something repaired on a makeshift workbench could deliver such results. Initiate exposure sequence. Li Wei issued the final command to everyone through the intercom. Hum. A faint hum filled the air as the lithography machine began its operation. Everyone held their breath. This was the final stage of their testing and the most critical one. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Time stretched unbearably long in that moment. Data scrolled frantically across the large screen, each character seeming to echo the wild thumping of every heart in the room. Exposure complete. Developing, clearing, drying. The process advanced step by step, each stage executed with textbook precision. When the wafer, bearing the hopes of countless people, was carried by the robotic arm onto the inspection station, Li Wei's heart nearly stopped. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the data on the inspection screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The entire lab fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Swish. Suddenly, the final analysis data appeared on the large screen. Test result, perfect. All unit items normal, structure intact. Actual accuracy comparison, 1.2% improvement. The entire laboratory fell silent in an instant. Everyone froze in place like wooden statues. Did it work? It worked. We did it. No one knew who shouted it first, but soon everyone below erupted in a deafening roar. Haha, we did it. We really did it. 1% accuracy, we actually pulled it off. Holy crap, am I dreaming? Someone slap me. Everyone seemed to go mad, shouting wildly at their colleagues all around. They laughed, yet tears streamed down their faces like a fountain. Li Wei stared blankly at the 1.2% displayed on the large screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He slowly removed his goggles, letting the tears fall freely down his cheeks. He admitted he'd doubted that repair shop before, but now, clearly, he was wrong. The knowledge he had spent years studying had been utterly demolished by an appliance repairman. It had completely overturned the mountain of knowledge he had painstakingly built up over the years. Meanwhile, at the core research system of Xia Nation. This was the true nerve center of Xia Nation's scientific research, overseeing all national research institutes. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. The conference table, stretching over 10 meters, was filled to capacity. These individuals were Xia Nation's most influential scientists of the present day, or former scientific luminaries. Presiding at the head of the table was Li Jianguo, the head of the central system. Everyone has reviewed it, correct? Zhang Linlin's report. Let's hear your thoughts. Li Jianguo tapped the table, his voice tinged with mild irritation. A copy of the report lay on each person's desk, the latest findings from the 7th Research Institute. What's there to discuss? Zhang Linlin is just messing around. The calibration module for the C7 lithography machine is the core of the core. Globally, only a handful of countries could even attempt to repair it. And what does he do? He hands it off to an appliance repair shop to fix the lithography module. He really thinks a lithography machine is a TV set. An elderly man slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with fury. I agree with academician Lu. What's this nonsense about ancestral craftsmanship and folkmasters in the report? Does he think he's writing a martial arts novel? I reckon Zhang Lingnan's under so much pressure he's hallucinating. Another academician, slightly calmer, nodded in agreement. We've been choked by Western nations for so many years. It's understandable that everyone feels anxious. But precisely at times like this, we must ensure we keep a clear head. Zhang Linlin is exaggerating. This isn't just negligence, to put it bluntly, it's a serious disciplinary violation. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, with nearly unanimous agreement among all present. Zhang Linlin, director of the 7th Research Institute, was in serious trouble this time. Chapter 10, System Upgrade. Li Jianguo listened to the discussions, his brow furrowing deeper. He knew Zhang Linlin well, a scientist of extreme rigor who would never make unfounded claims. But the contents of this report were utterly beyond his expectations. It was too far-fetched. President Zhang Lingnan's contributions to scientific research are undeniable. Perhaps there are other reasons behind this matter. A relatively younger academician spoke up. What could possibly be fishy about it? I think the biggest peculiarity is this report itself. I believe we should immediately halt all research projects at the 7th Research Institute, dispatch an investigation team, and issue Zhang Linlin a major disciplinary demerit. Old Lu was the first to stand in counter. I second that. I second that motion. In an instant, the majority of attendees in the conference room reached a consensus. Li Jianguo sighed as he observed the heated reactions of the crowd. It was impossible to defy the collective anger. This time, Zhang Linlin had truly hit a brick wall. Moreover, he felt Zhang Linlin deserved a lesson to teach him about scientific rigor. Knock knock knock. Just as Li Jianguo picked up his pen to draft the document, the office door was knocked. Come in. Li Jianguo frowned. Minister Li, the 7th Research Institute has sent another report. It's an urgent report. The secretary at the door was flushed with anxiety. Another one from Zhang Lingnan's Research Institute? Does he ever stop? Is the next report going to claim he built a Gundam? Old Lu snorted coldly, his expression darkening further. The report indicates that the 7th Research Institute has just developed a new type of chip. It employs an entirely new calibration standard. The secretary spoke cautiously. A brand new standard? How new? The group exchanged glances before asking. The report indicates that the latest standard improves accuracy by 1 percentage point compared to our previous one. As the secretary finished speaking, the entire conference room fell instantly silent. Everyone froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Then, the atmosphere exploded. 1 percentage point? What does that even mean? Hand me the report. Old Lu lunged forward in a single swift motion, snatching the report from the table. After scrutinizing it for a few moments, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Old Lu, are you all right? Another academician, noticing Lu Lao's change, immediately stood up and took the report. Within a minute, he too began trembling alongside Old Lu. What's wrong? Li Jianguo instantly furrowed his brow. The data is fine. It's all genuine. But, how could this be possible? Old Lu's voice trembled, his eyes bulging with visible bloodshot veins. People can lie, but data cannot. Having worked in scientific research for so many years, he could spot an error in data at a glance. Yet the figures in this report were entirely accurate, without a shred of falsification. I told you Zhang Linlin, having been dean for so many years, would never engage in irregular practices. But this whole thing is just too strange. Could it be that their accumulated efforts finally reached a peak and by some stroke of luck they achieved a breakthrough? Several academicians also looked utterly incredulous. Coincidence? 1 percentage point? You call that coincidence? No sooner had the academician finished speaking than someone stood up to counter. Li Jianguo ignored the heated debate among the crowd. He hurriedly grabbed the report and began examining it in detail. Moments later, his gaze lingered repeatedly on the breakthrough percentage point of 1.2 in the new chip. Each time his eyes lingered, the gleam in them grew brighter. Gentlemen, the data in this report is indisputable. This also means that Zhang Lingnan's report absolutely cannot be fake. But now the problem lies with this appliance repair shop mentioned in Zhang Lingnan's report. Li Jianguo took a deep breath, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Home appliance repair, a folkmaster, or a family-inherited craft. These words seemed perfectly ordinary. What was extraordinary was that a home appliance repair shop could actually repair a lithography machine. Most crucially, he had actually succeeded in repairing it? That was beyond absurd. Ministerly, I just can't bring myself to believe this is real. Lithography machine modules? How could those possibly come from an appliance repair shop? Old Lou's face twisted into a grimace. He could accept the data was genuine, but he couldn't accept it came from an appliance repair shop. Perhaps this is Director Zhang's diversion tactic? Maybe that so-called appliance repair shop is actually Director Zhang's secret base? Or, could Director Zhang be concealing some truth? One by one, the academician's brows knotted into tight furrows. The meeting room erupted into chaos once more. The chip's achievement stunned them, yet the more astonished they were, the more curious they became about this appliance repair business. This had already challenged their understanding of science, even raising doubts about the research system itself. Everyone, please quiet down. We absolutely must investigate this appliance repair service, but we can't go ourselves. Alright, shall we arrange for a few people to go find this appliance repair place and see if it actually exists? Remember, proceed with caution. Li Jianguo waved his hand to quiet the group, then addressed his secretary. Yes, Minister Li. Another day dawned in the blink of an eye. Jiang Feng composed himself before opening the shop door once more. Yesterday, Zhao Linlin had collapsed right in his shop. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived quickly. Otherwise, he would have lost the few hundred yuan he had earned. Repair of Nantu 3 satellite navigation ship complete. Reward, plus 500 tech points. Current tech points, 1806. Just as Jiang Feng was pondering how to brag about his achievements today, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Finally credited, huh? You damn system, can't you even pay a worker's tech points on time? Detected technology point reserve exceeding 1000. Universal repair system initiating upgrade. Upgrade complete. New feature unlocked. Wide area detection host can actively sense all reparable items within a 100-meter radius, obtaining their basic damage information and repair solutions. Ha! An unexpected bonus? Detected item requiring repair. Wine-steamed bun shop steamer basket seal ring deterioration. Detected item requiring repair. Street-lighted building 3 Xingfu community burnt out filament. Detected item requiring repair. Shared bicycle chain detached. The next second, it felt like an invisible web had spread across Jiang Feng's mind. Countless dense strands of data information appeared before his eyes, radiating outward from him as the center. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. This feature was quite handy, it saved a lot of trouble. Hey, everyone. Today we're not fixing rice cookers or washing machines, let's talk high-tech instead. As usual, Jiang Feng opened his livestream and started chatting with his viewers. Brother Feng is bragging again. I still haven't processed that lithography machine thing from last time. Brother Feng, is it true you managed to boost that lithography machine's efficiency by another percentage point? Aha, I'm sold. Ever since watching your stream, I feel like my rice cooker could make chips too. Bro, is that pink powder of yours actually just white flour? Does that stuff really work? The comments were hilarious as always. Sigh, you guys are great at everything except trusting me. What do you mean bragging? This is science communication, okay? You think lithography machines are just these massive, 100-ton behemoths? That's just the surface. The real technological core is all packed into those little boxes of mine. Jiang Feng shook his head with feigned solemnity. Welcome. Just as Jiang Feng was getting into his stride, the electronic doorbell chimed at the entrance. Just as Jiang Feng lifted his head to greet the visitor, his expression changed the moment he saw who stood at the door. Chapter 11, Your Majesty, he's playing you. Two middle-aged men had arrived. Both stood tall and straight, their expressions stern. Though dressed much like ordinary citizens, their entire demeanor stood out starkly from ordinary people. Both sported neatly trimmed crew cuts, with transparent earpiece wires tucked behind their ears. Jiang Feng's face turned green. Damn it, they might as well have undercover written on their foreheads. You two think you're on a TV set? Think I'm blind? Can't you see those earpiece wires? After entering the store, the two didn't act like ordinary people. Instead of going straight to Jiang Feng, they started surveying the surroundings. They didn't look like they were here to fix anything, more like they were conducting an inspection. Damn it, I just sent one away yesterday, and now two more show up today? My little shop is practically becoming a hotspot for influencers. Folks, we've got customers. I'll handle them for a moment. Jiang Feng said to the camera, his expression unchanged. Hey boss, are you open for business? At that moment, a man grinned at Jiang Feng and asked. Brother Feng, these two look pretty serious. They're walking straight ahead without even turning a corner? That aura doesn't feel like they're here for repairs. More like they're here to make an arrest. They don't seem like your typical clientele, Brother Feng. Aren't your usual customers those square dance ladies and naive college freshmen? Could they be here to check the water meter? Did you dodge taxes, Brother Feng? Stop messing around, Bro Feng only charges $20 per repair job. That's nowhere near the threshold for paying taxes. The livestream instantly lit up. Open for business? Of course we're open. What needs fixing, gentlemen? Is your imported washing machine not spinning, or is your double-door refrigerator not cooling? Jiang Feng rested his hands on the table, watching the two men pretending to be ordinary citizens with keen interest. Like hell, I'm not open for business. How else did you two get in here? You two need to get more real-world experience. You call yourselves undercover agents? Whoever sent these two isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Sir, can you take a look at this thing and see if it can be fixed? One of the men placed a small object on the counter. The thing was square and plain, with no fancy box packaging, just tossed on the counter. What is this thing? An old MP3 player? Or an old power bank? Jiang Feng frowned as he picked it up and examined it, asking casually. Yeah, it's just an old music player. Not sure why it stopped working. Can you fix it, boss? The man nodded repeatedly with a smile. Jiang Feng remained expressionless, but inside he was laughing uncontrollably. A music player? Does your music player look like this? What a load of nonsense. The moment the two of us walked in, the system had already scanned every single electronic item we were carrying. This contraption before us is called the Black Dove Military Encryptor. Simply put, it's a type of listening device. The malfunction was caused by an abnormal power cut that triggered the safety lock. To be precise, this thing wasn't broken to begin with. The two of them deliberately wrecked it. And it wasn't just a physical breakdown, they'd also added some high-tech sabotage to it. These two clearly weren't here to fix anything, they were here to probe the system. This thing looks pretty old. Fixing it might be a bit of a hassle. Folks, see what I mean? This job's gonna be a bit tricky today. Old gadgets like this really test your skills. Often it's not that they're broken, they're just acting up. Jiang Feng weighed the listening device in his hand and addressed the camera. The two exchanged glances, clearly growing impatient with Jiang Feng's deliberately mysterious approach. Clickety-clack. This time, Jiang Feng didn't even pull out his egg beater. Instead, he began tapping the listening device with his fingers. The sound was rhythmic and slow, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary tapping. Wait, what the heck is Brother Feng doing? They asked you to fix it, and now you're tapping away? Why not just sing a song? Wow, that rhythm Brother Feng should be a DJ, it'd be a waste of talent. Is this some secret technique? My dad does it too. When my computer broke, he tapped it with a stick. I ended up replacing the whole thing. Got it. Next time my TV misbehaves, I'll give it a good whack too. Maybe it's just addicted to the internet and needs some shock therapy. Dude upstairs, you think you're the Thunder King or something? The livestream audience started cracking jokes. Amateurs watch for the spectacle, professionals watch for the technique. The stream viewers couldn't decipher Jiang Feng's actions, but the two individuals on site were already drenched in sweat. He's tapping the emergency sequence reprogramming. One whispered into the other's ear. Yeah, I heard it too. The other nodded slightly, his expression utterly shocked. This was a state-level eavesdropping device. The sequence reset itself was designed to destroy the built-in sensors without revealing its presence. But how could a repairman for household appliances possibly know this method would fix it? Just as their minds were churning with shock, the red dot on Jiang Feng's listening device began to flash. Click. All done. I told you, this thing just needed a good fix. 20. Scan the code or cache? Jiang Feng tossed the listening device onto the table and held up two fingers. The two men froze completely, staring blankly at Jiang Feng. They'd imagined countless possibilities. This boss was a con artist. Or perhaps he couldn't even recognize what this thing was. Who could have imagined that he hadn't even used any equipment, but had pulled it off with a single, perfectly precise sequence of... How did you know? One of them stammered, his eyes bulging wildly. Didn't I tell you? An ancestral skill. My grandfather cured the village tractor's constipation with this very technique back in the day. Jiang Feng flashed a row of pearly white teeth at the pair. But then again... Guys, telling me this is a music player when it's actually a bug? That's not cool. If I actually took this thing apart thinking it was a music player and wrecked it, whose fault would that be? Jiang Feng suddenly regarded them with a half smile, his tone tinged with amusement. Boom. Hair instantly stood on end for both men, their bodies jolted as if struck by lightning. They'd assumed this young man knew nothing. But it turned out he'd been calculating everything from the moment they walked in. Not only did he know how to fix the thing before them, but he also knew exactly what it was. The two middle-aged men were toyed with like kindergartners by this young man's boss. Chapter 12, the Central System Agent arrives. We too. The two men were drenched in sweat. At this moment, the two highly trained operatives stood speechless before Jiang Feng. Their faces flushed crimson, one redder than the other. Enough with the nonsense. Didn't you hear me say $20? You two think you can renege on the deal? Let me tell you, I'm streaming this live. Your faces are broadcast on my big screen. Jiang Feng waved impatiently at the pair. Damn it, even if you're not undercover, you'd still charge for fixing stuff if you were a mutant. Here, we'll pay. The two men nodded frantically, then pulled out their phones and hurriedly scanned Jiang Feng for 20 yuan. Beep, 20 yuan received. Jiang Feng's phone emitted the familiar notification sound. Alright, got anything else? Why aren't you leaving after the repairs? Jiang Feng glanced at the transaction details, then looked at the two men with a puzzled expression. Damn it, what kind of people are they training over there? Didn't these two even bother to check the standard procedure beforehand? Payment is the final step. Once you've paid, you take your stuff and leave. Why are they still hanging around here, waiting for me to question their identities? Go, go, go. Leave immediately, leave immediately. Both men were sweating buckets as they turned to leave. Hey, what about your stuff? You're leaving it behind? Jiang Feng shouted after them, utterly speechless. We're taking it. We're taking it. The two grabbed the listening device and fled the shop as if escaping. We want it, we want it. I'm still cutting it up. Folks, did you see that? Those two were completely blown away by this streamer's masterful skills. So from now on, just hand over your home appliances to the streamer, guaranteed repairs. Carriers, rockets, whatever you've got, bring 'em over. I'll handle the painting and oiling for you guys, no problem. Watching the pair flee in disarray, Jiang Feng launched into another boastful monologue for his livestream audience. Pant, pant. Not far from the small shop, heavy breathing echoed from inside a black sedan. The two guys from earlier were now sitting inside, gasping for air. Sweat glistened on their bodies as if they'd been thoroughly drenched. Beep, beep, beep. One of them dialed a number between gasps. Hello? A steady male voice came from the other end. Director Li, it's us. The man's voice caught in his throat. What's the situation? Does that repair shop exist? What about that boss? Li Jianguo across from him immediately lowered his voice, speaking in a hurried tone. We found him, and the shop does exist. But this guy is a bit strange, more strange than we ever imagined. The man reported with a look of deep unease on his face. We're scientists. What do you mean by creepy? How exactly is he weird? Li Jianguo asked, somewhat confused. We suspect now that the moment we walked in, we fell right into his trap. Not only did he immediately see through the device we were trying to repair, but he even knew the encrypted unlocking method. The man swallowed hard as he spoke. He knew our encrypted unlocking method? How is that possible? Li Jianguo's voice trembled with the words. That bug was top tier. It was developed specifically to counter espionage operations between nations. And some shady repair shop cracked it? Are you kidding me? Minister Li, every word I've said is true. This repair shop owner is definitely a bit strange. It's hard to explain in a few words. The man was at a loss for words at this point. Alright, you two come back first. Give me a detailed report once you're back. Li Jianguo said after a moment of silence on the other end. Inside the hospital. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled Zhao Linlin's nostrils. Zhao Linlin slowly opened his eyes. A sea of snow white filled his vision. The ECG monitor emitted a rhythmic, faint beep. Beside him lay Zhao Linlin, dozing off. Director, you're awake? Doctor, nurse. Zhao Linlin, seeing Zhang Lingnan had regained consciousness, hurriedly called out. The chip. Where's our chip? Zhang Lingnan had no time to worry about his own condition. His greatest concern now was the fate of his chip. It's here, it's here. Zhao Linlin hurriedly brought over the small box. Zhang Lingnan snatched it up, opened it, and saw the chip inside, safe and sound. Only then did the weight lift from his chest. I want to be discharged. Zhang Lingnan said after a moment. Director, the doctor said your current condition doesn't allow you to be discharged. You need rest and recuperation. Zhao Linlin gasped in alarm and hurriedly protested. No, this is a critical moment. I must leave the hospital. Zhang Lingnan stubbornly struggled to his feet, yanking the monitor off his middle finger. Hey, why did you pull out the ECG monitor? Lie back down immediately. We need to start your 4-drip right away. The doctors and nurses who rushed in from outside immediately shouted at him. No need. I'm leaving the hospital. Your current condition doesn't allow you to leave. I said I want to be discharged. Now. Immediately. Zhang Lingnan's expression was stern, his tone unwavering. Let him go. Our research institute has superior medical facilities and doctors. Zhao Linlin, knowing her director's temperament, sighed to the doctor beside her. The 4-needle on Zhang Lingnan's wrist was pulled out, and he hurriedly jumped off the bed. A wave of dizziness followed, but he clearly couldn't afford to care about that now. He quickly changed his clothes, clutching the Southern Dipper satellite chip tightly to his chest. Once, it had been nothing but a worthless piece of junk. But now, it was his precious treasure. Go get the car. We're heading back immediately. Zhang Lingnan's command brooked no refusal. Yes, director. The black sedan raced down the road. Zhang Lingnan clutched the small case tightly in his arms, his thoughts already racing toward the laboratory that held the fate of the entire nation of Xia. Zhao Linlin had tried several times to get him to put it down, but the words died on her lips each time. Soon, the 7th Research Institute building loomed close at hand. After passing through multiple security checkpoints, the vehicle came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the office building. "Director Zhang, where have you been? Why are you only returning now?" The moment the car stopped, a researcher in a white lab coat rushed over, his face etched with concern. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lingnan's brow instantly furrowed. The researcher's words instantly sent Zhang Lingnan and Zhao Linlin's hearts racing. "The central system people are here. They're inside the lab right now." Chapter 13, All or Nothing. The central system. This was the absolute authority overseeing the entire technological lifeline of Xia Nation. A special unit directly under the command of the supreme leader. Why would they suddenly come to the 7th Research Institute? What are they doing here? Zhang Lingnan asked urgently. They mentioned coming to inspect the new high-precision chips developed by our lithography machine. They're skeptical about that 1% precision claim, so they've come to verify it personally. The researcher pondered for a moment before replying. "What did you say? They've developed a 1% precision chip?" Zhang Lingnan's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the news. His still unhealed body swayed once more. He hadn't expected that chip with a 1% accuracy boost could actually be developed. After all, Jiang Feng had only performed a simple repair. Developing it properly would require a series of prototyping and refinement cycles. How could it be finished in such a short time? "Yes, it's been developed. It was completed shortly after you and team leader Zhao left." The researcher nodded vigorously, a delighted smile still on his face. "Developed? Excellent, excellent. But who authorized them to submit the report?" Zhang Lingnan's excitement didn't last long before his brow furrowed. Typically, reports were only submitted when absolutely certain of their accuracy. They rushed to submit the report to headquarters the moment the chip was finished. If any unexpected issues arose at this stage, it would constitute false reporting. Falsifying scientific data carried the same weight as falsifying military intelligence. Wasn't this just inviting trouble for the research institute? Well, I don't know either. The researcher was suddenly at a loss. "Alright, get everyone involved in the chip development projects to the lab immediately. Hurry up. Even if they're taking they'd better hold it in their pants." With that, Zhang Lingnan turned and sprinted toward the lab. Click. The laboratory doors slid open slowly after Zhang Lingnan entered a series of codes. A distinct odor, a mix of equipment exhaust and ozone, hit him in the face. Inside the vast, dust-free laboratory, a group of people stood gathered around a lithography machine, gesturing and discussing. At the forefront stood none other than old Lu from the central system. Before them, countless data streams flowed steadily across the massive holographic projection. Complex structural diagrams were continuously zoomed in and out at rapid intervals. The feedback loop of the calibration module has been optimized to its absolute limit. The optical path compensation routes have been completely redesigned. This is nothing short of divine craftsmanship. An academician stared intently at the pile of intricate structural diagrams, uttering a heartfelt exclamation. The crucial point is that all these optimizations were achieved within the existing framework without compromising any fundamental protocols. How is that even possible? It requires an unimaginably deep understanding of the entire lithography machine calibration system. Another academician echoed the praise. As old Lu listened to the academician's voices, the muscles in his face twitched violently. The moment he saw that report, he knew it was fabricated. He simply couldn't believe anyone in this world could possess such an unimaginably profound understanding of lithography machines. But when he finally arrived at the lab, he discovered the reality was far more absurd than he could have imagined. "Dean, you're here?" The moment the lab researchers spotted Zhang Lingnan, their eyes lit up as if they'd seen a savior. "Professor Lu, you're here?" Zhang Lingnan hurried forward, greeting several academicians in succession. "Dean Zhang, can you tell us? What exactly is going on in your lab? Forget the lithography machine for now, just tell us about this chip. Why did it end up with this structure?" As if clutching at a lifeline, old Lu's face contorted with sheer curiosity. At these words, all traces of Zhang Lingnan's polite niceties vanished instantly. "Explain? Explain what?" He didn't even know the chip had been developed. He was already hospitalized at the time. How could he possibly explain? "Professor Lu, distinguished academicians, this is a bit complicated to explain. Why don't we just present the test data? That would be more straightforward." Zhang Lingnan cleared his throat and said. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. No explanation could match the impact of solid data. A few minutes later, the team members involved in the chip development arrived. Everyone took their positions. The newly developed chip was carefully picked up and placed into the testing slot on the platform. Buzz. A sound rang out as the slot automatically locked. A transparent vacuum cover slowly descended, enveloping the entire testing platform. Environmental self-check initiated. Vacuum environment normal. Temperature stabilized at 21.5 degrees Celsius. Electromagnetic shielding activated. The voices of personnel from various units echoed throughout the laboratory. Proceed with baseline calibration accuracy testing. Zhang Linlin stared at the holographic projection, his jaw muscles tensing imperceptibly. Calibration module response time, 3.8 nanoseconds. Operating stably. Optical path deviation correction rate, 12.5 micrometers per second, exceeding design specifications by 1.2%. As the status reports poured in from each unit, a ripple of excitement rippled through the crowd. Even this foundational data alone was profoundly astonishing. Professor Liu, these figures are truly astonishing. The peak correction rate for the calibration module in our standard lithography machines was originally designed at 12.1 micrometers. An academician quietly approached old Liu and whispered, Old Liu responded with an expressionless nod. Outwardly calm, but beneath his wide white lab coat, his hands were digging deep into his own flesh. Benchmark test passed. Initiate the second phase of high-intensity load testing. Zhang Linlin remained equally expressionless. But his trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil, betraying his current state of restless anxiety. Command input completed. A holographic projection instantly appeared, as data flooded into the chip like a torrent. This test simulated the extreme conditions under which a lithography machine performs ultra-high precision exposure and complex computational operations. Chip utilization, 99.6%. Temperature rising. 45 degrees. 67 degrees. 70 degrees. Core temperature 75.8 has reached the yellow alert threshold. The voices of personnel reporting from various units trembled slightly. The air in the laboratory thickened with tension at that moment. Tension immediately etched itself onto every face. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Chapter 14, Where did they find a god? Gulp, gulp. The lab fell silent, broken only by the sound of everyone frantically swallowing. In previous tests, once the chip exceeded its safe temperature, it would immediately activate self-protection. Frequency would decrease, and calibration performance would be significantly weakened. Yet at this very moment, the calibration response time data displayed on the holographic screen showed no sign of slowing. It remained steadfastly at 3.8 nanoseconds. The temperature, it's stabilized. 76 degrees, it's already 76 degrees. An exhilarating voice echoed through the loudspeaker. How is this possible? How did its heat dissipation power stabilize? This doesn't match our design specifications. An academician clutched his eyes, staring intently at the holographic projection. Old Liu and the others watched the holographic projection with equally grave expressions. At that moment, their inner selves were profoundly shaken. This had completely overturned their traditional scientific concepts. Ha! Zhang Linlin exhaled deeply. The shifting data before him did nothing to ease his tension. A sudden impulse struck him. He was going to make a bold move. Let the leaders at headquarters see what we're capable of. Attention all personnel, prepare for final testing. Simulate the lithography machine's operational state under extreme vibration, high heat, and complex electromagnetic interference for ultra-precision calibration and error correction testing. The moment Zhang Linlin uttered these words, everyone present froze in shock. Countless eyes turned toward him. Their expressions were filled with confusion and astonishment. Dean, extreme vibration and intense electromagnetic interference are the highest standards. No chip can withstand that. It would burn out instantly. The academician beside him hurriedly cautioned. Old Zhang, we've already witnessed the success of this new chip. There's no need for further testing. It's already perfect. We're thoroughly satisfied. Even the usually composed old Liu broke his silence to interject. Didn't you hear my order? Execute immediately. Zhang Linlin seemed to have lost his mind, completely impervious to anyone's words. Even though old Liu held a significant position within the central system, this was the 7th Research Institute, his territory. I said no testing. I'll see who dares to move. Old Liu was genuinely losing his temper now. Such a promising chip, if it were ruined because Zhang Linlin suddenly ramped up the difficulty, it would break their hearts. Testing personnel from various units all froze with their hands suspended mid-air, sweat dripping down their cheeks. Who dared test this thing? Old Liu from the central system wouldn't allow testing, yet Zhang Linlin insisted on it. One was the central system, whose authority surpassed even the Research Institute. The other was their direct superior. Offending either one would spell trouble. Test it. Zhang Linlin's expression turned icy as he barked the order. Yes. Researchers from all units dared not disobey Zhang Linlin's command. The lithography machine, which had just ceased operation, sprang back into action. The holographic projection data on the screen began scrolling frantically once more. Zhang Linlin, you. Let me tell you, if this experiment fails and the chip is destroyed, you'll be facing a military tribunal. Old Liu's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at Zhang Linlin's forehead, snarling through gritted teeth. Zhang Linlin seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed intently on the large screen. Every researcher at the 7th Research Institute and every academician in the central system was now tense to the extreme. They knew Zhang Linlin was gambling. He had chosen to gamble at the worst possible moment. If this experiment went wrong, old Liu would make him pay dearly. On the holographic projection screen, the data representing the calibration deviation rate fluctuated relentlessly upward. This was the most critical metric, indicating the chip's ability to maintain optical path calibration under extreme conditions. The previous best record was a deviation probability of 0.003. But this time, with an entirely new chip and the pursuit of the most perfect deviation rate. It seemed like an impossible task. Swish! Suddenly, the final deviation probability appeared on the holographic projection. A string of zeros. 0 deviation? 0 errors? Everyone's eyes widened instantly. Many people took off their glasses and frantically wiped them clean before putting them back on to stare at the screen once more. Still 0. The entire world fell silent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Despite interference powerful enough to destroy everything, this brand new chip showed not a single calibration deviation. Am I seeing things? Someone murmured softly, their voice thick with disbelief. Retest it. Do it again. Zhao Linlin forced himself to steady his wavering body and bellowed once more. Only he knew the blood boiling within his veins. Zhao Linlin. Old Lu's face turned crimson with suppressed fury, his teeth grinding so hard they creaked. Was this old man determined to destroy the chip before he'd give up? Did he truly fear nothing, not even being sent to a military tribunal? Yes. This time, all the staff obeyed without a moment's hesitation. The holographic projection began running once more. The final result remained 0. Run it again. Zhao Linlin's forehead was now a map of sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He wanted to know just how extraordinary the repairs Jiang Feng had made could be. Once. Twice. 3 times. With each test, everyone's hearts would leap from their stomachs to their throats. But each time, the chip's test results came back as 0. It was as if the data had been frozen at that exact value, unshakable by any external factor. Good heavens, 5 times already. Our previous chips couldn't even withstand a single test run. He's gone mad. Zhao Linlin has truly lost his mind. Is this really something fixed by an appliance repairman? It's nothing short of a miracle. Everyone was genuinely amazed at that moment. It was beyond belief. The interference powerful enough to destroy any chip was now utterly ineffective against this newly calibrated one. Moreover, the more times it was tested, the higher the chip's stability rate became. Test durations shortened from several minutes initially to just over 10 seconds by the end. This chip seemed to rise from the ashes like a phoenix reborn through fire, growing stronger with each battle. It seemed to possess extraordinary adaptive capabilities. Did this chip also possess intelligent effects? At this point, old Lu could no longer contain himself. Leaning on his chair, he stared at Zhao Linlin in disbelief, his lips trembling for a long moment before he managed to utter a complete sentence. Dean Zhang, where on earth did you find this genius who could push lithography machines to such extremes? Chapter 15, what kind of induction cooker is he fixing? Is that enough, old Lu? Does our chip meet your standards? Zhao Linlin turned to look at old Lu, his bloodshot eyes brimming with emotion. Enough, Dean Zhang. More than enough. Startled by Zhao Linlin's grim expression, old Lu hurriedly replied. He couldn't keep up the pretense any longer. Whether in the scientific community or the wider world, true hard power always proved the most effective. The 7th Research Institute has developed a chip with 1% higher precision. Then forget what they did before, they're heroes now. What about that military tribunal you mentioned earlier? Zhao Linlin was starting to feel a bit petty now. The 7th Research Institute was practically insignificant in the entire Xiao nation. Among all the research institutes, his own ranked nowhere near the top. Why would the central authorities send someone here? Because they didn't trust me? You didn't trust one test? I'll run 5 tests for you at once. Now do you trust it? Look at you, Director Zhang. We're both getting on in years, yet you still take things so seriously. Sit down. Hey, you there, go get that top-grade Da Hong Pao from my trunk for Director Zhang to try. Old Zhang, this was specially bought for Minister Li. Now, you and I will drink it right here. Lu Lao wrapped his arm around Director Zhang's neck, his face plastered with a fawning smile. The crowd around them was utterly dumbfounded. Throughout the entire central system, everyone knew old Lu wielded considerable influence, but he also had the fiercest temper. Just moments ago, he'd threatened to haul Zhao Linlin straight to a military tribunal without a second thought, and that was no empty bluff. Now look at him, the usually stern old Lu was hugging Zhao Linlin's neck. Anyone unaware might mistake them for real brothers. Director Zhang, here are the detailed data reports from our 5 tests. Please sign them. At that moment, a staff member from behind the scenes approached with a stack of documents. I'll handle it. How could I trouble President Zhang with such a minor task? Old Lu promptly took the stack of documents from the staff member and began examining them carefully, his smile growing broader by the second. 5 test results, each one different from the last. How can this chip's stability rate keep climbing? It's bloody unbelievable. Look at this feedback curve, it's smoother than my wife's silk nightgown. I mean, it's just incredibly smooth. The more old Lu studied the data, the more delighted he became. If only there were more data like this, what business would the Eagle Nation have in this world? Chang, buddy, I've got a question for you. Did that appliance repair shop owner really come up with this thing? Old Lu carefully tucked the documents into his briefcase before offering Zhao Linlin a freshly brewed cup of De Hong Pao tea and asking cautiously, "Still don't believe me?" Zhang Linlin took the tea without hesitation, his back straight as a board, his posture unyielding. "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this whole thing is so unbelievable. At the very least, you should tell me what materials he used, right? We know this is also a contribution to our nation's scientific research, right?" At that moment, the features on the face of Lu Lao, a prominent leader within the central system, were twisted into a grim expression. He genuinely wanted to know. "Alright, I'll give that boss a call." Zhang Lingnan blew away the tea foam and said casually, Call, none of you say a word." Old Lu clapped his hands excitedly, then turned to the people behind him, flashing a menacing glare as he warned. "Beep beep beep. Sorry, everyone, some idiot's calling. I'll take this real quick. Hello? Who is this?" The call connected quickly, revealing Jiang Feng's lazy, displeased voice on the other end, accompanied by the clatter of a screwdriver or something similar scraping against a tabletop. "Mr. Jiang, I hope I'm not disturbing you? I'm Uncle Zhao Linlin. We had something repaired at your place that afternoon. You remember me, right?" The moment the call connected, Zhang Lingnan, who'd been acting all high and mighty just seconds ago in front of the esteemed central system leader, instantly turned into a complete pushover. Seeing Zhang Lingnan's cautious demeanor, everyone was instantly speechless. His demeanor was practically indistinguishable from old Lu's. "Guess that's what they call one thing countering another? Oh, it's you. Recovered from your illness? What's this call about? Trying to extort me?" Jiang Feng's tongue was as sharp as ever. No, I'm just here to share some good news. That lithography module you fixed? It's working like a charm." Zhang Lingnan hurriedly said with a smile. "That's obvious. Can you tell me something I don't already know? Did you know I scraped tin off Lao Ganma sauce lids, ground it into powder, and used it for soldering to fix the lithography machine for you? I was originally planning to use animal biscuit lids for it. You guys got off easy paying just a few $100. Jiang Feng's tone betrayed a hint of reluctance. "Lao Ganma? Lids?" Everyone present froze in shock. What did they just hear? What on earth was that about? Could Lao Ganma's lid really be used for lithography machine technology? Is this chili sauce seller's tech just way too advanced? The smile on old Lu's face froze solid. He felt like ripping his own ears off and washing them clean. Those are nanoscale ultra-fine coupling circuits, after all. Even the world's most precise instruments require meticulous handling. And now you're telling me you soldered it with tin? Do you think you're fixing your home radio? Animal biscuit lid. Zhang Lingnan was stunned too. This boss Jiang sure has a lot of ways to fix lithography machines. For the first time, he felt like this photolithography machine was surprisingly cheap. What kind of lid can you pop off to fix something? "Hey, uncle, are you okay? I'm live streaming right now, and my neighbor Mrs. Wang is waiting for her induction cooker to be fixed so she can cook." Jiang Feng was starting to get impatient. And no. Never mind. The moment Zhang Lingnan finished speaking, Jiang Feng hung up the phone. The entire lab fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. What did Mr. Jiang say at the end? After a long pause, old Lu finally asked in a slow voice. He said, he wants to repair the induction cooker. Zhang Lingnan replied, visibly embarrassed. Repair an induction cooker? If he can fix lithography machines, why would he need to fix an induction cooker? Old Lu's brain was about to short circuit. With skills like that, why bother fixing some cheap induction cooker? Zhang Lingnan's throat convulsed violently several times before he managed to reply. He said, Aunt Wang next door needed it urgently for cooking. Chapter 16, Capturing Manhwa. Stir-fry, vegetables. Thud. Old Lu repeated the words with a blank stare, then collapsed face first onto the ground. He fell straight down. Old Lu. The people around Old Lu acted swiftly, rushing to catch him before he hit the ground. Master Lu? Master Lu? Zhang Lingnan instantly panicked, the De Hong Pao tea in his hands suddenly tasting bitter. Damn it all to hell. You're such a big shot, please don't die on me right here. If something happened to Old Lu here, his position as director would be utterly compromised. To the hospital. Quickly, to the hospital. The entire scene instantly descended into utter chaos. A perfectly good research institute was thrown into utter chaos by an appliance repairman. Several minutes later, at the hospital. Doctor, how is the patient? Outside the emergency room, the moment the doctor emerged, Zhang Lingnan and the others swarmed around him, urgently asking. Nothing too serious, really. Just a sudden surge of anger caused his blood pressure to spike quite dramatically. What were you two doing? At your age, you shouldn't be engaging in such stimulating activities. The doctor gave Zhang Lingnan and the others a strange look as he scolded them. At their age, not much could send their blood pressure soaring. No, no. Zhang Linlin and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Thrilling things? What could be more thrilling than hearing that the lithography machine was repaired using a Lao Gonma lid? Wow, this time our country has truly become a leader in lithography machine technology. I think we should rethink all our past research and development on lithography machines. Exactly. This completely overturns all scientific principles. Who on earth is this appliance repairman? While Zhao Linlin was still worried about old Lu's health, the academicians around him had already gathered to discuss the lithography machine. Zhao Linlin's mouth twitched violently. Looks like old Lu's character isn't all that great. He was in the emergency room, yet everyone seemed more concerned about the RD project than his health. President Jiang, can we contact that boss again? We need to know exactly which brand of Lao Gonma jar lid can repair lithography machines. This is crucial for us. Not content with discussing it among themselves, several academicians had actually gathered around Zhao Linlin. Faced with those curious expressions, Zhao Linlin sighed helplessly. Mr. Jiang probably can't answer any of your questions right now. Why? Because he's fixing the induction cooker for Aunt Wan to cook with. The crowd was instantly speechless. That excuse again. He has the skills to fix lithography machines, yet he's fixing an induction cooker? Who would believe that? Dean Zhang, you can't keep this knowledge to yourself. This benefits our entire Xia nation. Rest assured, all the credit will be yours. We won't take any for ourselves. An academician pleaded earnestly. I never said you take credit. It's just that Mr. Jiang has a rather temperamental disposition. Our status is nothing special in his eyes, we're practically nobodies. Give me a moment to find a better opportunity, and I'll persuade him to serve the nation. Zhang Linlin waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, the others felt it best to say no more and nodded in agreement. The afternoon sun hung lazily overhead. Jiang Feng wrapped up his morning work, dangling a toothpick from his mouth as he propped his elbows on the armrests and swayed back and forth, pondering what to eat today. Xiao Jiang? Xiao Jiang? Just then, a familiar voice called out from outside the door. Jiang Feng quickly looked up to see Auntie Wang, who had just taken the induction cooker, entering with a steaming bowl of braised pork. Little Jiang, haven't eaten yet, have you? See how fast things get done with this repaired induction cooker? I just made this braised pork belly, try some. Aunt Wang handed the freshly cooked dish to Jiang Feng. Oh my, thank you, Auntie. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. When it came to flavor, no restaurant's 800 spices could match the simple aroma of salt and dark soy sauce from a home cook. No, thank you, young man. You never charge me for fixing things. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't even have had a meal. Your skills are better than the official after-sales service. Aunt Wang spoke as she turned on the television. Breaking news, Xiaoguo's Qiming project has achieved a major breakthrough. A new generation of chips has been successfully developed. Featuring an entirely new architecture, these chips surpass previous models by 1% in precision. This will enable our nation to completely break free from external technological dependencies in cutting-edge fields like ultra-high precision computing and artificial intelligence simulation. The voice from the television made Jiang Feng look up. Wasn't this precisely the product of the module he had developed? This technology, even decades from now, might still be beyond the reach of most nations. Wow, that's great news, Xiao Jiang. Our nation's technology has advanced once again. Just how brilliant must the person be who created something so amazing? Aunt Wang was so moved she clapped her hands repeatedly. Ah, it really is quite impressive. Jiang Feng kept his head down, eating his meal without a flicker of emotion on his face. To him, repairing a lithography machine was no different from fixing an induction cooker. Ding! Host detected repairing Black Dove eavesdropping device. Ding! Task completed. Tech points issued. Current tech points 1812. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. The system task reward had arrived. A Black Dove military bug wasn't worth much, it was mostly for show. He hadn't expected it to earn many tech points anyway. Suddenly, the scene on the TV screen shifted dramatically. What had been serene laboratory footage moments ago instantly transformed into a barrage of guns, shells, tanks, aircraft, and countless soldiers. According to military reports, the cross-theater military exercise codenamed Whetstone will commence next week. This exercise will be commanded by the notorious General Manhwa. The male anchor's voice rang out with fervor. A man with stars on his shoulders appeared on screen. His face twisted into a menacing grimace as he bellowed orders to the surrounding crowd. Just looking at his face, with its twitching, bulging muscles, made it clear this man was not someone to mess with. Hey, I've seen this guy before. They say he's a real beast in combat. Anyone who faces him in a drill is asking for trouble. Aunt Wang pointed at Mang Wangji's face and exclaimed. Jiang Feng watched the news, a faint smile curling his lips. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. A phrase that could even define the highest honor in a soldier's life. Raise Zurich to the ground, capture Mang Wangji alive. Chapter 17, Li Jianguo was stunned. Central Command System, Li Jiangguo's office. Two men stood before Li Jianguo, their heads bowed almost to their crotches. Li Jianguo sat behind his desk, his back straight as an arrow. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, his brow furrowed, and even his breathing sounded off. This was his signature habit when deep in thought. Before him lay a black object, the Black Dove listening device, now repaired by Jiang Feng. A strange-looking contraption, it embodied the concentrated essence of Xia Nation's most advanced eavesdropping technology. This is military-grade surveillance equipment, classified at the highest level of secrecy. The core technology was refined through countless iterations by our research institutes. And now some repair shop owner has cracked it? How long did it take him? After a long silence, Li Jianguo looked up at the two men, utterly perplexed. 5 minutes, no, 6 minutes. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly replied. 6 minutes? What tools did you use for the test? Li Jianguo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Military-grade eavesdropping devices. Even if Xiaoguo's tech isn't much these days, it'd still take those Eagle Chow researchers half a day to take it apart. 6 minutes? Not even enough time to take a bathroom break, and he cracked a Black Dove military-grade encrypted bug? He didn't use any tools. No tools? Then how did he detect it? He just glanced at it. Li Jianguo abruptly looked up at the two flustered agents and smiled. Military-grade eavesdropping device. A roadside appliance repair guy. You're telling me he pulled this off without any tools? Do I look like a little cutie to you? That's pure bull. This thing's covered in thick camouflage. What decent person could spot it as a bug at first glance? Honestly, Minister, we wouldn't dare lie to you. We went in saying it was a music player, but the other party just picked it up and tapped out the top secret reboot sequence. He even activated the Black Dove system we painstakingly locked down. It's like he knew exactly what this thing was from the start. The two agents panicked and hurriedly explained. Seeing the two panicked agents, Li Jianguo froze. He knew these two agents were absolutely not lying. But given the situation, he couldn't fathom a reason why they wouldn't be lying. An appliance repairman, top secret clearance, he tapped it out with just a finger, no equipment needed. How could this not sound like science fiction? The entire office fell into a deathly silence. Li Jianguo leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, breathing evenly, yet his mind raced. The two agents, witnessing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat. But since Li Jianguo hadn't spoken, they dared not leave. What about the shop? Is there anything unusual in the shop? After a long pause, Li Jianguo suddenly asked. Nothing special, I suppose. It's just a very ordinary repair shop, covered in grease, parts, soldering irons, and extremely messy. We thoroughly searched the shop the moment we entered. We didn't find any hidden compartments or high-tech equipment. The two agents strained to recall, then shook their heads firmly. Li Jianguo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disappointment. The more ordinary it seemed, the more suspicious it felt. For someone capable of casually decrypting Black Dove to willingly stay in a messy repair shop, that alone was downright bizarre. Zhang Linlin? A name suddenly surfaced in Li Jianguo's mind. Could it be that this man was actually Zhang Linlin's hidden ace up his sleeve? But that shouldn't be possible. If he really was Zhang Linlin's trump card, would Zhang Linlin have gone mad enough to report him up the chain? The trail had gone cold again. Bang! Just as the tension in the office thickened to the point of being palpable, the door suddenly burst open. The three people inside jumped in surprise. The intruder, however, wore a broad smile, waving a stack of documents excitedly as he charged straight toward Li Jianguo. Director Li, look! It worked! It really worked! That Zhang Linlin didn't lie to us that 1% accuracy is real. Ha ha ha, fantastic! Absolutely fantastic! Li Jianguo composed himself. The visitor was none other than an elderly academician from the Central Research Institute. Usually a mature and steady individual, today he seemed positively ecstatic, almost as if he'd lost his mind. Where did you get this report? Li Jianguo took the stack of reports, glanced through them, and instantly furrowed his brow. The report they had received earlier was a data report submitted by Zhang Linlin. The report in his hands, however, was an actual operational experiment report. In other words, they had turned the data report into a completed reality. Old Lu took us to the 7th Research Institute. This report was brought back from there. What do you think, Minister Li? The old academician's face was beaming with pride. With this report in hand, they could announce to the world Xia Nation's breakthrough advancement in lithography machine technology. When that time comes, won't those Western bastards be furious? Where's old Lu? Why didn't he return with you? Li Jianguo glanced behind the old academician and asked. Under normal circumstances, old Lu would be the first to rush over and share the good news with him. Has the sun risen in the west today? Oh, old Lu's been hospitalized. The senior academician replied distractedly, eyes fixed on the report in his hands. Hospitalized? What's wrong with him? Li Jianguo's heart leapt into his throat at the news. Ultimately, no researcher in the world can escape the inevitability of birth, aging, sickness, and death. A nation fears nothing more than the sudden departure of its truly capable individuals. To put it bluntly, this could impact the entire nation's destiny. Nothing serious. He just got too excited seeing the report and passed out. In the doctor's words, it was overexcitement. His blood pressure shot through the roof. That guy. The old academician chuckled in response, yet his eyes remained fixed intently on that report. Li Jiangguo was utterly speechless. Even the venerable old Lu had been utterly defeated by the single, groundbreaking chip report. It seemed the day had finally arrived when Xia Nation would break through the countermeasures imposed by Western nations. Ring ring. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Hello, this is Li Jiangguo. Oh, General Sun Long? Zhu Rai? Man Guangji? I know them. No, General Sun, listen to me. This absolutely won't do. I know you all want to capture Man Guangji, but isn't this a violation of protocol? No, absolutely not. No, no, no. The moment he picked up the phone, Li Jiangguo began refusing repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly grim. The two agents beside him were dumbfounded. If you're talking to the general, we should probably get out of here, right? But the more you know, the faster you're done for. Chapter 18, Sun Long's Request. Old Sun, it's not that I don't want to help you with this matter, but I simply can't. Li Jiangguo was on the verge of tears. Man Guangji? What kind of person is that? No, what kind of force is he? A hexagonal warrior. In military exercises, Man Guangji was every commander's nightmare. This guy never played by the rules, his tactics so devious they made everyone's hair stand on end. 2 years ago, he ordered his entire reconnaissance battalion to go 3 months without haircuts or showers. All to disguise themselves as vagrants and infiltrate the enemy's defense zone. The moment the exercise began, signal flares lit up the sky. The entire enemy command post was wiped out in one fell swoop. Last year was even more outrageous. Sun Long's elite armored division, a train car full of equipment and personnel, was notified by headquarters before they'd even covered half the exercise route. Before they even reached halfway to the exercise zone, the command center notified them that their unit had suffered a railgun barrage and was declared completely wiped out. Is this the kind of competence a normal military unit should have? Sun Long was essentially declared withdrawn from the exercise without even catching a glimpse of the enemy. When training with Man Guangji, the biggest rule is that there are no rules. He could beat you with weapons still in the conceptual stage, yet you had to strictly follow the command center's exercise protocols. Putting that kind of pressure on a man of iron will who wouldn't lose their temper? Opportunities like this major exercise don't come around often. This time, Sun Long was dead set on settling things with Man Guangji once and for all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought help from Li Jiangguo, the minister in charge of the central command system. This was cheating on the edge of the rules, carrying enormous risk. Oldly, this exercise is primarily focused on simulating and countering future high-tech warfare. We can't fight tomorrow's wars with yesterday's troops. That's why I need your help. That bastard Man Guangji, I'll make him pay dearly. The exercise hadn't even started yet, and Sun Long was already gritting his teeth in fury. Old Sun, it's not that I don't want to help. The military has its rules, and the Research Institute has ours. We operate under 2 separate systems. You can't take the Research Institute stuff and use it to challenge the military. Li Jiangguo's entire face was twitching with tension. If he actually helped with this, he'd be committing a major offense. The exercise department specifically tasked us with evaluating weapons and equipment. If suspicions fell on me, it would only be a matter of time. Rules are rigid, but people aren't? Oldly, directorly, just help me this once. I'll give you a few of my newly trained elite soldiers to guard your post, plus a few bottles of my 20-year-old aged Mao Tai. Sun Long had already begun offering inducements. I have my own guards. And I'm not short on liquor either. Old Sun, General Sun, I truly can't help with this matter. Li Jiangguo was equally adamant about refusing this favor. Minister Li, brotherly, can I call you brotherly? Laser weapons, electromagnetic pulses, just give me whatever you've got. I won't make it too difficult for you. Even a prototype from your lab that's just starting to show promise would do. Just don't make me lose too badly this time. Sun Long's voice carried a hint of pleading on the other end. Li Jiangguo's forehead began to sweat. He knew what military exercises meant within the military. After a single exercise, many would leave the military, ending their careers for good. Exercises were war. After the last exercise concluded, Man Guangji had served Sun Long a bowl of rice only without chopsticks, but with 3 incense sticks instead. Sun Long flipped the table right then and there. Now facing Man Guangji again this year, if they weren't on the same side, Sun Long's reconnaissance battalion would likely have already launched a decapitation operation. Well, General Man Guangji is doing this to temper our troops. If you get equipment from me, it defeats the purpose of the training. Li Jiangguo's voice faltered slightly. Frankly, Man Guangji's tactics weren't just unbearable for Sun Long. Even as an outsider, Li Jiangguo couldn't stomach it. Brotherly, you call Man Guangji's tactics toughening up? What the hell is he using? Supersonic missiles, drone swarms, it's like ing science fiction. My radar didn't even register anything before HQ called off the exercise. This is pure ing humiliation. If things get too bad, just give me a few precision-guided chips. I'll mount the warheads myself. How about that? Sun Lon was completely furious, cursing like a sailor. No, General Sunday. This is a matter of principle. Li Jianguo took a deep breath and flatly refused. Principles? You're telling me about principles? Nothing works, nothing's allowed. Minister Li, you're something else. So you won't help someone in mortal danger? Then you can come collect my body. Sun Long slammed the phone down. General Sun, old son? Hello? Beep beep beep. Li Jianguo froze, clutching the receiver that only emitted a busy tone. This was it. He'd completely alienated General Sun Long this time. Minister Li, are you alright? The elderly academician cautiously approached and inquired. Nothing. General Sun is about to conduct a military exercise against Manguangji and needs equipment from me. Li Jianguo forced himself to pour a glass of water, maintaining a calm facade. Well, General Sun is in a tough spot. We should provide what we can, after all, that Manguangji is utterly inhuman. The old academician sighed in agreement. Not just the military region, even ordinary citizens knew exactly who Manguangji was. Anyone in the entire military who faced him in a training exercise could forget about winning. Surviving an extra hour was cause enough for a victory celebration. Li Jianguo heard this, said nothing, and only shook his head with a bitter smile. 7th Research Institute, Laboratory. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar of machinery filled the air as researchers in lab coats hurried back and forth. What is Director Zhang up to? Does our institute even have that many projects? No idea. Apparently Director Zhang fixed the Nantu 3 and wants to test its performance. But isn't the Southern Cross 3 a scrapped project from the Aerospace Systems Department? Where did Director Zhang even get it repaired? I think it was that repair shop again. That repair shop can even fix the Southern Dipper 3? The people below were utterly baffled. Ever since that mysterious repair shop appeared, their workload felt endless. Before, the machines could at least take a break, but now they never stop. People have to work non-stop. Hey, you guys, what are you chatting about? Hurry up, Director Zhang is coming. As the words fell, Zhang Linlin walked through the main gate. Dressed in protective gear, he clutched a small case to his chest, his expression utterly serious. Lu Yang, how are the preparations coming along? Reporting to the dean, everything is ready. Please give your instructions. A man in his 30s immediately rushed over and shouted. Good. The testing of the high-precision atomic clock synchronization chip for the Nandu 3 global satellite navigation system is now officially underway. Chapter 19, Successful Testing of Beidou 3. Nandu 3 chip ready. Injecting environmental data. Target lock acquired. Simulated interference signal activated. Intensity. Level 5. Each unit reported its data in sequence, though there was a slight pause when the interference signal was reported. Level 5 interference simulated the most extreme conditions possible in combat. Under such conditions, even the most advanced navigation systems would be rendered completely blind. Alright, commence. Zhang Linlin watched as strings of data appeared on the holographic projection and issued the command over the intercom. Within the holographic projection, the simulated scenario was already fully constructed. At Zhang Linlin's command, a drone began its movement. On the side of the projection, all the drone's detailed parameters were displayed. Immediately afterward, the entire environment within the projection underwent a drastic transformation, and various data points began to skyrocket wildly. Countless chaotic signals intertwined, completely enveloping the drone. The drone, which had been stable moments before, now began to sway unsteadily, appearing extremely unstable. Everyone watching held their breath in anxiety for the drone. Hold steady. Zhang Linlin watched the drone on the holographic screen, unconsciously clenching his fists. Alert! The drone's flight path has deviated. At that moment, a staff member shouted as they monitored the data. Did it fail? Zhang Linlin stared at the data on the screen, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Indeed, this world is fair to everyone. Jiang Feng could repair the lithography machine that was already the absolute limit of his capabilities. Now, asking him to fix the Nantu satellite navigation system was clearly beyond his expertise. Still, the fact that he could repair the lithography machine was already an incredibly extraordinary feat. The Nantu 3 project itself was one that the Research Institute had selected from future concept technologies, a project that had already been confirmed as a failure. Having this technology would be ideal, but its absence wouldn't significantly impact Xiao Nation. Ah! Whoa! Damn it! Just as Zhang Linlin lowered his head in disappointment, a sudden chorus of gasps erupted across the room. He snapped his head up to see a third set of data appear on the holographic screen. According to the label, it was the chip's own data algorithm. It firmly suppressed the drone's data and then bound a new algorithm to it. Immediately afterward, the data that had been on the verge of collapse completed its recovery in an incredibly short span of time. Finally, the data on the large screen stabilized, remaining perfectly still. The drone circled safely in the sky. Despite the harsh weather, it moved with the ease of a ghost in an empty realm. What is this? Does our Nantu satellite have this feature? Someone asked, pointing at the new data. Not in the Nantu satellite system, but Boss Jiang has it. Zhao Linlin flashed an extremely smug smile. Jiang Feng had mentioned back then that he'd tweak the algorithms inside. But he never imagined that this kid's casual tweaks would actually allow the drone to survive in a level 5 interference environment. What on earth was going on inside that kid's head? A bold thought suddenly struck Zhao Linlin: if he could bring Jiang Feng into his research institute as a researcher. Wouldn't that send his research institute soaring? Mr. Jiang? The repair stall owner? It really is him? What kind of person is this guy? How can he fix absolutely anything? The crowd was instantly filled with curiosity. The lithography machine module was missing and he fixed it. Now the Nantu 3 chip? He fixed that too. And whatever Jiang Feng touched worked better than the new versions. All departments, report your data. Zhao Linlin picked up the walkie-talkie and announced loudly. X-axis error, 0.003 millimeters. Y-axis deviation, 0.005 millimeters. Z-axis deviation, 0.002 millimeters. One by one, the encouraging reports echoed through the room. The scene fell into an instant silence. Everyone was stunned. These sets of data did not merely signify the success of the Nandu 3 project. They signified a breakthrough unprecedented in Xia Nation's scientific research history. Under battlefield-level electromagnetic interference, they achieved millimeter-level precision positioning. This was no longer a mere navigation system chip, it was a weapon capable of rewriting the rules of warfare. Beep beep beep. Zhao Linlin dialed a number on his phone. Hello? Who is this? You scammers keep calling during my livestream, what the hell do you want? Jiang Feng's displeased voice immediately came through the line. Mr. Jiang, it's not a scam. It's me. Zhao Linlin's face darkened. This was his personal number, a contact most people could only dream of getting. And here was Jiang Feng, calling him personally multiple times, yet he couldn't even be bothered to remember the number. You? Stop playing games with me. Who the hell called you? Jiang Feng's temper hadn't cooled one bit. I'm the guy who asked you to fix something the other day. The Nantu 3 chip, remember that? Zhao Linlin asked cautiously. Oh, you're the one who nearly died in my shop. What's this call about? Trying to extort money? Not extorting money. I just wanted to tell you that the chip you fixed is now stable within a millimeter percentage. That's a remarkable achievement, Boss Jiang. Oh, what else is there? Zhao Linlin excitedly rattled off a string of details, but Jiang Feng on the other end showed not a shred of excitement. It was as if this data point were perfectly ordinary. Mr. Jiang, aren't you surprised at all? This figure. Zhao Linlin couldn't help but ask. Surprised? Why should I be surprised? Do you think I'm some con artist? We have integrity, okay? You think I took your few $100 for nothing? Jiang Feng's temper flared up again instantly. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, that's not what I meant. Good. Hanging up. Jiang Feng's temper flared up fast and cooled down even faster. From Jiang Feng's outburst to hanging up the phone, the entire episode took less than a minute. Zhao Linlin was utterly bewildered. Why did he keep feeling like this was a trap Jiang Feng had set for him? Dean. Are you alright? The people around him noticed Zhao Linlin's grim expression and cautiously inquired. I'm fine. Pack up the chip. I need to head to the Aerospace Systems Department. Zhao Linlin finally snapped back to reality and addressed the group. The Aerospace Systems Department, that's where the Nandu 3 had originally come from. Back then, they claimed it was beyond repair, so they gave it to Zhao Linlin to try his luck. But that delay had stretched to nearly a year. Hopefully, fixing it now wouldn't be too late. Chapter 20, Getting Humiliated. Haha, old wine, if you don't buy me a drink this time, you've got no conscience left. No way, you think one round of drinks will get rid of me? At least 2 rounds, haha. On the way to the Aviation Systems Department, Zhao Linlin's face was practically split from smiling. He clutched the small case tightly to his chest. Inside lay the chips for the Southern Cross 3 satellite. This time, the 7th Research Institute would finally make a name for itself across the entire nation. The Aviation Systems Department was just the beginning. Meanwhile, a military vehicle raced toward the same destination, the Aviation Systems Department. In the back seat, Sun Long's face was so dark it could practically drip with gloom. The scenery outside the window blurred by as his mind replayed Li Jiangwo's final, unyielding word over the phone, no. He never imagined that after all these years of friendship, Li Jiangwo would choose to stand by and do nothing at this critical juncture. That stubborn old Li, damn it, thick as a plank. Sun Long couldn't hold back, slamming his palm hard against the seat. The driver up front jumped in surprise. He rarely saw the general this furious. What the hell kind of fair and impartial exercise is this? That bastard Manguangji was practically dragging out the 3-body problem. Is that fair and impartial? Sun Long grew angrier by the second, his face visibly flushing crimson. How many years had they chanted the slogan to capture Man Guangji alive? Yet in every single exercise, that bastard Man Guangji always ended up on the winning side. I use tactics, but he employs cloud tactics. Whatever he said went. If he claimed tomorrow he'd brought a Star Destroyer command center, the director wouldn't bat an eye. But if I bring in outside help, that's considered cheating? Bull. Li Jianguo won't help, huh? Fine, then I'll go straight to the Aerospace Systems Department and ask Wang Shuebing for help. This place specializes in all things aerial. If I can get my hands on anything that can jam satellites, this mission is as good as done. At the very least, get some precision targeting gear so my warheads can actually hit their mark. Then I'll assemble all my armored clusters and truly flatten Zurich. Step on it. What's with the slow crawl? When the hell are we getting there? This thought reignited hope in Sun Long's heart, prompting him to tap the driver's seat back. Aviation Systems Department building. People bustled about in a chaotic flurry of activity. Wang Shuebing's office resembled less an office and more a wartime command center. Phones rang incessantly, and the constant flow of people created a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a busy market. Everyone seemed pumped up, practically wearing the word urgent on their foreheads. Director, this drone engine report requires your signature. Minister, the circuit upgrade plan for Launch Site 3 requires your review. Minister, there's an important call from North Africa for you. Minister. Wang Shuebing sat in his chair, phone in one hand, while his eyes darted between the documents being handed over. No sooner had he signed one document than another was thrust into his hands. He wished he could transform into Neza right now. Even 3 heads and 6 arms wouldn't be enough. Old Wang. At that moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Wang Shuebing looked up to see Zhao Linlin, his face glowing with excitement. He was holding a small box and flashing a wide grin at him. Old Zhang, what brings you here? What wind blew you in here? Wang Shuebing glanced at him, then continued correcting documents while teasing him. What wind? Haha, the wind of the Nandu 3 chip. How about it? Take a look, I fixed the Nandu 3 for you. Zhang Lingnan placed the small box directly on the table, saying triumphantly. Songdao 3? Wasn't that project scrapped? Where did you get it fixed? Wang Shuebing asked, momentarily stunned. Haha, this thing's performance is absolutely top-notch now. Our lab has already done preliminary validation work for you. The positioning accuracy and anti-interference capabilities will absolutely blow your mind. Zhang Lingnan boasted to Wang Shuebing. Alright, old Zhang, I don't have time for small talk right now. Look at all these files piling up on my desk. Feel free to look through them yourself. I'm not in the mood to deal with you today. Wang Shuebing waved him off as he graded papers. Who's messing with you? I really did fix it for you. Zhang Lingnan's eyes widened in displeasure. After all, he'd mobilized his research institute staff to tinker with it for ages just to finish testing it for you. Not only did you not buy me a drink, but now you're implying I'm the one causing trouble? Old Zhang, let me tell you this one more time. The Nandu 3 project was declared dead long ago by higher-ups. The technical hurdles are too high, and fixing them would require massive amounts of money, manpower, and resources. And even then, there's no guarantee it could be completed. Wang Shuebing exclaimed to Zhang Lingnan. Hold on, I really did fix it. Can you just take a look before you speak? Zhang Lingnan shoved the small box right in front of Wang Shuebing. Fine. Your 7th Research Institute is the best. But I need to review these documents now. Take this thing away quickly. If you really fixed it, this thing is yours to keep. Wang Shuebing shoved the box away with one hand and went back to reviewing documents. Wait, what the hell? Zhang Lingnan's face instantly darkened. A surge of anger rose from his feet, shooting straight to the top of his head. How could his good intentions be so completely misunderstood by Wang Shuebing? Zhang Lingnan stared at Wang Shuebing's gleaming bald spot, feeling a pang of unease. Without another word, he turned on his heel and left the office, suitcase in hand. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? The dean himself personally delivered something to you, and you're not grateful? Zhang Lingnan was furious. He found a secluded spot to smoke, muttering to himself incessantly. At the same time, another figure emerged from the office building. Sun Long and his bodyguard both looked as grim as could be. Things didn't look much better for them than they did for Zhang Lingnan. Damn it all to hell. How could Wang Shuebing be just like that bastard Li Jianguo? What the hell kind of principles is that? Winning is the only principle that matters. Sun Long roared, cursing under his breath. Wang Shuebing was even tougher to deal with than Li Jianguo. He'd try threats and bribes, but Wang Shuebing wouldn't budge. Nantu 3, it's like talking to a brick wall. Wang Shuebing, you'll regret this. Sun Long was seething with anger when he stepped into the courtyard and heard someone cursing. Nandu 3? Isn't that the ambitious high-tech project that got scrapped not too long ago? Sun Long turned his head just in time to meet Zhang Lingnan's face, which looked even more resentful than a ghost's. Chapter 21, The Academy Won't Do Off to the Repair Shop. Excuse me, sir. Did you just mention Southern Dipper 3? Sun Long leaned close to Zhang Linlin and spoke slowly. Zhang Linlin looked up at the sound and froze instantly. Good heavens! Though he didn't recognize the man, those little stars on his shoulders were unmistakable. A general? Commander, good day. It's the Southern Dipper 3. This is the newly repaired Southern Dipper No. 3 chip from our 7th Research Institute. But that old codger Wang Shuebing doesn't know a thing about it. He insists my Southern Dipper 3 is fake. Zhang Linlin hurriedly saluted Sun Long, then presented his small box. I recall the Southern Cross 3 project was scrapped, wasn't it? Because it was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and highly unpredictable. Sun Long frowned in confusion. That was before. But our research institute has overcome that challenge. We've upgraded the chip technology. Its precision can now detect a single fly or mosquito. Its anti-interference capabilities are extraordinary. It would keep functioning even if the sky were pierced. Most crucially, it operates on an independent algorithm, requiring no reliance on large model data. There's simply no chance for anyone to crack it. Zhang Linlin finally found an outlet for his excitement, launching into a rapid-fire explanation. Is it really that advanced? Sun Long listened in stunned amazement. As a general, he knew how to lead troops into battle, but when it came to this scientific research data, he was completely clueless. How could I possibly deceive you? If mounted on a missile, it could strike any target with pinpoint accuracy. And if it were used for individual soldiers marking positions deep behind enemy lines while maintaining constant contact with headquarters, how perfect would that be? Zhang Linlin stated with absolute certainty. Sun Long's expression shifted from initial interest to confusion, then to astonishment. Now, it was pure astonishment. His breathing grew involuntarily rapid. He'd been dreaming of taking down Man Guangji. Precision targeting, superior anti-jamming capabilities, independent communication channels. Every word Zhang Linlin uttered struck Sun Long's heart with pinpoint accuracy. His mind was already envisioning equipping his troops with this technology. What kind of brilliance would it unleash on the battlefield? Artillery units launching beyond visual range precision strikes. Special forces conducting decapitation strikes like ghosts. Armored formations would execute assaults with unprecedented ease. Capturing Man Guangji alive would no longer be a mere dream. Sun Long's lips curled upward in an uncontrollable smile. He could already see the dawn of victory beckoning him. Can you stand by every word you just said? Sun Long seized Zhang Linlin's hand and asked with utmost seriousness. Of course. I am the director of the 7th Research Institute. As the head of such a major institute, do you think my word doesn't hold weight? Zhang Linlin declared, pounding his chest emphatically. Very well. In that case, I'm willing to allocate military funds to fully support your mass production efforts. If our military budget falls short, I'll secure additional funding for your research and development. However, our forces must be the first to receive it, and in the short term, you cannot allow others to use it. Sun Long declared excitedly. General, mass production isn't quite feasible yet. Zhang Ling said awkwardly. Why not? Sun Long's enthusiasm was instantly dampened by Zhang Linlin. General, our chip features independent encryption channels and logic operations. It's an entirely new architecture. It's a key that can unlock the door to the future world, but we only have one copy of this key right now. Moreover, we still don't fully understand its internal structure. Most crucially, Zhang Linlin explained, it requires docking with satellites in orbit before we can truly utilize it. Zhang Linlin explained. Rest assured, I'll request the best research institute to assist you. I refuse to believe that our great nation, with all its resources, can't crack this little gadget. Sun Long was now dead set on acquiring the Nandu 3. It won't work, General. The Research Institute can't handle this. Zhang Linlin shook his head with a wry smile. If the Research Institute could handle it, this project wouldn't have been abandoned in the first place. What do you mean? Name any research institute in the entire country, and I'll go to them. They can't even handle a simple little chip? Sun Long's brow furrowed into a knot. In his eyes, having a finished product meant having homework. Once you have the homework, just copy it and be done with it, right? With all the departments in Xia Nation, can't they even copy homework correctly? General, the Research Institute truly can't handle this matter. Then who should handle it? The appliance repair stall. What the hell? Sun Long's voice suddenly rose several octaves. He wondered if his hearing had failed him. You expect a home appliance repair stall to handle something the Research Institute couldn't fix? Are you kidding me? This is a top-tier project that will determine the future strategic direction of the entire Gu family. You're turning to a repair stall for something even the Chinese Academy of Sciences couldn't solve? Sun Long scrutinized Zhang Linlin once more. Could this guy be a fraud? General, I know this sounds pretty far-fetched. But I can't explain it all in a few words. You'll understand once we get there. Zhang Linlin said with a hint of resignation. Repair shop. The air was thick with the smell of burning plastic. Jiang Feng was using a pair of small tweezers to handle a capacitor smaller than a grain of rice, replacing it in an old amplifier. His phone was propped nearby, its screen displaying a live stream of his repair work. The host's hands are seriously steady, even someone with Parkinson's couldn't envy that. The host fixed 3 rice cookers, 2 induction cookers, and an amp today. Making over 10 grand a month is a breeze. When will the streamer fix an aircraft carrier? I've been waiting forever. Hey, cut it out upstairs. If he can fix my 20-year-old chronic constipation, I'll send him a rocket. How about offering a repair class? Full refund if you don't learn? The comments were getting crazier by the minute. Jiang Feng's lips twitched as he shifted his focus back to the amplifier. Ding! Repaired 1980s amplifier in 1 day. Gained 2 tech points. Current tech points, 1948. As Jiang Feng set down his tweezers, a mechanical voice chimed in. Jiang Feng remained utterly unfazed, even tempted to curse under his breath. Another 2 points. How many days had it been now? All he ever fixed were rice cookers or induction cookers. Tech points were climbing slower than a snail. Remember when you repaired that lithography machine and the Nantu 3 chip? Look how fast those tech points shot up back then. Ever since then, he hadn't gotten another decent big job. At this rate, forget about starfighter blueprints, I won't even scrape together enough for a single soldier's exoskeleton. When will something challenging finally come along for me to tinker with? Chapter 22, Sun Long's Rage. Buzz. A military vehicle pulled up smoothly alongside an ordinary sedan in front of Jiang Feng's shop. General, this is the place. Zhao Linlin stepped out and pointed at the shop before them. Here? Sun Long had already changed into civilian clothes. He looked at the unremarkable street before him, his eyebrows furrowing. The street was somewhat cluttered, filled with the constant clamor of hawkers' cries. There were plenty of people, but it looked no different from any other small street elsewhere. A shirtless uncle carried a beer, while a plump auntie wielded a broom and dustpan. You put the secret base here? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Where do we enter? What's the password? Sun Long turned to ask. Secret base? General, there's no secret base, and there's no entrance either. This is the repair shop we came to. Zhao Linlin pointed to Jiang Feng's shop before them. A secret base? Has this general even read any military strategy books? He sure watches a lot of spy thrillers, doesn't he? Zhao Linlin, do you think I'm messing around with you? Even the Research Institute can't handle the Southern Dipper 3, and you bring me to this godforsaken place? My military exercises are about to start. Do you think my time is worthless? After a moment of silence, Sun Long exploded, grabbing Zhao Linlin by the collar and barking. General, please calm down. Hear me out. Our Nandu 3 was repaired right here. And not only that, the lithography machine's precision was calibrated here just days ago. If we can't get it done here, I doubt there's a place in the world that can. Zhao Linlin hurriedly explained. Repair lithography machines? Sun Long froze in disbelief. Who didn't know how tricky those things were? This godforsaken place can repair lithography machines? He scrutinized Zhao Linlin closely. After all, the man was the legitimate director of the 7th Research Institute. Someone of such stature wouldn't deceive him into coming to this dump. Could it be that the owner here truly possessed some extraordinary skill? Fine, let's go inside and take a look. If what's inside doesn't match your claims, I'll fire you even if you're the king of kings. Sun Long took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and headed toward the repair shop. Zhao Linlin exhaled a long breath of his own before following close behind. Hey everyone. Ouch, damn it. Jiang Feng was chatting away with his book club friends in the livestream chat. When he spotted Zhao Linlin, his eyes widened in shock. This was the money god himself. Though he didn't know exactly what Zhao Linlin did, it was clear that major deals like the lithography machine and the Nandu 3 satellite system had all come through him. Ding! Detected reparable item, flashlight type 3 tactical flashlight internal circuit board short circuit. Falcon tactical goggles, thermal imaging coating peeling off. Hummingbird micro communicator signal receiving template damaged. The moment they entered, Jiang Feng picked up the reparable item signal from the stern-faced man beside Sun Long. All military gear. Moreover, the man leading them clearly held a high-ranking position. Even Zhao Linlin instinctively kept a step back from him. This must be some big shot in the military. Work's coming in, work's coming in. Mr. Jiang, it's been ages. Zhao Linlin greeted Jiang Feng with a smile. Uncle, it's been ages. How's your health holding up? Jiang Feng flashed a bright smile as he asked. Though he didn't particularly care for Zhao Linlin, the customer was always right. Politeness was still in order. I'm doing great, and the chip is working perfectly. Everything Mr. Jiang repaired has been performing exceptionally well. After we got back, we ran comprehensive tests. The performance is significantly better than the original version. Zhao Linlin said excitedly. Enough. Can you tell me something I don't already know? Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression utterly unconcerned. The streamer's showing off again, but I love it. I'll bet 50 cents the streamer's got another big show planned today. The streamer said, don't talk about common knowledge stuff in front of me, it makes me look dumb. Didn't you just finger rub that chip last time? When can you rub me a girlfriend? Don't get too cocky, streamer. You still haven't answered about that chamber pot I asked you to fix last time. The chat exploded with frantic comments. Damn, I'm not bragging or anything. From reaching for the moon in the heavens to catching turtles in the lakes, anything that carries an electric charge, I can fix it. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, continuing his usual showboating in the livestream chat. Sun Long beside him shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with disappointment. He'd assumed the shop owner would be at least a man in his 40s or 50s. To his surprise, it turned out to be just some greenhorn in his 20s. He had expected the shop to be filled with specialized precision instruments. But upon entering, all he encountered was the smell of rust and the lingering scent of burnt plastic in the air. As for precision instruments, forget it, there were plenty of rusty screws, though. Young, smooth-talking, frivolous, and arrogant. Was this guy really a master? The last shred of hope in Sun Long's heart shattered. This was utter nonsense. Let's go. Sun Long was thoroughly enraged and barked at the guard. General! General! Zhang Linlin rushed forward to stop him. It hasn't even started yet, where do you think you're going? Zhang Linlin, we'll settle our accounts later. Sun Long pointed at Zhang Linlin, his teeth gritted in fury. Hey, that disguised old man? The circuit board in your guard's tactical flashlight is faulty. Heavy use will definitely cause a short circuit and power failure. And his goggles? The thermal imaging coating's peeling off. Using them at night is like being blind. Oh, and that micro transceiver in his ear? The signal module's fried. Aren't you worried it'll blow him to bits? Jiang Feng leaned on the table and spoke leisurely. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear clearly. Sun Long's bodyguard, in particular, stiffened visibly, staring at Jiang Feng in utter disbelief. What's going on? Sun Long, having caught the hint, immediately fixed his gaze on the guard and demanded. Reporting to the general, the flashlight was accidentally damaged during training a few days ago. The goggles and communicator malfunctioned. I was planning to replace them today, but with our sudden route change, I didn't have time. The guard snapped to attention, his voice trembling. What the hell? You broke all this critical gear? I sent you out on a mission, not to stroll through the park. You didn't report it or replace it? If this were the battlefield, you'd be a ing sitting duck. Sun Long was already furious, and now he pointed his finger right at the guard's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. But then, his body froze. They hadn't said a word since entering the door. How did this young man know all this? Chapter 23, Repairing the Star Destroyer. How did you know? How did you know I'm not an ordinary person? How did you know there's something broken inside him? Only now did Sun Long realize what was happening, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Feng. Years of battlefield experience made the chill emanating from this veteran erupt instantly. The guard, who had been trembling moments ago, clenched his fists tightly at the sight of Sun Long. He was just a soldier, whatever Sun Long ordered, he would carry out without hesitation. Zhang Linlin, standing nearby, flinched in alarm. He feared Sun Long might order the guard to drag Jiang Feng out and beat him senseless. Jiang Feng was the very person he was desperately trying to curry favor with. If Sun Long really pulled something like that, it would be all over. What's there to look at? You've been in a position of power too long. You've forgotten how to read people. Have you ever seen a decent person come out with a bodyguard? That guy keeps his distance perfectly, never more than a meter, never less than a meter. Anyone can tell he's no ordinary person. Second, I don't care what rank you hold in the military. This is my shop. What's with all the hostility? You wanna punch me? In my place, you're either a dragon coiled or a tiger lying low. Got a problem with that? Then get the hell out. Jiang Feng showed Sun Long no leniency whatsoever, waving his hand dismissively as he bellowed. Zhang Linlin was completely stunned. Holy, dude, why are you being so aggressive? This is a general, for crying out loud. If he wanted to, he could turn you into scrap iron in a steel furnace, believe it or not. Sun Long froze too, his eyes filled with shock and utter disbelief. All these years, aside from getting kicked a few times by his squad leader back in basic training, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. What the hell do you mean by that? At that moment, the guard moved. Clenching his fists, he charged toward Jiang Feng. What the hell kind of language is that? Did I give you permission to move? Get back here. Before the guard could reach him, Sun Long roared. The guard, who had already reached Jiang Feng, halted abruptly at his feet. He immediately retreated, lowering his clenched fist. What the hell are you guys here for? Let me make this clear, this is a repair shop, not a boxing ring. If you want to fight, get the hell out and do it somewhere else. Jiang Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was freaking out like crazy. Holy, this big shot's bodyguard was something else. Those loose clothes had suddenly bulged with muscle. If that fist had connected with his skull, this book would have ended right there. Sun Long was so stunned by Jiang Feng's retort he couldn't utter a word. He'd seen plenty of troublemakers in the military, every last one of them ended up straightened out. But someone like Jiang Feng? He was genuinely at a loss. A full-fledged general bullying a 20-something kid outside the barracks. If word got out, what would become of them? Something's up, something's up. It's like this, Mr. Jiang. Remember that Nandu 3 chip we modified last time? We'd like you to install this chip in the warhead so the shrapnel can have targeting capabilities. Do you think it's feasible? Zhao Linlin hurriedly leaned in to speak. That explosive? What are you guys planning? Jiang Feng perked up at the suggestion. Big job, big job. For combat use. You should know someone named Man Guangji from our blue team. Every time we fight, we lose. This time, we're going to win. Can you make it happen? Sun Long stared at Jiang Feng as he asked. If this kid says he can't, then we'll settle both old and new scores. No problem at all. But I need this amount. Jiang Feng held up 5 fingers. 500? Alright, I'll scan the code right away. Zhao Linlin eagerly pulled out his phone to pay. What 500 yuan? This time I want 50,000. Jiang Feng hurriedly covered the payment QR code. Huh? Why? Wasn't it always 500 yuan before? Why did the price go up this time? Zhang Lingnan's eyes widened instantly. Well, everyone says you're such a fair and reasonable boss, Mr. Jiang. But now you're just arbitrarily setting the repair costs? Because of him? I don't like the look of him. How dare he get rough with me? 5,000 is actually a discount. Deal or no deal? Jiang Feng pointed at Sun Long, his eyes brimming with indignation. UING. Fine, 50,000 it is. Fix it properly, and I'll add another 50,000. Sun Long shot a fierce glare at the guard about to curse, then nodded firmly at Jiang Feng. Beep. 50,000. Transferred. With the crisp sound of the transaction confirmation, Jiang Feng had secured the big order. With the money secured, the resentment on Jiang Feng's face faded. Alright, money talks. But this job can't be done here. I'll have to come to your place to handle it. Jiang Feng addressed Sun Long. Why? Sun Long furrowed his brow, puzzled. His place was a military base, after all. Who knows what this boss is up to? If any secrets got leaked, wouldn't that be the end of us? No, I mean, you look like a decent guy, even a big shot. You don't have a brain? You guys aren't seriously expecting me to mount a South Star 3 missile onto a bullet, are you? At least it'd have to be a shell, right? Can you even bring that kind of thing into the city? What are you gonna haul it in? A truck? A tricycle? If that thing shows up, I'll be all over the news. Oh, the shock. The unscrupulous repair shop owner secretly hoarding military weapons? Jiang Feng sighed, gazing at Sun Long like he was some little cutie, and retorted. Well. Sun Long was stumped again. This time, however, he conceded defeat wholeheartedly. He'd been so preoccupied with installing the chip into the Southern Cross 3 that he hadn't even considered this issue. A warhead isn't like a bullet, you can't just slip it into your pocket and deliver it. Alright, no problem. Sun Long nodded firmly. Alright, I'll just say a few words to my family. Guys, I've landed a big job. The livestream will be off for a few days, and the shop will close too. Jiang Feng addressed the viewers still watching his stream. Bro, did you just overdo the dramatic effect a bit? I just ordered takeout and was counting on your stream to make dinner more enjoyable. You're going offline? Seriously, streamer? It's only been a few minutes. Even the donkey at the production team wouldn't dare take a break this long. Another big job? This time it's a harvester or a tractor? Give us a sneak peek. LOL, last time you said you were fixing a lithography machine, now you're on another big job. Are you really building an aircraft carrier? The chat exploded with comments. Jiang Feng watched the scrolling comments and gave the camera a mysterious smile. You guys are sharp. This time you guessed right, though it's not an aircraft carrier. This thing? It's a bit more advanced than an aircraft carrier. This time, we're fixing a starfighter. Chapter 24, Military Base. With that, Jiang Feng shut down the live stream, leaving the chat flooded with comments. No way a big job's coming in. Who's got time for these idiots spouting nonsense? Hold on a sec, I'll just grab my stuff. Jiang Feng said to the two before diving headfirst into the storage room behind them. Zhang Lingnan and Sun Long both froze in place. They exchanged glances, both seeing utter bewilderment in each other's eyes. This kid really doesn't play by the rules. Oh, come on, what are you two waiting for? Let's go. They'd assumed Jiang Feng was going to pack his bags or something. Instead, the guy just grabbed a tattered cloth bundle and walked out. That's all you're bringing? What about the instruments and stuff? Sun Long asked, puzzled. Equipment? What instruments do I need? My brain is the most powerful instrument. Jiang Feng shot Sun Long a withering look before turning and striding out the door. Sun Long was speechless once again. Fine, he's the tech guy, whatever he says goes. As long as he could take down Man Guangji, whatever he said went. Did you two crawl here on your hands and knees? Where's the car? If you don't have planes or tanks, you'd at least need a military vehicle, right? Stepping outside, Jiang Feng glanced around. Yes. Zhao Linlin hurriedly signaled to the guard. Moments later, an ordinary sedan and a military truck pulled up. Military vehicles are nice. Never ridden in one before in my life. Clear the way, clear the way. Jiang Feng watched the military vehicle before him with a hint of excitement. Let's go. Sun Long's face darkened as he opened the door and climbed inside. Jiang Feng was equally decisive, grabbing his luggage and climbing into the ordinary sedan parked next to it. Mr. Jiang, didn't you want to ride in the military vehicle? Zhang Linlin, who had just fastened his seatbelt, looked at Jiang Feng with surprise. Yeah, I was planning to, but I don't want to sit next to that dead fish eyes. Jiang Feng set down his luggage and sighed. TSK, Mr. Jiang, honestly, your temper really opens my eyes. Zhang Linlin chuckled. What can you do? It's a common trait among craftsmen. You need some backbone to keep the workshop in line. Jiang Feng replied without batting an eye. Zhang Linlin couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. You call that a bit of temper? A general had managed to leave him speechless multiple times within 10 minutes, and he hadn't even dared to show any temper. Even the top leader wouldn't dare treat a general like this. Ding! Special mission detected. Mission name, Falcon's Eye. Mission brief, install the Nandu 3 chip onto the Pioneer 17 conventional warhead to enable high-precision dynamic tracking and terminal repair capabilities. Task cost, 500 points. Reward, 1000 plus random blueprint X1. Falcon's Eye? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. That name, not bad at all. Consume 500, get 1000 back, plus a blueprint. This deal is a surefire win. Two cars raced down the highway. Jiang Feng leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Installing chips on conventional warheads? This job was far more interesting than fixing rice cookers. The flight path of a conventional warhead, especially in its terminal phase, is affected by various factors. Air currents, temperature, humidity, target movement, all these can cause deviations. Terminal correction refers to the final stage just before impact, where a miniature propulsion system inside the warhead adjusts its trajectory to compensate for these deviations, ensuring precision strike. Dynamic tracking means the warhead can continuously update its target's position in real time, even if the target is moving at high speed, locking onto it like a true hawk. Combined with the Nanto 3's extraordinary computational power, these technologies are like equipping a piece of metal with clairvoyance and a brain. Capture Man Guangji alive? This mission is no ordinary task. Hours later, two vehicles slowly entered a heavily guarded military compound. High walls, electric fences, sentries every 3 steps, guards every 5. Soldiers patrolled back and forth, fully armed and ready. The moment Jiang Feng entered, he felt an intense, chilling atmosphere. Wow, this is definitely a military base. The atmosphere here is just so commanding. The vehicles finally came to a stop in front of a large building. Mr. Jiang, we're here. Zhang Linlin pulled the car to a stop and addressed Jiang Feng. Sun Long and the security guard also got out, though Sun Long's face was grim as ever. Clearly, the general was still bitter that Jiang Feng hadn't shared a ride with him. He was a general, after all. Countless people would jump at the chance to ride with him. Yet here he was, humiliated by a mere 20-year-old upstart. Jiang Feng stepped out of the car, clutching his tattered bundle. Upon entering the building, he was profoundly impressed. Truly a state-built facility, it was far more imposing than his own repair shop. The vast factory-style structure offered an open space where all sorts of sophisticated instruments, names unknown to him, hummed and whirred. Staff in assorted work uniforms bustled about their stations. The arrival of Jiang Feng and his two companions immediately drew everyone's attention. Especially the young man, Jiang Feng, who was carrying a tattered cloth bundle on his back. Isn't that General's son? Who's that young man behind him? No idea. Doesn't look like any big shot or military officer to me, more like some greenhorn from the sticks. Stop talking nonsense. Anyone General's son would accompany couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. The crowd murmured among themselves. Oldly, tell everyone to stop what they're doing and gather over here. Sun Long addressed a technician. Yes, sir. Oldly immediately dashed out. Within moments, dozens of military technicians in work uniforms formed a line. Let me introduce everyone. This is Zhang Linlin, director of the 7th Research Institute. And this is Jiang Feng, the owner of a repair shop. Sun Long pointed at Jiang Feng, his introduction tinged with awkwardness. All eyes turned to Jiang Feng. The owner? The owner of a repair shop? What's a repair shop owner doing here? Director Zhang, please introduce him to everyone. Sun Long addressed Zhang Linlin. Yes, General. Everyone, we've come here solely for this item. Zhang Linlin took the chip out of the small box. What is this? Never seen one before. Some kind of high-tech gadget? It looks unusual, but what exactly is it used for? Everyone immediately craned their necks to look at the object in Zhang Lingnin's hand, their faces brimming with curiosity. This is a chip from the Nandu 3 satellite navigation system. Zhang Linlin explained. They do 3? Wasn't that research project halted? We lack the manpower, technology, funding, and time. So how did this suddenly reappear? Chapter 25, Winning Over the Crowd. As the base's top man, Old Li immediately took the chip and began examining it closely. Seeing this, the others crowded around to inspect it as well. Whoa, this is truly the Nantu 3. Seamless monolithic construction. I've never seen this kind of technology before. The substrate material is unusual too, not ordinary silicon-based, but more like carbon-based material. Look at this precision, it must be below 3 nanometers, right? Which lab produced this? What about power consumption? Heat dissipation? With such high integration, once it's running, the heat output must be significant. Within mere seconds, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excited murmurs. Sun Long observed it all. Though this was a military base, the military engineers here were all recruited from other research institutes. Even this group could instantly grasp the terrifying potential of the Southern Dipper 3. It seemed this thing truly had something special. Yet the more these military engineers observed it, the more uneasy they felt. They could recognize its immense power and analyze the sophistication of its craftsmanship. But mere knowledge was useless, they simply couldn't figure out how it was made. The more they analyzed it, the more uneasy they felt. What do you think? Sun Long couldn't help but ask. I'm sorry, General, we can't make heads or tails of it. All we know is this thing is extraordinary. The research institute that produced it must be extraordinary too. Old Li shook his head with a wry smile. The others nodded in agreement, each looking more bewildered than the last. Sun Long's face darkened as he listened. He had always believed his team was exceptionally capable. Yet here they were, unable to even decipher this tiny chip? If they were tasked with copying research now, Gang Guangji's side would likely have wrapped up the entire exercise by now. Mr. Jiang, could you explain this to them? Sun Long took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Feng beside him, his voice lowering slightly. Ever since entering, Jiang Feng had been surveying his surroundings. The instruments and environment here were worlds apart from his own repair shop. But while impressive, putting such equipment in the hands of this bunch of incompetents was a serious waste of resources. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. Fine. I knew you lot wouldn't see the obvious. But I never imagined you lot would be so unreasonable. Jiang Feng chuckled softly, stepping forward to pick up the chip. Everyone present frowned at his words. Who the hell are you? Every single person here holds at least a PhD, right? This kid looks like he hasn't even graduated from college yet. Why's he talking so big? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? This thing's called the Southern Cross 3. You all know about it, right? Its core processing unit uses a 114 nucleus sequence. It's no surprise you can't understand it. Jiang Feng held up the chip as he addressed the group. 114 nuclear sequence? What the hell is that? The disdainful looks that hadn't yet faded from their eyes instantly brightened. Sir, boss, sorry about that. We're curious, with such high integration, how does it handle heat dissipation during operation? Old Li couldn't hold back any longer and asked. I've already modified it for you. It utilizes topological bits and superconducting materials, fully capable of stable daily operation under real-world conditions. These micropores on the chip serve as intake and exhaust ports for micro-thermoelectric power generation. It converts the heat generated during computation into electrical energy, enabling the functional system to be self-sustaining. Jiang Feng pointed at the chip and stated matter-of-factly. He may have been calm, but everyone present was anything but composed. Especially Dean Zhang Linlin, whose eyes widened in astonishment. He knew about room-temperature superconducting materials. But could this stuff actually be used to make chips? Why hadn't they thought of this before? And directly converting thermal energy into electrical energy? What kind of technology is this? Not only was it unimaginable before, but no one had even heard of it. This isn't technology, it's straight-up science fiction. So, what exactly can this chip do? Old Li's voice was already trembling. I've embedded a multimodal fusion perception algorithm into it, enabling simultaneous processing of optical, radar, infrared, and other signal sources. Simply put, it can see, hear, and sense its surroundings. It has a long range of vision, and its computational power is comparable to the computers here. It has two core functions. The first is high-precision dynamic tracking. Once it locks onto a target, it can instantly calculate lead time. Second is terminal trajectory self-correction. It autonomously adjusts for deviations based on real-time environmental data. Jiang Feng remained utterly unruffled. This stuff was child's play to him. Yet the entire room fell into a deathly silence upon hearing this. Everyone stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Their minds went completely blank. The things Jiang Feng mentioned held no trace of familiarity in their minds. After years of grueling study, they felt like greenhorns in front of Jiang Feng. High-precision dynamic tracking. Terminal trajectory autonomous correction. This meant that by integrating these two technologies and applying them to a flying object like a missile, this thing would become an inescapable, 100% accurate killing machine. Damn it, this thing is downright unreasonable. Sun Long watched his team of usually arrogant top talents now looking more dumbfounded than ever, and a storm raged within him. They were all so formidable before, now they finally understand that there's always someone better out there, that the sky's the limit? Got it? I invited Boss Jiang here specifically to help us integrate the Nanto 3 chip into the conventional warhead of the Pioneer 17. I'm going to use this thing to take out Manhwa on the training ground. Sun Long's facial muscles twitched violently at the mention of Manhwa. At his words, every body in the room shook violently once more. The Pioneer 17 conventional warhead was their prized possession, their ace in the hole. Now they were installing this chip system into it. They couldn't believe how devastating it would be on the training ground. Rest assured, General, we guarantee mission completion. Old Li was the most excited. With this technology, their base could no longer be considered ordinary. It could easily rival a national research institute. Mr. Jiang, what's the next step? Sun Long now followed Jiang Feng's every word. The man had the skills. If it meant taking down Manhwa, he'd even call Jiang Feng big brother without hesitation. He was itching to take down Manhwa. Chapter 26, Forced Welding. First, bring your Pioneer 17 over here for me to inspect. Jiang Feng didn't mince words, getting straight to the point. Bring it over? Mr. Jiang, the Pioneer isn't exactly small. Bring it all the way over here? That thing has a precision-engineered body, it can't be moved carelessly. Sun Long grew visibly anxious at the suggestion. That was a warhead, weighing several tons. Could it really be hauled over just like that? How am I supposed to cut it open and stuff the Nandu 3 inside without inspecting its internal structure first? Jiang Feng retorted impatiently. Oh, right. Hold on, I'll have someone bring it over immediately. Oh, and one more thing, from this moment on, all of you report directly to Jiang Feng. His word is law. Anyone who dares to question it can hand in their resignation and get the hell out of here. Sun Long turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly. Yes, sir. The men below straightened their backs and shouted in unison. From the moment Jiang Feng first arrived, they had been filled with confusion. But through this encounter, they realized this young man was no ordinary person. Whether he was a 20-year-old greenhorn or the owner of a repair shop. If you've got the skills, you're the boss in any era. What are we waiting for? Clear the area for Mr. Jiang. No, Chief Engineer Jiang. Prepare the best workbench for Chief Engineer Jiang. Sun Long bellowed at the crowd. Yes, sir. We'll clear out our best workbench immediately. Old Li hurriedly shouted back. His mind was already racing. Dust-free environment, constant temperature, anti-static measures, high-precision robotic arms. Whatever the hell was top of the line, that's what Jiang Feng would get. After all, he had no idea what kind of conditions this high-tech project required. Hold on, no need to go to such lengths. At that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly spoke up. Ha! Old Li and Sun Long both looked at each other in numb confusion. What did he mean, no need to go to all that trouble? Can something this high-tech and sophisticated really be simplified? Just give me a regular workbench. Better lighting, a set of screwdrivers, a soldering iron, and a roll of solder. Oh, and one more thing, get me a wire stripper too. Jiang Feng said, counting on his fingers. Everyone present froze in shock. A screwdriver? Wire strippers? A soldering iron? Dude, what the hell are you trying to do? This junk wouldn't even fix the lab door. Old Li and the others opened their mouths, but not a word dared escape. Just moments ago, they'd been reeling from the shock of Jiang Feng's chips and superconductors. They'd convinced themselves he was some reclusive genius. But after witnessing Jiang Feng's entire routine, their already shattered perceptions were shattered all over again. The project that seemed so impressive to them had suddenly turned into the kind of odd jobs you'd find at a hardware store? What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear what Boss Jiang said? Whatever he wants, give it to him. Sun Long's mouth twitched. Though he didn't understand Jiang Feng's motives, the man's capabilities were undeniable. With the arrow already on the string, they had no choice but to let it fly. Even if Jiang Feng were to pierce a hole in the sky, they'd only be there to hand him the stick to keep stabbing. Yes, sir. This time, Old Li's response was just as prompt, though his tone lacked the earlier certainty. Soon, a clean, tidy workbench was cleared. Old Li provided Jiang Feng with brand new, unopened screwdrivers and other tools. The Pioneer 17 warhead was carefully secured to the workbench. A crowd gathered around the workbench, craning their necks to watch Jiang Feng. They were all intensely curious to see what Jiang Feng could accomplish with these hardware store tools. Show me the circuit diagrams for the Pioneer 17 warhead's guidance and control systems. Jiang Feng slipped on a pair of white gloves and addressed Old Li. Old Li nodded to a researcher standing nearby. The researcher immediately rushed to the large screen and began inputting various commands. Before long, the screen was filled with dense, dizzying data that made one's head ache. Zhang Linlin watched, his forehead covered in sweat. Even with a computer analyzing it, this much data would take hours. Truly worthy of the Pioneer 17 warhead. Mr. Jiang, here are all the Pioneer 17 structural diagrams. It involves tens of thousands of components. If there's any specific part you need clarification on, we'll explain it for you. Old Li, fearing Jiang Feng might not understand, hurriedly added. No need. I've got it memorized. Close it. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Feng merely glanced over the documents before nodding. Ha! He remembered it? Old Li's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His mouth hung open wide as he stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief. It's only been a few seconds, and you've already memorized it? Are you an alien or something? When this thing was first transmitted over, their entire team spent 3 whole months just to grasp the basics. Is that a human brain or a quantum computer? Click. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Jiang Feng grabbed a screwdriver and got straight to work. An inconspicuous section of the casing gave way under the screwdriver's pry, and a screw dropped to the floor. Everyone's hearts trembled at the sound of the screw hitting the floor. He actually went in with a screwdriver? Damn, that's bold. Screw after screw fell to the floor, revealing circuit boards denser than spider webs. The sight left them dizzy, their minds in utter chaos. Just looking at this was enough to give anyone a headache. If they had to do this job, they'd probably be completely overwhelmed by now. Jiang Feng picked up a wire stripper and aimed it at a red data cable. Snap. Don't. An elderly military engineer wearing glasses cried out in alarm. Sweat instantly soaked through his protective suit. That was the main control chip's circuitry. Cutting through this would render the entire guidance system useless. It's like cutting someone's main artery. Could the person even survive? Many people were already sighing in despair. Sun Long and Zhao Linlin stood nearby, their facial muscles twitching visibly. Sweat trickled down every forehead. Those not working trembled in fear, gasping for breath. But Jiang Feng, the one doing the work, remained utterly calm. With the same unhurried precision as if repairing a rice cooker, he picked up the nearby Nandu 3-chip and soldering iron. Rip! A wisp of smoke rose into the air. Amidst the crowd's utterly hopeless and stunned stares, Jiang Feng, with a skill rivaling that of a seasoned street technician mending a broken radio, forcibly soldered that precious Jieda chip onto the power line he had just cut. Chapter 27, Nyo Bo Ai. Done. After completing the task, Jiang Feng tossed his tools into the toolbox beside him. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. The whole thing took less than 30 seconds. After welding, he thoughtfully screwed the bolts back in place. He used nothing more than a basic wrench. No fancy precision instruments were needed at all. Everyone present was utterly stunned. They had assumed someone as skilled as Jiang Feng would rely on some theoretical knowledge they couldn't possibly grasp to complete the task. Who knew this guy would be so straightforward and brutal? It was brutally simple to the point of being outrageous. That's it? Old Li's voice trembled. Not only did they have no expectations, but even if they'd anticipated it being a joke, they never imagined it would be this ridiculous. This was the Pioneer 17, the most advanced warhead currently in their military's arsenal. Combined with the other Southern Cross 3, these 2 weapons alone were powerful enough to shake the entire military establishment of Xia Nation, right? How did these 2 national treasures end up in your hands, reduced to nothing more than a rice cooker? This guy really pulled out all the stops from the repair shop. So what? Shall we invite the general to cut the ribbon? Then give a speech while you all clap? Jiang Feng looked at Old Li and retorted. No, that's not what I meant. Where's the interface? The protocol? The data bus? You've taken it all apart. This is absurd. Old Li's lips had turned slightly purple with agitation. It's like trying to shove a phone charging cable into an outlet without the plug, just grabbing the 2 wires and forcing them in. Forget about using it, just plugging it in without exploding would be a miracle straight from your ancestors down below. My level of scientific understanding is beyond your comprehension. General Sun, we can proceed with the power test. Jiang Feng didn't bother arguing with Old Li and addressed Sun Long directly. Power on. Now it was Sun Long's turn to break out in a cold sweat. He was a soldier who had seen combat, someone who fought enemies with reckless abandon. But that was fighting enemies dying was expected. But now he was facing a missile weighing over a ton, one that Jiang Feng had somehow managed to rig up. If this thing blew him to bits in peacetime, how the hell would that be a blessing? General, we can't test it. Absolutely not. This thing will definitely explode. When it does, forget about just the few of us here. Not even this lab would survive. Old Li hurriedly interjected. It won't explode. Relax. Unless your power supply system is unreliable. Jiang Feng scratched his ear, showing no sign of panic. He wasn't panicking, but Sun Long was. On one hand, he was dealing with his own professional research team. On the other hand, there was Jiang Feng's own composure. This whole mess was his doing, and here he was, standing right beside him. The man showed no sign of panic, while his entire team was scared out of their wits. This was an insult to a soldier's honor. Follow Boss John's orders. Power up and test. Sun Long gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and issued the command. General. I said, test it. Power it up. Now. Sun Long cut off Old Li mid-sentence with a piercing glare. Even if he died in the experiment, he would have died on the path of bringing glory to his country. No shame in that. Yes, General. Old Li's voice trembled beyond trembling. The flesh on his face twitched violently. Buzz. The moment the voltage surged through, every heart in the room clenched. But in a stroke of luck, the pioneer showed no reaction whatsoever. The anticipated explosion and sparks from a short circuit never materialized. Instead, the indicator light on the pioneer lit up. Team Leader Li, it's functioning normally. The technician reported, sounding somewhat surprised. Normal? Initiate the self-check program. Old Li glanced at Jiang Feng, who remained calm and composed, before hurriedly responding. Yes. On the screen, data began scrolling rapidly. Gyroscope normal. Sensor array normal. Power consumption below 10%. The inspector suddenly exclaimed. What? Old Li and the team of researchers instantly widened their eyes, then immediately rushed to the main control console. The curve displayed on the main console nearly made Old Li and the others' eyes pop out of their sockets. The curve representing consumption was practically scraping along the edge. And that's not all. Team Leader Li, look, radar signal resolution has increased by 1,200%. Infrared thermal imaging sensitivity increased by 1,080%. The optical sensor's dynamic capture frame rate has surpassed 10,000 frames per second. The voices of the inspectors grew louder and louder. Even those who had initially held little hope gathered around. Zhao Linlin scurried along behind the crowd, rushing to the main control console. He craned his neck to stare intently at the data curve charts. How is this possible? We haven't replaced any hardware components. Something's off with the main control system. Our computers can't even measure the processing frequency anymore. Our monitoring equipment's off the charts. Holy crap, it's self-optimizing? Does this thing even have auto-repair capabilities? The rising chorus of exclamations instantly turned the usually quiet lab into a cauldron of chaos. The entire lab descended into utter chaos. A group of top domestic researchers were now as excited as if they were seeing a computer for the very first time. The scientific principles they had spent decades studying and believing in were completely shattered in that moment. Jiang Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the unfolding chaos in silence. The sight of these self-proclaimed geniuses, so utterly unprepared for the world, filled his eyes with utter speechlessness. It reminded him of a famous scientist's remark, "Don't you even know calculus?" Clearly, these people were now just like the students sitting before that great scientist. They genuinely didn't know. But Jiang Feng had no intention of explaining it to them. After all, with the system's assistance, his technological prowess had reached an astonishing level. The moment the chip was soldered in place, electrical currents had already fully replaced data transmission. Not only had it rewritten all the underlying drivers, but it had also pushed the hardware facilities to their peak performance. The so-called power supply wasn't merely a power source, it was a physical interface capable of truly converting information into energy and vice versa. This was no longer something simple science could explain. Like quantum entanglement, even ghosts could be captured. It defied explanation. Sun Long stood rooted to the spot. Though he didn't grasp the full implications of this technology, he knew Jiang Feng had succeeded. Using just a few old screwdrivers and a soldering iron, he'd somehow managed to integrate the Nantu-3 with the Pioneer warhead. And according to his own researchers' reactions, this was undoubtedly an incredibly impressive feat. But Sun Long was a rough-and-tumble guy. He wouldn't resort to scientific jargon to explain Jiang Feng's brilliance. So, after a long moment, he slammed his fist hard against his thigh, making a loud thud, then roared. Impressive. Chapter 28, A Bunch of Little Cuties. Sun Long's impressive echoed like thunder cracking the sky. The entire lab erupted like boiling oil splashed with water, sputtering and splattering even more violently. Quiet. Quiet. Old Li finally panicked. He suddenly realized he'd lost control of the lab. The group of professionals, whose average age exceeded 50, now resembled a troop of monkeys fresh out of the mountains. They chattered and scrambled around the control console, shouting and jumping about. Where was the scholarly grace and dignity? Look here, the data link conveyor belt. It's still modifying. Does this thing have no limit? A researcher shouted, pointing at the large screen. All eyes turned to the display. The torrent of data was no longer a series of lines. It was an ocean, data curves undulating like waves, wave after wave, ceaselessly surging. The monitoring equipment had long since gone completely dark due to energy overload. The data displayed on the large screen now originated entirely from the system's own feedback, and those figures continued to climb at an astonishing rate. Its computational method has changed. It seems to be simulating a massive network system. It's more than that. Look at the energy core, it's self-sustaining. Is this a perpetual motion machine? The laws of physics have failed. Decades of our research seems to have gone to waste. The room erupted in loud chatter, then suddenly fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to the face of the nearest researcher. Shock upon shock. Zhao Linlin stood rooted to the spot, his face flushed with excitement. His eyes were fixed on the data streaming across the main control console screen. His heart pounded wildly as an unprecedented shock surged through him like an electric current, racing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. As the director of the Professional Research Institute, he saw far deeper than the staff within this base. Jiang Feng's move signaled that the technological barriers they had faced were nothing but a joke. The technological barriers they had spent decades researching were nothing more than a thin layer of paper. If Jiang Feng so desired, he could pierce it with a single finger at any moment. But no. Judging by Jiang Feng's utterly carefree demeanor, he hadn't taken this thing seriously at all. He'd merely walked over and casually torn that barrier to shreds. Zhao Linlin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He slowly turned to face Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stood there with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of the concept of an opponent. He leaned casually against the corner, his eyes fixed on the stunned crowd. The look in his eyes was contempt? As if he were looking at a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. Zhao Linlin's mouth twitched violently. Compared to Jiang Feng's skills, these guys were nothing but a bunch of little cuties. Ahem. Zhao Linlin cleared his throat loudly, trying to quell the racket. But the crowd before him had already gone wild. All they could see were the data charts before them, their ears were deaf to any sound. Their minds buzzed incessantly. Calm down, everyone. What on earth are you all thinking? You're supposed to be the nation's top talent, yet you're bickering like a bunch of market vendors. Zhao Linlin shouted at the crowd. Dean Zhang, it's not scientific. Oldly shuffled over, pointing first at Jiang Feng, then at the large screen, looking like someone who'd suffered a stroke 20 years ago and was speaking for the first time. All eyes turned to Zhao Linlin. That statement perfectly voiced their collective thoughts. This was so damn unscientific. Their knowledge couldn't explain it. If this was science, then they themselves were more like jump rope performers. Huff. Zhao Linlin exhaled deeply, offering no reply. Is this even a question? How could it be scientific? I don't get it either. Mr. Jiang, could you explain this to everyone? Zhao Linlin approached Jiang Feng, his tone growing cautious. No problem. As long as you stop arguing, I'll explain anything. I just took a look, there's a problem with your design. Jiang Feng scratched his ear as he walked over and said. Problems? Everyone's hearts instantly tightened. What could be wrong? Their pioneer system was developed with the combined efforts of the entire nation. Countless efforts and endless testing had forged this pinnacle achievement. What could possibly be wrong? First off, your driver code is poorly written. It's like making a 100-meter champion compete in a senior citizens race, a complete waste of resources. Failing to unlock the full potential of a solid foundation is like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. Jiang Feng pointed at a module displayed on the large screen. The faces of the group of programming experts below instantly turned beet red. Their driver had been the fruit of their blood, sweat, and tears, crafted over countless sleepless nights. Several staff members had even collapsed from overwork. Now you're telling us our programs aren't up to par? Secondly, your data transmission and energy supply systems are separate. That's incredibly inefficient. To me, data transmission and energy transmission are one and the same. Why can't we use the same channel? Jiang Feng looked at the others and countered. The crowd fell silent. Can you speak plainly? Data transmission and energy transmission inherently require separate channels. How could you possibly use just one channel? Their minds were already locked into that way of thinking. They'd never considered it this way before. Mr. Jiang, this is impossible. Data transmission and energy supply are fundamentally different forms of matter. Their transmission media are worlds apart. How can they be lumped together? An older professor couldn't help but speak up. Why not? Electric current can carry information and also provide energy. Is it so difficult to connect their underlying logic? Jiang Feng asked, a look of surprise on his face. Is it that difficult? Could you drop that right? It's not just difficult, it's downright impossible. What kind of saintly scientist could possibly link those two things together? Looks like you guys didn't get it. Let me put it simply. I modified the driver to let energy and information travel together. This way, the hardware's performance can be utilized 100% and power consumption drops. Oh, and I added an adaptive learning module. You won't have to lift a finger if any issues arise in the future. It'll handle things on its own. With that, Jiang Feng fell silent. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at the others grew even stranger. As if he were looking at a bunch of little cuties. Utterly speechless. Chapter 29, The Highest Level Test. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. They could feel it acutely. Jiang Feng didn't regard them as human beings at all. He'd even installed fully automated systems for them, clearly never intending for this group to lift a finger. Rewrote the driver. Rewired the circuits. Threw in a learning module for good measure. A few dismissive remarks show utter contempt for the decades of hard work put in by all the researchers here. Ugh. Old Lee's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, those nearby reacted swiftly and caught him. Zhang Linlin's Adam's apple bobbed frantically up and down, his throat practically smoking. They had expected Jiang Feng to present them with a groundbreaking theory, full of profound and mysterious concepts. Instead, this was the conclusion, low-key, unpretentious, and downright plain. To Jiang Feng, repairing lithography machines, the Nandu 3 satellite, or the Pioneer 17 probe was no different from fixing a rice cooker. Thud. An elderly professor finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes rolled upward, and he collapsed. Ambulance! Ambulance! Quickly! The lab, which had been quiet for a moment, erupted once more. Everyone scrambled to help the old professor up from the floor, rushing him toward the door. Sun Long remained silent throughout, but the muscles in his face and fists never relaxed. He couldn't grasp the profound theories being discussed, but he understood the final sentence. From now on, whatever problems arise, it can handle them on its own. What did that mean? It meant that the fusion of the two super monsters, Nandu 3 and Pioneer 17, had succeeded and gained superintelligence. A missile capable of autonomous learning, critical thinking, and even evolution. In this era, it was a weapon that transcended all others. Forget whether researchers in Xia Nation had any precedent for this, even the Eagle Nation doesn't have anything like it. He had only intended to ask Jiang Feng to install a tracking system for him. But this one misstep had inadvertently made history? Sun Long's gaze toward Jiang Feng had completely transformed. It was no longer the gaze directed at a mere young man, but rather at a living, mobile national-level strategic weapon arsenal. Saying he was worth 5 divisions was absolutely no exaggeration. A single man could bring down an entire nation's top-tier scientific research system. The entire lab was filled only with the heavy breathing of the crowd. Jiang Feng casually pulled up a small stool, sat down, and started scrolling through videos, his calf twitching rhythmically. His relaxed, carefree posture stood in stark contrast to the taut nerves of those around him. Mr. Jiang, no, Chief Engineer Jiang. I'd like to test the actual combat capabilities of the Pioneer 17. Would that be possible? Sun Long approached Jiang Feng at that moment, his posture as humble as could be. A full-fledged general had been utterly captivated by Jiang Feng's abilities. Now, it all came down to how it performed in real combat. No problem. Test it however you like. Jiang Feng responded with characteristic directness, waving his hand dismissively. Old Li, run the highest difficulty battlefield simulation for testing. Sun Long turned to Old Li and ordered. General. The environmental interference and target evasion in the highest mode are at the absolute theoretical maximum. Our system might struggle to handle it. Old Li replied hesitantly. Do what you're told and stop talking nonsense. Execute the command. Sun Long's voice was as firm as iron. Since Jiang Feng's creation was flawless, it demanded the most rigorous testing possible. He intended to see just how terrifyingly powerful Jiang Feng's abilities could become. As Old Li and the staff carried out their preparations, the large screen shifted its display, instantly generating an extremely complex virtual battlefield. Deserts, valleys, urban ruins, diverse terrains intertwined. Red warning lights representing electromagnetic storms and intense magnetic interference flashed frantically. This wasn't a battlefield environment, it was pure apocalypse. At the screen's center, the light representing Pioneer 17 flickered quietly. Suddenly, 12 more points of light flared up around the vanguard. They moved at high speeds, their positioning utterly bizarre and seemingly random. They skimmed the ground, circled high in the sky, executed sharp turns, and even provided mutual cover, forming a crisscrossing fire network descending upon the Pioneer. 1 against 12, this was a grueling battle. Everyone held their breath. Report, 12 enemy units detected. All are hypersonic cruise targets with strong magnetic response capabilities. However, the Vanguard hasn't requested manual intervention. It's initiated automatic target lock. The tester's voice suddenly trembled. What? Zhang Linlin gasped, then lunged toward the main console's computer screen. How could this be possible? At the highest difficulty setting, locking onto 12 targets was unthinkable. Even locking onto a single target required the operations team to spend several minutes calculating and eliminating interference for this frequently changing target. But from battlefield generation to target appearance, how long had passed? How could the Vanguard automatically lock onto targets? 3 seconds? Or 2 seconds? He couldn't believe it. The Vanguard is moving. Suddenly, the monitor let out another startled cry. On the screen, the Pioneer had already switched to automatic mode. Instead of selecting a target like a conventional missile, it charged forward like a headless fly. Its flight path resembled chaotic, aimless fluttering. It would dive steeply one moment, then abruptly climb the next. It even skimmed directly over mountain ranges. What's it doing? Did its calculations fail? It's about to crash into the mountains. Something's off. It's not flying erratically, it's using the terrain edges to evade the electromagnetic storm. It's bypassing the virtual enemy's radar entirely. It's factoring the entire battlefield environment into its calculations. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Is this what a missile is supposed to do? Isn't this the work of a professional human operator? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 12 enemy targets launched their attack. A barrage of interceptor missiles surged toward the vanguard. Interception detected. System initiating autonomous evasion. The vanguard's trajectory on the large screen abruptly contracted, immediately executing a maneuver. Utilizing the mountainous terrain, it vanished from the interceptor missile's range at a near 90-degree angle. Buzz. Instantly, the vanguard darted out from the side like a ghostly apparition. Boom, boom, boom. 3 enemy target indicators on the screen instantly went dark. The Pioneer didn't even resort to conventional sequential targeting. Instead, it abruptly pulled up mid-dive, calculating a perfect window to pull all 3 targets into its attack range simultaneously. Clean, crisp, and terrifyingly efficient. Chapter 30, Celebrating Too Soon. Holy! The controllers slipped from the inspector's hands and clattered to the floor. This wasn't a weapon, it was a superintelligence whose intellect rivaled every researcher present. Buzz. At the same time, the remaining 9 targets were clearly enraged. They no longer fought individually but swiftly regrouped, forming a tight defensive formation. Simultaneously, they unleashed a deluge of signal interference. Immediately afterward, the main screen in the laboratory went dark. Signal lost. We're done for. Pioneer 17 will be blind. I warned you this kind of intense training would overwhelm it. A chorus of wails erupted throughout the laboratory. Though merely a test, it gave everyone a completely new understanding of Pioneer 17's capabilities. It wasn't a god, it was merely a conventional weapon. Even with its degree of artificial intelligence, it hadn't reached true superintelligence. In such an apocalyptic environment, it simply couldn't withstand the strain. Wait. There's still a bright spot on the screen. Pioneer 17 is attempting repairs. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked up sharply. A faint red dot appeared amidst the snowy static on the screen. Amidst the chaos, that tiny red dot didn't slow down. Instead, it plunged into the very heart of the interference zone with even greater determination. What is Pioneer 17 doing? A suicide attack? Has it been pushed to this point? For an AI to achieve this level of action is truly remarkable. The crowd murmured in admiration. Honorable defeat. After all, under such circumstances, if the city were under their control, the outcome might not have been much better than what Pioneer achieved. Look! Data patterns are appearing on Pioneer 17's main control panel. It's analyzing the source data of the interference signals. No, wait, it's not just analyzing. It's decoding. It's using this data to pinpoint the enemy's location amidst the interference. The tester's voice grew higher and higher until finally, he jumped up in sheer excitement. Good heavens, this thing could actually devise such a meticulous plan in the face of certain doom. Is this really just a pile of metal and code? Everyone present felt as if lightning had struck their minds. Launching warheads into the interference field, then using the reflected interference intensity to pinpoint enemy locations. This was like eating poison for breakfast. Turning bullets fired at you into your own eyes. What kind of superhuman mind is this? The next second, the static on the large screen vanished. The remaining 9 targets had already surrounded the Pioneer 17. A powerful magnetic field centered on the Pioneer 17 held it firmly in place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Vanguard 17's main body instantly launched 9 cruise missiles. These missiles seemed to have anticipated the enemy's movement patterns in advance. In mere moments, they obliterated the remaining 9 targets. The entire control room fell into an instant silence. Only the heavy breathing of the crew and the sound of hearts pounding in their throats remained. The entire experiment, the destruction of 12 supersonic targets, took a mere 47 seconds. Sun Long's body trembled uncontrollably, his breathing becoming uneven. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to mutate into those of a zombie. What had he witnessed? A simulation exercise? No. He saw the very foundation upon which Xia Nation would establish itself on the world stage. Hard mode. I thought it'd be tougher than this. But the simulation drill ended, and Jiang Feng's butt was sore from scrolling through videos. Couldn't they at least replace the chairs in this lab with cushioned ones? Jiang Feng's dismissive snort drew no rebuke from anyone present. Everyone present knew the terrifying potential of the young man before them. This wasn't just some repair shop owner, this was Xia Nation's future war god. With him around, it would be hard for Xia Nation not to rise to prominence in the world. Mr. Jiang, is this over? Sun Long stared at the screen, his voice faltering slightly. The performance of the Pioneer 17 was simply breathtaking. So astonishing that even after the target was completely destroyed and the mission flawlessly accomplished, Sun Long still felt a lingering sense of unsatisfied anticipation. How about I install another fireworks program for you guys? Fire off some fireworks after the battle? Give me 5 minutes. Jiang Feng spun around, grabbed a screwdriver, and charged toward Pioneer 17. No, Boss Jiang, don't be impulsive. Sun Long rushed forward to stop him. He knew Jiang Feng was capable of doing just that. Reporting, General, the system has sent us a file. At that moment, the tester's voice trembled as he spoke. Ha! Sun Long and the others all gaped in astonishment. It had always been humans controlling the system to send things. Could the system actually send files to people? What did it send? Sun Long asked urgently. This is a replay, the replay data from the simulation battle just now. After clicking accept, the tester nearly fell right out of his chair. The Pioneer 17 had meticulously documented every detail of the recent battle. From trajectory selection and evasive maneuvers to the decryption of jamming signals. The report pinpointed several minor flaws in its recent tactics with pinpoint accuracy. It offered over 20 alternative solutions. Even more astonishingly, this thing had conducted an assessment of its own energy core. And proposed a solution. Zhao Linlin and the others stared at the scrolling data on the large screen, a bitter smile spreading across their faces. They genuinely felt that all those years of scientific knowledge they'd studied had been wasted. Damn it, after spending a lifetime pouring effort into scientific research, only to be defeated by a pile of scrap metal. The weapon they'd painstakingly developed had fought a simulated battle, only to turn around and tell them how they should create themselves. The look in everyone's eyes as they turned to Jiang Feng could no longer be described as mere astonishment. Their gazes held a mix of awe, reverence, and even fear. They finally understood, what Jiang Feng had repaired for them was no ordinary weapon. This was the birth of a conceptual god. And Jiang Feng was its father. Damn it, now that I've got the Pioneer 17, manhwarecap, this time I'll make you crawl on the ground and sing conquest for me. Sun Long's confidence surged at that moment. He could already envision manhwarecap scrambling for escape in his military helicopter, pursued relentlessly by the Pioneer 17 until he had nowhere left to run. General, you're getting ahead of yourself. Our Pioneer 17 isn't ready for real combat yet. It's missing one crucial thing. Chapter 31, Materials. What is it? Jiang Feng's single sentence instantly sent tension rippling through the entire laboratory. Sun Long's atoms apple bobbed nervously up and down. They had already glimpsed hope with their own eyes. If it all suddenly vanished into thin air, he'd feel like ending it all right then and there. We have the Nandu 3 navigation chip, but it's still just a chip. To unlock its full potential, we're missing the most crucial element: satellites. Without satellites in orbit to provide positioning, our chip can't receive signals. It's like a blind man with his eyes wide open. What we just conducted was a simulated battle. The system assumed we had satellite capabilities, but in reality, we don't. Jiang Feng's words poured a bucket of cold water over everyone. A positioning system without satellites is like a gun without bullets. It's nothing but scrap metal. In a real fight, it wouldn't even be as useful as a brick. What do we do now? Sun Long instantly felt at a loss, his eyes brimming with anxiety. What else can we do? Our aerospace department doesn't have the capability for this either. I'll just build one for you then. Jiang Feng said it with such ease, as if he were talking about building a simple radio. Zhao Linlin nearly choked on his own spit. Satellites, you just build them whenever you feel like it? Are you kidding me? Alright, Boss Jiang, just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. Even if it means climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire, Sun Long, will absolutely get you whatever you need. Sun Long said through gritted teeth. Bringing manhwarecap to his knees was something Sun Long had dreamed of his entire life. This exercise had shown him hope in Jiang Feng. He absolutely couldn't give up so easily. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he would fight to the bitter end. These matters truly require a general of your stature to handle. No one else has that kind of clout. Jiang Feng chuckled, then grabbed a notebook and began listing items. 50 kilograms of titanium alloy plates, 200 high-purity silicon wafers, 10 kilograms of rare earth elements, superconducting materials. Mr. Jiang, are you building a satellite or an aircraft carrier? Moments later, Sun Long stared blankly at Jiang Feng, holding the list. These materials, damn, they're hard to come by. A satellite, of course. Is it difficult? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked. No problem. Sun Long stared at the list, veins throbbing on his forehead, and shook his head stubbornly. Alright, then I won't be heading back anytime soon. I've never hung out in a military camp before in my life. The sooner the better. How soon depends on how fast you want to knock manhwarecap flat on his back. Jiang Feng stretched lazily as he spoke. Of course, no problem. Hey, someone pass the order. Boss Jiang has unrestricted access throughout our barracks. He can go wherever he wants. Also, get the best room remodeled for Mr. Jiang ASAP. Whatever Mr. Jiang desires to eat, serve it to him. If you neglect him in any way, I'll make you all endure a hellish week of training. Sun Long barked at the guard beside him. Yes, sir. The guard replied urgently. Sun Long departed, and the guard rushed off to arrange accommodations for Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, you really are the owner of a repair shop? Like the kind that fixes TVs, air conditioners, and washing machines? At that moment, a researcher from the lab approached with a look of curiosity on his face. Of course. The meals cooked on my repaired induction cookers taste especially delicious. Oh, and I can handle aircraft carrier painting and missile waxing too. Is there anything at your place that needs fixing? I can give you a discount. Jiang Feng flashed the researcher a wide grin. The researcher and the others froze in place. Honestly, they now believed Jiang Feng could wax an aircraft carrier and polish missiles. As for fixing an induction cooktop, what on earth was that thing? Would someone capable of creating fully intelligent chips bother fixing this thing? That defies human logic. Congratulations, host, on completing the development of Pioneer 17. Task rewards have been disbursed. Current tech points, 2448. Detecting sufficient technology points. Enabling blueprint extraction function. Select extraction category 1, weapons equipment 2. Satellite communications 3. Energy technology. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's ears. Without hesitation, he selected satellite communications. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the tactical-grade satellite communication and positioning system blueprint. Manufacturing requires 1,000 tech points. Technology points returned upon completion, 5,000. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current system level, LV3. New feature, batch production mode. Whoa, another upgrade? This deal just got way bigger. 5,000 tech points. I spent a whole year tinkering away in that little shop. 2 points for an induction cooker, 1 point for a radio. Saving up for a whole year didn't earn me as much as this one big job. Mr. Jiang, what are you thinking about? Zhao Linlin asked, seeing Jiang Feng suddenly smile for no apparent reason. Oh, nothing. Just thinking things might get interesting in a few days. By the way, do you have a cafeteria around here? I'm starving. Jiang Feng asked, clutching his stomach. Damn it. Is this even a military camp? Just making us work without feeding us? Do they think we're some kind of little kids? After hours on the bus, we've been slaving away here. Not even a sip of water and not even a hint of an offer to feed us? Are we even building satellites anymore? Yes, yes, yes. Old Li nearly fell over in shock upon hearing this, nodding frantically. They'd seen how Sun Long treated Jiang Feng. If they let this big shot go hungry now, they'd be in for a world of trouble when Sun Long returned. Hey! Old Li. I mean, Team Leader Li, this is a bit much, don't you think? I'm just having a meal. Why are you parading me around like this? Inside the cafeteria, Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. He stood alone with his tray, followed by the entire lab staff. A full 50 or 60 people. Those eyes were staring straight at me. The soldiers eating in the mess hall froze, all turning to stare this way as if they'd seen a monster. Their expressions seemed to ask, whose dad showed up to cause such a scene? Even the mess sergeant serving food froze in place. Even when General Sun Longjiang came to eat, there wasn't this much commotion. The general specifically instructed before leaving that we must take good care of you. If the cafeteria food isn't to your liking, we'll immediately arrange for meals to be delivered from outside. Old Li dared not delay and hurriedly replied. No need, no need. We're just ordinary folks. Home-cooked meals are perfectly fine. Jiang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, then turned to get his food. Little did Jiang Feng know, however, that fame brings trouble, and trouble comes in waves. His troubles would reach their peak in just a few minutes. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 32, I was just bragging. Hey, look over there. Who's that young man? What kind of VIP is this? Even Team Leader Li came out to dine with him? Yeah, even our general doesn't have that kind of clout. Could it be the army commander's son? He doesn't look that old. Soon, the commotion around Jiang Feng's table erupted into a frenzy. More and more people gathered around, their curious stares increasingly focused on Jiang Feng's table. Jiang Feng sat alone at his table eating, while every seat within a 10-meter radius remained empty. Zhang Linlin and the group of researchers stood before Jiang Feng, watching him eat with their heads bowed. Are you guys ever going to stop? Can you all stop hovering around me? Unable to endure it any longer, Jiang Feng slammed his chopsticks down and shouted. He finally understood why celebrities wore hats and masks even when stepping out in sweltering heat over 40 degrees Celsius. This bunch of people was damn annoying. He was just trying to eat, and they were all hovering around him. When he wasn't eating, they stared at him like he was on trial. 50 or 60 pairs of eyes, how terrifying is that? Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry. The general specifically instructed us before leaving to ensure your safety. We're just following orders. Old Li hurriedly grabbed another fresh pair of chopsticks from the side. Wait, what danger could I possibly face in a military camp? What decent person would go to a military camp to cause trouble? Are you trying to ruin my meal? Jiang Feng looked at Old Li helplessly and retorted. If trouble brews in society, there's nothing you can do. But bad guys showing up in the barracks. Who the hell is crazy enough for that? You've seen bank robbers, but have you ever heard of robbers targeting a printing press? Mr. Jiang, don't get angry. We really don't have anything to hide. We just wanted to ask a few small questions. Zhao Linlin sat before Jiang Feng, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. Right, the fox's tail was showing. Fine, ask away. But get out of here once you're done. I just want to grab a bite to eat. Jiang Feng waved his hand impatiently. Clatter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than researchers all around him pulled out little notebooks from their pockets. Good grief, dozens of people, each with one, not a single one missed. Only then did Jiang Feng realize what was happening. So these guys had been setting him up all along? Mr. Jiang, I just wanted to ask, how exactly do you plan to use those materials to build a temporary satellite control transmitter? Zhao Linlin held his notebook and paper, his eyes burning with intellectual fervor. The others perked up, pens poised over paper, waiting for Jiang Feng to speak. Their breathing seemed to halt, faces flushed crimson as they held their breath, afraid to miss a single word. They all knew this might be their only chance to get this close to a scientific realm beyond their comprehension. It's basically letting these materials settle down first, then making them understand my instructions. Then I'll implant my ideas into them, letting them assemble themselves. That's it. Jiang Feng was spouting complete nonsense. You bastards won't let me eat, so I'll just with you from beyond the grave. Learn something? Learn my ass. Anyone who's been in a leadership role knows this. The admiration he once felt for his teachers or the general manager vanished the moment he took that position himself. What the hell does he know besides the title? Brush. The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Feng, their eyes filled with utter shock. Jiang Feng froze for a moment. Holy crap, I was just shooting the breeze. Can't trust these guys, huh? Make the ingredients understand human speech. Understand human speech. Zhang Lingnan's forehead was covered in sweat, his face flushing crimson at a visible pace. His brain raced, desperately trying to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Feng's words. The other researchers were in the same state. One by one, they were drenched in sweat, their faces pale, breathing heavily. Even though they suspected Jiang Feng was talking nonsense, at this moment, anything he said seemed to carry a grain of truth. A man capable of creating a fully intelligent missile chip wouldn't joke around with them. What if they didn't understand? That was simply a matter of their own limited knowledge. How could that be possible? How could materials understand human speech? No, it must be my comprehension skills. One by one, the researchers looked as constipated as could be, their faces twisted in agony. Sweat poured down their faces like they'd been doused with water. Jiang Feng watched these poor souls. Seeing them take his words as gospel truth, he almost couldn't resist telling them this whole thing was just something he made up. I get it. Suddenly, Zhang Lingnan shouted with a look of surprise and delight. Jiang Feng jumped in surprise. What the hell? You actually get this? How did you figure it out? Zhang Lingnan took an excited step forward and addressed the crowd loudly. What Boss Jiang meant by cooling is likely adjusting the spin state of atomic nuclei within materials to a superstable state near absolute zero through ultra-high frequency resonance. And making them understand commands involves directly writing information instructions at the atomic level using specific infrasonic frequencies within this resonant stable state. As for the implanting ideas part, it involves converting human thought waves into physical parameters for material reconstruction through some unknown medium. Zhang Lingnan was as excited as a little kid. This time, it was Jiang Feng's turn to be stunned. Damn, you're something else. Do you have to be this technical? You can even connect this to science? But he clearly said it had nothing to do with science. Truly worthy of a dean-level figure. He can even extract scientific principles from his own nonsense. No wonder he's the dean. This isn't simple physics. We've always been grasping superficial physical laws, but Boss Jiang has already begun defining them. He's no ordinary researcher, he's a true genius. An elderly professor suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs as if possessed. Tears, saliva, and sweat streamed down his neck. His face bore an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if decades of research had finally clicked into place at that very moment. Yes. Now that the professor and Dean Jiang put it that way, it suddenly makes perfect sense to me. What Mr. Jiang is talking about isn't ordinary science at all, it's something from a higher plane. How could we possibly comprehend it? Smiles instantly spread across the faces of everyone present. As if they had been spared from disaster, pairs of eyes filled with gratitude turned toward Jiang Feng. In that moment, Jiang Feng seemed as grand as a savior who had rescued them from the jaws of disaster. The sight of those faces, each wearing a pure, innocent smile, momentarily left Jiang Feng at a loss for words. I just wanted to give you guys a little tease, damn it. What the hell kind of scientific principle is that? Can you guys stop doing this, please? Chapter 33, Demanding Materials. Jiang Feng was the big shot at the military camp. Meanwhile, Sun Long had already arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The room. The olive-drab jeep swerved like a beast, tailing sharply before coming to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The tires screeched so fiercely they left smoke trails on the pavement, startling the sentries at the gate. Halt! Pass the word. Good day, General. Several sentries immediately lowered their rifles. Upon seeing the rank insignia on Sun Long's shoulder, they immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Stand aside. Sun Long had no time to spare for these sentries. He leapt from the vehicle and hurriedly sprinted into the research institute. What's gotten into the general? Is there going to be a war? One sentry glanced at another and whispered the question. Mind your own business and stand your post. The other guard shot him a disapproving glare. Meanwhile, Sun Long had already charged into the research institute. Hey, old son? Just as he was about to burst into the office building, a voice suddenly rang out. Sun Long whipped his head around, his heart leaping with joy. The man looked to be around 50, wearing glasses and a white lab coat. His name was Zhao Linlin, the director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and an old acquaintance of Sun Long's. Sun Long had come here specifically to see Zhao Linlin. This saved him a lot of trouble. Old Zhao, I was just about to come find you. Sun Long rushed over, his voice brimming with excitement. What a rare visitor. You, the great general, actually have time to drop by my humble abode? Come on, let's head to my office and sit down. I just bought some Longjing tea. You picked the perfect time, kid. Zhao Linlin grabbed Sun Long's hand and started pulling him along. Old Zhao, no tea today. I'm here on a matter of utmost urgency that needs your help. Sun Long shook off Zhao Linlin's hand and blurted out urgently. What's going on? What happened? Seeing Sun Long's distraught expression, Zhao Linlin's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning serious. They were old acquaintances, intimately familiar with each other. Unless it was something truly urgent, General Sun Long would never lose his composure like this. Swish! Without further ado, Sun Long pulled the precious treasure list from his chest. Titanium alloy plates, do you have 50 kilograms? Sun Long inquired. Yes, all the aviation reserves. Used for aircraft hulls. Zhao Linlin frowned and nodded. 200 high-purity monocrystalline silicon wafers, do you have them? Sun Long inquired again. Yes, we have those too. They're used as substrate wafers at the Microelectronics Institute. Zhao Linlin's frown deepened. Rare earth elements yttrium, lanthanum, neodymium, terbium. Do you have 10 kilograms of mixed extract? Yes. 50 meters of low-temperature superconducting material. We have. 2 high-precision atomic clock core modules. We have them. 100 military-grade FPGA chips. Available. With each yes Zhao Linlin uttered, his expression grew more solemn. Taken individually, none of these items were earth-shattering, but together they were a different story. This stuff wasn't the kind of equipment used in routine military exercises. What on earth does General Sun Long need this stuff for? Old Zhao, the entire list is right here. Quantities, items, prepare every single one for me. I'm taking them with me. Sun Long exhaled a long breath and shoved the list directly into Zhao Linlin's hands. What? Son, have you lost your mind? These are all strategic materials. Every single gram requires extremely strict approval procedures. You want to take away such a large quantity? I can't approve that. Zhao Linlin immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. Every single one of these items is controlled goods. Combined, they could build a giant robot. Handing them all over to Sun Long like this? That's unthinkable. Old Zhao, I know it's tough. Why else would I come to you? We've known each other for years. Just help me out this once. Count it as a favor I owe you, okay? Sun Long's eyes held a hint of pleading. Old son, friendship is friendship, but rules are rules. The state has its laws, and families have their rules. I can't just hand you stuff because we're friends. If the higher-ups find out about this, we'll both be out of a job. Zhao Linlin shook his head firmly. Sun Long stared at Zhao Linlin, his chest heaving violently. He knew Zhao Linlin well. This guy's stubborn as a mule, force won't work on him. But he had to get this shipment out today. Old Zhao, you're no stranger to the Blue Army, right? Sun Long sighed and suddenly asked. His voice grew weary and hoarse in that instant. Of course I know him. Who doesn't know Man Guangji? Zhao Linlin nodded. Yes, Man Guangji. We've crossed paths with him several times, and each time we've been soundly defeated. He made our troops dance like puppets, like clowns on a stage. He decides who gets eliminated. We're all tough as nails. Why should Man Guangji be allowed to break the rules? This time, we've found a way to defeat Man Guangji. Now, the hopes of our entire army rest in your hands. Old Zhao, I beg you help me out this once, will you? By the end of his plea, Sun Long's eyes were red and teary. Zhao Linlin saw the bloodshot redness in Sun Long's eyes, and it felt like his heart had been struck hard in that moment. Sun Long's body trembled violently, his large hands clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. His entire body trembled slightly. Zhao knew that for a general like Sun Long to lower himself to this extent, the matter must have been weighing heavily on his heart for a long time. The quantities on the list are too large, the target's too ambitious. I can't do it. But I can find a way to have the warehouse deplete some raw materials. The amount might not be enough. I can only scrape together a little here and there. Get it out overnight. Don't use military trucks, too conspicuous. Remember, you need to disappear from my sight as quickly as possible. After a long pause, Zhao Linlin clenched his teeth and said, All right, no problem. Old Zhao, thank you. Sun Long's eyes lit up instantly and he threw his arms around Zhao Linlin in a hug. Alright, I'll call you. Once you get the stuff, get the hell out of here. Remember, you never came here and I never saw you. With that, Zhao Linlin turned and walked away, treating Sun Long as if he were invisible. Ha ha. Sun Long burst into laughter like a madman, turning and sprinting toward his military jeep. Compared to this batch of materials, deploying a few inconspicuous vehicles was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, deep within the military camp, the command center felt strangely subdued. Chapter 34, Substandard Goods. A group of people gathered around a coffee machine, each wearing a worried expression. This is no good. The stuff coming out of this machine tastes like dishwater. It reeks, and the beans grind so poorly. Just drink it. This is a military camp, not some vacation spot. The researchers present were already under constant mental strain, and their nights were filled with restless sleep. They were already listless most days, relying on coffee to keep them going. Now even the coffee had gone on strike. These were extraordinary times. They had no idea what level of capability Jiang Feng's technology could actually achieve. They had to stay alert to hone their professional skills. This was killing them. What's up? Jiang Feng walked in with a lollipop in his mouth and asked. Mr. Jiang, the coffee machine is broken. We all rely on this machine to keep us going every day. Now it's gone on strike and we're all at a loss. The crowd immediately gathered around him, frowning with concern. The coffee machine broke? That's all? Jiang Feng looked at them, his eyes filled with bewilderment. A broken coffee machine has them all in such a state? Good heavens! A military base, research scientists, pillars of the nation, what a bunch of useless jerks. And you expect us to rely on you lot to develop missiles? Can't even figure out a coffee machine? Sigh. Jiang Feng sighed at the group, his face brimming with disappointment. He walked over to the coffee machine, crouched down, and plunged his hand inside, starting to fiddle with it. Click, click. The machine rattled for less than 10 seconds before Jiang Feng stood up. Here, give it a try. Jiang Feng said, clapping his hands. This little contraption? He'd figured it out without even activating his system. What a bunch of national pillars, utterly embarrassing. Everyone gathered around, cups in hand. The moment the start button was pressed, the coffee machine sprang into action. Before long, steaming cups of coffee began pouring out of the machine. The aroma of coffee filled the air. Good heavens! Is it really ready? Mr. Jiang is truly amazing. The crowd's praise came in waves. Mr. Jiang, how did you manage that? After your repairs, even the flavor of the coffee beans has changed. Zhang Lingnan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he asked. Yeah, wow, this aroma, I feel totally energized after drinking it. Give me another cup, another one. Mr. Jiang is truly Mr. Jiang. Your repair skills have practically blessed this coffee machine. Everyone stared at Jiang Feng, their eyes brimming with admiration so intense it seemed almost tangible. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Is this really necessary? All he did was notice the mismatch between the coffee machine's pump pressure and the grinder's rotation speed. Then I casually calibrated it. It's just basic mechanical adjustment, right? Why are these people acting like they've never seen it before? Have they all lost their minds? Sigh. Seeing the satisfied expressions on everyone's faces and their endless admiration for him, Jiang Feng let out a sigh. Forget it. Let them be. As long as they do their jobs properly. Team Leader Li, General Sun is back. Just as everyone was showering Jiang Feng with praise, a soldier in camouflage burst in from outside and shouted loudly. He's back? So soon? Everyone instantly erupted with joy. What are we waiting for? Go check if the materials are back. What good is it that he's back alone? Jiang Feng rushed out in a hurry. He was well aware of the difficulty level of this batch of materials. If Sun Long couldn't get them back, then he'd have no choice but to exchange them directly from the system. Right. Hurry up, the materials are crucial. Hearing this, the others immediately followed Jiang Feng out. Several dilapidated trucks sat parked on the base's open ground. Just how beat up were these trucks? Well, let's put it this way, a gust of wind would make their broken doors rattle. They looked like they were falling apart at the seams. Everything rattled except the horns. Beside the convoy, a figure was meticulously inspecting the cargo. The man wore a faded black short-sleeved shirt, his camouflage pants caked in dust. His face was streaked with black and white, like a miner just rescued from a coal mine. General? Zhang Linlin spoke cautiously. He looked like Sun Long, but Zhang Linlin couldn't bring himself to believe this man was actually Sun Long. This was a general, wasn't it? How did hauling materials turn him into a miner? Mr. Jiang? You finally made it. Come see if our materials are right. Sun Long whipped his head around, his eyes fixed solely on Jiang Feng. He rushed over, grabbed Jiang Feng's arm, and exclaimed excitedly. Swish! The tarp covering the large truck was pulled back, revealing a full load of metal components and electronic parts. The crowd's eyes instantly lit up. Those things that sounded impossible, the general actually managed to get them? Unbelievable. The items themselves are fine, but the quality of this stuff seems a bit off. Jiang Feng stepped forward for a closer look. Within seconds, his brows furrowed. Hearing this, everyone's nerves instantly tightened. What did that mean? If the material is subpar, then all this effort was for nothing? Zhao Linlin hurried over with the others. After a brief inspection, a collective gasp escaped them. Just as Jiang Feng had said, the metal components had a dull sheen, and the machined edges appeared rough. Moreover, the sealed electronic components displayed inconsistent shell colors, clearly not from the same batch. General Sun, what's the story with these parts? Zhang Linlin looked at Sun Long and asked in a low voice. Don't even mention it. The best batch was guarded like the crown jewels. I had to pull every string I had to get even these parts. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have these. Sun Long pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placed one between his lips, and sighed helplessly. Mr. Jiang, take a look at these items. See if there's anything usable we can keep. If it's unusable, I'll figure out another way. Sun Long plopped down on the ground, squinting at Jiang Feng. He genuinely wanted to take down Manhwa. This was their only chance. After this exercise, they might never get another opportunity to fight Manhwa. In a soldier's lifetime, such regrets were absolutely unacceptable. The atmosphere on the scene instantly grew heavy. The excitement that had filled the room moments ago vanished like smoke. One by one, they turned their gaze toward Jiang Feng. Everyone understood just how daunting this mission truly was. If these core components turned out to be defective, their subsequent work would be completely impossible. Chapter 35, Handcrafted? Alright, quiet down. All this shouting is giving me a headache. I haven't even looked yet. What are you all freaking out about? Jiang Feng was once again at a loss for words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Feng climbed onto the truck and began meticulously inspecting every single item. Tap tap tap. Jiang Feng moved back and forth between the vehicles, the tapping and knocking sounds making everyone's nerves tense. The crowd below watched his busy figure with their heads tilted back, not daring to move a muscle. Beads of sweat as big as beans drenched Zhang Linlin's collar. Sun Long didn't even notice his cigarette had burned down to the filter. It took a full 10+ minutes before Jiang Feng finally finished inspecting every single item. Then he leaped down from the truck. How about it, Boss Jiang? Sun Long hurried over, his voice trembling slightly. The goods are a bit lacking, and there are some issues. But nothing major. A little repair work should fix them up just fine. Jiang Feng clapped his hands as he spoke. Swish! Everyone present exhaled a long breath. One by one, the flushed faces that had been strained from holding their breath gradually returned to their normal color. Sun Long and Zhang Linlin, whose nerves had been stretched taut, finally relaxed. That's wonderful. I knew Mr. Jiang would have a solution. If all this stuff had been ruined, we'd have been completely screwed. Thank goodness for Boss Jiang. So when do we start? All eyes turned to Jiang Feng. Ordinary repairs would just involve patching up the existing materials. The materials and quality would inevitably fall short of the original items. But when Jiang Feng fixed something, it ended up far superior to the original. They now understood his repairs as upgrades. Hold on a moment. I haven't finished speaking yet. While these items can be repaired, the materials we have aren't quite sufficient. Jiang Feng's sudden remark left everyone dumbfounded once more. Not enough? I've already gathered everything I could possibly find. Sun Long's eyes instantly turned red with fury. These very items were obtained by Zhao Linlin at tremendous personal risk. Where on earth was he supposed to get another batch of this stuff? If the higher-ups found out, forget about Manhwa. He'd be kicked out before even getting to participate in the exercises. Mr. Jiang, how much more do we need? I have some connections at the Research Institute. Maybe they can lend a hand. Zhang Linlin gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and urgently asked. The main reflector panels for the signal reception array are significantly short. Based on my calculations, with the current materials, we can only produce at most 2/3 of it. Jiang Feng frowned as he spoke. What are we supposed to do then? Without the main reflector panel, the signal reception is completely useless. If all else fails, we could raid a research institute. I'll take full responsibility. The group immediately erupted into a cacophony of voices. They had already pushed the process this far. They had glimpsed hope, and now asking them to stop felt worse than death itself. Mr. Jiang, if all else fails, I'll apply for a batch using my position as director of the research institute. At worst, I'll just resign as director of this research institute. Zhang Linlin steeled himself and turned to leave. Where are you going? Stay right there. I said the supplies are running low, but that doesn't mean we can't find replacements. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped Zhang Linlin. This thing can be replaced? Zhang Linlin looked utterly astonished. Of course it can. Go find me a few big black pots. Remember, they have to be big. Jiang Feng instructed the others. Big, black pots? The others exchanged bewildered glances, their faces turning as dark as the pots themselves. They couldn't fathom why Jiang Feng needed huge black pots at this moment. Mr. Jiang, if you're hungry, I'll have someone cook for you. You don't have to cook for yourself. Sun Long's face, already dark, grew even darker. What cooking? What am I supposed to cook? I need the big black pot to make an antenna for signal reception. Jiang Feng stunned them once more with his remark. Dean Zhang, you're the dean, you've seen it all. Besides cooking, this big black pot can also be used as an antenna? The bewildered crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Zhang Linlin looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Feng's technology seemed to have hardly any normal gadgets in it. Wait, you guys all grew up in the city? Never seen those big satellite dishes the countryside used to use for TV signals? This thing works on a similar principle. Jiang Feng looked at the group of top-tier research experts before him with some surprise. While the others remained perplexed, Zhang Linlin seemed to grasp the concept. Mr. Jiang, the principle makes sense. But we're not after an image, we need absolute precision. Every single measurement on its curved surface must be controlled at the micrometer or even nanometer level. The material we need has to be machined with the most precise equipment. That big black pot, it's not quite up to the task, is it? Zhang Linlin asked with some concern. For someone who's a dean, you're surprisingly clueless. I mean, the principle is the same, but no one said we had to make it that way. We don't have much of this material, so I plan to make multiple small reflective surfaces. Then arrange them in an array that should achieve better focusing. Jiang Feng shot him a look and explained. But even the small ones require precision. And when assembling them, the angle and position of each small reflector must be precisely calculated and calibrated. That's just as difficult as sourcing these materials in the first place. The researchers below chimed in one after another. Sigh. Jiang Feng sighed, then casually picked up a twig and squatted down to sketch on the ground. Look, this is the outline of the large cauldron you envisioned. You're thinking of replicating it using a single, complete piece of material. I'm making many of these small pots, each with different dimensions. Then we'll attach them to the main frame. That way, the focal points reflected by countless small pots will converge at a single focal point. Wouldn't that work? Jiang Feng explained while sketching the design on the ground. This is a distributed array reflector? We all get the principle, but crafting each individual unit will be far more challenging. Our materials are already scarce. If we start consuming them, they'll become even more scarce. We can't just replace them all with big black pots, can we? Zhang Linlin asked doubtfully. Dean Zhang is absolutely right. Therefore, I've decided we won't use machine tools for processing. That stuff is too slow and cumbersome. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, but his next statement left everyone baffled. If you're not using machine tools to process these parts, how exactly do you plan to do it? Rub them by hand? Chapter 36, Missing Person. If Jiang Feng had previously suggested finding a pot, everyone thought it was absurd. But now, declaring that the pinnacle of human industrial civilization, the precision CNC machine, was too slow? That was mind-blowing, earth-shattering. Sun Long's eyes went blank for a long moment as he struggled to process it. The others felt as if their brains had been struck by a heavy hammer, now buzzing with disbelief. The industrial achievements they had spent their entire lives pursuing and striving for, in Jiang Feng's eyes, they had ultimately only earned a poor review? Jiang Feng had grown accustomed to their bewildered expressions. Hey, you over there. Dig me a big hole over there. Then fill it with water. Jiang Feng pointed directly at an empty patch of ground nearby. Ha! The group froze again. What are you staring at? Once the pit is dug, get me some plaster powder. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Also, General Sun, find me the most standard ruler in the unit, a surveying string, and a compass. Jiang Feng addressed the group. Okay. Stop staring and get to work. Sun Long belatedly barked orders at the men. Though they had no idea what Jiang Feng intended to do, his words were now absolute commands. No matter how absurd it seemed, they had to obey without question. Yes, General. The men scattered, each rushing to their posts. Zhang Linlin stood frozen in place, his mind as blank as a crashed computer. His lips trembled as he tried to ask something, but his mind went completely blank. He couldn't even form a coherent question. Sand. Water. Plaster. Ruler. Compass. What do these things have to do with high-precision, nanometer-level reflective surfaces? Could it be that Jiang Feng was planning to mix mortar on the spot? Soon, everything was prepared. A large pit, clean spotless, was filled to the brim with water. Several large bags of plaster powder sat nearby. A soldier rushed over carrying a measuring rod, engineering string, and a compass. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Feng positioned the measuring rod squarely in the center of the water pit. He then secured the surveying line to the ruler, attaching a small stone as a counterweight to the other end. Watch closely. Jiang Feng suddenly announced. Everyone immediately perked up, paying close attention. Jiang Feng had two men carry the ruler, then began rotating it slowly and evenly. He himself held the swaying line in place. The other end of the engineering line remained tightly pressed against the edge of the large pit. As the gauge rotated, the weighted line traced an ever-widening spiral across the water's surface. What's Boss Jiang doing? No idea. What's the principle behind this? Rotation, centrifugal force? The crowd murmured quietly, each more baffled than the next by Jiang Feng's actions. Alright, stop. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke up. Then he began sprinkling the plaster powder into the water layer by layer. Immediately, the powder dissolved rapidly, sank, and solidified. The centrifugal force generated by the water's earlier rotation had already formed a perfectly smooth parabolic surface on the water's surface. As the plaster solidified, it perfectly replicated the centrifugal force of the water surface, forming an absolutely smooth curved surface. Immediately after, Jiang Feng drained all the water from the large pit. Immediately, a vast, mirror-smooth gypsum base appeared within the pit. This is using a parabolic surface formed by liquid rotation to create a mold? How did he even think of this? Zhao Linlin was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment. Yeah, how did we not think of this? How did we not think of this? It's the simplest principle of physics. Such a simple thing. Mr. Jiang is truly brilliant. Young minds like his we old-timers just can't keep up anymore. As Zhao Linlin finished speaking, the surrounding crowd finally erupted into waves of astonished gasps. Jiang Feng had done the most fundamental, simplest thing. Yet precisely because it was so simple, it had completely escaped their notice. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, it was a complete shift in perspective. Precision. Yes, precision. Quick, bring something over to test it. Zhao Linlin suddenly remembered something and shouted urgently. Several people rushed into the lab as if their lives depended on it, and moments later, they came running out carrying measuring instruments. Zhao Linlin snatched the instruments and began measuring the massive plaster mold. Curvature error, 0. It's theoretically 0? That's more precise than ultra-high precision machine tools. Zhao Linlin could scarcely believe his eyes. Instantly, the entire room erupted in thunderous cheers and jubilant shouts. Sun Long stood behind the crowd. He didn't understand the data or technology. But he understood the expressions on these people's faces. It was utter astonishment, the ecstatic joy of witnessing a miracle unfold. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng by the edge of the pit remained utterly unruffled. He merely brushed the plaster dust off his leg with a casual flick, as if none of this concerned him. This kid, just who is he, anyway? Sun Long stared at the receding figure, murmuring to himself. Xia Nation, Central Command Headquarters. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Li Jianguo sat in his office chair, his expression darkening to the extreme. Several plainclothes agents stood before him, heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. So, what you're saying is you followed him for several days. Then Jiang Feng vanished and the little shop shut down? After a long silence, Li Jianguo finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Yes, Minister. Our agents maintained round-the-clock surveillance. But Jiang Feng's shop hasn't opened in 3 days, and the neighbors have no idea where he went. The lead plainclothes officer lowered his head and replied in a trembling voice. When was the last time you saw him? Li Jianguo asked, his face dark and grim. 3 days ago. He got into a vehicle then. Among them, there seemed to be military vehicles. Our car couldn't keep up. The lead agent's voice grew so faint it was nearly inaudible. Li Jianguo slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. His gaze toward the agents was filled with icy coldness. Several agents felt a chill run down their spines under Li Jianguo's intense stare. Click, click. After a long pause, Li Jianguo picked up the phone and dialed a number directly. This is Li Jianguo, Minister of the Central System. Li Jianguo. I need your assistance in investigating a matter. Give me 5 minutes. I need all the information. Chapter 37, Jiang Feng is a god. With a sharp click, the receiver slammed back onto the cradle. Li Jianguo gave the other party no time or opportunity to react. He didn't even raise his voice or show anger. The head of the central system needed neither threats nor roars. A single phone call, a mere display of identity, was enough to intimidate the highest-ranking officials in any region of the entire nation. Several plainclothes agents froze in place, not daring to move, each as silent as a mouse, waiting for the phone to ring again. Ring ring. Within 5 minutes, the phone rang again. Speak. Li Jianguo picked up the receiver, uttering a single word in a cold tone. Minister Li, we've uncovered some information, but it's a bit strange. The voice on the other end trembled slightly. What's strange? Cut the crap. Get to the point. Li Jianguo's brow furrowed, his voice growing even colder. The information on Jiang Feng, the person you asked us to track, has been tampered with. All surveillance data and street camera footage has been wiped clean. Beyond some essential daily activity records, the information from these past few days is essentially blank. We can't trace where he actually went. The person behind this likely has access beyond our imagination. The other party's voice trembled as they spoke. Not a single clue? Li Jianguo's brow finally furrowed. He sensed that Jiang Feng's disappearance wasn't a sudden occurrence. This was a premeditated plan, even an operation. It was specifically targeting Jiang Feng. He had only just discovered this gifted young talent, and now someone had beaten him to it in the blink of an eye? If the perpetrator were a citizen of Xia Nation, that might be tolerable. But if it were a foreign spy or criminal element, not only would Jiang Feng be in danger, but the entire Xia Nation would be at risk. Jiang Feng's abilities were potent enough to plunge the entire world into peril. There is one possibility. We found a blurry recording in the earlier footage of the data. Jiang Feng seemed to be picked up by a vehicle. Through processing the model and license plate, we matched it to an organization we can't investigate further. The person on the other end hurriedly interjected. Which organization? If you try to pull the wool over my eyes again, I'll make sure you lose your job. Li Jianguo had completely lost his patience at this point. Northern Theater Command. Field Army Headquarters. Their general is named Sun Long. The other party hurriedly said. Sun Long? Li Jianguo's hand holding the phone froze for a moment. How did he find Jiang Feng? Where did he get such reliable information? Recalling how Sun Long had recently asked him to help procure something. And now, just days later, he tracked down Jiang Feng. An unbelievable suspicion instantly formed in Li Jianguo's mind. Sun Long hadn't just gone to great lengths to delete all traces of Jiang Feng, he'd even used his highest authority to shield him. This wasn't just a simple request for help. He was preparing to shove Jiang Feng into his own unit, then weld the windows shut for good. Well done, Sun Long. Li Jianguo slowly lowered the phone, his expression easing slightly yet tinged with tension. The relief stemmed from the certainty that Sun Long wouldn't harm Jiang Feng and wasn't some criminal element. The tension stemmed from the possibility that Jiang Feng might actually stay within the military headquarters. He was someone he had high hopes for. In the future, he wanted Jiang Feng to work within his core system. Sending such talent to the military would be a waste. The core system was Jiang Feng's true calling. Prepare the car. After a long silence, Li Jianguo suddenly spoke up. Where are we going, Minister? The agent beside him asked urgently. Northern Theater Command. I'm going to check on Sun Long's field army. What the hell is he up to? Stealing personnel right under my nose. He really has the nerve to pull that. Li Jianguo sneered coldly. In his mind, Sun Long's entire family had already been cursed out thoroughly. Sun Long had come to poach talent right from under his nose. Li Jianguo couldn't believe Sun Long didn't know what he was doing outside the repair shop. It was blatantly obvious he had his eye on Jiang Feng, yet Sun Long still dared to compete for the same person. His rank as a general might mean something to others, but when it came to science, Li Jianguo was the undisputed leader. Beyond the precious materials, all resources within Xia Nation including researchers were under his command to deploy as he saw fit. Li Jianguo grew increasingly furious. He'd see just how this old fox Sun Long intended to explain himself. Meanwhile, inside the field army laboratory. A high-level laboratory had been meticulously cleaned and cleared. A crowd of people stood around the perimeter, eyes wide as they stared intently at Jiang Feng, who stood at the very center. From the battle-hardened General Sun Long to the gray-haired old professor and the group below them who should have been Xia Nation's most elite researchers. Not a single person dared to blink at this moment. Jiang Feng had already changed into a full set of professional protective gear. He couldn't afford to be careless with this experiment. After all, the materials were limited. Any waste would mean he'd have to purchase more from the system. That damn system was stingy when doling out tech points, yet ruthlessly demanding them back when he needed to spend them. Before Jiang Feng lay the mold he had poured. Its internal structure was already fully designed, complete with every detail from circuitry to slots. If one didn't know it was for satellite use, it would easily pass as a flawless work of art. Beside him, molten iron bubbled in the fusion furnace, its liquid metal having transformed into an exceptionally peculiar hue. This was the material Jiang Feng had mixed according to precise ratios. Thermometer. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke up. A white-bearded professor nearby immediately stepped forward, handing over the thermometer he had already prepared, like a devoted apprentice. A bit high. Jiang Feng placed the thermometer in the temperature measuring zone, his brow furrowing. Immediately afterward, he selected another piece from the nearby materials and tossed it into the furnace. Rip. This step is to allow the low-temperature metal to neutralize the furnace's temperature. Jiang Feng stated expressionlessly. He knew exactly why these people were here. After all, these tasks were child's play for him, but for these researchers, they represented invaluable experience and data. Scratch, scratch, scratch. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, the sound of writing filled the air. Fingers danced across surfaces without pause, frantically transcribing his words into written records. Jiang Feng was the only person they had ever seen who could calculate alloy ratios and temperature control to perfection without any precision instruments, relying solely on his instincts. He wasn't just a researcher, he was a god in their eyes. Chapter 38, Demanding a Hostage. Sun Long stood at the back of the crowd, his face dark and expressionless. But his eyes shone with an almost frightening intensity. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on Jiang Feng, sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already begun the mold guiding process. The entire workshop held its breath once more, eyes fixed on Jiang Feng's every movement, unwilling to miss a single detail. Mold guiding was the most critical step, as the internal structure of the mold was extremely complex. The slightest misstep could cause uneven liquid flow, and even a single air bubble could render the entire project a total loss. Jiang Feng steadied the mold with one hand while carefully guiding the pouring instrument with the other. The heavy iron ladle and the expensive high-temperature liquid moved slowly through the process. Surprisingly, Jiang Feng didn't pour through the conventional pouring spout. Instead, he tilted the ladle sideways. The molten metal flowed in at an extremely awkward angle, slowly tracing its way along the mold's interior. What is he doing? That flow rate is far too slow. It might solidify prematurely. A young researcher couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Shut up, watch carefully, and learn. What Boss Jiang is doing, none of us can comprehend. An elderly professor admonished in a low voice. Surprisingly, the molten metal didn't rush to flow downward after entering the mold. Instead, it spread forward slowly, as if possessed of life. It precisely filled every groove and crevice in its path. Not a single deviation occurred, nor did a single bubble form. Is this surface tension control? Good heavens, he actually achieved this by controlling the initial flow rate and angle. Using the alloy liquid's own surface tension to guide it into self-filling? The old professor's voice trembled with excitement. The others had even forgotten to take notes with their pens. Eyes wide, they stared intently at Jiang Feng's movements, not daring to relax for a moment. The method Jiang Feng was employing now was the perfect casting technique that existed only in theory. They had spent their entire careers working with these iron lumps. Each believed themselves among the industry's elite. But Jiang Feng's appearance instantly shattered every last bit of their unrealistic self-delusion. Sun Long, watching from behind, was practically grinning from ear to ear. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. He had to find a way to keep this kind of talent in his unit. With such a talent on his side, the likes of Man Guangji and Zhu Rai would have to kneel before him and sing conquest. Report! Suddenly, just as everyone was focusing intently, a booming voice cut through the air. Are you crazy? Sun Long whipped his head around and delivered a swift kick. The communications soldier, drenched in sweat, stumbled backward from the kick and nearly fell to the ground. What's the matter? Speak! Sun Long glared at the communications officer and barked in a low voice. General, Minister Li Jianguo from the Central System has arrived. The messenger hurriedly replied. Li Jianguo? Sun Long froze in surprise. What business does he have coming here? Shouldn't he be visiting various research institutes? Outside the gate, Li Jianguo's vehicle was parked right at the entrance. This was a military compound. Without Sun Long's orders and the proper documentation, no one was permitted to enter. Not even Li Jianguo was an exception. When will your general be coming out? Li Jianguo had been waiting so long his patience was nearly exhausted. Reporting to the minister. I don't know. The sentry was brutally honest. Damn it, is that old bastard stalling for time now? Li Jianguo's face flushed red with anger. He knew Jiang Feng was inside, yet he couldn't just barge in. Otherwise, the sentries at the door would definitely open fire. Oh my, old Li, what brings you here? What a rare guest. Come on in, come on in. What are you doing? Can't you see this is Minister Li from the Central System? You dare block him? Do you want to retire early? Sun Long was already brimming with enthusiasm from afar. Sun Long, where are my people? Li Jianguo remained stern-faced as he asked directly. Your people? What do you mean your men? Your people are my people, and my people are your people. Why are we even distinguishing between yours and mine? Come on, let's have a drink, buddy. I've got some Mao Tai here. Sun Long feigned madness and reached out to pull Li Jianguo toward him. Sun Long, I'll ask you one more time, where are my people? Where's Jiang Feng? Li Jianguo's expression darkened further. Jiang Feng? Which Jiang Feng? Is there anyone in our camp named Jiang Feng? Sun Long turned to look at the sentries. The sentries were just as confused. This was an entire army corps, for heaven's sake. With so many people in an army corps, how could they possibly know? No idea. The sentries shook their heads blankly. Look, old Li, there's no one named Jiang Feng in our camp. Come on in first. I'll look it up for you. Maybe there's someone named Jiang Feng or Li Feng instead. Sun Long maintained his smile. Sun Long understood Li Jianguo's intentions perfectly well. Therefore, no matter what Li Jianguo said, as long as he stuck to his guns that there was no Jiang Feng here, Li Jianguo would have no way to pin anything on him. This was his turf. Couldn't they protect a single Jiang Feng in such a large camp? That was ridiculous. He was a general, after all. Alright, General Sun, you're playing dumb with me, aren't you? Take a look at this. Li Jianguo nodded and promptly retrieved a tablet from someone behind him. Upon opening the screen, it clearly displayed Sun Long's military vehicle and its license plate number. The footage captured the very day Sun Long had brought Jiang Feng to the military zone. Sun Long's expression froze instantly, his body jerking violently. Damn it, these kids really can't get their act together. Didn't I tell them to wipe everything clean? How the hell did they leave a trace like this? General Sun, have you seen it clearly? If you don't hand over the person now, I'll report Jiang Feng up the chain. The commander said I have the authority to transfer any personnel from anywhere. You're already committing an infringement. One phone call from me, and within 10 minutes, higher-ups will personally demand the man from you. Li Jianguo glared at Sun Long with a cold smile, his words dripping with menace. Sun Long's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He glared back at Li Jianguo, grinding his teeth so hard they creaked. Damn it, this old bastard is ruthless. He's even bringing in the bigwigs. He won't give up until he gets Jiang Feng, right? If the higher-ups really found out about this, given Jiang Feng's capabilities, he'd never be able to stay here. You're ruthless, Li Jianguo. Sun Long's chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth at Li Jianguo. Then, he spun around abruptly and stormed off toward the barracks, his back brimming with resentment and fury. Seeing this, a smile finally spread across Li Jianguo's lips. What are you all staring at? Follow General Sun and take your men. Chapter 39, What the hell is Jiang Feng building? Sun Long and Li Jianguo entered the laboratory, one ahead and one behind, as it bustled with activity. The moment everyone saw Li Jianguo, they all froze in shock. This was the minister of the Central System, a top-tier figure usually only seen at the Research Institute. He oversaw every research facility in the entire Xia nation. Though they were researchers too, they were researchers at a military base. There was a significant gap between their work and that of a proper research institute. How could such a high-ranking figure actually come to a place like theirs? Minister Li. A researcher attempted to greet him, but Li Jianguo raised his hand to cut him off. His eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Feng, who was hard at work, as if he had discovered a new continent. In the very center of the lab, Jiang Feng poured concrete with complete disregard for those around him. As the head of Xia Nation's entire technological core system, Li Jianguo's understanding of science and technology far surpassed Sun Long's. Even Zhang Linlin, the dean standing nearby, was no match for him. Thus, with just one glance, Li Jianguo found himself utterly captivated. The casting technique Jiang Feng employed was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. It was a technique that existed only in theory. Even an entire team would struggle to achieve such perfection. From precision to directional positioning, the demands were exceptionally high. Yet now, Jiang Feng stood alone, methodically directing several machines through the process. Clackety-clack. Li Jianguo and Jiang Nan hurried forward a few steps. When he saw the mold model that had already been cast, his heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something. The mold structure was incredibly complex. At first glance, even he, the head of the Central Systems Department, couldn't quite make sense of the intricate combinations of lines on it. What on earth was this? Li Jianguo distinctly felt this thing was familiar, yet there was always an inexplicable feeling about it. You're Jiang Feng? Li Jianguo stared at Jiang Feng, his voice trembling as he asked. He had only seen blurry photographs of Jiang Feng in images. Therefore, he wasn't entirely certain if the young man before him was indeed Jiang Feng. Yes. Jiang Feng replied without looking up, his hands steady as an old dog's. What is this thing? Li Jianguo asked, pointing at the mold Jiang Feng was crafting. Oh, nothing much. General Sun asked me to help him with a small favor. Jiang Feng answered quietly as before. Who was this man before him? Who was Li Jianguo? How large is the central nervous system? None of these matters fell within Jiang Feng's sphere of concern. A small favor? Li Jianguo nearly choked on his own blood at the request. He couldn't decipher the mold, but he recognized those components scattered on the floor. These were all state-level classified items. Sun Long, you're in the military, what the hell are you doing with all these precision components? Sun Long, you need to explain this to me today. What the hell are you guys working on? Li Jianguo turned to face Sun Long, his voice tight with anger. What business is it of yours? I've been pushed to this point by you. Sun Long laid his cards on the table now, utterly unconcerned. You forced me? What does that have to do with me? This left Li Jianguo even more bewildered. It was clearly Sun Long who'd been messing with high-precision equipment inside the military base. Now he was trying to pin the blame on me? Remember when I came to you a few days ago, asking you to help me get a chip? You refused to help me no matter what. I had no other choice. I had to do it myself. Sun Long spread his hands in a shrug, adopting a whatever expression. Li Jianguo's face turned green with rage. You refused to help me, so you went and got top-tier materials to develop it yourself? How the hell did you pull that off? Oh, right, when I approached Jiang Feng, guess what he said? He was way more straightforward than you. He said, it's just a satellite positioning system, right? He said he could build one for me to play around with. Sun Long said with a deliberate smile. Build one just for fun? Li Jianguo's head instantly buzzed like hundreds of bees throwing a party inside it. The look of utter certainty on Sun Long's face made Li Jianguo want to punch the bastard right then and there. Li Jiangguo, had been in charge of the central system for so many years, overseeing research institutes nationwide. The number of top researchers was well over tens of thousands. Each one would fight tooth and nail for a single piece of data, spend years verifying a single theory. Some even dedicated their entire lives to solving a single scientific puzzle. Yet now, this satellite positioning system comparable to a national-level project came out of Sun Long's mouth with such flippant ease. How can you be so full of hot air? This. Stunned, Li Jiangguo noticed the blueprints Jiang Feng had left nearby. He immediately picked them up and began studying them. After just a few brief glances, Li Jiangguo's breathing quickened. His eyes visibly reddened at a visible pace. A satellite positioning system alone was already outrageous enough. But what Jiang Feng was building was far more than just a satellite positioning system. The blueprint revealed that satellite positioning was merely one component of this project. The blueprint featured complex structures and unprecedented energy circuit designs. And that ultra-highly integrated layout. This was clearly a super command center integrating multiple battlefield real-time calculations, multi-service combat coordination commands, beyond line-of-sight communication links, and even partial anti-magnetic capabilities. He had previously consulted multiple top-tier research institutes to explore the feasibility of these concepts. Ultimately, it remained only a conceptual blueprint for a future weapon, never implemented. Now, Jiang Feng had actually built the damn thing? He's gone mad, absolutely mad. Li Jiangguo's hands trembled as his eyes fixed on the blueprint, his lips moving in a constant murmur. Over the years, he had encountered many geniuses. But someone like Jiang Feng? Had he actually brought their visions of future weaponry to life? What was the point of their existence then? Sun Long, do you even know what you've made him build? Li Jiangguo slowly raised his head, his eyes glowering like those of a ravenous zombie. His voice was hoarse to the extreme, straining to suppress the rage boiling deep within. Are you kidding me? I called Jiang Feng here, don't you think I know? All I wanted was a little gadget that lets our soldiers see farther, shoot farther, hit targets more accurately, facilitates communication, and can jam signals. Sun Long's words nearly drove Li Jiangguo to fury. Damn it, so this guy has no clue what Jiang Feng is actually doing? Chapter 40, The Fatal Condition. Old Sun, no, General Sun, come here. I need to talk to you about something. Li Jiangguo couldn't stand Sun Long's idiotic demeanor any longer. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What is it? I'll say this plainly, even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, no one would let you take them away. Sun Long waved his hand dismissively, leaving no room for negotiation. He'd worked so hard to lure Jiang Feng here. Forget the head of the central system, even if the top brass showed up. He'd have to get Jiang Feng to build the satellite positioning system for him first. With that thing, free from restrictions and interference, he could at least go toe-to-toe with Manguangji. General Sun, let me put it this way. That little gadget you keep mentioning could reshape the very nature of warfare worldwide. And not just the current state of warfare, the future state of warfare. Do you understand? Li Jiangguo forced himself to suppress his inner excitement and whispered. I don't understand. All I know is none of you can take him away. Sun Long wasn't listening at all. He was convinced Li Jiangguo had come to poach Jiang Feng. And since this bastard had come in person, he was dead set on poaching him. He'd stall for time as long as he could. These things looked simple when Jiang Feng handled them, but in reality, not a single person under him could pull it off. Sun Long, can you just listen to me for a second? Keeping someone like Jiang Feng here is a waste of talent. Talent like this should be channeled to the nation, do you understand? Li Jiangguo tried to keep his voice low, but his agitation twisted his face into a grimace. Hold on, old Li, I don't appreciate that tone. What do you mean here with me? This is the military headquarters, the premier research and development hub for an entire army group. What's wrong with being here? Wherever he can contribute his abilities, isn't that serving the nation? I can see right through you, you're just trying to poach talent. What's that supposed to mean? Do you think going through your bureaucratic procedures makes it okay? Today it's a damn meeting, tomorrow a damn report, the day after that some ideological review. You think I don't know your useless formalities? Sun Long now resembled a stubborn mule, glaring defiantly as he retorted. No matter what Li Jiangguo said today, he was absolutely determined not to let Jiang Feng go. Li Jiangguo was practically fuming. They'd known each other for years, and Sun Long had never been this unreasonable before. What the hell got into the old guy today? In the midst of this urgency, Jiang Feng's work on the other side was nearly complete, just wrapping up the final details. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to speak with Jiang Feng. Young people should have their own choices, not be kept in the dark and buried in this godforsaken place by you old fart. Li Jiangguo walked straight past Sun Long toward Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, hello. My name is Li Jiangguo. You may not recognize me, but I'm the minister of the central system, overseeing the entire national scientific research infrastructure. Li Jiangguo stood before Jiang Feng and introduced himself directly. He deliberately emphasized the words central system and minister. Oh, hello. Jiang Feng paused his movements momentarily, glanced up at Li Jianguo, then resumed his work. Oh? Li Jianguo was instantly dumbfounded. Wait. I'm a minister, for crying out loud. Wait a minute, I'm one of the top figures in Xia's entire scientific research community. Usually, people begged just to see me, and I wasn't even interested. And you give me an O? Li Jianguo felt all the words he'd prepared get stuck in his throat. He'd anticipated every possible reaction from Jiang Feng and prepared countermeasures for each. But this reaction from Jiang Feng was the last thing he'd ever imagined. Even if someone on the street asks you for directions, you wouldn't be this cold, would you? Jiang Feng, I now formally extend an invitation to you on behalf of our nation's highest scientific research institution. We are willing to establish a laboratory of the absolute highest caliber, with you at its helm. Second, personnel recruitment, material procurement, and project selection all will be at your discretion. If you're willing, I'll gladly assist you. As for funding, you have complete freedom, no ceiling. Whatever amount you request, I will approve. All that matters is that you come. Li Jianguo took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Silence. Everyone in the lab couldn't believe their ears. Especially Zhao Linlin, his jaw dropped so wide, it could have swallowed not just an egg, but the mother hen too. Sun Long's face twisted into a look of sheer terror and rage. Me? Has this bastard Li Jianguo lost his mind? Establishing a lab, exercising sole control, freely selecting personnel and materials, and funding not even being an issue? What cadre could resist such temptation? Jiang Feng was just a kid in his early 20s. Even just one of these temptations would be too much for any young person to handle. This old bastard isn't just going all out, he's throwing his own mother into the mix too. I won't go. In the quiet surroundings, Jiang Feng replied without lifting his head. His voice wasn't loud, but every person present heard it crystal clear. This time, their mouths and eyes couldn't widen any further. The human body's limit is about the size of an egg. Stretch it any further and it'll split open like hell. Ha? Li Jianguo clearly hadn't expected Jiang Feng to answer him that way. He froze on the spot, sensation slowly draining from his entire body. He now doubted whether his ears had truly failed him. With any one of these conditions alone, a dean like Zhao Linlin would have been begging on his knees. And with all these piled up, you just casually say no? What on earth was this about? Why? Sweat poured down Li Jianguo's forehead like rain. He simply couldn't fathom it. Alright, that wraps up the work here. Minister Li, right? I'm just here to help General Sun out. I need to get back to my little shop. All the neighbors, the old folks, are waiting for me to fix their induction cookers, rice cookers, radios, and such. If I go to the lab, what about those ladies? Jiang Feng clapped his hands, then turned to look at Li Jianguo, flashing him a faint smile as he spoke. Boom! Li Jianguo's mind exploded. Rice cookers? Induction cooker? The radio? Grandpas and grandmas? All because of this? No way, dude. Do you even realize what you're giving up? Ha ha ha. At that moment, earth-shattering laughter erupted from the laboratory. Everyone jumped in surprise, then turned around in unison. There lay Sun Long, rolling back and forth on the floor. His face was contorted with genuine joy. Chapter 41, Handcrafted Chip Modules. Li Jianguo's head was buzzing. Images of induction cookers, radios, and rice cookers swirled through his mind. What kind of excuse was that? What the hell kind of reason was that? For the sake of the neighbors? For the old folks? For rice cookers and radios? The conditions he'd set were half the scientific research world of the entire Xia nation. That's a dream most researchers could never achieve in a lifetime. And now you tell me you want to go back to that godforsaken place and keep fixing things? Why don't you fix your own brain first? Li Jianguo desperately wanted to give Jiang Feng a piece of his mind, but clearly, he didn't dare. Ha ha ha, old Li. Sun Long clutched his stomach as he rose from the ground, staggering toward Li Jianguo with each step. The smirk on his face nearly made Li Jianguo's boiling rage solidify. Old Li, did you hear that? Grandpas and grandmas, what's this? This is the people. Jiang Feng, so young, already understands that the foundation lies in the people's happiness. His ideological awareness is far superior to yours. And you? A minister whose mind is filled with nothing but funding, materials, labs, all these superficial things. So vulgar, so utterly vulgar. Ha ha ha. Sun Long was genuinely happy now, from the bottom of his heart. Shut your mouth. Li Jianguo forced the words out through gritted teeth. The veins on his forehead bulged like they were about to burst, his face flushed red as a monkey's butt. Those veins looked like they could burst at any moment. Shut up? Shut up? Look at Jiang Feng's ideological awareness, how down to earth, how magnificent. A researcher should abandon empty fame and fortune, returning to the people is the right path. This is the spirit of selfless dedication, old Li. You need to learn from him, you need to reflect on yourself. How can someone like you even be a minister? Sun Long bellowed at the crowd around him, his smug, petty-minded demeanor infuriating beyond words. Zhao Linlin and the others stood by, not daring to breathe a word. With these two heavyweights clashing, they dared not offend either one. Thud, thud. Jiang Feng had no time to spare for the two bickering men. After conducting the final inspection of the mold before him, he let out a satisfied smile. Hey, you two, if you're going to fight, take it outside. Stop making such a racket here. Jiang Feng turned around, his face clouded with displeasure as he glared at Sun Long and Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo was completely baffled. Sun Long was also baffled. The others were even more bewildered. Damn, that's bold. Damn, he actually dared to say that. A minister and a general and you're just letting loose like that? You haven't died yet, buddy? Jiang Feng is right. Stop arguing here. Jiang Feng has already made his choice. You should head back too. Sun Long snapped out of it and immediately scolded Li Jianguo. Angry at Jiang Feng? Are you kidding me? Jiang Feng was his god now. Forget about Jiang Feng scolding him. Even if he didn't, this general would still have to put on a smiling face. A skilled researcher is like a living father figure. I'm not leaving today. Li Jianguo furrowed his brow, paused to think, then declared with certainty. You're not leaving? You want Jiang Feng to fix your radio? Sun Long froze for a moment. Fix your radio, my ass. I'm staying to observe and learn. As the head of the Central System Department, I have that right, don't I? The commander said I can go anywhere to learn. Your place is no exception. And you're on the hook for meals. Li Jianguo declared, fuming. Taking Jiang Feng away now was out of the question, but that didn't mean his plan was doomed. No opportunity now didn't mean no opportunity later. Leaving now would be the real foolishness. Fine, then stay put. There's plenty of communal meals in the barracks anyway. Sun Long shrugged indifferently. Jiang Feng cares about the people's welfare, so who the hell is going to go with you? Besides, this was his military district. He had 180 ways to keep Jiang Feng tied up for the foreseeable future. As for Li Jianguo, he had to oversee that massive central system. Sun Long didn't believe Li Jianguo could hold out for even a few days. Director Zhang, Team Leader Li, everyone over here. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered with these two. He waved to the crowd. Mr. Jiang. The others immediately gathered around. Jiang Feng was now their anchor. Whatever he said, they followed without question. Assemble these molds according to this blueprint. Remember, they must fit together perfectly, not a single deviation allowed. Jiang Feng handed a blueprint to Zhao Linlin and instructed him. Yes, sir. Task accomplished. Zhao Linlin felt transported back to his military days, snapping a crisp salute toward Jiang Feng. Quickly, quickly. The group clutched the blueprints as if they were treasures and began assembling the components. Sun Long hurried over as well. Though he couldn't decipher them, these blueprints were the very weapon that had brought down the entire Guangxi intelligence agency. He intended to witness its assembly with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo's eyes never left Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng walked over to another control console where a pile of other electronic components lay. What he'd just seen was merely an outer shell. These components were the true core. These components were beyond the capabilities of the researchers, only he could handle them personally. Jiang Feng sat down and powered on the soldering iron he'd brought with him. What was he up to? Li Jianguo narrowed his eyes, holding his breath. Soldering irons like this? Not only were they rarely used in RD, but civilian applications were also quite uncommon. Jiang Feng picked up a blank chip substrate, then a metal wire finer than a strand of hair. He immediately picked up the soldering iron and began soldering. Li Jianguo's breathing quickened again. No microscope, no robotic arm, not even a fixed stand. Jiang Feng was operating solely by sight and touch? Jiang Feng's subsequent movements were dizzying to watch. His hands moved swiftly as the soldering iron tackled one joint after another. One chip template after another was soldered onto the connection points. What's Boss Jiang doing? Damn, those are blank chip templates. Is he etching them? This, by hand? Several researchers froze in place, staring intently at Jiang Feng's hands. Jiang Feng worked methodically, completely unfazed by the commotion around him. One core chip after another was soldered together. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Linlin led the team in completing the mold assembly. Jiang Feng had also finished all his tasks. A core module, gleaming with a metallic sheen and covered in countless intricate circuits and solder joints, lay quietly on the control console. Li Jianguo felt as if he'd developed asthma. He had actually witnessed a living person manually crafting a core chip module with his bare hands. Was this even humanly possible? Chapter 42, and Wang's Call. Li Jianguo felt as though his heart had been seized by a giant hand. Each beat brought waves of suffocating oxygen deprivation. He staggered over to Jiang Feng, his eyes fixed on the module still radiating residual heat. The circuitry crisscrossed the substrate like a spider's web. Each solder joint shimmered like a star in the sky, so tiny they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet they were arranged with perfect order under Jiang Feng's bare hands. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed this thing was crafted by human hands. Jiang Feng, can you just come clean with me? What the hell have you built? Li Jianguo bent over, feeling a dull ache in his chest. A temporary satellite positioning system. Compared to the usual ones, it can move around. That's the only difference. Jiang Feng said calmly. What about its actual performance? Li Jianguo sensed this couldn't possibly be that straightforward. He'd seen satellite systems before, but never anything this absurd. Especially coming from Jiang Feng, a guy who could practically conjure satellite systems out of thin air. Could this thing possibly be weak? The effect, you ask? Well, since this was designed to meet General Sun Long's requirements, it's a mobile device, so the signal isn't overly powerful. To be precise, it's about 5 or 6 times stronger than those sky-based detection systems in terms of range. As for anti-interference capabilities, basically everything you've seen or heard of on the market right now is useless. Jiang Feng paused before speaking. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, Li Jianguo's heart began pounding violently. In the quiet laboratory, Li Jianguo felt as though his heart would leap out of his chest. Everyone else listened in stunned silence. 5 or 6 times stronger than the one in the sky? And this is considered a weak signal? Sun Long's expression turned as stiff as a grasshopper's shell. He'd only asked Jiang Feng to build a small satellite to track Manguangji. And you're telling me this thing you built is even more powerful than the one in the sky? No. Does he even know what level the one in the sky is? Anything launched into space is national level, right? At that moment, he finally understood why Li Jianguo had asked him repeatedly if he knew what he was building. What the hell did he know? Jiang Feng, is what you're saying actually true? Li Jianguo swallowed hard before demanding. Are you kidding me? My butt's sore from sitting here. You think I'm knitting you a sweater? If it weren't for the fact that my chip substrate was modified from a big black pot, I could have multiplied this data several times over. Jiang Feng immediately bristled at the implication. You can say I'm not handsome, but you can't question my skills. Big black pot? Li Jianguo turned to Sun Long, his mouth gaping wide enough to see yesterday's dinner. Ah, it's a black pot, like a field mess kit. He asked for it, so I brought it. Sun Long stared blankly for a moment before finally nodding. Why the hell didn't you ask me for the materials? Sun Long, do you even realize what you missed out on? Li Jianguo suddenly jumped up on the spot. Holy! With professional materials, the data would be multiplied several times over. Wouldn't that have been a surefire way to knock the Eagle Nation off its perch? If Sun Long had requested materials from me, what we'd have before us now wouldn't be this makeshift contraption cobbled together from a big black pot. It would be a legit piece of equipment ready for international competition. You refused to give it to me, didn't you? Li Jianguo, you've got to have some conscience when you speak. Sun Long was furious too. Why the hell did he go to Jiang Feng? Wasn't it because he refused when Li Jianguo and I discussed installing a tracking chip in the warhead? That old bastard kept harping on about rules. Now he's blaming me? Li Jianguo was kicking himself now. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he should have just given Sun Long what he wanted back then. If he'd known someone as goddamn talented as Jiang Feng existed, wouldn't he have access to as much material as he wanted nationwide? Couldn't he do whatever the hell he wanted? Hey! Can you two stop arguing already? I've got this thing ready for you guys to test. Once you're done, I'll be heading back. My neighbors and my livestream viewers haven't seen me in days. They're probably thinking I've been arrested. Jiang Feng said to the two of them with a hint of dissatisfaction. I finished your damn job for you. But you can't treat my work like it's nothing. It's a huge repair shop, you think I'm messing around with you? Oh, right, let's test it. Jiang Feng. Ring ring. Only then did everyone snap out of it, but just then, Jiang Feng's phone suddenly rang. Jiang Feng raised his hand, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Hello? Auntie Wang? Oh dear, don't even ask. It's just that I'm so capable, they asked me to handle something for them. The induction cooker broke? Haven't had a hot meal in 2 days? Why didn't you call me sooner? Hold on, I'll be there in an hour. Jiang Feng hung up the phone, his expression more grave than ever before. Everyone else fidgeted with their shirt collars. Building satellites, designing chips even when you were fiddling with chip modules, you never looked this tense. Why are you freaking out over a broken induction cooker? General Sun, I need to head back. My neighbor Mrs. Wang's induction cooker broke down. She hasn't had a hot meal in days. Jiang Feng looked at Sun Long, a hint of guilt in his voice. Sun Long froze in place. This was the first time Jiang Feng had ever made a request. Agree? At this critical juncture. If Jiang Feng leaves, what about the satellite? But if he refused, he didn't think he had the guts to upset Jiang Feng right now. Jiang Feng, how about this? I'll send someone to fix Aunt Wang's induction cooker. If that doesn't work, I'll buy her a new one. But could you test this thing for us first? Li Jianguo hurriedly said. Just a lousy induction cooker? I could buy her a whole trainload of them. Are you the minister? Jiang Feng suddenly leaned in close to Li Jianguo, staring intently into his eyes as he demanded. Ha? Of course I am. Li Jianguo instantly felt a chill run down his spine. For some reason, being stared at by Jiang Feng made every hair on his body stand on end, giving him goosebumps. General Sun has already told you what is the most noble quality of our Xia nation. What is your very foundation? It's the people. Now that the people are in trouble, Aunt Wang wants the induction cooker I built, not that piece of junk you bought. This is abandoning your original principles and arbitrarily distorting the will of the people. Can the induction cooker you bought compare to the one I repaired? Can the food cooked on it taste as good as mine? With each sentence, Jiang Feng pressed forward a step, his voice growing twice as loud. Li Jianguo, a minister, was forcibly driven from the center of the lab to the corner by Jiang Feng. His eyes locked on Jiang Feng with sheer terror, sweat pouring down his face. He was on the verge of tears. All he'd done was suggest finding someone else to repair Aunt Wang's stove or buying her a new induction cooker. How had that led to such a serious accusation? Chapter 43, Utterly Ruined. And no. Li Jianguo stammered, trembling. He desperately wanted to say yes, but when he turned and saw the chip device Jiang Feng had just pulled out of thin air, he instantly backed down. What kind of person could make a chip with their bare hands? If he tried to fix an induction cooker with that kind of skill, even if it blew up, he'd have to praise Jiang Feng for making it go out with a bang. Guard company, assemble. Yes, sir. Order, all guards, put on your camouflage uniforms inside out for duty. Escort Mr. Jiang back to his residence within 1 hour to help Mrs. Wang repair her induction cooker. Yes, sir. On the other side, Sun Long was no fool either. Seeing Li Jianguo provoke Jiang Feng, he seized the moment to make his move. Look at him. Same position as a leader, but Minister Li, you lack vision. You should learn from him. Jiang Feng shot Sun Long a satisfied glance before shaking his head at Li Jianguo, his face etched with disappointment. Jiang Feng left. Li Jianguo was dumbfounded. He felt wronged and resentful. He had meant well, so how did things turn out like this? Sun Long, on the other hand, was the happiest. With Li Jianguo pulling this stunt, he'd never been inclined to let Jiang Feng go in the first place. As long as Jiang Feng refused to leave, he had ways to make him stay. Central System Building. Wang Xuebing, head of the Aviation Systems Department, presented his recent work report according to schedule. Minister Wang, you're here? The secretary at the office door immediately stood up to greet him. Is Director Li available? Wang Xuebing inquired. No. Director Li left in a hurry. He must have had something urgent to attend to. The secretary shook her head. All right, then I'll just drop off my work report summary and leave. Without giving it much thought, Wang Xuebing pushed open the office door and stepped inside. As soon as he placed his work report summary down, he turned and caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye there was another work report summary on the desk. Preliminary report on the feasibility technical plan for the Nandu 3-core chip. Submitted by 7th Research Institute. Wang Xuebing immediately halted in his tracks, his brow furrowing. Hadn't this project been halted long ago? Technical bottlenecks had emerged, funding was insufficient. Personnel were also understaffed. This was a project that simply couldn't be completed for the time being. So why was it back on Li Jianguo's desk? What was that guy Zhao Linlin up to? Wang Xuebing opened the report with a hint of puzzlement. He was determined to see what kind of work a research institute could possibly handle for the Aviation Systems Department. What exactly could Zhao Linlin accomplish? New single crystal silicon substrate process technology. Room temperature superconducting circuits. Multi-layer array structures. One by one, names Wang Xuebing never imagined were printed on the paper. This is utter nonsense. Wang Xuebing frowned deeply, muttering under his breath. Many of the terms were confined to theoretical knowledge and conceptual frameworks. Was Zhang Lingnan's report suggesting they incorporate all this into the development of the Southern Dipper 3? It was pure fantasy. Wang Xuebing quickly flipped through the pages. When he reached the page detailing performance parameters, he froze in place. Core processing speed peak, 312.7 billion floating point operations per second. Standard power consumption, 4.7 watts. Signal response latency, below 0.01 nanoseconds. Electromagnetic pulse resistance rating, highest level. Wang Xuebing's hands began to tremble, and his eyes widened several times over. This was no ordinary report. Currently, the computational speed of military satellite chips in the Eagle Nation barely reaches 50 billion operations. Power consumption and other metrics exceeded this figure by more than tenfold. The figures in this single data report alone represented a technological lead of over 20 years. Just a single report that was impressive enough. But the detailed experimental data that followed compelled Wang Xuebing to believe it. The report before him was a fully developed experimental project report. He stubbornly flipped through page after page, searching for a flaw in this seemingly impossible breakthrough. But soon, he was disappointed. Beyond the introductory explanations, the entire report contained nothing but the absolute essence of the matter. From material ratios to encapsulation processes, every logical step was laid out with crystal clarity. In some places, diagrams were even included, seemingly for fear that Li Jianguo might not grasp the concepts. The theories he had dismissed as pure fantasy were now seamlessly woven into a practical, implementable plan. Old Wang, we've built the Nandu 3. Take a look? At that moment, Wang Shuibing's mind flashed back to the day Zhao Linlin had excitedly sought him out to discuss the Nandu 3 project. But at the time, he'd been swamped with work. Not only did he give Zhao Linlin a cold shoulder, but he ended up leaving him hanging. The matter had ultimately been swept under the rug. Wang Shuibing felt as if his heart were bleeding. Zhao Linlin had offered him such a significant opportunity on a silver platter. Yet he had turned a deaf ear to it. In an instant, a wave of intense regret and guilt surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Wang Shuibing stared at the work report for the Southern Dipper 3 with trembling hands, his face ashen. His lips quivered, unable to utter a single word. Zureh. The largest comprehensive training base in all of Xia Nation. Large-scale military exercises were conducted here year-round. It served as a crucial venue for simulating modern battlefield conditions. Inside the command center, a massive electronic simulation sand table was in operation. Everyone snapped to attention. Suddenly, a thunderous shout jolted everyone present. A man with dark skin and eyes as sharp as a hawk scanned the room. He was the commander of the Blue Army Brigade, a nightmare in the minds of countless generals across Xia Nation. Man Guangji. This isn't a dinner party or a movie set. Our enemies always seek to defeat us, but we absolutely cannot let them succeed. For years, we have emerged victorious time and again. I expect us to achieve victory once more this year. And we must ensure their defeat is more complete than ever before. Man Guangji paced back and forth in front of the sand table. The people below kept their heads down, not daring to speak. Chen Dong? Man Guangji halted abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the officers below as he barked the question. Present. A lean, muscular officer immediately stood up. How is the task I assigned you progressing? Reporting to the brigade commander, we've gathered the finest horse wranglers from the grasslands. 300 horses in total, all spirited steeds. When the time comes, at your command, we will surely strike terror into the enemy. Chen Dong responded loudly. Very good. Sit down. Li Tinio? Man Guangji called out another name. Present. True to his name, Li Tinio was dark-skinned and solidly built. What was surprising, however, was that this burly soldier had a head full of flowing black hair. How's that hair you've been growing? Reporting to the brigade commander, our unit hasn't had a haircut in 6 months. The guys say they could star in period dramas without any makeup now. Li Tinio flicked his flowing locks confidently. Excellent. Remember this, when the time comes, borrow a few more poles. You'll drive straight into enemy territory and strike at the heart of their operations. Man Guangji declared with great satisfaction. Yes, sir. Li Tinio shouted loudly. The chiefs of staff and political commissars below him all grimaced. Man Guangji, you really don't deserve this. No wonder everyone wants to beat you to death. Can't you just fight the enemy properly on the battlefield? Always scheming with these underhanded tricks. You're just plain evil. Chapter 44, Xia Nation's Capabilities. Old Zhou, you're the only one left. Everyone else is well prepared. How about your side? Man Guangji turned to a middle-aged man seated beside the conference table, his tone softening noticeably. The others grew serious at the sight of him. They all understood they were merely stepping stones to draw out the gem. The man before them was the genuine article. Reporting to the brigade commander, all our equipment upgrades have been completed this year. First, our long-range fire units have achieved full coverage capability. Coordinates can now be pinpointed with precision to enemy toilet stalls dozens of kilometers away. Joku adjusted his glasses and methodically pulled out a stack of documents to begin his presentation. Get to the key points. Man Guangji prompted. Yes, Commander. The key points are informatization and intelligence. This year, our main battle tanks have been equipped with the Viper maneuvering system and the Eagle Eye fire control system. Joku immediately flipped back a few pages and continued. What exactly are those? Man Guangji's interest was instantly piqued. He'd heard of fighter jets having maneuverability systems, but how could a tank maneuver? Could it perform a 360-degree turn on the ground? The Viper system enables the tank to execute significant evasive maneuvers at high speeds, with each movement capable of reaching an extreme angle of 45 degrees. The Eagle Eye system ensures the turret maintains complete target lock even during severe vibrations. Simply put, our tank's accuracy remains completely unaffected by its speed or angle. Joku stated. The officers in the command center stared wide-eyed. Now that's what you call tactical prowess. What kind of underhanded, self-serving tricks was Man Guangji pulling? Equipment reform, that's the real revolution. Man Guangji froze in place. He stood frozen in place, seemingly processing the new terminology Joku had transmitted to him. Additionally, our fighter jets have undergone reform. We've added a series of teleportation systems. Joku continued. Teleportation? Instantaneous movement? The group instantly perked up with curiosity. We all know you, Mang Guangji, love to come up with something out of the ordinary, but in previous exercises, you've already been cheating. Are you planning to go straight into sci-fi this year? Isn't that a bit too much? Reporting to the brigade commander, simply put, it's a burst-type high-power engine system. It can unleash an instantaneous energy surge, causing our fighter jets to achieve a short-term, explosive increase in speed. However, this system currently only achieves short-term bursts with limited range. Think of it like this: 1 second we're ahead of enemy aircraft, the next we're right on their tail, delivering devastating blows. Zhou Ku explained. Man Guangji was utterly stunned. Tank modifications were one thing, but fighter jets modified to this extreme? Old Zhou, you never cease to amaze me. I remember bragging about this over drinks last time we met, and now you've actually pulled off the simulated combat test? Man Guangji's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Reporting to the brigade commander, the boast you made is precisely the direction of our RD department's equipment development. Zhou slammed the file shut, saluted Man Guangji, and declared loudly. Good, good, good. Everyone did well. Go prepare yourselves. This year, we'll show the enemy what true warfare in the information age looks like. Transmit my order. The entire force is to enter level 1 combat readiness. Man Guangji suddenly bellowed. Yes. The chorus of responses rose in perfect unison, thunderous as a mountain roar. Eagle Nation, Pentagon Headquarters. In a brightly lit office, the atmosphere felt heavy. A large display screen played a video feed. The footage was blurry, shot from an awkward angle, constantly shaking, and punctuated by a jarring static crackle. The footage showed the back of a young man and hands moving so swiftly they appeared as mere afterimages. Beneath those hands, fragmented components were being assembled into a complete chip body. Pause it. Defense Secretary Donovan of Eagle Nation suddenly spoke up. The image froze instantly, revealing a large black pot. The rim even bore speckles of grease, as if it had just been hauled down from some village farmhouse. Doctor, tell me what this is. Donovan asked the sweaty, blonde-haired doctor beside him. The huge black pot on the screen seemed like a crude joke. A joke at the expense of the world's top scientists gathered in this conference room. Minister, this might just be some new kind of prank. Perhaps they're using this video to promote their own country, Xia. Dr. Yellowhair pondered for a moment before his smile turned grim. Using a frying pan to make chips? That's the height of absurdity. Is Xia Nation trying to tell the world that their technological level has reached the point where even a cook can produce semiconductors? The doctor is right. This is utterly ridiculous. We've invested hundreds of billions of dollars building laboratories, constructing top-tier cleanrooms, and deploying the most precise lithography machines, all to etch circuits at the nanometer scale, right? What's that guy in the video doing? Tweezers? A soldering iron? Why isn't he using oil? The crowd below erupted into laughter. The footage before them was simply too unbelievable. This footage simply couldn't be real. The only plausible explanation was that it was a smokescreen deployed by Xia Nation. But we had the video examined, no editing traces whatsoever. How do you explain that? Donovan showed no sign of relaxing, his gaze fixed on the blonde-haired scientist as he pressed. Minister, this still doesn't prove Xia Nation possesses such technology. It only proves their forgery skills are quite sophisticated. The fundamental laws of physics cannot be violated. This is nothing but a farce. My guess is their goal is to instill panic among nations worldwide. Dr. Blondie stated with absolute certainty. Donovan remained silent, merely nodding quietly to his assistant. The next second, the image on the large screen changed. It displayed a satellite signal reception map alongside a blurred set of data graphs captured by a hidden camera. The laughter in the conference room abruptly ceased. Every expression froze. This is data from Xia Nation's Nantu 2 satellite? But the data on the other side, this anti-interference capability, this can't be, this is simply impossible. Faced with the irrefutable data, Dr. Huang Mao abruptly leapt from his chair, shaking his head wildly. The thing he'd cobbled together by hand could match, even surpass the data from Xia Nation's Nantu 2 satellite. When did Xia Nation acquire such capabilities? Chapter 45, The Blackpot Chip Technology. Two sets of data graphs appeared on the large screen. One side displayed the data from Nantu 2, which they had painstakingly obtained. The other displayed the incomplete data from the chip that had just appeared in the video. Some aspects of the two datasets were remarkably similar, but what was even more astonishing was that the data from the video far surpassed that of Nantu 2 in power. It was clear that the individual in the video had developed a replica of Nantu 2, essentially Nantu 3. But, according to their intelligence on Xia Nation, the development program for Nantu 3 had stalled years ago. So how did it suddenly resurface? Moreover, its performance was far too formidable to be the work of Xia Nation. No, it doesn't even seem like it could have been created in this world. Holy crap! Dr. Yellowhair's face had turned green. He refused to believe it, much less admit it, but the data was undeniable. The absurdity wasn't with Xia, but with themselves. The fundamental laws of physics hadn't been violated. It was as if their very understanding of physics was being overturned by something else entirely. What the hell is that pot even for? Some of the researchers below grimaced in frustration. But clearly, no one could answer that question. And it was this unknown that struck the deepest fear. A definitive answer lay right before their eyes, yet they couldn't comprehend it. Their prized laboratory, the billions poured into it, all seemed to vanish into thin air in that instant. The semiconductor dream they'd spent decades building now felt like a colorful soap bubble, popped by a single frying pan. A chill crept up from everyone's feet to the tops of their heads. The lab fell into a deafening silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of those present. Unthinkable technology, unthinkable materials, and unthinkable black pot. Donovan's face darkened to the extreme. The massive black pot before them represented a technology they couldn't begin to comprehend. But what worried him even more was the future position of the Eagle Nation. Today, Xia Nation could use that black cauldron to conjure up a southern cross-chip. What about tomorrow? The day after? Could they also use the big black pot to develop chips for other fields? Fighter jet fire control systems? Aircraft carrier command systems? This is no longer a simple matter of technological catch-up. It represents an entirely new scientific paradigm, one they cannot comprehend or replicate. The day Xia Nation's big black pot chip technology matures and achieves mass production will mark the beginning of the Eagle Nation's nightmare. Military supremacy, technological dominance, and even financial hegemony will crumble within a short span of time. Conflicts between great powers have never been confined to the battlefield. Technological gaps can inflict far more devastating defeats than conventional warfare. Minister, I believe our most urgent task now is to understand exactly what technology lies behind Xia Nation's big black pot chip. Dr. Huang Mao said with some urgency. No need. It's too late. Transmit my order, activate the highest level technological blockade protocol. Use every means necessary, at any cost, to completely eradicate Xia Nation's chip industry. Coordinate across all sectors: commerce, finance, diplomacy, intelligence, technology. I don't care what they used to build it, I just want it destroyed. Donovan slammed his fist hard onto the table, sending a thunderous crash echoing through the conference room. Oh my, Xiao Jiang, your skills are truly unmatched. Without you, the old lady wouldn't even be able to eat. You're the one we rely on. Inside the shop, Auntie Wang beamed from ear to ear as she cradled her newly repaired induction cooker. You bet. Auntie Wang, let me tell you, anything I fix, not even the Grim Reaper could break it. That's what you call a technical barrier. No one else could possibly take over this work. Jiang Feng beamed with a warm smile, far gentler than the big shots like Sun Long and Li Jianguo. Alright, I'll be on my way then. I'll bring you a plate once I've cooked dinner. Aunt Wang left the repair shop, satisfied, carrying her induction cooker. After seeing her off, Jiang Feng glanced back at the row of bodyguards behind him and opened his livestream channel. It had been days since his last livestream. Sun Long had completely disrupted his routine. Ahem. Hey everyone, your missing streamer is back. Did you miss me? The moment he went live, the number of viewers in Jiang Feng's stream shot up like crazy. The missing host is back? I thought your skills were so impressive that aliens abducted you for research. Brother Foam, long time no see. Been busy saving the galaxy again? Hey, stop messing around. The streamer clearly went off to train. Didn't you see the bodyguard standing behind him? Holy crap, what's the host doing? Why's there a whole crowd behind him? Did he hire actors with his earnings? Streamer, my nuclear warhead seems to have a loose connection. Can you fix it? The bullet comments kept getting more and more absurd. Ahem, guys, you're thinking too small. Saving the galaxy? That's just him bragging. But your brother Feng is currently upgrading the national satellite system and developing chips for the country. All cutting-edge projects you wouldn't understand anyway. Small stuff, all small stuff. Jiang Feng cleared his throat and spoke mysteriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the row of guards behind him couldn't help but suck in a few sharp breaths. Damn, my teeth are aching. 7 or 8 young men wore their camouflage uniforms inside out, every identifying mark on their uniforms covered up completely. Though their expressions remained stern, the muscles in their faces twitched uncontrollably. Their general Sun Long was still pacing anxiously at the military base, but Jiang Feng? He'd finished fixing the induction cooker and instead of heading back, he'd started streaming live right here. The most crucial part? Every boast this guy made turned out to be true. It was pretty outrageous. Rubbing a satellite positioning chip with his hands was no big deal? No one would believe that story. Yet they witnessed Jiang Feng single-handedly humiliate the entire lab's elite team with a single, massive black pot. Mr. Jiang. What's going on? Is the store having a sale? Why are they even hiring professional actors to stand guard? 2 more neighbors carrying appliances walked in through the doorway. They were startled by the row of security guards standing behind Jiang Feng. Ignore them. These are my new apprentices. They're here to learn the ropes, standing by to pick up tips by watching me work. Jiang Feng grinned at the 2. The muscles in the faces of the guards behind him were practically bulging. Stealing techniques, my ass. Every one of us in the military was battle-hardened elite troops. How the hell did we become apprentices under you? Besides, forget stealing your tricks. Even if you taught us step by step, we'd never get it. Who the hell can just roll out chips with their bare hands? Chapter 46, Another Poacher. Field Army Military Base, Laboratory. The room was packed to the rafters, yet not a sound could be heard. Dozens of researchers now resembled wandering spirits, as if their souls had been ripped from them. Usually, each one boasted of being a top expert in their field, but now they slumped haphazardly in their chairs. Their eyes were unfocused, their limbs unsteady. Some unconsciously twirled pens in their hands. Others propped their chins on their hands, their gazes vacant, lost in thought. Others simply closed their eyes. Only the occasional sigh breaks the silence. In just over an hour, the entire laboratory had ground to a halt. Before Jiang Feng arrived, they believed their research project was a vital national asset, and each of them was indispensable. After Jiang Feng arrived, they suddenly felt their project was utterly insignificant in comparison. On the large screen, the complete architecture diagram of the Nandu 3-chip positioning system, that monstrous contraption Jiang Feng had cobbled together, continued to flicker. Zhang Linlin's head was practically buried in it. He had maintained this posture for half an hour. His fingers hammered relentlessly at the keyboard, desperately searching for a breakthrough amidst the torrent of data that seemed to flow like stars. How on earth did Jiang Feng pull this off? This microstructure completely transcends the current understanding of all physics. Zhang Linlin's lips were nearly bitten to shreds. He had run countless simulations and tests, yet each result felt like a cruel joke. Here he was, the director of a prestigious research institute, utterly helpless before a contraption cobbled together from a large black pot. This logic gate array doesn't follow any known semiconductor principles. Its processing speed and energy consumption are completely disproportionate. Meanwhile, several chip experts huddled around the array Jiang Feng had handcrafted, brows furrowed as their brains were about to explode. They'd tried reverse engineering, tried parameter matching, but none of their models could explain the operational mechanism of Jiang Feng's hand-molded chip. It wasn't that they lacked direction, they simply couldn't find a single point to start from. This contraption Jiang Feng had cobbled together seemed like it belonged in the future. The assignment was right in front of them, yet they couldn't replicate it. Forget it. We'll just wait for Jiang Feng to come and explain it himself. His work is beyond our comprehension. Zhang Linlin took a deep breath, finally letting out a sigh as he slumped back into his chair. He knew that without Jiang Feng, this chip was nothing but a dead object. The secrets within held no more value than studying a brick. All their years of grueling study or decades of professional experience felt utterly powerless in the face of this. Hiss. Li Jianguo stubbed out a cigarette but in the ashtray, already piled high like a small mountain, and glanced at the time. Only about 2 hours had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Seriously, old son, does it really take this long to fix a damn induction cooker? Shouldn't Jiang Feng be back by now? Li Jianguo couldn't help but blurt out. How should I know? Maybe after fixing the induction cooker, Jiang Feng went off to do something else. He's my guardian angel now. He can do whatever he wants. If you're bored stiff, go run 10 kilometers on the field. Sun Long lay sprawled on the ground, legs splayed wide, his upper body pressed tightly against the wall. He idly picked at his fingernails as he spoke. He had just received the guard's report. Over there, Jiang Feng was bragging to his livestream audience, getting carried away with his boasts. Many neighbors had also sought out Jiang Feng to fix all sorts of things. Rice cookers, induction cookers, radios, all kinds of junk, really. If it were anyone else, they'd have been dragged back ages ago. But this was Jiang Feng we're talking about. Forget being a general, even if he were just a commander, he'd have to let Jiang Feng have his fun first. Reporting to the commander. Minister Wang Shuebing from the Aerospace Systems Department has arrived. At that moment, an urgent voice rang out from outside the lab door. Wang Shuebing? Li Jianguo and Sun Long both froze in surprise. What business could the head of the Aerospace Systems Division possibly have at the military district headquarters? Could it be? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same concern in the other's eyes. A few minutes later, Sun Long and Li Jianguo arrived at the military district's main gate. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit waited anxiously beside a sedan. Old Wang, what are you doing here? Li Jianguo stared at Wang Shuebing, his tone devoid of emotion. Minister Li, I heard the Nandu 3 has been developed? Wang Shuebing glanced at Sun Long beside him before lowering his voice to ask. The words had barely left his mouth when both Li Jianguo and Sun Long visibly stiffened. Damn, did this news spread that fast? Even the Aerospace Systems Department knew about it? Where did you hear this? Sun Long immediately furrowed his brow. The fewer outsiders who knew about this, the better. But he had kept the news tightly under wraps, and yet it still leaked out. It seemed Jiang Feng's affair wouldn't stay hidden for much longer. I happened to catch a glimpse of it while submitting my work report to the central system. Then I checked Minister Li's whereabouts and followed him over. Wang Shuebing spoke with some trepidation. You? Wang Shuebing, where did you get the nerve to track my movements? Do you realize you're overstepping your authority? Li Jiangwo's face instantly turned as dark as liver. As the head of the central system, how dare someone below him investigate his movements? This was nothing short of rebellion. Minister Li, please calm down. I wouldn't normally handle trivial matters this way, but this time is different. You all know how much the Nandu 3 project has weighed on my mind. So many people were unwilling to abandon it back then. So, has it actually been developed? Wang Xuebing's eyes locked onto Li Jiangwo's. Li Jiangwo and Sun Long exchanged glances, both seeing resignation in each other's eyes. They knew Wang Xuebing had already overstepped his authority. He was determined to get answers about Nandu 3 today. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't let it rest. Since it was impossible to hide anymore, the two finally nodded reluctantly. Haha, that's wonderful. Minister Li, as you know, the Nandu system has always been under the jurisdiction of our Aerospace Development Department. Now that Nandu 3 has yielded results, shouldn't this project be handed over to us to oversee? Wang Xuebing exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Li Jiangwo and Sun Long's expressions darkened instantly. Damn it, so this old guy is here to poach talent too? Great. Now there's only Jiang Feng, and all three parties are scrambling for him. What the hell are we supposed to do? Chapter 47, It's none of your business. Wang Xuebing, let me make this clear, I won't hold you accountable for investigating my movements. But don't push your luck. The Nandu 3 is a state secret. Let our central system handle the follow-up. You should focus on your aviation department duties. Li Jiangwo immediately began to dodge the issue. This whole affair was already messy enough, and now adding Wang Xuebing to the mix only made it worse. Exactly. Old Wang, let me tell you, this isn't just any ordinary RD project. It's tied to the future global war landscape. It absolutely requires collaboration between the research institute and our military units to unlock its full potential. Sun Long quickly chimed in. General Sun, are we about to clash with Man Guangji? Wang Xuebing calmly turned his gaze towards Sun Long, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. What do you mean? Let me tell you, don't try to intimidate me with this. Did Man Guangji send you to deliver some message to undermine me? This year's exercise, I'll make sure he pays dearly for it. Sun Long's voice shot up several octaves at the mention. What the hell are you thinking? Do I look like the kind of person who would do that? Here's the thing, before I came, I checked things out for you. Man Guangji's side has completely overhauled their weapons and equipment this year. There are some real heavy hitters among them. Wang Xuebing's eyes sparkled with undisguised cunning. Oh? What do you mean? Sun Long perked up at the mention. Man Guangji, his greatest rival in life. To take him down, Wang had pulled out all the stops. If it meant knocking Man Guangji down and shortening his life by 10 years, Sun Long would be more than happy to do it. I know some specifics about this, but if you want to hear more details, this probably isn't the place to talk about it. I think the laboratory developing Nandu 3 would be a rather suitable place for that conversation, wouldn't you agree, General Sun? Wang Xuebing finally let his true colors show. Wang Xuebing, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Li Jiangwo immediately grew agitated. Turns out this old fox hadn't just been tracking his movements, he'd also done his homework on Sun Long's side. Damn it, everyone knew Sun Long's troops were about to march on Zura. This old fox won't rest until he gets what he wants. Well, fine, I'll let you see. Sun Long gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Though he didn't want Jiang Feng snatched away either. But his primary reason for inviting Jiang Feng was to take down Man Guangji. Now, knowing both sides would ensure victory in every battle, he was sorely lacking intelligence on Man Guangji's side. Sun Long, you. Li Jiangwo's face flushed crimson with anger. But seeing the helpless look on Sun Long's face, he knew Sun Long had no choice either. Which soldier or general wouldn't want to take down Man Guangji? For Sun Long, the temptation was simply too great. The laboratory welcomed another face that one would normally only see on television. Wang Xuebing beamed with joy, while the two men behind him looked as glum as frostbitten eggplants. The moment he entered the lab, Wang Xuebing strode straight toward the central control console as if he were at home. At that moment, the chips and other components Jiang Feng had developed had already been sealed under glass covers by Zhao Linlin and his team. Through the glass panel, the smile on Wang Xuebing's face froze. It quickly transformed into utter shock. His face flushed crimson at a visible pace, and his breathing grew ragged. What is this? A navigation signal generation module, but I've never seen this kind of nanoscale crystalline structure before. It can boost signals by at least 3 orders of magnitude. Disruptive, absolutely disruptive. Just one module had Wang Xuebing so overwhelmed he could barely speak. And here this is, a control processor, but it's actually attitude-based? A superconducting magnetic levitation microgyroscope array. Unheard of. The stability and precision it delivers surpass every atomic clock in our lab. Wang Xuebing's voice trembled. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the console, yet feared his movements might be too forceful and cause damage. This is the data connection encryption unit. This is a key generation method based on the theory of turbidity. But wasn't this supposed to exist only in theory? We always thought it was impossible to achieve. The energy capture power supply system. Good heavens, what on earth is this? In the span of mere seconds, Wang Shuebing transformed from the dignified head of the aviation systems department into an elderly man on the brink of madness. His eyes had been widening steadily since entering the room, bulging outward as if they might pop out at any moment. He had suspected Nantu 3 was extraordinary, but never imagined it would be this revolutionary. The surrounding researchers watched him with utterly indifferent expressions. They had witnessed this state before, so Wang Shuebing's loss of composure held no surprise for them whatsoever. Given this level of technology, they would have been surprised if Wang Shuebing hadn't lost his mind. So you've seen how formidable Nantu 3 is? Remember when I personally delivered it to you? Back then, Minister Wang couldn't have cared less. At that moment, Zhang Linlin sidled over and remarked with a sneer. The more shocked Wang Shuebing appeared, the more satisfaction Zhang Linlin felt inside. He recalled how, back then, if Wang Shuebing hadn't dismissed him as insignificant, he never would have gotten in touch with Sun Long. Dean Zhang? What are you doing here? Wang Shuebing turned around and only then noticed Zhang Linlin. Zhang Linlin stared at Wang Shuebing without a word, but the smugness on his face was plain for all to see. In the brief span of a few seconds, Wang Shuebing's weathered face flushed bright red. Recalling the words Zhang Linlin had spoken to him, he now wanted to slap himself silly. The other had bestowed such a great favor upon him for nothing, yet he had taken the other's kindness for granted. It was utterly unforgivable. Old Zhang, Director Zhang, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way back then. Wang Shuebing bowed repeatedly before Zhang Linlin in apology. Zhang Linlin felt a deep sense of satisfaction inside. Why bother with all that back then? Director Zhang, I beg you, I'm begging you. Could you please hand over this technology to our aviation systems department? Well, it is our aviation systems department's domain after all. But Zhang Ling's moment of triumph lasted barely a few seconds before Wang Shuebing's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! It's true this technology originated from me. But it had absolutely nothing to do with him. Chapter 48, How to Handle the New Project. Old Zhang, you shouldn't be so stingy. I was wrong before. Just tell me what you want. As long as you transfer this technology to me, I'll make it happen. We've been friends for so many years. Wang Shuebing leaned close to Zhang Linlin, his pained expression constantly releasing smoke screens. That. Beads of sweat formed densely on Zhang Linlin's forehead. He'd certainly had his moment of satisfaction and boasted about his prowess. But he genuinely didn't possess this skill. If he really knew how to do this, would he still be stuck as the director of a research institute? He'd be at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or even have a seat at the central leadership table. Minister Wang, please don't put Director Zhang on the spot. This technology isn't his. At that moment, Sun Long suddenly spoke up. Wang Shuebing and Zhang Linlin both turned to look at Sun Long. Especially Zhang Linlin, his eyes practically shot flames. Did I need you to speak up? President Zhang, it's fine. You don't need to feel pressured. I'll say it for you. Sun Long gave Zhang Linlin a firm nod. The muscles in Zhang Linlin's face twitched violently, his lips trembled, but in the end, no words came out. I really appreciate it. Not Director Zhang? Then where was it from? I clearly saw that report submitted under the 7th Research Institute's name. Wang Shuebing asked urgently. It was developed by a young man named Jiang Feng. That young man isn't from the 7th Research Institute either. He's just a small appliance repair shop owner. Director Zhang merely knew the small business owner, and besides, he was the first to discover it. Sun Long completely sold Zhang Linlin out. Home appliance repair, small business owner? Wang Shuebing froze in place. He recognized each word individually, but when put together, he couldn't make sense of it. Was there some connection between them? A small appliance repair shop owner had managed to develop a satellite positioning system that their team of professional researchers had struggled to create? This sounded utterly implausible. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Linlin. At that moment, Zhang Linlin's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wang Shuebing immediately understood. The old man had blown his own horn sky high, only to have Sun Long pull the rug out from under him before he could fully soar. Now he was stuck too high to climb, too low to descend. General Sun, is this Jiang Feng really just an appliance repairman? Wang Shuebing asked again for confirmation. Absolutely true. I picked him up right from his repair shop. Sun Long affirmed with certainty. This is incredible. He's practically a national treasure. No, I need to report this to higher-ups. This is a national treasure. Wang Shuebing slapped his thigh and immediately pulled out his phone. Wang Shuebing, have you lost your mind? Stop right there. Sun Long and Li Jianguo both nearly had their souls ripped out of their bodies. Damn it, we haven't even figured this out yet, and you're here playing the hero? The minister of the central system is right here. How the hell did this job fall to you? You're just ing messing around day after day. This can wait. First tell me what exactly happened with Mang Guangji. Sun Long hurriedly snatched the phone from Wang Shuebing's hand and asked impatiently. What he wanted to know most right now was the intelligence from Mang Guangji's side. It could make or break his performance in this year's exercises. See for yourself. This is the freshly printed intelligence report. Wang Shuebing pulled a document from his bag and handed it to Sun Long. Sun Long snatched the document as if it were a treasure. Within mere seconds, his expression darkened. The Viper system, an active tank evasion system capable of performing small-range maneuvers to dodge incoming projectiles based on their trajectory. The Eagle Eye system integrates the gun turret with the fire control system. Once the gunner locks onto a target, it automatically tracks it, achieving true point-and-shoot precision. Teleportation system enables fighter jets to perform short-range bursts of acceleration at certain speeds, achieving 3 times the speed of sound. Though limited in usage and energy consumption, it still. Sun Long's voice trembled more with each word he uttered. Is this ing a war or writing a novel? Why not just deploy a star destroyer, Mang Guangji? Is this even a war humans could conceive? Damn it, that old bastard Mang Guangji. He used to cheat in wars before, but this year he's upgraded his cheat code to VIP status? Snake, Eagle Eye, what the hell am I supposed to do now? My troops are just walking targets out there. They hit us with pinpoint accuracy, but when we fire at them, their tanks can dodge? Sun Long slammed the documents in his hand onto the table and roared. That's the situation. But your equipment really is significantly inferior to theirs. Wang Shuebing said with a bitter smile. Mang Guangji's ability to produce these things didn't mean he'd actually develop them. Rather, as long as the concept existed in his mind, they could claim it had been developed. After all, they didn't need to actually develop the project. They simply informed the command center about the weapons and equipment they envisioned, and those concepts were immediately put into use. Put nicely, it was called training troops to respond to future warfare. To put it bluntly, it was pure exploitation. What the hell kind of shortcomings are they talking about? If they actually had this stuff, fine. They're using completely made-up stuff as if it were real. Why doesn't he just claim he's from Mars? Sun Long was absolutely furious. At this rate, forget about developing a satellite positioning system. You'd need a star destroyer just to stand a chance against Mang Guangji. For the next while, Sun Long paced back and forth in the lab. The cigarette in his hand never stopped being lit. No way. We absolutely cannot lose again this year. That sly bastard Mang Guangji needs to taste defeat at least once. We need to make modifications to the tanks and aircraft too. Sun Long suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over the group. But you can't do anything about it either. We don't know how to do it either. Besides, I'm not part of your military base. Zhao Linlin felt uneasy under his gaze and hurriedly waved his hands. Who said anything about you? I'm talking about Jiang Feng. Sun Long shot him a disapproving look. If you were really that capable, would you still be stuck as just a research institute director? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Right, Jiang Feng. Most of them couldn't even begin to understand the gadgets he could whip up. A guy who can roll chips with his bare hands? Modifying tanks and planes should be a piece of cake for him, right? Exactly. If Boss Jiang handles it, there's no doubt it'll be done. Exactly. Mr. Jiang's integration of software and hardware, along with his application of algorithmic logic, is absolutely top-notch. Exactly. Once Boss Jiang returns, we'll discuss this with him. The crowd below cheered and applauded enthusiastically. Hold your excitement for now. I originally asked him to build us a satellite positioning system. Adding another project on top of that now seems a bit inappropriate. What if Jiang Feng gets upset and walks away from the project? What then? Sun Long scratched his head, feeling both anxious and awkward. He wasn't afraid of anyone else, but Jiang Feng genuinely didn't fear him. It doesn't matter what kind of general you are in Jiang Feng's eyes, if I refuse to work for you, I refuse to work for you. Pissing off Jiang Feng was scarier than pissing off the top brass. Chapter 49, Ever played with tanks? A heavy silence hung over the vast military base laboratory. Gathered here were the directors of 2 research institutes, a minister from the Central Command System, and a general-level figure. Alongside a group of the nation's foremost scientific researchers. Yet, at this very moment, this elite group of Xia Nation's finest minds found themselves stumped by a single problem. How could they persuade a young man barely out of his teens to willingly assist them in launching an entirely new initiative? What if we offer him more money? A researcher cautiously suggested. Money, after all, was the most effective tool in this world. As the saying goes, even heroes can be brought down by a single penny. If even heroes can't resist that temptation, how could a young man in his early 20s possibly resist? That kid doesn't seem too interested in money. He always charges hundreds to fix things. You know, with all the gadgets he's built, he could have anything he wants money aside. Sun Long flatly refused. Well then, how about some recognition? If he doesn't like money, how about some honor? Like an academician title or something. Wang Shuebing suggested after a moment's thought. Academician? He wasn't even one himself. Whether Jiang Feng valued such an honor or not, it would certainly pack a serious punch. That won't work either. I mentioned earlier that I give him a fully equipped lab, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. Li Jianguo shook his head flatly. Ha! Wang Shuebing's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, he doesn't even care about someone with an academician's status? Is this guy just some repair shop owner? Are you kidding me? The atmosphere froze solid once more. You can't force someone to do something they don't want to do. We definitely won't come if you're being so stubborn. How about we try a softer approach instead? Zhang Lingnan's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam. What do you mean by softer? Everyone perked up at once, turning their attention to Zhang Lingnan. Just outsmart them. Aren't we right here at the military base? And tanks? We could have as many as we want, right? When Jiang Feng gets back, bring him along too. Let him see our tanks, planes, and all that. Then let him experience it firsthand. After that, we'll play the poverty card and complain about how crappy our weapons and equipment are. Zhang Lingnan said with a sly grin. You mean you want me to play the victim? Sun Long pointed at his own nose, a look of shock on his face. What kind of place is the military? It's a place for forging tough men. If you can do something, do it. If you can't, find a way to make it happen. When has playing the victim ever gotten the job done? This is just ridiculous. General Sun, that's not quite right. This isn't playing the victim, it's igniting the deep-seated sense of duty and honor within our young soldiers. A promising young man like Jiang Feng, could he stand by and watch our soldiers go into battle with outdated equipment? Could he tolerate us losing the military exercises? I'll bet you anything, when Jiang Feng sees all this, he'll step in to help. Zhang Lingnan declared with absolute certainty. Brilliant. Wang Shuebing kept giving Zhang Lingnan thumbs up after hearing this. Hey, old Zhang, how come I never realized you were such a sharp-tongued guy these past few days? Sun Long's eyes lit up. This move was effective. Most importantly, Zhang Lingnan had a way with words. He managed to spin a self-pitying act into something that sounded like he was nurturing Jiang Feng's patriotic spirit. Isn't it just that you're good with words? What do you mean, insulting? Zhang Lingnan's face instantly fell. Right. Look at my mouth, what a clever move, a brilliant move. Alright, let's do it. We'll follow Dean Zhang's instructions. Attention, everyone. Spread the word, we're putting on a big show for Jiang Feng. Sun Long slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. The group of bigwigs present now looked sly and cunning, their smiles brimming with scheming intent. Jiang Feng's repair shop. Alright, folks, that wraps up today's livestream. If you haven't gifted yet, hurry up and do it now. I don't know when the next livestream will be. Jiang Feng waved at the phone camera. Can you fix an aircraft carrier next time, streamer? I'm sick of watching you fix rice cookers all the time. Bro, don't go yet. Keep showing off your skills. My toilet's clogged. Is this related to that quantum entanglement thing you mentioned? The upstairs layout's too cramped, huh? Your toilet must be clogged with a warp drive engine. Gotta have brother phone blasted with an antimatter annihilation cannon. Alright, the streamer's off to save the galaxy. We should head home and eat with mom. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that the streamer is actually the chief engineer at a top-secret national weapons development center. As the stream ended, absurd comments rolled frantically across the screen. Jiang Feng watched the comments with a surge of satisfaction. Being a small-time boss here is just so much more comfortable. Chatting with the uncles and aunts every day, shooting the breeze with fellow netizens. But hey, who made me the main character? Boss Jiang, shouldn't we head back now? The general has been urging us dozens of times already. Only after Jiang Feng ended the livestream did his bodyguard dare step forward to remind him. In truth, Sun Long had reminded him nearly 100 times already. But since Jiang Feng wasn't done yet, who dared to rush him? It does seem to be getting late. Then let's go. Jiang Feng glanced at his watch, stretched lazily, and nodded. Yet he remained unaware that within the military base, a treacherous banquet prepared specifically for him was already set. All that was missing was the final push. The SUV sped along the road before finally coming to a halt at the main gate of the military district. Sun Long and the others were already waiting at the entrance. The moment Jiang Feng pushed open the door, he was hit by a thick, pungent sweat smell and a palpable aura of grim tension. Ha! Kill! The once quiet entrance had transformed into a training ground. Thousands of burly soldiers were training with fierce intensity. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, fists whistling through the air with every punch delivered at full force. Further away, rows of armored vehicles practiced tactical maneuvers and infantry tank coordination. Their tracks crushed the ground with thunderous force, unstoppable. Gun barrels swiveled rapidly in sync with commands, their black muzzles sending a chill down the spine. Mr. Jiang, welcome back. Sun Long and his group surrounded him, their faces beaming with smiles. General Sun, what's going on here? Why is the training ground extending all the way to the main gate? Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask at the sight of the fervent scene before him. Aren't we about to start the military exercises? We're just sharpening our swords before the battle. Sun Long explained with a cheerful smile. Oh. Jiang Feng nodded, his eyes still fixed on the drill field, reluctant to look away. Zhao Linlin and Li Jianguo nudged him from behind. Their eyes met, flashing a knowing smile only they could understand. Mr. Jiang, have you ever played with tanks? You know, those big metal things, tanks. Chapter 50, Genius is Genius. Tanks. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment. He'd never actually touched one of those things, nor had he ever seen one properly. After all, this thing was way more sophisticated than those BUBU gadgets. Ordinary folks rarely got to see something like this. But every boy develops an interest in this sort of thing from a young age. Like, excavators? Want to see one? Or maybe, take it for a spin? Sun Long leaned in close to Jiang Feng and asked with a sly grin. The moment Jiang Feng hesitated, he knew the fish had taken the bait. Sure enough, no man could resist such temptation. Getting to see a tank was already a rare treat, let alone getting to drive it. That was way cooler than driving some fancy Lamborghini. I can actually drive it? Jiang Feng's eyes widened. Sure thing. As long as you're willing, you can drive it all day today. Sun Long felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the feeling he wanted, the vibe he was after. No problem. Once he got the hang of driving this tank, Jiang Feng would have to agree to his terms. The others behind them all let out a long sigh of relief. They'd expected the plan to be more complicated, but never imagined it would be this easy. Before long, the group arrived at the tank training base. There, someone had been washing a tank for quite some time. The gleaming tank was almost blinding under the sun. Come on, Jiang Feng, get in. Sun Long opened the tank hatch first, climbed inside, and beckoned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate, quickly following him inside. Only after climbing into the cockpit did Jiang Feng realize the interior was a whole different world. The interior was packed with buttons like grains of sand, overwhelming him at first glance. So, the ones on the left are the throttle and brakes, and this here is the gear selector. Sun Long enthusiastically explained. The two technicians seated beside them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. It was the first time they'd ever seen a general take such pains to explain how to operate a tank to a young man. If it were them, one mistake would earn a slap across the face. Where would the smiling face be then? The tank began moving slowly under Sun Long's control. A few minutes later, Sun Long and Jiang Feng switched places. Come on, Jiang Feng, give it a try. Sun Long said enthusiastically. Once Jiang Feng sat down, the matter would be settled. Alright. Jiang Feng felt a bit uneasy inside. This was his very first time driving a tank. Money can buy you Mercedes-Benz's, BMWs, or Lamborghinis, but can it buy you a tank? With a thunderous roar, the massive tank began to rumble into motion. At first, Jiang Feng felt awkward and unsteady. The massive tank lurched forward like a drunken giant, swaying and staggering. Outside, Li Jianguo and the others watched anxiously, fearing Jiang Feng might drive it into a ditch. The tank falling in wouldn't matter, but Jiang Feng couldn't afford any mishaps. But 5 minutes later, everyone was stunned. Whoosh! Under Jiang Feng's control, the main battle tank glided with the grace of a sports car. Starting, accelerating, turning, all executed in one fluid motion. Every movement flowed like water, without the slightest hesitation. Had they not known it was Jiang Feng inside, they would have sworn a seasoned tank veteran was showing off his skills. Wait, that's Jiang Feng? Isn't this a bit too fast? Wang Shuebing's eyes were bloodshot. What do you mean by genius? This is what a genius looks like. Ordinary soldiers need months just to complete the basic training for tank operation. But Jiang Feng managed it in just 5 minutes. What kind of superhuman intellect is this? Zhao Linlin and Li Jianguo were both left speechless. Everyone knew Jiang Feng had a knack for RD, but who would have guessed he'd be this gifted at learning to drive a tank too? Many of the soldiers present were tank crewmen themselves. They witnessed Jiang Feng progress from complete novice to competent operator before their very eyes. The tank driving skills he displayed now were no less impressive than theirs. In fact, he was significantly better than most of them. Squeal! Inside the tank, Jiang Feng suddenly let out a sly grin. As the tank accelerated to top speed, he yanked the control stick while slamming the brakes on the inner track. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? The tank's going to flip. Sun Long inside was startled. But it was already too late to stop it. Rip! A shrill metallic screech filled the air as sparks flew from the tracks grinding against the ground. Immediately after, the massive hunk of metal suddenly executed a perfect arc across the training ground. The massive vehicle body kicked up a cloud of dust, executing an almost impossible drift right before everyone's eyes. Everyone froze in shock. This is a freaking tank. You're treating it like a sports car? No matter how talented you are, you can't be this good. The veterans who had been crouched watching the spectacle couldn't help but stand up, their jaws dropping so wide you could fit an egg in them. This is ridiculous. They've been playing tanks for so long, and they didn't even know these things could drift? If they could master that move, wouldn't they be unstoppable on the battlefield? Whose tank could drift in and out like that? Clatter. The tank's hatch swung open, and Jiang Feng and Sun Long climbed out. One wore an expression of pure excitement, still buzzing with the thrill. The other was as pale as a sheet. The moment his feet touched the ground, Sun Long opened his mouth and vomited all over the floor. Damn. I'm a seasoned tank crewman myself, yet riding in Jiang Feng's tank made my stomach churn uncontrollably. But that kid? Not a scratch on him. Damn it all, geniuses are just, well, geniuses. He's freaking incredible. How'd it feel? The feel was okay, I guess. Sun Long clutched his stomach and forced a smile as he asked. Even though his stomach was killing him right now, he could see the plan was down to its final step. The process was almost complete. He'd push through even if it killed him. Yeah, it's really good. Much better than that little tricycle I used for deliveries. Jiang Feng nodded firmly. The others all looked utterly speechless. You sure know how to compare things, pitting a little three-wheeler used for deliveries against a tank. Sigh, what's so good about it? It's still lacking in many ways. Mr. Jiang, you wouldn't understand. Our tank looks impressive, but compared to Manhwa's, it's like heaven and earth. Sun Long knew the moment was ripe and swiftly launched into his ambush banquet mode. Jiang Feng instantly furrowed his brow. He was excited, not stupid. There was something off about Sun Long's tone. Chapter 51, General turned lapdog? Manhwa's tanks are equipped with this spirit snake system. They can fire shells even during high-speed maneuvers. And that eagle eye system, once locked on, it basically seals our fate. Jiang Feng, listen to me, kid. I'm not trying to imply anything, but honestly, our tanks look impressive, but compared to theirs, they're just lacking. Ahem. Well, I'm getting old. Don't mind me. Sun Long began to cry as he spoke, followed by a violent coughing fit that left him plopping down onto the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face, his expression utterly miserable. The soldiers nearby stopped training, all staring wide-eyed at the scene. Sun Long, their general. Usually loud and brash, never taking orders from anyone. How had he ended up sitting on the ground like this? The tank crew, standing closest, froze in place, utterly bewildered. Damn it, they'd just witnessed their top commander humiliated. In ancient times, this would have been a capital offense. Could they possibly have a good life ahead? Li Jianguo, Zhao Linlin, and the others stood frozen in place like wooden statues. 1,000 thoughts churned within each of them. Sun Long, how the hell did you end up becoming a general? If you'd become an actor, you'd be handing out the Oscars to others by now. You get to act in a play, and holy, tears and snot just start flowing? Damn, you're too professional for your own good. If this were on the silver screen, the money you're holding now could knock out a whole crowd of people here. We agreed it was just to fool Jiang Feng, but Sun Long is acting like his own mother died. Isn't this a bit much? Zhao Linlin whispered from behind Li Jianguo. Ah. Seems like it might be a tiny bit. Li Jianguo was already slurring his words. Sun Long's acting was absolutely top-notch. They had already been briefed on the plot beforehand, yet witnessing it live was still so overwhelming. If this were on the big screen with some filter effects added, these guys might just start crying along with it. So what are you getting at? How about, we pretend to be some kind of eagle or something? Jiang Feng looked at Sun Long and asked calmly. Holy, does this guy think he's some kind of cute little thing? A general crying like this? What a spectacle. This is clearly just a performance to pile more work on himself. But you can't be too convincing with your act. If you're too convincing, you'll give away your real intentions. Ha? No, Jiang Feng, Uncle wasn't trying to play the victim with you. Sun Long looked up at Jiang Feng with a confused expression. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's reaction, he immediately waved his hands in denial. Oh, if that's not it, then I'll go work on the satellite system. It's not finished yet. Jiang Feng didn't even give him a chance to finish before turning and walking away. Hey! Jiang Feng. Boss Jiang. Nephew. Sun Long panicked the moment he saw this. He'd been crying so hard he was about to wet himself, kneeling and weeping with Oscar-worthy acting skills on full display. The script hasn't even reached its climax yet. How could the protagonist leave so soon? Hey, Uncle Long, no more tears? No more snot either? Your acting skills aren't on fire anymore? Jiang Feng stood rooted to the spot, staring at Sun Long with a faint, mocking smile. Sun Long and the others felt a sudden chill in their hearts. This is bad news, isn't it? He'd known all along it was all an act. Especially Sun Long, his embarrassment was so palpable it could have carved a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor. Did we get busted? Zhang Lingnan's words came out slurred. Enough with the showboating. Get over here and help out. Li Jianguo sighed. Technology, Jiang Feng had left them in the dust. Acting skills, Jiang Feng had them all outclassed. A bunch of old guys averaging around 50 now felt utterly outclassed. Jiang Feng, old son, he's just a man of passion. He couldn't control himself for a moment. Yeah. Just thinking about how outdated our gear is makes him feel terrible. Don't take it personally, don't let it get to you. Everyone immediately gathered around to placate him. What the hell is wrong with you lot? Got nothing better to do? A general of his stature, crying like a child, has he no shame left? Jiang Feng pointed at the distinguished figures from the scientific community and military generals before him, reprimanding them without mercy. One by one, they lowered their heads, faces flushed crimson. The vast training ground fell silent. All eyes were fixed on this scene. A group of bigwigs they usually struggled to approach were now bowing their heads before a 20-year-old youth. Each looked like a schoolchild who'd made a mistake, not daring to breathe a word. It's just installing something on a tank, right? Is this really necessary? Jiang Feng felt both exasperated and amused at that moment. This modification job was actually a boon for him. He'd be thrilled to have such a request. A simple task had dragged on for ages. It seemed these thousands of suddenly appearing training soldiers were just background props these guys had conjured up to support this grand spectacle. Poor soldiers, having to be dragged out by these old farts just to serve as props. Ah, what can I say about my nephew? You really understand your uncle. Our tanks are just too outdated. Look at what Man Guangji has over there. Sun Long slapped his thigh and immediately launched into flattery. Enough. Don't mention Man Guangji. I got the gist from what you just said. What's so great about that eyes and snakes technology anyway? Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking bluntly. Nothing special? What do you mean? Sun Long and the others froze in surprise. This technology isn't good enough? This was the technology Man Guangji had conjured up from his imagination. You call something that works with just one parameter nothing special? You could install this thing if you want, but I suggest you go for something new. Then we'll catch them off guard. Frankly, I don't want to deal with outdated tech like this. Jiang Feng gave everyone a mysterious chuckle. Don't want to. Something new? Damn it, is there another expert? Wait, nephew, what kind of technique are you planning to use? Sun Long swallowed hard and asked urgently. Want to know? Jiang Feng flashed a mysterious smile at the crowd. The group nodded frantically like chicks pecking at grain. Alright then, since you put on such a grand show. Follow me. Jiang Feng nodded, beckoning them with a wave before striding purposefully toward the laboratory. Sun Long and the others saw shock and fervor in each other's eyes. Without another word, they swiftly followed Jiang Feng, sprinting after him. The soldiers on the drill field watched the scene in utter bewilderment. Their general had been weeping like a 200-pound child just moments ago, now he was acting like a lapdog? Chapter 52, Countering Moves. Hurry up, keep up. Hey, Oldly, you're a minister for crying out loud. Your stamina's way too weak. Here, let me support you. Get lost. Back in my day, I could carry artillery shells and run 5 kilometers without breaking a sweat. It's just old age catching up. A group of venerable generals, averaging over 50 years old, panted and puffed as they raced frantically behind a 20-year-old youth. The scene was utterly comical. In their daily lives, each of them was surrounded by an entourage, with special vehicles ferrying them wherever they went. Today, however, they were all running until their faces flushed crimson and their necks strained, their military uniforms and whitecoats flapping wildly in the wind. They looked exactly like students rushing to get out of class for lunch. Passers-by who encountered this scene couldn't help but stop and stare. What on earth was going on? That young face was somewhat unfamiliar, yet it was enough to have Sun Long and his entourage trotting along behind him like eager puppies. This whole group of bigwigs, who were often on TV, now looked like they were being chased by a dog. Before long, the group returned to the laboratory. Upon entering, they all took their seats in an orderly fashion. Jiang Feng walked straight to the control console and pulled over a blackboard. Alright, since everyone's here, I'll give you a lesson. Jiang Feng addressed the flustered group below him. A lecture? The group exchanged bewildered glances for a few seconds before hurriedly pulling out their notebooks from their pockets. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead set against it. A 20-something kid lecturing them? If someone asked them to teach him, they wouldn't even bother responding. But Jiang Feng was different, a real chip-handling whiz. Getting to learn from him was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Jiang Feng didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. His pen swiftly sketched the outlines of 2 tanks on the blackboard. First, let's talk about this Eagle Eye system. The name sounds pretty intimidating, but honestly, it's nothing special. The so-called lock-on is just continuously tracking the target's position, speed, and movement trajectory, then using an algorithm to calculate the shell's impact point in advance. So, as long as the computational power is sufficient and the correction speed is fast enough, it looks like the shell is chasing after you. Jiang Feng spoke while writing several large characters on the blackboard. The others listened, utterly baffled. They understood the principle. What they didn't understand was how to counter this thing. After all, that old schemer Man Guangji fights wars entirely based on his imagination. It's pure bullying. Then how can we counter it? Sun Long voiced the question no one else dared to ask. Break it? Why would we need to break it? We'll just crash it outright. Jiang Feng drew countless tiny dots on their own tank. What is this? Li Jianguo was completely baffled. A low-power composite jammer. Its sole purpose is to simulate hundreds, even thousands, of false signals from our own tanks. These decoys behave just like real tanks, each randomly generating its own movement patterns. Can't Manhwarecap's Eagle Eye system handle the calculations? Then let it do the calculations. Hundreds or even thousands of targets? No matter how advanced a tank's lock-on system is, how could it possibly pinpoint just one? By the time it finishes calculating, even a pig among our tank crews could lock onto it. Jiang Feng smiled at the others as he spoke. Sun Long and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Soldiers, after all, instinctively think in terms of strength. What if the enemy's assault is too fierce? They'd simply become even more ferocious, overwhelming the enemy. They'd considered using heavier armor to withstand enemy shells. They'd contemplated overwhelming the enemy tanks with blanket attacks. But they never imagined resorting to such underhanded tactics to resolve the situation. If they're playing the high-tech game, then use high-tech means to solve the problem. If you can calculate, then make your brain unable to keep up. This approach, novel indeed. Pulling the rug out from under them, huh? Instead of competing with its technology, we strike back using its own technology as a foundation. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The crowd below erupted in waves of admiration. Alright, that settles the Eagle Eye system. And there's that Viper maneuver thing, right? Jiang Feng continued scribbling on the blackboard. Right, that Viper thing is even trickier to handle. Who the hell can aim accurately when driving a tank like a sports car? The crowd below was suddenly stumped. Tanks are solid iron monstrosities. It's formidable in combat, but precisely because it's covered in iron plates, its speed and responsiveness are major issues when maneuvering. Manhwarecap had essentially turned the tank into a sports car with tank capabilities. Even the Eagle couldn't do anything about it. Rest assured, what it can achieve will never be true instantaneous teleportation. True teleportation doesn't exist. Jiang Feng began sketching on the tank's tracks and chassis. Several lines and a mechanical diagram quickly took shape. They're likely using high-power hydraulic instantaneous boost combined with clutch-controlled independent suspension and tracks. Simply put, they use a sudden burst of massive torque to force one side of the tracks to lock or reverse, while the other side spins at extreme speeds, enabling an abrupt turn nearly in place. Combined with the engine operating at overload, this completes a short-distance burst. This maneuver imposes devastating stress on the vehicle's structure, drive shafts, and engine. Each use halves the lifespan of the relevant components, so this thing can only be deployed a handful of times in actual combat before it breaks down and needs major repairs. It's really just for show during exercises. Jiang Feng shook his head as he explained. These guys really don't treat their equipment like it's worth anything. They've managed to turn such a fine piece of equipment as a tank into this monstrosity. Isn't national property supposed to be protected? Then how do we counter it? Sun Long couldn't help but ask. No need to counter it at all. We just need to anticipate its moves in advance. Jiang Feng said with a hint of confusion. These people really do come across as brainless grunts. Why do they always think about going head to head? Wouldn't it be better to use some brains? Predict? How do you predict something like that? It comes out of nowhere. Sun Long frowned in frustration. Who says there's no warning? Before initiating its maneuver, the tank must generate an extremely brief yet intense surge in its power core to supply sufficient energy to the hydraulic system and engine. That surge pattern is precisely what we can use for prediction. We can install a dedicated sensor. It won't do anything else. Its sole purpose is to detect fluctuations from enemy tanks. The moment it detects a signal, no waiting for our crew to react, the system will automatically launch a barrage of high-strength metal pellets in front of our tank, covering the likely directions of their charge. I'll craft these pellets from scrap materials. They lack offensive capability, but they'll immobilize their tank. Jiang Feng stated matter-of-factly. Whoa! A collective gasp filled the laboratory. Good heavens, what does it mean to be a genius? This is what a genius looks like. Just moments ago, they'd been fretting over how to counter Manhwarecap's two skills. But Jiang Feng had dismantled them all in just a few minutes of explanation. Worst of all, Jiang Feng didn't know that Manhwarecap's two methods were purely theoretical. In practice, their application would face significant limitations. This meant Jiang Feng could fully realize both of these concepts conceived only in Manhwarecap's imagination in the real world. Sun Long stared blankly at Jiang Feng, then glanced back at the diagrams on the blackboard. His lips moved, but in the end, he couldn't find the words to speak. He simply couldn't find words to express his admiration for Jiang Feng at that moment. Had this kid modified his own brain into a CPU? That's enough to make anyone gasp in awe? Well, if I may say something I probably shouldn't, none of you here have seen much of the world. What we just discussed merely prevents us from getting beaten up. That's called defense. But in a fight, is defense alone without striking back really any fun? Chapter 53, What about the plane? As Jiang Feng finished speaking, the entire room fell into an awkward silence. Judging by his tone, he seemed far from satisfied with the current plan. In their eyes, being able to dismantle all of Manhwarecap's tactics was already impressive enough. Could it be that Jiang Feng had another ace up his sleeve? What exactly are you getting at, nephew? Are we supposed to go on the offensive now? Sun Long stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Are you kidding? In past military exercises, an offensive was always launched. But Sun Long had never once imagined beating Man Guangji. He considered it a major victory just to avoid a crushing defeat. Taking on Man Guangji proactively? That's unthinkable. General Sun, let me tell you this, a cowardly soldier affects one man, but a cowardly general affects the whole unit. Ah, so when someone hits you, you just dodge and that's it? You're a big general with no backbone at all? Jiang Feng shook his head at Sun Long, his eyes filled with disappointment. It's not. Sun Long immediately grew flustered. Call me anything, but don't say I lack courage. Back in my teens and 20s, I fought countless battles against the enemy. Shrapnel from those days still lodged in his body. Old Sun, quiet down, quiet down. Jiang Feng must have something important to say next. Just hold on, hold on. Zhao Linlin and Li Jianguo both desperately tried to restrain the agitated Sun Long. Got a problem with that? Jiang Feng scoffed, then turned and began sketching on the blackboard. Before long, a highly intricate diagram appeared on the blackboard. What is this thing? The crowd below stared at the blackboard, their eyes widening in astonishment. Sun Long stopped his antics at this point. Even if he was reluctant deep down, he knew this thing Jiang Feng had brought out was no ordinary item. It could very well become the trump card between him and Man Guangji. A contraption that can render Man Guangji's tanks deaf and blind. Level 0, capture Man Guangji with this, we'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. Jiang Feng declared confidently to the assembled group. Old Jiang, did you get that? Li Jianguo turned to Zhao Linlin, his expression confused. You're the head of the Central Systems Department and you don't get it? How am I supposed to? Zhang Linlin replied, speechless. Jiang Feng glanced around, the others were equally clueless. It was like a university professor trying to explain transfinite numbers to a bunch of kindergartners. Alright. I guess I overestimated your IQs after all. This is a directional resonance system capable of emitting a specific frequency resonance. This resonance can analyze all optical equipment on enemy tanks. Periscopes, thermal imagers, sighting scopes, and other components, all frequencies they emit can resonate. To use it, just flip the switch and shine it on their tank. The system will fire a directional resonance frequency at the enemy tank, instantly incinerating everything on board. Jiang Feng added. Click. Silence fell over the laboratory as someone's pen clattered to the floor. Everyone froze in place as if struck by a spell. Mouths agape, eyes wide, throats moving up and down, yet not a single word escaped their lips. At that very moment, their minds had ceased to function. Shock? No, that was last century's terminology. This was subversion, utter annihilation, and absolute blow from one dimension against another. And one where there was absolutely no chance of retaliation. They were still stuck at the most basic level, trying to figure out how to defend against Man Guangji's brutal beating. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already ascended to the highest level, contemplating how to eliminate Man Guangji, the brutal fighter, along with his weapon, once and for all. Nephew, you've really said it now. Can we actually pull it off? Sun Long felt his legs go weak. Shaking, he slowly rose to his feet, leaning heavily on the table as he looked at Jiang Feng. The longing in his eyes was almost tangible. I've already gotten you the blueprints. Honestly, as long as the materials are secured, building this thing. It's not that difficult. Jiang Feng shot him another dismissive glance, showing him no mercy. Not difficult? What? Do you even realize what you're saying? Sun Long felt as though a fiery inferno was burning in his throat. His fingers gripping the table turned slightly white from the force. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He stared at Jiang Feng, his mouth opening to speak, yet no words came out. He could only stare at Jiang Feng with an almost worshipful gaze. Gulp. Below, Zhao Linlin and Li Jianguo both couldn't help but swallow hard. It wasn't hunger, but a yearning for Jiang Feng's technology. Even Man Guangji would shed tears after hearing Jiang Feng's knowledge. They'd only produced a PowerPoint presentation playing with data parameters, packaging idealized information. But Jiang Feng had actually delivered the real deal blueprints and plans, the whole package. One was all talk, the other was the real deal. There's absolutely no comparison. This time, even if the military exercise failed, Jiang Feng could absolutely replace the entire tank fleet of the military region. Xia Nation's military might is about to rise. Everyone, don't get too excited just yet. Have you all forgotten something? Suddenly, a voice rang out, like a bucket of cold water dumped over everyone's heads. All eyes immediately turned toward the source of the voice, where Wang Shuebing stood staring at them with a grave expression. The tank issue is resolved, but what about the aircraft? Don't forget that Man Guangji's aircraft can instantly appear directly behind our planes from right in front of them. In modern warfare, aircraft are the true main force. A force without tanks can still fight, but with air superiority, even the most powerful tanks become sitting ducks on the ground. Wang Shuebing said solemnly. The smiles on everyone's faces froze once more. The glimmer of hope that had just begun to flicker seemed to be extinguished in an instant. All eyes instinctively turned to the calm and composed young man. Teleportation again? Man Guangji can actually make tanks and planes teleport? Your losses in previous years weren't undeserved, but the countermeasure is no different from dealing with tanks. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, then picked up his pen and began sketching on the blackboard once more. Soon, a complex structural diagram reappeared on the blackboard. Chapter 54, The Military Exercise Approaches. As we discussed earlier, so-called teleportation doesn't exist. Current technology isn't that advanced. Precise coordinate positioning and energy channeling before activation to get from point A to point B, they must have an extremely brief energy injection period before triggering the process. No matter how short, it's detectable. Therefore, we don't need to confront them directly. We simply need to interrupt them during their teleportation preparation. Jiang Feng spoke with an air of casual ease. The people below him looked utterly baffled. Then, how do we interrupt them? Sun Long was the most eager. As the overall commander of this large-scale exercise, his future prospects in the military hinged on this mission. This is a spatial disturbance sensing array. Deploy this thing within our defense zone, and it can detect all sensitive points across the entire theater in real time. Upon detecting enemy aircraft, it will release interference waves, turning all their flight control systems into gibberish. Jiang Feng flashed a cold smile at the assembled group. And, what happens after the scrambling? Sun Long asked impatiently. Completely burned from the circuit board to the substrate, all the way down to the chip. Jiang Feng's words jolted everyone awake. Directly incinerating fighter jets and without losing a single soldier. Is this even war? Pure annihilation. Without fighter jets, what does Man Guangji have left to fight with? This move was ruthless. Artillery barrages require coverage, targeting, and margin for error. But this thing is like a flashlight, just shine it directly. There's absolutely no chance of interruption. No matter how fast your aircraft flies, could it possibly outpace this thing? The lab team exchanged stunned glances, mouths agape with excitement, yet speechless. If the resonance system earlier was revolutionary, then what does this spatial interference system amount to? It was nothing short of devastating. This wasn't even a battle confined to a single dimension anymore. It was like playing with Mitsuhiro Manami from a god's eye view, script in hand. My dear nephew, about those interference array blueprints, take a look. Sun Long's face trembled with excitement. Oh, this is simple. It works on a similar principle to the tank one. I'll have it drawn up in 10 minutes. You guys can just carve the mold based on that. But the raw materials are a bit hard to come by. After all, our Nandu 3 is still using a big black pot as a substitute. Jiang Feng's expression turned slightly troubled. Materials aren't an issue, Jiang Feng. Just tell me what you need, and I'll approve it immediately. Whatever you need, I'll get it. Li Jianguo abruptly stood up, his tone unwavering. Are you kidding me? The entire central system falls under his jurisdiction approving some materials? He wasn't worried about Sun Long losing to Man Guangji. What the hell did that have to do with him? He oversaw research and development. Warfare was the soldier's business. Li Jianguo only cared whether Xia Nation's scientific community could produce something new. Alright, it's settled then. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, on delivering the technical blueprints for the low-power composite jammer. Ding! Congratulations, host, on delivering the technical blueprints for the directional resonance system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on delivering the spatial disturbance sensing array technical blueprint. Current tech points, 6826. Detected sufficient technology points for upgrade. System initiating upgrade. Ding! System upgrade successful. Current level, LV3. Ding! Second tier of the system store unlocked. LV3 system privileges, host knowledge repository expanded. Newly added modules include Fundamentals of Materials Physics, High-Energy Particle Applications, Introduction to Quantum Information, and related knowledge modules. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed within Jiang Feng's mind. Immediately afterward, a massive flood of information surged into Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng froze for a moment before opening the system store to investigate. Sure enough, the second tier's item list was now illuminated. Even a cursory glance sent his heart racing. Controlled nuclear fusion technology blueprints, foundational AI life frameworks, curvature engine theoretical models. Any one of these items could single-handedly revolutionize global scientific research. Jiang Feng forced himself to suppress his inner excitement. He looked up and suddenly noticed the crowd below staring intently at him. My apologies. Get me some paper and a pen. I'll draw the schematics for you. Jiang Feng slapped his forehead. Only then did he recall what he just said. Hurry up, get Jiang Feng some paper and pen. Sun Long bellowed, his voice nearly deafening. Li Jianguo standing beside him. Several researchers hurriedly handed over their notebooks and pens. Jiang Feng took the paper and pen and began scribbling. Everyone stood on tiptoe to peer over his shoulder, none daring to disturb him. Before long, Jiang Feng finally stopped writing. After checking his work, he pushed the paper and pen forward. The blueprints and materials are all clearly documented. Just follow the instructions here to proceed with the work. The moment Jiang Feng finished speaking, Sun Long lunged forward like an arrow, snatching the small notebook. He scanned it with his head down. Though he couldn't make out a single thing, the sheer complexity of the lines alone made it clear this notebook contained highly specialized work. Oldly, what are you doing just standing there like a statue? Get me the top-tier researchers immediately and form the highest-level task force. Starting now, run it on a 24-hour, 3-shift rotation. No, make it 4 shifts. You must have this resolved before the exercise. If you fail, no one gets to live. Sun Long bellowed at Oldly. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished guaranteed. Oldly, overcome with excitement, grabbed his notebook and dashed out. My dear nephew, you've truly opened our old eyes. Sun Long stared at Jiang Feng, his eyes reddening. He didn't know how to thank this young man before him. Had Jiang Feng not appeared, they might have suffered another crushing defeat this year. But now, he saw hope. General Sun, you flatter me. I'm just an appliance repairman. Jiang Feng waved his hand modestly. Below, Zhao Linlin, Li Jianguo, and the others exchanged glances upon hearing this, their faces immediately filling with bitter smiles. If Jiang Feng was an appliance repairman, then they weren't even worth as much as garbage collectors. Over the next few days, the entire field army plunged into a near frenzy. Sun Long summoned the most advanced technicians from every unit. Personnel from the Aviation Systems Department and Central Systems Department arrived to lend support. Of course, they weren't there to help Sun Long win this battle. Their primary focus was on Jiang Feng's technology. After all, no one had ever witnessed Jiang Feng's utterly extraordinary techniques before. This time, Sun Long didn't need to resort to underhanded tactics to secure materials. Li Jianguo had simply made one phone call to halt all material approvals across every research institute. The entire central system became Jiang Feng's personal backyard warehouse. The Nandu 3 satellite system, low-power compliant jammers, directional resonance systems, and spatial disturbance sensing arrays all landed safely one by one. The finest materials and the most skilled researchers were employed. With everything finally prepared, on the eve of the main force's departure, Sun Long insisted on taking Jiang Feng out for a meal. In his words, it was a farewell toast. The venue, naturally, wasn't an upscale hotel. Instead, several large tables were set up inside the military mess hall. The tables were filled with top brass: Li Jianguo, Sun Long, Zhao Linlin, Wang Xuebing, and others. My dear nephew, let's cut to the chase. If I've ever wronged you in any way, please forgive me. This first cup of liquor is my way of making amends. Sun Long, a man of straightforward nature, raised a cup holding nearly half a caddy of baijiu and downed it in one gulp. Jiang Feng was stunned. Has he ever done anything to offend me? It seemed like all along, it was you who had been offending him. He says whatever comes to mind, without a filter. This Sun Long, as a general, might be a bit dim-witted, but as a person, well, he's passable. Chapter 55, The Police Station Turned Snack Stall. General Sun, you're too kind. Jiang Feng wasn't the type to rub salt in the wound. Besides, General Sun Long had admitted his mistake. He had to drink this wine, whether he wanted to or not. After downing a shot of fiery liquor, Jiang Feng grimaced from the burn. Wow, military liquor was different from the baijiu he bought himself. Smooth, mellow, and fiery. Had Sun Long really brought out his decades-old Mao Tai? Jiang Feng, don't stand on ceremony with me. I call you my nephew, and from now on, you are my nephew. In Xiagua, no need for formalities, just give me a shout whenever you need something. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I'll lend a hand if I can. After downing a cup of wine, Sun Long's mood relaxed considerably. Everyone present knew Sun Long wasn't just bragging. Across the entire Xia kingdom, few dared to cross Sun Long. Especially among those who'd made their mark in certain fields, he knew nearly all of them. Alright, then I'll be grateful to Uncle Long. Jiang Feng didn't beat around the bush, downing another glass of strong liquor. Jiang Feng, on behalf of our Aviation Systems Department, I raise a toast to you. Our experts have reviewed your blueprints, and the simulation results left us utterly astonished. Our top experts couldn't even grasp the underlying principles of your design. Wang Xuebing stood up, raised his glass, and spoke sincerely to Jiang Feng. He admired Jiang Feng from the bottom of his heart. If, at the outset of the Nandu 3 project, he had considered recruiting Jiang Feng to his Aviation Systems Department, now, he dared not entertain such a thought. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that a talent like Jiang Feng could never belong to a small department. Sun Long over there, and Li Jianguo on the other side, both of them were keeping a close watch. Beyond these two, who knew when other factions might surface? Simply working alongside Jiang Feng for these few days had already proven immensely beneficial. Old Wang is right. Jiang Feng, your contributions have already surpassed our wildest expectations. We should all raise a toast to you. You've made a contribution to our country. Li Jianguo raised his wine glass high toward Jiang Feng, then downed it in one gulp. The senior figures took turns, glass after glass, toasting Jiang Feng in succession. Their words grew heavier with each exchange. How could a young man barely in his 20s handle this? Having so many people fawn over him like stars surrounding the moon made him feel deeply uncomfortable. After all, Jiang Feng wasn't one of those seasoned veterans who shamelessly reveled in such empty flattery. Our protagonist is a normal person, after all. Enough. Jiang Feng is still young. He can't handle this kind of occasion. Here, Jiang Feng, try this dish. This pork comes from our own farm, you won't find anything like it outside. Zhao Linlin, noticing the unease creeping onto Jiang Feng's face, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Man, I was so stressed out about it a couple days ago, I was losing my hair. Man, that old bastard Man Guangji, what a Thai guy. Day in and day out, no one can outdo him. But now, I just can't wait for the exercises to start. I'm gonna pin that old bastard Man Guangji to the ground and rub him raw. After downing several cups of wine, Sun Long slumped lazily in his chair, his face flushed but his spirit soaring. 3 rounds of drinks, 5 courses of food. Everyone else was feeling a bit tipsy, except for Sun Long, the man of strong character. Jiang Feng was the exception. Everyone feared that drinking might cloud the mind of this intellectual, so he stuck mostly to non-alcoholic beverages. Hey, nephew, listen to your uncle. Once this exercise wraps up, I'll get you that first-class merit medal. You'll be the king of the entire military district. Sun Long slung his arm around Jiang Feng's neck, his eyes already half closed. Old son, you've had too much. Li Jianguo was speechless. Here was a grown man, getting completely wasted with a junior like this. But he didn't really try to stop him. He knew Sun Long was genuinely happy today. The chance to take down the entire Guangji group, what general wouldn't be thrilled? Cut the crap, old Li. You don't understand, this battle was a sure loss for us, but now the tide has turned. Ha 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 ha. Even before the battle started, I knew damn well I'd win. A battle this rich. It's been decades since I've felt this way. As Sun Long spoke, his eyes began to redden. The weight of years of suppression had finally lifted. This year, he could finally hold his head high. Inside the police station, lights blazed brightly, casting an eerie atmosphere. People bustled about, voices clamorous, yet this was no training exercise. People were either hauling gas cylinders or pushing food carts. The gleaming stainless steel surfaces reflected the lights. Each cart was equipped with professional-grade gas cylinders, griddles, sausage grills, everything you could possibly need. Now look at that group of police officers, not a single one in uniform, each wearing an apron. Hey, old Zhang, are you grilling sausages or burning firewood? They're charred to hell. Get lost. Look at your pancakes, what the hell is that? Did a car run over it? The whole group was bickering loudly. Quiet, everyone. Lu Mang, a third-grade police superintendent and head of the Criminal Investigation Division, slammed his hand on the griddle and barked. The half-cooked batter on the griddle shook violently. Lu Mang stared at the grilled sausage in his hand, one side charred black, the other raw, his face utterly speechless. Consider this, Lu Mang had served over 20 years in law enforcement. He excelled in every aspect of apprehension and combat. The criminals he'd interrogated could fill a movie theater, and the cases he'd cracked could fill a crime novel. Who would have thought he'd get tripped up over a damn sausage today? What kind of mess is this? The esteemed head of the Criminal Investigation Division, no longer investigating crimes but running a snack stall instead. Chief, we've procured another 50 food carts. Our warehouse is nearly overflowing. At that moment, a young officer waved a shopping list in his hand and shouted at a middle-aged man. Got it. The middle-aged man was named Wang Jun, who also happened to be the chief of this police station. Faced with his subordinate's report of neglecting official duties, he merely gave a faint nod. My wife and I run a legitimate business. We've never shortchanged anyone. You can't arrest us. At that moment, a plain-clothed middle-aged couple was led in through the door. Both looked terrified, their aprons stained with greasy grime. No, ma'am, I've told you so many times we're not here to arrest you. We just want to learn your techniques. Chapter 56, what a mess. The couple had been running a street stall selling jianbingguizi. But today, just as they set up for the night market, several burly men dragged them straight into a van. Then they were driven at breakneck speed straight to the police station. Ma'am, sir, don't be afraid. We're the good guys. Wang Jun saw the commotion and hurried over, flashing the couple a self-satisfied, warm smile. Well, Wang Jun already had a face full of fleshy bulges. When he didn't smile, it was one thing, but when he did, it was something else entirely. The couple felt like they were staring at a beast baring its teeth at them. Their legs trembled even harder. Don't be afraid, brother and sister-in-law. We just want to learn some skills from you. We've been thinking about spicing up the meals for everyone lately. That's all. Wang Jun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he forced himself to soften his tone. Learn skills. From us? The man froze in surprise. They were just pancake vendors, what skills could they possibly teach? Yes, learn a trade. Look, we've even bought the pushcart already. These tools, we just bought them. Just think of it as taking on a bunch of apprentices. And don't worry about the money based on your current sales, triple it. What do you think? Wang Jun hurriedly pointed to the shiny, polished handcarts. Really? The couple was a bit overwhelmed. They'd seen apprentices before, but the entire police station coming to learn how to make pancake rolls. What kind of situation was this? But tripled the sales. Just teaching them without having to provide ingredients was way more satisfying than actually running the stall. Of course it's true. Look around, this is a police station. I'm the chief. Don't you trust us? Seeing the couple relax a bit, Wang Jun hurriedly added. Well, alright then. The couple finally relaxed, seeing the police uniforms on everyone. Immediately after, an unconventional cooking class began. Officer, sir, your batter is too thick. The man timidly addressed a burly man standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. The man was from the SWAT team, his body a mass of sinewy muscle, his arms thicker than either of the couple's thighs. Hearing the man's critique, his eyebrows shot up. Too thick? Seems just right to me. I can punch through several layers of plywood with one fist. What's a little batter? The man spoke in a deep, resonant voice, then picked up a spoon and smashed a heaping scoop of batter onto the cart. He swiftly grabbed a small wooden spatula nearby and began spreading the batter. Snap! The little wooden dragonfly snapped in two. The scene fell instantly silent. The other officers looked on with helpless expressions. Their daily work involved battling criminals. When going head-to-head with criminals, they always gave it their all. Their grip strength was incredible. But flipping pancakes, how was that supposed to work? Oh my goodness, big guy, this is pancake flipping, go easy on it. Use finesse. You gotta use finesse. The men watching were so anxious they nearly jumped out of their skins. Sometimes brute force just doesn't cut it. The sausage grill station over there was an even bigger disaster zone. Captain Lu Mang held tongs in his hand, flipping his sausage with the utmost care, as if defusing a bomb. Reporting, Captain Stalls 3, 5, and 7 are charring. A young officer beside him reported, notebook in hand. Got it. Lu Mang replied impatiently, his forehead glistening with sweat. He hurriedly turned to flip those sausages, but by the time he managed to get them over, they were already charred beyond recognition. Damn it! Lu Mang's temper flared instantly. He spun around and flung the grill over with the tongs in his hand. And just like that, the entire batch of sausages spilled all over the floor. I'm so effed. Lu Mang felt utterly defeated. He'd trained in firearms, bomb disposal, and excelled at the police academy. But no one ever told him being a cop also required flipping sausages. If he'd known this day would come, he might as well have worked at a street food stall for a few years. Wang Jun stood with his hands behind his back, watching the chaotic scenes unfold before him, his temples throbbing. Making the entire police station learn these useless tricks was truly a last resort. A few hours earlier, he'd received a call. The higher-ups demanded he protect an appliance repair shop. And it had to be round-the-clock protection. Not a single incident could occur at that shop, or else he could kiss his position as police chief goodbye. 24 hours. Occasional protection could be handled with a patrol. This round-the-clock tight security immediately made Wang Jun realize the shop was no ordinary place. Simply stationing guards there was out of the question, it would be too conspicuous. What to do? It needed high foot traffic and absolutely no room for error. So he came up with this crazy idea. He'd transform the entire street into a food court. Since it was a disguise, he might as well go all out. These officers would arrive at their posts tomorrow, posing as street vendors. This way, he could legitimately take over the entire street. Anyone trying to stir up trouble here would be taken down immediately. The plan was flawless except for the execution. Wang Jun watched the chaotic scene of frantic officers and the frantic couple, lost in thought. Commissioner, care to try some? At that moment, Lu Mang approached, carefully holding a grilled sausage between chopsticks. Wang Jun looked at the sausage in Lu Mang's hand. Honestly, it was quite well grilled. It had a rosy hue, a crispy, aromatic crust, and emitted an enticing aroma. It actually looked the part. Wang Jun obliged, taking a bite. The moment his teeth met the sausage, Wang Jun's expression changed. Damn it, the skin was crispy and fragrant, but the inside was frozen solid. And it carried that distinct scent of artificial flavoring and raw meat. This thing wasn't cooked at all. But seeing Lu Mang drenched in sweat from exhaustion, Wang Jun forced himself to swallow the bite. Chief, how's the taste? Lu Mang stood there, his face brimming with anticipation for praise. Not bad. It's just a bit too tender. The texture is there, but it would have been better with a little more grilling. Wang Jun could already feel his stomach churning violently. Good grief, after all those additives and raw meat, this wave hit fast. Yes, Chief, I'll be more careful next time. Lu Mang relaxed upon hearing this, gave a hearty thank you, then returned to grilling sausages. True to his title as chief, Wang Jun endured the discomfort, strolling leisurely to the table, picking up his tea, and taking a sip. This was the moment he forced himself to suppress that wave of disgust welling up inside him. What a sin! Chapter 57, A Job's Come In. Stop dawdling. Didn't you hear the chief's orders? Everyone, practice diligently. Aim to make a proper grilled sausage and pancake. Anyone who fails to deliver won't be able to blame me, Lu Mang, for not recognizing them. Wang Jun's compliment about the taste greatly encouraged Lu Mang. He stood with his hands on his hips and shouted at the group. Captain Lu, is that thing we made even edible? I don't even know which way the kitchen door opens at home. A team member whispered into Lu Mang's ear. Why wouldn't it be edible? The chief said it's delicious. Even if it's a rock, I'll swallow it with a smile. Though Lu Mang still puffed out his cheeks and glared outwardly, his inner confidence had already crumbled by more than half. His entire career in criminal investigation relied on his keen perception. When the chief took that first bite, he'd spotted the glistening ice shards. He expected the chief to berate him, but instead, the chief praised him. That feeling was more shocking than the first time he'd ever seen a dismembered body. With the chief showing him such favor, how could he not throw himself into learning how to make grilled sausages? Hey, Oldly, why's the chief making us learn how to make this stuff? After a moment of grunting, Lu Mang returned to his stall and whispered to his longtime colleague beside him. They were all police officers. On any other day, catching criminals was no big deal. But suddenly going to such lengths to make sausages and pancakes? That was unheard of. Don't even ask. Heard it's a special assignment from higher-ups. Stop complaining. Think about it, the person who made our chief issue this order can't be just anyone, right? You just stick to grilling your sausages. Oldly chuckled as he brushed sauce onto his squid. If he's not special, who could be more special than our chief? That raw meat we just ate, holy crap. Lu Mang pursed his lips and lowered his voice even further. Lu Mang, what the hell are you dawdling around for? The sausages are all burnt. At that moment, Wang Jun suddenly cut Lu Mang off, yelling angrily. Lu Mang whipped his head around, his pupils instantly dilating. The sausages he'd just placed on the grill were now smoking. In just a few more minutes, they could have ignited the fire. In an instant, chaos erupted once more throughout the entire police station compound. The next morning, several off-road vehicles bearing special license plates pulled up outside Jiang Feng's small shop. A burly man in camouflage gear leaped out from one side, then moved to the other to open the door. Jiang Feng leapt out of the vehicle, squinting at his small shop. A wave of long-forgotten familiarity washed over him. He took a deep breath of fresh air, his face radiating contentment. No matter how lavishly Sun Long treated him, mountains of gold and silver couldn't compare to the comfort of his own humble abode. Mr. Jiang, this is as far as we can take you. The military exercises are about to begin. We need to hurry back. The troops are about to move out. The officer in the driver's seat addressed Jiang Feng. Thank you for your hard work. Drive safely. Jiang Feng gave the officer a half-hearted salute. V-room. The off-road vehicle quickly drove away. Jiang Feng turned to unlock his shop door, and neighbors from all around suddenly emerged. Mr. Jiang, where have you been lately? Is your shop not making money anymore? You never open it. I've got so many broken things at home, and no one else can fix them. The neighborly auntie from next door grabbed a handful of melon seeds and came over, shouting loudly. I took a trip to the military base. They had some broken stuff, so I fixed it for them. Jiang Feng explained cheerfully as he pulled up the rolling door. You went to the military? Did you enlist? Then who are we supposed to call when our stuff breaks down? The old man beside him asked anxiously. Not exactly enlisting, just going to help fix things. I'm past that age. If I enlisted, who'd run my shop? I still prefer it here, it feels like home. Jiang Feng chuckled. More and more neighbors gathered around. They'd been bored stiff during the days Jiang Feng was away. This street was already quiet, relying solely on Jiang Feng's live streams to bring any life to it. With Jiang Feng gone, not even a young face could be seen anymore. Hey, Xiao Feng, you wouldn't believe what happened this morning. All of a sudden, there were tons of people on our street. Seems like they turned it into some kind of commercial district. Things are going to get lively around here from now on. An auntie said cheerfully. Ha! Jiang Feng heard this and felt a pang of unease. The street where he rented his place had always been dead quiet. Not just people, you wouldn't even see a ghost around here on a normal day. Building a commercial street here? Wouldn't they go bankrupt? Jiang Feng turned his head to look in the direction everyone was pointing, and his bewilderment multiplied several times over. Good grief! He'd been so focused on getting home he hadn't noticed what was happening on the street. Centered around his shop, the area was packed with street vendors. All kinds of food stalls and crowds of people. But what struck him most was how absurdly brand new every single one of these vendors' stalls looked. They looked like they just rolled off the factory assembly line. The sausage grills gleamed like new, and the counters reflected sunlight so brightly it was almost blinding. The griddles used for teppanyaki showed not a hint of soot, as if they'd never been heated. Then there were the stall owners themselves. Each one was a burly, broad-shouldered fellow. Their physiques were absurdly imposing, yet they stood perfectly straight. Their eyes were sharp, not fixed on their own stalls but constantly drifting over in my direction. And their uniforms? They were a bit too uniform, weren't they? Not a single one wore casual clothes. They were all dressed in identical chef's uniforms with aprons, and the brand labels were all the same. To call these guys small vendors seemed unlikely, but if someone said they were boxers from some gym, he'd believe it. The stalls stood side by side, devoid of customers. Each stall owner absent-mindedly wiped down tools that were already spotless. Yet their eyes scanned every nook and cranny of the scene. This whole scene, something felt off no matter how he looked at it. Jiang Feng strolled casually to the nearest grilled sausage stall. Lu Mang hadn't noticed Jiang Feng's arrival yet. He stared intently at the sausage grill before him, his expression solemn, as if fixated on a ticking time bomb. Hey, boss? Jiang Feng called out to Lu Mang several times in a row, but got no response. Oh, what's up? Lu Mang instinctively raised the shovel in his hand as if to attack, but instantly remembered his role and quickly lowered it, forcing a smile at Jiang Feng. Give me a grilled sausage. Jiang Feng pointed at the sausage grill. Lu Mang took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning serious. Work's coming in. Chapter 58, Two Idiots. Ha? Oh, grilled sausage. What flavor would you like? Original or spicy? Lu Mang tried hard to slip into the role of a street vendor. But his trembling hands gripping the tongs and the evasive look in his eyes gave him away. Original flavor, I guess. Jiang Feng replied casually. Got it. Lu Mang replied, then immediately began rummaging through the grilled sausage machine. His movements were stiff and awkward, as if the tongs and sausages were natural enemies. He couldn't get a proper grip, and when he did, he'd often stab them too hard, piercing the skin. Jiang Feng crossed his arms, watching his performance in silence. The calmer Jiang Feng remained, the more flustered Lu Mang became. After rummaging through a dozen sausages for what felt like an eternity, he finally found one he thought was just right. He carefully picked it up, only for it to slip right back down as he reached out to hand it to Jiang Feng. Plop. As the sausage lay covered in mud, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Lu Mang, the captain of the criminal investigation squad, flushed crimson. When had he ever made such a blunder while catching criminals? No worries, boss. I'll get you another one. Jiang Feng nearly burst out laughing at his flustered expression. Right, replace it. Lu Mang nodded repeatedly, then crouched down to pick up the sausage lying on the ground. Thud. The sudden jerk of his head sent it crashing into the metal rack. The entire cart bounced up from the impact. Jiang Feng watched, his eye muscles twitching visibly. TSK, that sound alone made it sound painful. The loud thud drew the attention of nearby vendors, who all turned to look. Their eyes conveyed concern and disappointment. Lu Mang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand despite the searing pain, and picked up the tongs once more. This time, having learned his lesson, he mustered every ounce of strength to grab a grilled sausage, clutching it like a lifeline. Bro, here's your sausage. Hold tight and enjoy it. Lu Mang finally handed a grilled sausage to Jiang Feng. Boss, new to this line of work? Jiang Feng took the sausage, examined it, but didn't eat it. Instead, he looked at Lu Mang and asked. He was sweating buckets over a single sausage, as if facing a major crisis. This didn't look like a seasoned boss at all. No. I've been in this business for 7 or 8 years. Lu Mang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly waved his hands. 7 or 8 years? Jiang Feng's voice nearly rose to a gasp. He stared at the grilled sausage in his hand. Good grief, one side was already charred to bits, while the ice chips on the other hadn't even melted yet. This was the result of 7 or 8 years? To achieve this level in 7 or 8 years? That's some serious talent. That's right, a family craft passed down through generations, heh. Lu Mang forced a smile as he spoke. An ancestral craft. Jiang Feng's lips twitched again. That excuse. I think I've used it before. It's so lame. Jiang Feng didn't ask any more questions. He just silently paid, walked a few steps, and tossed the undercooked sausage into the trash can. Phew. Lu Mang exhaled a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure, he compared the image on his phone. The two were nearly identical. He could confidently confirm that the person they were ordered to protect was this 20-year-old youth standing before him. Commissioner! Reporting to the commissioner. Target sighted. Lu Mang hurriedly relayed the report into the microphone hidden inside his clothing. Jiang Feng paid no heed. He strolled leisurely over to a pancake stall. And the owner of this pancake stall was none other than Chief Wang Jun himself. After receiving Lu Mang's transmission, Wang Jun had immediately issued orders to everyone. At that moment, he was meticulously wiping down the already spotless small counter with a clean cloth. Owner, 1 pancake, please. Jiang Feng stopped calmly and said. Sure thing. What kind would you like? Wang Jun tried his best to look like a regular street vendor. The whole shebang, extra egg, sausage, and crispy crackers. Extra cilantro, no scallions, and less chili sauce. Jiang Feng remained as calm as ever. Got it. Wang Jun responded loudly. But his skills exposed his true level. Splash. A heaping spoonful of batter landed with a thud right in the center. The batter was thick and viscous, showing no sign of flowing. Jiang Feng looked at Wang Jun with some surprise. "Get your ass moving, man. You think this pancake stand is fully automated? Throwing down the batter is all it takes? Boss, don't you need to spread it out with that little wooden stick?" Jiang Feng reminded him with a hint of surprise. Right. Look at me, my memory's going. Getting old messes with your head." Wang Jun froze for a moment, then slapped his forehead before quickly grabbing the small spatula to start spreading the batter. But this skill clearly wasn't something you could master overnight. The moment the small spatula hit the batter, instead of spreading it, it tore a large hole right through the center. Jiang Feng was speechless. He instinctively glanced over at Lu Mang's stall. He thought to himself, did you two learn from the same master? It's fine. The noodles are a bit dry today, but I promise you, it won't affect the taste. Sweat began to bead on Wang Jun's forehead. He'd practiced perfectly yesterday, why was he suddenly shaking today? Next, Wang Jun picked up an egg and cracked it against the edge of the pan. But it was clear he wasn't the one who cooked at home. This little bump wasn't a big deal, but I hit it too hard. The eggshell shattered, but the egg white split into two streams. One stream slid toward the edge of the pan, while the other stream slid down toward the floor. The scene was utterly chaotic. "Hey, boss, you're doing it wrong. You should spread the pancake batter first, wait for it to dry, then add the eggs. That way the eggs will stick properly." Jiang Feng sighed as he spoke. "Oh, right. Wang Jun still wore his professional smile, but his movements grew even more frantic. He tried to scrape back the half-spilled egg mixture, but a few frantic strokes only made the entire countertop look like a messy, unrecognizable mess. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel queasy. Finally, Wang Jun gave up on that dough sheet and started over with a fresh one. He followed Jiang Feng's instructions to the letter. True to his reputation as the chief, Wang Jun picked things up quickly. This time, the pancake spread out perfectly round, but the eggs had been beaten too early. After scraping around with the wooden spatula for ages, it ended up as a messy, yellowish-white goo. It resembled the vomit of someone who'd drunk too much. Wang Jun's face had turned the color of liver. He could feel the piercing stares of his subordinates all around him, like needles pricking his skin. The director of the bureau couldn't even make a proper pancake. How was he supposed to lead the team from now on? Chapter 59, the military exercise begins. Wang Jun lost his temper and started slathering sauce directly onto the pancake. He didn't bother with the usual steps anymore, just piling on the lettuce and crispy crackers. "Boss, this pancake isn't cooked yet." Jiang Feng was stunned. "You're not even pretending anymore, are you?" Wang Jun now worked on the pancake as if he were deaf, moving about haphazardly. Then he stuffed a lump of half-cooked dough into a bag and shoved it into Jiang Feng's hands. "Bro, your pancake's ready." Wang Jun flashed Jiang Feng a professional smile. But beads of sweat as big as peas kept rolling down his forehead. Jiang Feng was speechless. "Boss. Where are my eggs?" Wang Jun's expression froze instantly. Damn it, the first egg was gone, and the second one didn't even have an egg on top. "And what about the cilantro?" Jiang Feng spoke up again in a leisurely tone. Wang Jun was speechless, unsure how to respond, just standing there trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Wang Jun felt the authority he'd painstakingly built over decades reduced to nothing by Jiang Feng's few remarks. Seeing Wang Jun's flustered expression, Jiang Feng felt a pang of helplessness. He instinctively glanced around at the surrounding vendors. A squid vendor was hiding under his table, scrolling through his phone. But his phone clearly wasn't playing any video apps or displaying novel interfaces. Instead, it displayed a red background with a distinctive logo. That interface was unmistakably specific to a particular system. And that emblem? He knew it all too well. Every citizen of Xia Nation had seen that emblem. Jiang Feng's gaze slowly swept across the entire street. The stall owners were either pretending to make phone calls or pressing their fingers against one ear, with earphone cords peeking out from their collars. As for the crowd glued to their phones, nearly every screen displayed a red interface. Others darted glances around, maintaining perfect spacing between each other, neither too close nor too far, as if trained to do so. Add to that these two half-baked bosses, and Jiang Feng was now certain these people weren't small vendors at all. They were a disciplined, organized force. Their very presence in this godforsaken place setting up a food street clearly meant they were here to protect themselves. With this realization, Jiang Feng glanced at the steaming batter in his bag and felt a wave of calm wash over him. Clearly, these guys had only just picked up the trade, they just hadn't mastered it yet. Seeing Wang Jun's flustered, sweat-drenched expression, Jiang Feng couldn't help but sympathize with his plight. "Hey, boss, not bad skills there." Jiang Feng smiled at Wang Jun and gave the half-cooked pancake in his hand a shake. The embarrassment on Wang Jun's face froze instantly. He stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief, puzzled. "Not bad? You've never had any decent pork before, have you?" Zureh. Yellow sand swirled in the wind across the endless Gobi Desert. A steel torrent lay dormant beneath camouflage nets, radars and antennas spinning rapidly. This was where the war began, a place that had witnessed the glory and defeat of countless soldiers. Even before the battle commenced, the Red Command Center was already in complete chaos. This is hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. The Blue side's penetration speed is too fast. Our defenses won't hold for even 50 minutes. Chief of Staff Zhao Feng scribbled and erased repeatedly on the map with his pencil before finally tossing it aside and shaking his head in resignation. Old Zhao, forget about the 50 minutes for now. Our tanks just relayed back that the fire control radar lost lock on the enemy the moment it acquired them. Their main battle tanks are like ghosts, impossible to pin down. What kind of fight is this? Armored Division Commander Manhwa shook his head and smiled bitterly. At least you army guys can see their silhouettes. But US Air Force guys? We can't even see their planes. They can spot us, but we can't see them. How infuriating is that? Air Force Liaison Officer Zhao Dong pushed his glasses up and sighed. The Corps commanders exchanged words, their discussion shifting from initial defense strategies to how they could lose with a modicum of dignity. If all else fails, let's just abandon position 1 outright. We can consolidate our forces for a defensive battle. That way, we can prolong the fight. Don't let it end up like last time, where they wiped out our command post in under 40 minutes. Zhao Feng asked tentatively. Cut the crap. My armored division isn't coming back once it charges out. If you ask me, we should just concentrate all our armored forces and go toe-to-toe with them. 1 for 1. Even if we lose, we won't let Man Guangji get off easy. Manhwa clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his eyes bulging with fury. Old Meng, you can't fight this war like that. We can't trade soldiers' lives for numbers on a battle report. But it's better than dying in frustration, right? The command center erupted into chaos once more. Every man seethed with pent-up fury. They were all soldiers with iron wills, yet this war seemed designed to ensure their defeat. What's all this shouting about? Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from outside the door. Sun Long strode in, dressed in full military uniform. Even before he reached the command post, he could hear the place buzzing with commotion. General! Everyone immediately stood at attention and saluted Sun Long. Is this the simulation you conducted? What kind of nonsense is this? Defensive lines like this? Just waiting for the enemy to wrap us up like dumplings? Sun Long strode past the group to the simulation sand table. After a single glance, he furrowed his brow and looked up. General, we had no other options. This is the most prudent plan we could devise based on intelligence from the front lines. The enemy's mobility and breakthrough capabilities have already exceeded our capabilities. Zhao Feng replied, his voice strained. Beyond our capabilities? Who told you it's beyond our capabilities? Sun Long sneered coldly, then seized the command baton. Order all long-range artillery units to conduct saturation fire coverage over this sector in 5 minutes. Armored divisions will execute a wedge-shaped pursuit after the barrage concludes. Air formations deviate from previous operational plans. Abandon conventional dogfights. Conduct high-density patrols in designated airspace in squadron formations. Engage any suspicious targets immediately upon detection. No need to request authorization. Order. Within a mere dozen seconds, Sun Long had deployed his entire force. As Sun Long's voice faded, the command center fell silent. They stared at Sun Long as if he were a madman. The order was ruthlessly decisive, but it played right into Man Guangji's hands. Was the general simply giving up on winning? Chapter 60, Provocation. General, we can't fight this battle like this. The enemy tanks are moving too fast, and their angles are incredibly tricky, nothing like ours. Our fire coverage will only expose our own firepower deployment prematurely. Fighting like this means we've lost before we even begin. Manhwa was the first to speak up. That's right, General. Our aircraft never had the advantage to begin with. If we split up, our planes will become sitting ducks the moment they encounter the enemy's main formation. Zhao Dong was also getting anxious. Your intelligence is outdated. Your job now is to execute orders. A soldier's duty is to obey. Is that clear? Sun Long stared at his subordinates, responding with the harshest possible tone. He knew what they were thinking, but he couldn't reveal Jiang Feng's existence. Jiang Feng was his most powerful trump card. At this critical moment, he absolutely couldn't reveal him prematurely. He knew full well this wasn't the right way to fight, but how else could he lure Man Guangji into the ambush? But, General. Manhwa, one more word from you, and I'll send you back to raise pigs right now. Manhwa tried to protest, but Sun Long cut him off with a sharp retort. I guarantee you, we won't lose this year's military exercises. And we'll skin that old fox Man Guangji alive. Sun Long's gaze swept over every defiant face in the room, his eyes as sharp as blades. Everyone was instantly cowed by the overwhelming presence Sun Long radiated in that moment. Though they didn't know why Sun Long was so utterly certain of victory, they had no choice but to obey. Yes, General. We'll carry out the order. The men immediately rose and returned to their units to begin deploying. After the troops dispersed, Sun Long's previously upright posture instantly collapsed. His hands trembled as he stared at the layout on the sand table. Outwardly, he appeared as steady as a mountain, but inwardly, he was still panicking like crazy. That was Manhwa we were dealing with, who knew what tricks this old fox still had up his sleeve? His tactics were entirely built upon the technology Jiang Feng had entrusted to him. Success meant instant legendary status. If he failed, his old face would have nowhere to hide from now on. After a long moment, Sun Long smiled. Jiang Feng's perpetually calm and composed face flashed through his mind. My dear nephew, Uncle Long has staked everything on you this time. You absolutely must not let your uncle down. Sun Long was scared out of his wits at Zura. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's side was having the time of their lives. Hey, guys, see that? This kind of professional work needs professionals to handle it. Damn it, this phone screen protector looks easy enough, but why is it such a pain? Looks like my hands are only good for fixing aircraft carriers or polishing missiles. Jiang Feng stuffed a huge steamed bun into his mouth while desperately trying to apply a tempered glass screen protector to his phone. Bro, your skills are lacking. You're only good for fixing rice cookers, right? TSK, couldn't you put that bun down? Look at all the grease on your phone. Streamer. Didn't you say you were doing research? How come you're so idle day after day? Newbie upstairs? Brother Feng's just practicing the art of blending in. The comments streamed by, the viewer's absurdity still tugging at one's heartstrings. Holy. Damn it, I'm done with this. Jiang Feng struggled to squeeze out another bubble, only to find a new scratch on the screen. He tossed the screen protector aside and turned on the TV. At exactly 9 a.m. today, the largest-scale joint military exercise across multiple military regions in Zura, 2025, officially commenced. The Red Force faces unprecedented challenges in this exercise, with their adversary being the legendary hexagonal warrior, Manhwa. Now, switching to the Red Team's commanding officer. The female military channel host held her microphone and shouted into the camera. Behind her, tanks and armored vehicles rumbled past, while countless soldiers hurried about. The scene shifts to Sun Long, dressed in full military uniform, standing with a stern expression as he delivers final mobilization instructions. His back was ramrod straight, his gaze unwaveringly resolute, his entire posture as rigid as a spear. Jiang Feng paused his chewing, narrowing his eyes into slits. The show is about to begin. Manhwa, prepare to be slaughtered. Zura, Red Team Command Center. General, Manhwa is requesting to speak with you. A communications officer abruptly stood up and announced. What? The news instantly caused everyone present to frown. The exercise was a simulation of actual combat. Both sides were now enemies. The enemy wants to talk? What the hell is this? Answer it. Sun Long paused his tactical deployment and nodded to the communications officer. The massive electronic screen swiftly split into two sections. One showed Sun Long, the other Manhwa. Manhwa wore a tactical helmet, his face thickly painted with camouflage, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of cunning. General Sun, it's been a while. Looks like it's your turn again this year. Your spirit is commendable. Rest assured, this year I'll make sure you lose in a different way. I've even prepared a special record of your defeats. Once the exercise concludes, I'll have someone deliver it to you. The moment Manhwa opened his mouth, he maxed out the hate meter. Damn it, what the hell are you so cocky about? If you've got the balls, come out here and we'll settle this one-on-one. General, this is outrageous. The command center erupted in an instant. Sun Long stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed intently on Manhwa, showing no reaction whatsoever. What's wrong, General Sun? Your men seem pretty pissed off, huh? No offense, but with your tactics, I could come up with 8 countermeasures with my eyes closed. This year, you'd best stick to playing your supporting role and add some luster to our blue force. With that, Manhwa hung up a line. Manhwa. General, let's take them down. This is infuriating. That old bastard is doing this on purpose. General, give the order. I'll take the assault team right now and hunt him down. We'll finish him off. Meng Wei, Zhao Dong, and the others were seething with rage, their faces turning crimson at a visible pace. Quiet. Sun Long roared, his gaze sweeping over the enraged men. Manhwa did this precisely to provoke us, to throw us into chaos. We are the commanders. If we lose our composure, how can our men fight this battle? Everyone calm down and stick to the original plan. The more critical the situation, the more we must keep our composure. Sun Long commanded loudly. Yes, General. Though seething inside, the men nodded and obeyed the order. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Army Command Center, the atmosphere was serene, a stark contrast to the chaos on Sun Long's side. Chapter 61, Losing His Cool. Brigade Commander, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. With just those few words you spoke, the red side must be in complete chaos right now. A herd of enraged bulls is the easiest to handle. The men below showered Manhwa with praise. Ha! After battling Sun Long for so long, do you think I don't know what he's capable of? The more he seeks stability, the more we deny it to him. Anger is the best catalyst, it makes them commit the most foolish mistakes. Man Guangxi chuckled as he removed his helmet. Alright, our command center duties are done. Now it's time for the troops to perform. Order. Deploy the Tomahawk tank cluster. Cut in from this sector and tear their defenses apart completely. Man Guangxi strode to the simulation santable and pointed to a specific location, barking the order. Aye. The moment Man Guangxi issued his command, dozens of main battle tanks clad in digital camouflage roared to life across the Gobi Desert. Tomahawk calling command center, Tomahawk calling command center. Our unit has departed and is expected to reach the target area in 40 minutes. Expected arrival in 40 minutes. Over. The commander of the Blue Force tank cluster was named Chen Mo. Peering through his periscope at the swirling dust outside, a smug curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Men, stay sharp. Those gophers across the way are probably still peering through their binoculars, aiming away. We're going to show them what real modern warfare looks like. Chen Mo bellowed into the walkie-talkie with a roar of laughter. Instantly, waves of boisterous laughter echoed through the radio. This was the Blue Force, this was Man Guangxi's unit. In their eyes, Sun Long's troops were nothing but lambs led to the slaughter. They posed absolutely no threat whatsoever. Their mission, once triggered, was destined for certain victory, no suspense whatsoever. At least, that's how it had always been in the minds of these men. Boss, do you think the Red Force can withstand one of our armor-piercing rounds? The tank crewman inside the tank asked excitedly. Hold. Don't forget, we've got the Viper system. Red Team's tanks are nothing but iron coffins in front of us. Chen Mo laughed heartily. Everyone was in a relaxed state, completely lacking any sense of combat readiness. War? Lose? How could they lose? It was beyond their comprehension. The Blue Army's tanks didn't even bother to conceal themselves. They charged headlong toward the Red Army's positions. The sheer noise of their advance sent flocks of startled birds and ground wildlife scattering in panic wherever they passed. Boss, something's moving. Damn it. Is this a whole tank company? They're just charging straight through? The scout's voice crackled with shock over the radio. These guys didn't even bother to put on a show? How much do they look down on us? All units, proceed to combat readiness according to operational deployment. Barrels left. Target, enemy tank cluster. First platoon, engage head-on. Second and third platoons, flank left and right. On my command, let them get close and beat the hell out of these bastards. Red Army Tank Company Commander Wang Tinya flicked his cigarette from his mouth and roared the order before diving into his tank. Rumble. The sound grew ever closer. The Red Army tank crew grew increasingly tense. Though both sides fielded tanks, the enemy's vehicles were a completely different beast. Distance, 3,000 meters. 2,500 meters. 1 kilometer. Men, fire at will. At Wang Tinya's command, the long ambush tanks launched a coordinated assault. Boom! 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 Over a dozen armor-piercing shells, trailing fiery tails, screamed toward the Blue Army tank cluster. The thunderous roar of shells leaving the barrels shook the very ground beneath them. Hit! Hit! A gunner shouted loudly. Yet in the next instant, everyone froze in shock. The Blue Force tanks, which should have been hit, suddenly whipped their tails violently one after another. Their hulls moved in an eerily unnatural manner, tracks spinning at high speed. The tanks seemed to transform into slippery loaches, weaving left and right through the barrage of shells, dodging at high speed. The shells were forcibly twisted away by the tanks themselves. Boom! 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 Shells scraped the edges of their armor before slamming into the ground and exploding in showers of metal. What the hell? Is this even something a tank is supposed to be capable of? Wang Tinya's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This is a Gundam, right? Did you guys modify tanks like this? This is ridiculous. The Red Side's tank crew members were cursing collectively. The scene before them shattered their understanding. They froze in shock, but the Blue Army tanks showed no sign of slowing down. In the blink of an eye, the tank formation had closed in upon them. Boom! A cannon blast echoed, and smoke billowed from the tank next to Wang Tinya. Tank 2! Tank 2! Wang Tinya frantically shouted over the radio. But unfortunately, Tank 2 had already been declared a total loss. Nothing but static filled his earpiece. Hey, Red Army comrades, feeling the thrill? Don't worry, the game's just begun. We've got even more fun in store. The blue team commander sat silently atop his tank, clutching a megaphone and bellowing. His voice dripped with mockery. Hold your positions, everyone hold your positions. Third squad, flank around the right wing. First and second squads, lay down smoke and retreat in waves now. Wang Tinya was nearly losing his mind, bellowing urgently. This was the first time he'd witnessed the Blue Army's ferocity. They were insane. Trying to run? Guys, switch to auto-lock mode. Let them taste the terror of modern warfare. Chen Mo's voice betrayed not a hint of tension. In his eyes, the Red Army tank crew was now trapped like fish in a barrel. Forget fighting back, they couldn't even escape. Instantly, the screens inside the Blue Army tanks filled with countless squares, each one representing a tank. The Red Army tank attempting to flank from the right was instantly reduced to smoke by a single shell the moment it emerged. Third platoon, third platoon. Wang Tinio bellowed frantically, but all he heard in response was static. An entire platoon wiped out in less than 3 minutes. This wasn't a battle at all, it was a one-sided slaughter. Damn it! All hands, we're not running anymore. We're going to fight them head-on. Drive straight into those bastards. Wang Tinio's eyes blazed red as he bellowed his final order into the communicator. Even if it meant ramming them, he would destroy the Blue Army's tanks. Chapter 62, First Battle Defeat. Whoa, guys, look at the red team's little gophers going all out. Too bad they don't get it. Courage means nothing against real strength. All units, full assault. Give these gophers a spectacular death. Chen Mo noticed that Wang Tinio's tanks weren't panicking at all, they were getting more and more excited. Tanks, after all, only truly demonstrate their might when deployed in overwhelming numbers. Brum. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Blue Force tanks burst through the smoke, resembling demons freshly emerged from hell. Without slowing down, they charged toward Wang Tinio at breakneck speed. Two steel torrents clashed in the Gobi Desert, engaging in fierce, primal combat. The Red Force tank crews, relying on their courage and experience, trained their gun barrels one by one on the charging Blue Force tanks. Shells rained down like a torrential downpour. Yet the Blue Force tanks weaved through the smoke, executing evasive maneuvers that deflected shell after shell. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, Red Force tanks were hit one after another as they crossed paths with Blue Force vehicles. As crimson smoke billowed upward, the tanks instantly lost contact with the outside world, stalling dead in their tracks. Wang Tinio watched helplessly as his tanks were knocked out one after another. The crimson smoke of elimination instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. His eyes bulged, teeth clenched so hard they ground together, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. How many sleepless nights had they trained for today's exercise? Yet in just one engagement, their entire tank company had been routed. They were utterly defenseless. In every engagement, the Red Force suffered heavy tank losses. Meanwhile, the Blue Force exploited the exercise rules to emerge unscathed. In the final moments, Chen Mo seemed to deliberately leave Wang Tinio's tank behind. Across the vast battlefield, Wang Tinio's solitary tank stood amidst a sea of red smoke. On the other side, a fully intact tank company stood in perfect formation. The scene resembled sun dishing facing Xiao Ri's cavalry regiment. Isolated and helpless, fighting like a cornered beast. Red team brothers, it's over. Chen Mo remained seated atop the tank, steady as a rock. This guy didn't even entertain the thought of dodging. From the start of the battle until now, he'd sat there the entire time, watching the Red Army's desperate struggle with mocking amusement. You. Charge! Wang Tinio's eyes blazed crimson as he roared with every ounce of strength, fury boiling within him. Brum! The tank roared to life once more. Alone and isolated, it seemed utterly outmatched. Wang Tinio was targeting Chen Mo. He intended to ram that bastard off the tank, making him eat dirt. But Chen Mo remained utterly calm, his expression even tinged with mockery. The other Blue Force tanks watched like spectators, not even bothering to fire a single shot. Just as the two tanks were about to collide, Chen Mo's tank executed a maneuver Wang Tinio would never forget. Its track suddenly emitted a shrill screech, followed by the entire hull instantly sliding sideways. Wang Tinio's tank could only watch helplessly as Chen Mo's tank brushed past it. The gap between them was less than 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters would have been enough for a collision. Wang Tinio's heart sank instantly. In that moment, he felt like he was back in a naval battle a century ago, when his subordinates had cried out in despair, "Our cannons can't reach them." Despair. Resentment. But what could he do? Boom. Chen Mo's tank fired a single shot with effortless ease, advancing forward without even pausing for inspection. Wang Tinio's tank belched a thick plume of red smoke, signaling the complete withdrawal of their entire tank company from the exercise. Tomahawk calling command center. Obstacles ahead cleared. The enemy proved more fragile than anticipated. Over. Chen Mo's detached voice crackled over the radio. There was no thrill of victory, only the calm of completing a trivial task as simple as crushing an ant. Indeed, with the Red Force's current capabilities, annihilating them all would be as easy as turning over one's hand. What was there to be excited about? Dozens of Blue Force tanks surged out of the red smoke, continuing their advance toward the Red Army's positions. Left behind were the fallen Wang Tinio and a group of stunned tank crewmen. Inside the Blue Army command center, a fierce battle raged across the massive electronic sand table. As the last small red dot representing the Red Army vanished completely, cheers erupted throughout the command center. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, our Tomahawk assault team has successfully eliminated the Red Army Tank Company. No casualties on our side. The communications officer immediately handed over a freshly printed document to Man Guangji. The ink on the document was still wet. Excellent. Well done. That kid Chen Mo has really stepped up lately. 0 casualties. If you ask me, it's all thanks to our commander's brilliant tactics. One charge took out an entire enemy tank company. Smiles spread across everyone's faces as they showered Manguangji with praise. With the Blue Army equipped with top-tier gear and Manguangji a true all-around warrior at their helm, they couldn't fathom how they could possibly lose this battle. This is nothing yet. Just an appetizer. Old General Sun Long, he's really showing his age. His tactics haven't evolved at all. Can't he think of anything besides head-on assaults? Does he think this is the battlefield from 30 years ago? That sheer passion alone can win the day? How naive. Manguangji shook his head with a smile, holding a cup of hot tea. Exactly. Our tanks can share data links, each one is an information hub. Sun Long's outdated junk is hopelessly behind the times. They can't even pinpoint our location, how do they expect to fight us? Their junk? I reckon it'd be more useful in a museum. A staff officer sneered. The others burst into loud laughter at his words. Enough, enough. Transmit my orders, all units, avoid prolonged engagements. Proceed according to our original plan and thoroughly disrupt the Red Army's combat deployment. I'll make sure Sun Long can't get a single proper order through. A fierce glint flashed in Manguangji's eyes. Yes, sir. Chapter 63, the counterattack begins. Red Army Command Headquarters. Report, our tank company has been completely wiped out. Report, the left flank Highland observation post has lost contact. Report, Blue Army's main force has breached the first defense line and is advancing toward the second line. One piece of bad news after another came crashing down like a blizzard upon everyone present. How are we supposed to fight like this? This isn't even the same level of combat. Damn it, tanks can move sideways? Have you ever seen a tank that can move sideways? General, we can't keep fighting like this. We're too passive. Should we change our battle plan? Right. Let's fight them head on. This is too humiliating, too frustrating. All eyes turned to Sun Long standing nearby, their glaring fury nearly tangible. Sun Long stood before the simulation Santable, observing the transformation of the tank company from receiving orders to total annihilation. His face bore no emotion, only an expression so stern it was almost frightening. No need. Order all units to abandon positions 2 and 3 from the original plan. Withdraw along the entire front and assemble at the designated rendezvous point. Sun Long shook his head. General, this amounts to handing over our current positions. This isn't fighting, it's retreating. General, losing isn't the worst thing, losing our men is. Won't you reconsider? The men froze in place. They had initially thought the same, but back then, Sun Long had flatly refused. Now you want the troops to retreat while destroying all our deployments? This is no joke. Carry out the order. Sun Long suddenly fixed his gaze on everyone, his eyes as sharp as blades. The entire command room fell instantly silent. For soldiers, obedience is their sacred duty. Sun Long's words here were law. Yes. The command was swiftly relayed. Red dots began retreating rapidly across the simulation sand table. The command room was now filled only with the hum of equipment and the heavy breathing of those present. Outside Jiang Feng's repair shop, a large sunshade was opened, sheltering several elderly men beneath it. Seriously, old man, once the pieces are placed, there's no taking them back. How many times have you regretted it already? Enough is enough. Jiang Feng mumbled indistinctly, a half-eaten pancake wedged between his teeth. Forget about regretting moves, I'm just getting old and my hands are slipping. Besides, you're so young, you should know to respect your elders and care for the young, you hear me? The old man glared back, refusing to budge an inch. Fine, fine, fine. You're older, you call the shots. Checkmate. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, then made a bold opening move. Hey, it wasn't me. The old man stared at the board for a long time, holding his reading glasses, before finally conceding defeat. Let's play again, let's play again. Jiang Feng smiled as he ate his pancake and began setting up the chessboard. Lately, this group of plainclothes officers had really improved their skills. From barely being able to shape a round pancake at first, they now managed to make them quite tasty. At least they were edible now. Next, a military news report. Details of yesterday's Zhu Rai training exercise reveal critical flaws. A Red Force tank company engaged in an encounter battle with Manguangji's tank company. The Red Force suffered total annihilation, while the Blue Force emerged unscathed. The radio under the old man's feet suddenly crackled with the news. Crackle. Jiang Feng's motion of eating the pancake froze. An entire unit wiped out? Not a scratch? That shouldn't be possible. Didn't I give Sun Long the blueprints? Where did that old guy put his skills? Even if you're clueless, you shouldn't have gotten your ass kicked like that. Report, Hill 3 has fallen. Over half our troops are casualties. Report, Blue Force reconnaissance aircraft have crossed our position too. Coordinates. Report, our forward positions are experiencing electromagnetic interference. All communications have been severed. Within the Red Army Command Center, voices grew increasingly despondent. Each report sounded like the tolling of a funeral bell. General, the Blue Army's vanguard has reached our F8 zone, less than 30 kilometers from our designated assembly point. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be surrounded. We can't retreat any further. Zhou Keming pointed at the coordinates on the simulation sand table, his voice trembling. It's here. Sun Long looked down at the sweating, anxious faces below him and smiled. We're there? What do you mean, we're here? Everyone froze in surprise. At a time like this, the general still had the nerve to smile? Had he lost his mind? It's time to shut the door and beat the dog, time to wrap dumplings. Sun Long let out a long sigh and even stretched lazily. It seemed as though he were relaxing. But what on earth are you relaxing for at a time like this? The others exchanged bewildered glances, none of them understanding what Sun Long meant. They were the ones getting beaten up making dumplings? Whose dumplings? What were they using to wrap them? They were nearly all dead. General, are you all right? Zhou Keming asked, his voice trembling. At this moment, if the commanding officer lost his mind, the entire situation would truly spiral out of control. Order! The tank battalion lying in wait in Sector F8, immediately go to combat readiness. Wipe out the Blue Army's Vanguard Tank Company for me. Order! All artillery units, concentrate all firepower and conduct indiscriminate bombardment of Area H9. Order! Armed Helicopter Squadron, take off. Target, Area G3. Cut the advancing Blue Force troops in half for me. I'll make Mang Guangji spread himself too thin. He stretched this front too far, it's time for us to strike. Sun Long stared at the simulation santable, a grim smile curling his lips. The entire command center was stunned. Every order Sun Long had just issued, along with the units involved, was completely unfamiliar to them. They had no idea when certain units had even arrived in that sector. Had Sun Long's chess game drawn them into his calculations as well? F8 sector. Blue Force Tank Vanguard Company Commander Chen Mo leaned against his tank, leisurely puffing on a cigarette as he watched the directorate carry away the bodies of fallen Red Army soldiers scattered around him. Those young faces were filled with resentment and rage. If not for the presence of the command center personnel, Chen Mo had no doubt he would have been beaten up by them. TSK, another bunch of sore losers. What exactly are you upset about? Isn't it only natural that that pile of scrap metal lost? Chen Mo smacked his lips in mockery. He was no stranger to scenes like this. The Red Army's fighting spirit was absolutely unquestionable. But their defeat stemmed from their weaponry. A single Viper system was enough to turn every Red Army tank present into a laughingstock. Captain. Red Army tank units spotted ahead. But these tanks look different from before. Suddenly, Chen Mo heard the scout's voice from the front. Chapter 64, Thrashing Mitsuhiro. How are they different? Chen Mo's interest was instantly piqued. Their journey so far had been far too smooth. The smooth operation of the Spirit Snake system had left them utterly lacking in combat motivation. If they could encounter some special unit of the Red Army, it would be worth the effort to engage in a major battle. The enemy is lined up in formation on the open ground, no charge, no retreat. It looks like they're waiting for us to come to them. The communications officer remarked curiously. Oh? Chen Mo scrambled onto the tank and raised his binoculars to scan the distance. Sure enough, a row of tanks bearing the Red Army insignia stood parked in the clearing. They stood in perfect formation, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Not a hint of evasion. What's this all about? Knowing they can't win, lining up to surrender? All units, attention. Enter combat readiness. Prepare to move out. Though unsure of the Red Army's intentions, Chen Mo immediately grew alert. Something was definitely up. Chen Mo might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. This was merely a military exercise. Surrender was utterly impossible. Otherwise, wouldn't these soldiers be courting death if they returned? Rumble. The Blue Army tanks repositioned their formation and charged in unison toward the Red Army's tank positions. In the eyes of most Blue Army soldiers, this was yet another one-sided slaughter. The Red Army's equipment was simply too inferior to stand a chance against the Viper tanks. They hadn't even deployed the Eagle Eye system yet. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, flashes of light erupted from the Red Army's gun barrels. The sound followed several seconds later. Damn it, evade! Evade! Chen Mo jumped in fright and shouted urgently. Captain, what are we evading? There's nothing there. The puzzled voices of his men echoed through the communicator. The Viper system could only detect incoming shells and adjust evasion based on their trajectories. But all they saw was the enemy tank firing nothing in the sky. Chen Mo froze in place. He stared fixedly at the Red Army tank in the distance, its gun barrels still belching deafening roars. Yet on their side, they hadn't seen a single thing. The spectacle was grand enough, but it resembled ceremonial salutes. All that was missing were streamers bursting from the shells. Captain, did they load the wrong shells? Exactly. So many tanks, and they're all duds? This is ridiculous. How panicked must the Red Army be? The men below burst into loud laughter. Enough laughter. Open fire. Chen Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. Watching the Red Army's comical display unfold before him and recalling his own earlier caution, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Boom! 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 The Red Army fired again. This time, their radar screens detected the trajectory of the shells. Overestimating themselves. Activate the Viper system for evasion. After all these battles, don't the Reds know their conventional shells are useless? Chen Mo gave the order with a cold laugh. The Blue Army tanks immediately activated the Viper system, preparing to evade the shells as they had done before. But soon, waves of tense cries of distress echoed through the ranks. Captain! T3 can't move. The tracks seem to be tangled in something. Reporting, T7 has lost power. We can't move. Captain, mine too, the tracks are jammed solid. In an instant, the shrill, panicked voices nearly overwhelmed Chen Mo's communicator. Captain, our tanks are immobilized too. At that moment, a tank driver beside him turned his head and said, What? Chen Mo immediately burst out of the tank. Only when he crouched beside the tank's tracks did he realize. Their tank tracks were hissing and spitting sparks. Something resembling tiny steel balls had been jammed into the tracks. These objects had penetrated nearly every crevice of the tracks. They jammed the tank's tracks completely. Wasn't that a dud? Chen Mo instantly felt a chill run straight up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The first round was just a trap. The second wave was the Red Army's real attack. Boom! 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 Simultaneously, Red Army shells rained down like hailstones. In the distance, the Red Army's tanks began to move. The dust kicked up by their tracks made the Red Army's tank formation appear truly formidable. Bang bang bang! One by one, Blue Army tanks instantly billowed bursts of blue elimination smoke. Their pride and joy, the Viper system, had lost its kinetic energy, turning each tank into a lifeless snake. Now it felt like someone had seized their vital point, pinning them to the spot to await their demise. Chen Mo's mind went blank. The communicator crackled with static from lost signals and the panicked shouts of others. Inside the Red Army command center, the room fell deathly silent. Breathing sounds seemed louder than before. Nearly everyone stared intently at the large screen, eyes bloodshot. The blue dots on the screen represented the Blue Army's tanks. And now, the blue was vanishing at a visible pace. What baffled them most was that this cluster of dots wasn't moving at all. It was as if they were standing there, waiting for the Red Army to call roll. Report! Our tank battalion confirms the Blue Army's Vanguard Tank Company has been completely annihilated. 0 casualties on our side. At that moment, the communications soldier suddenly ran over and shouted. 0 casualties? And we won? Say that again. Our tanks wiped out all of Blue Force's tanks? Manhwa gripped the communications officer's arm tightly, his eyes bulging crimson with excitement. Reporting to the division commander, they were destroyed. The messenger was equally overcome with excitement, nodding vigorously. Destroyed them all, every last one. Ha ha ha. General, we won. We won. Manhwa was so overcome with excitement he nearly leaped onto the table. The burly man was now as excited as a child. My goodness, how is this possible? Exactly. Didn't the blue team know how to drift? Why aren't they drifting now? Am I dreaming? The command center erupted in chaos. Before, their tanks had been sitting ducks in front of the enemy, who could fire at them however they pleased. That feeling of helplessness was unbearable. They were practically bursting with frustration. This sudden victory left them momentarily unable to process what was happening. Sun Long sat in his chair, slowly lifting the teacup from the table, radiating an air of strategic mastery. In truth, his own composure was far from intact. While he had confidence in Jiang Feng, it hadn't been this absolute. This wasn't a counterattack, it was a complete and utter slaughter. Holy crap, slaughtering Manhwa. This was something he'd never even dared to imagine before. Chapter 65, Manhwa's Fury. General, what the hell is this thing? Why didn't the shells we fired earlier explode? Zhou Keming leaned in, asking curiously. All eyes turned toward Sun Long, each pair sparkling with excitement. Just a little dirty trick that's not fit for the stage. In war, you can't always play by the rules. I threw them a curveball. Looks like they're not quite used to it yet. Sun Long slowly set down his teacup, narrowing his eyes in a moment of self-satisfied smugness. The others exchanged glances, their admiration for their general rising another notch. This was no petty trick. Every general who had fought Manhwa knew it was a brutal game of attrition. Who dared even dream of defeating Manhwa? This time, they hadn't merely defeated Manhwa, they'd annihilated his entire force without suffering a single casualty. That was pretty impressive. Command Center. Sun Long's situation is truly dire. It appears this year's victory will once again belong to Manhwa. The Red Army is like harvesting wheat, they keep reaping crop after crop. Sun Long is a fine general, but he just can't withstand Manhwa's relentless pressure. What can you do? Manhwa is simply an anomaly in our military. Several uniformed personnel idly sip tea, watching the Red and Blue Forces tactical map on the large screen while making small talk. Reporting, recovery vehicles are needed on the front lines. An entire tank company has been wiped out. A soldier burst in from outside, shouting the news. Got it, got it. Why the rush? Which unlucky Red Army bastard is it this time? Our command post is practically becoming their makeshift POW camp. We'll have to haul them back trip after trip. Today alone, we've been transporting nothing but Red Army soldiers. The referee remarked with a hint of resignation. It's always like this during exercises. Full Guangji's side never brings back any casualties. Reporting, this time it's not the Reds. The soldier shook his head urgently. Not the Red Army? Then who is it? Everyone looked utterly perplexed. Could it be the Blue Army? It's the Blue Army's tank regiment, the Vanguard Tank Company. They've been completely wiped out. The soldier added. But the referee spit out the mouthful of tea he'd just taken. What did you say? Say that again. Who was wiped out? The referee wiped tea leaves from his face, eyes wide as bells. The Blue Army's tank company. The officer is Chen Mo. The soldier answered immediately. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did you miscount, kid? Blue Force's tanks can drift, how could they lose? Total annihilation? Another referee abruptly stood up, pointing his finger at the soldier's nose and shouting. Sir, I'm just reporting what the system showed me. If there's an error, it's the system's fault. The soldier said with a look of grievance. Everyone fell silent. Each stared at their companions in utter shock. A drifting tank, lost? Prepare the vehicles. Prepare the vehicles. I'm going to check out the front line. The next second, all the referees burst out of the control room. Inside the Blue Force Command Center. The atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Reporting, all signals from the Tank Vanguard Company have been lost. System assessment, complete annihilation. The communications officer stood before Man Guangji, his voice trembling. What did you say? What's the situation with the Red Army? Before Man Guangji could speak, the chief of staff beside him abruptly stood up. Reporting, the Red Army, 0 casualties. The communications officer's Adam's apple bobbed violently up and down before he finally managed to utter a few words. 0 casualties? Everyone present froze in stunned silence. The vast command center fell silent, filled only by the hum of machinery. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our tank battalion is equipped with the Viper and Eagle Eye systems. How could they be completely wiped out by the Red Army? They cheated. It must be Sun Long and his men. They definitely used some kind of electronic device against the rules. Yes, Commander. We should request an investigation from the Directorate. The Red Army must have cheated. Within seconds, the entire command center erupted into chaos. Man Guangji sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on the large screen like a hawk's. At that moment, the emblem representing their tank company had vanished completely from the screen. Cheating? Man Guangji sneered inwardly. If anyone was the biggest cheater in the Zurich exercises, it was undoubtedly him, Man Guangji. Wasn't the favor and leniency shown to him by the command center and the state an open secret? What means could Sun Long possibly have to cheat under the command center's nose? It was laughable. But if cheating wasn't involved, how had Sun Long annihilated his entire, well-equipped tank company? A regular unit achieving 0 casualties while annihilating his own Vanguard tank company equipped with a cheating system? It sounded like pure fantasy. He couldn't wrap his head around it, utterly baffled. Shut up, all of you. A loss is a loss. Making excuses is the weakest thing you can do. Is Sun Long's single lucky victory really throwing you all into such a panic? They merely stumbled upon a flaw in our system. I expect this mistake not to be repeated. Man Guangji bellowed at the assembled troops. He then strode to the simulation santable, pointing at the coordinates and bellowing. Order! All tank formations, abandon standard enemy engagement protocols. Activate all Eagle Eye systems. Inform everyone, no more probing maneuvers, no more hoping for luck. When you spot Red Army tanks, strike them hard. Blow them to pieces with your shells. Give them no breathing room. Man Guangji was furious. The Red Army's situation was also deteriorating rapidly. Reporting, our 3rd tank company engaged the Blue Army's main force. We've lost 7 tanks. Report, the Blue Army has breached the flank of the 5th tank company. Their artillery seems to have eyes, their accuracy is terrifying. Our camouflage is completely useless. Report, Sector G3 requests artillery support. Casualty reports poured in like snowflakes. Numerous small lights representing friendly units flickered out on the large screen, while the Blue Army's lights steadily advanced toward their command center. General, something's terribly wrong. Their tanks seem to have radar. Our soldiers can't even react in time. If we keep fighting like this, even if we win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Zhou Kemming couldn't help but step forward, his brow furrowed as he spoke. Worry clouded the faces of everyone in the command center. The earlier victory felt like a fleeting moment. Now, they were once again plunged into the terror of being dominated by that hexagonal warrior, Mitsuhiro Sato. Chapter 66, the blue team has gone down. Yet, Sun Long's face showed not a trace of panic. He remained seated firmly in his chair, his expression even tinged with a hint of disdain. What's there to panic about? This is nothing yet. He may have his tricks, but we have ours too. Before, we were worried about overwhelming the blue team and scaring them off. Now that they've laid their cards on the table, it would be downright rude of us not to show ours. Sun Long rose slowly from his chair, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. Communications officer. Present. Issue orders to all tank companies, hold nothing back. Meng Wangji's forces have already penetrated deep into our territory. Engage them head-on using the directional resonance system. Yes, sir. G3 sector. The air carried the scent of freshly turned earth mingled with the acrid smoke of decommissioned tanks. Dozens of tanks lay motionless, billowing thick smoke. Tracks, armor plates, and gun barrels littered the ground. This was the result of both sides fighting with such fury that they abandoned artillery, resorting instead to tank-on-tank collisions. Red Army 9th Company Commander Wang Hu led his troops crouched beneath a slope. The side armor of his own tank had been largely torn off, and the sighting system was malfunctioning, forcing him to rely solely on the periscope to observe enemy movements. Though this battlefield was merely an exercise, it felt indistinguishable from real combat. Not far away, the Blue Army fared little better. Like a pack of hunting wolves, they exploited the terrain to bombard isolated Red Army tanks. The Blue Force tanks, equipped with the Viper and Eagle Eye systems, held the upper hand. Their shells struck with such precision that the Red Army tanks could do little but endure the barrage passively. Their camouflage and smokescreens proved utterly useless against the Blue Force's superior technology. Captain, 3rd Platoon has only one tank left. The others are running low too. The Red Army signalman's voice was choked with emotion. If this battle continued, they would be wiped out completely. Wang Hu's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. The battle not long ago had been exhilarating, but now the thrill had been completely washed away by the dire situation before them. The Blue Army's Eagle Eye system was simply too advanced. All units, attention. Directional resonance system activated. Repeating, all units, attention. Directional resonance system activated. Engage the Blue Force head-on. No need to hold back. A steady, commanding voice echoed through the encrypted channel. Wang Hu and the others froze for a moment upon hearing this, then their faces lit up with wild excitement. Did you all hear that? The directional resonance is operational. Get it activated, damn it. Let's give those bastards in the Blue Force a proper beating. Wang Hu grabbed the communicator and bellowed. They had waited far too long for this moment. Now, at last, they could finally hold their heads high. Though they couldn't fathom why Sun Long insisted on activating directional resonance only now. But with directional resonance, the Blue Army's Eagle Eye system was no longer a threat. Guys, had enough of this humiliation? It's time to take back what's ours. All units, rev your engines to full power and follow me. In an instant, the Red Army tanks that had been scattered and hiding moments before converged from all directions. Roaring deafeningly, engines belching thick black smoke, tracks kicking up clouds of sand, they charged at the Blue Army like a herd of enraged wild bulls, launching a desperate assault. Blue Army tank formation. Reporting, enemy tanks spotted. They're breaking through. The Blue Army lookout shouted in astonishment. Have these guys lost their minds? Are they planning a suicidal charge? All units, keep the Eagle Eye system locked on. Don't hold back on ammo, take them out one by one. They won once and now think they're hot stuff. In the face of absolute skill, all else is futile. The Blue Force commander, Li Mu, witnessed the scene and immediately issued his orders. The moment the command was relayed, gunners inside Blue Force tanks deftly operated their systems, locking onto one Red Force tank after another. Reporting, target acquired. Wind speed 3, distance 2,300 meters. Permission to fire. Li Mu listened to the steady stream of reports, a faint smile curving his lips. In his view, the Red Army's approach was nothing short of courting their own destruction. Their charge posed no threat to him whatsoever, instead, it would only add to his tally of victories. Yet as he waited through the periscope for what felt like an eternity, his own side remained eerily silent. What's going on? Why haven't we opened fire yet? Li Mu asked. Captain, the system seems to have malfunctioned. The gunner beside him suddenly stammered. What? Li Mu immediately frowned and looked at the screen in front of the gunner. His pupils instantly contracted. The clear fire control interface displayed markers representing Red Army tanks, which suddenly began to split apart. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. Within mere seconds, the entire screen became densely packed with Red Army tanks. The markers flickered wildly on the computer screen, overlapping like a virus had infected the system. Warning! Target data overflow. Warning! Identification module overload. Warning! Warning! A shrill electronic alarm blared, accompanied by the high-powered hum of the tank's central processing unit. What the hell is going on? Reboot the system, now! Li Mu bellowed. But it was clearly too late. The screen flickered a few times before going completely black. Immediately afterward, thick smoke began billowing from the processor. The Eagle Eye system was completely destroyed. Reporting, the Eagle Eye system is down. Reporting, fire control system malfunctioning. Captain, our screens have gone black too. Instantly, fear spread like a plague from every tank. Their pride and joy, the Eagle Eye system, was now utterly blind. Yet, just as the blue force scrambled in disarray, the red force's main force surged forward in overwhelming numbers. Wang Hu's tank charged ahead at the very forefront. Through his periscope, he had long since spotted the immobilized blue force tanks, motionless in their positions. What the hell are these bastards doing? Men, fire at will. Give 'em hell. Wang Hu didn't care about any of that. He hurriedly gave the order. Then he rushed to the turret and began operating the controls. Armor-piercing rounds, load. Reloaded. Fire. Boom. 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 The deafening explosions reverberated like thunderclaps, striking the blue force tanks with brutal force. Chapter 67, Fighter Jets Take Off. Swish, swish, swish. After just the first wave of attacks, most of the blue force tanks were already billowing smoke. Nice work. Eagle Eye system? Looks more like a blind system to me, haha. Wang Hu slapped his thigh excitedly. The Red Army's flames of vengeance were fully ignited. Tanks that had been fleeing and hiding now transformed into tigers charging down the mountain. Without the Eagle Eye's guidance, the Blue Army was essentially blind. They could only rely on the most primitive methods for command. But such attacks posed no threat whatsoever to the Red Army. Many shells couldn't even be aimed properly. Meanwhile, the Red Army's shells seemed to have eyes of their own. They now had ample time to target the Blue Army's tanks. One after another, the Blue Army tanks' indicator lights flashed, blue smoke billowed, signaling their complete elimination in this exercise. The entire battlefield's fate was sealed within mere minutes. Wang Hu watched as the Blue Army tanks were largely eliminated. Filled with pride, he opened his tank hatch and deliberately shouted at the Blue Army. Men, reposition and follow me. Let's hunt down the next Blue Army doghouse. Inside the Red Army Command Center. Every commander except Sun Long was trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes were glued to the simulation map, not even blinking as tears streamed down their faces. On the large screen, the blue dots representing enemy forces were fading at a visible pace. In stark contrast, the once struggling red dots now sliced through the Blue Army's encirclement like a razor-sharp blade, plunging deep into their heartland. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Tank Division Commander Meng Wei was utterly dumbfounded. He was the commander of a tank division, yet when had his tanks become so formidable? Even as their commander, he had no idea. The battle concluded swiftly. Everyone turned to look at Sun Long. Sun Long, meanwhile, sat firmly in his chair. His teacup was held steady in his hand. He took a small sip, sipping it with such composure. He was putting on quite the show. That all-around warrior man Guangxi? This battle probably turned him into a triangle. Inside the Blue Team Command Center, a deathly silence hung heavy. The air seemed to have solidified. Everyone breathed cautiously, afraid the slightest sound might provoke a thunderous wrath. Commander Man Guangxi, the famed all-around warrior renowned throughout the military region, stood with his arms crossed before the simulation sand table. On the sand table, the small lights representing his elite tank forces had already been extinguished by more than half. The few remaining ones were scattered haphazardly. They were either fleeing or on the run, only to be caught and destroyed by the Red Army forces time and again. The tanks he once prided himself on were now utterly overwhelmed by the Red Army, unable to mount any resistance. The Eagle Eye system, the Eagle Eye system. Who can tell me why the Eagle Eye system has gone blind? Man Guangxi turned his head, his voice calm, yet the expression on his face sent shivers down the spines of those around him. The men below nearly dropped their heads to their crotches. Before the battle, they had confidently believed their overwhelming information superiority would crush Sun Long. But now, reality had dealt them a brutal blow. Report, our encrypted communications with the frontline tank units have been forcibly severed. It appears to be electronic suppression. The communications officer stood up and reported. Electronic suppression? That old fox Sun Long has been keeping his cards close to his chest. Did he pull the entire army's electronic countermeasures operations into the field army? Man Guangxi laughed bitterly. Silence fell over the command center as all eyes turned to Man Guangxi. What the hell, are you all mutes? The battle's going like this, and you've got nothing to say? Aren't you all quite the armchair strategists in peacetime? Man Guangxi slammed his fist hard on the table and shouted. Brigade Commander. Shouldn't we pull back our forces first to regroup? The Red Army's tank forces are advancing aggressively, but they've already penetrated deep into our territory. Their supply lines are stretched thin. We could. A staff officer stammered timidly. Pull back our forces? By the time you've pulled back, it'll be too late. Do you think Sun Long will give us that chance? He'd love to see us play turtle so he can devour our remaining forces effortlessly. Man Guangxi cut him off abruptly, responding with a cold laugh. Then why not use long-range artillery to blanket their advance routes and delay their offensive? Another staff officer tentatively suggested. Coverage? We don't even have their coordinates. What are we supposed to cover? Just fire fireworks into open fields? No, can you guys just use your heads for once? What I need is a way to drive a dagger straight into Sun Long's heart. Man Guangji was growing extremely impatient. The entire command center fell silent once more. All conventional tactics had failed. Their pride and joy, the system, was utterly useless. With the battlefield completely transparent, they all looked like a bunch of fools. Brigade commander, if all else fails, let's deploy the fighter jets. Our fighters have teleportation systems. No matter how skilled Sun Long is, he's only effective on the ground. Our planes are in the air, their tanks can't hit them, right? Suddenly, a staff officer spoke up. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Right. How could they have forgotten about their own fighter jets? The teleportation system. Tanks still rely on tracks for teleportation, but aircraft never touch the ground. No matter how formidable your ground forces are, they're nothing but dust in the face of absolute air superiority. No matter how formidable the Iron Turtle is, aircraft can strike you whenever they please utterly without mercy. Order, all fighter jets, take off immediately. Your mission is to locate Sun Long's command center and wipe it out. I don't care about the exchange ratio. I only want Sun Long's command center. Man Guangji immediately issued the order. Yes, sir. Inside the Red Army Command Center, Meng Wei was passionately boasting to Chief of Staff Zhao Keming. He was boasting about how his tank units were fighting with such bravery, how they were sweeping through the enemy lines like a tidal wave. Zhao Keming was utterly exasperated. That was the general's own tank division. What the hell did it have to do with you? Just because you're near a tank, you claim it's your doing? How shameless. Old Meng, don't get too excited just yet. Man Guangji isn't the type to lose easily. Zhao Keming reminded him helplessly. He's a six-sided cube, and now he's got us cornered into a triangle. What else could he possibly do? Meng Wei was riding high on excitement and paid no heed to Zhao Keming's caution. Whoa! At that moment, the shrill air raid siren suddenly blared. Level 1 air alert, multiple unidentified flying objects detected in the southeast, moving at extreme speeds and rapidly approaching our command center. Chapter 68, no response from the aircraft. The command center fell instantly silent. Immediately, everyone rushed to the electronic simulation sand table. Dozens of dangerously flashing red arrows now streaked toward them like a pack of bloodthirsty vultures. Fighters. They're Man Guangji's fighters. Order. Falcon Squadrons 1 and 2, scramble immediately for interception. At all costs, intercept the enemy fighters 50 kilometers away. Air Force Commander Zhao Dong's expression darkened as he urgently issued the order. Old Zhao, what's going on here? Meng Wei, who had been boasting moments ago, now asked urgently. These planes are heading straight for our command center. Man Guangji is trying to pull a decapitation strike on us. Looks like the old man's really lost his temper. Zhao Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Meanwhile, Sun Long sat calmly in his chair, sipping tea. Not a trace of panic crossed his face, as if none of this concerned him in the slightest. Soon, footage of the aerial combat streamed back through the data link. Fighters bearing the Red Army insignia locked in fierce combat with enemy aircraft. Yet an astonishing scene unfolded in the aerial battlefield. The Blue Force Fighter, clearly locked onto by the Red Force Fighter with missiles about to lock on. The Blue Force Fighter suddenly vanished from the sky in an instant, only to reappear behind the Red Force Fighter the very next second. Then, in a flash of fire, the Blue Force opened fire. Falcon 3 hit, pilot ejected. The communications officer bellowed into the radio. What the hell is going on? What the hell is Blue Force carrying on their aircraft? Zhao Dong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That wasn't a maneuver any fighter jet could pull off. Vanishing in an instant? What the hell kind of magic is this? Fighter 7 requesting backup. I'm being tailed by 2 enemy fighters. Unable to shake them. Another red dot representing one of their fighters vanished from the map. The pilot didn't even get to finish his final words before communication was lost. The Blue Force fighters moved like ghosts from another dimension. Their maneuvers completely defied the norms of conventional aerial combat. Despite the Red Force pilots' exceptional skill, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of their opponents. One by one, the blips vanished from the electronic screens. The atmosphere in the command center instantly grew oppressively heavy. It's over. All over. Our planes are no match for theirs. Meng Wei, who had been so cocky moments ago, now stared blankly, his legs trembling. He was a tank division commander. But no matter how formidable his tanks were, their might belonged to the ground. The so-called Iron Flood, when faced with absolute air superiority, was nothing more than a bunch of moving targets. General, what should we do now? You must think of a plan quickly. Meng Wei spun abruptly to face Sun Long, who stood as steady as a mountain beside him, shouting urgently. General, enemy aircraft have already breached our second line of defense. They'll be over our positions in 5 minutes at most. By then, even if we have the greatest abilities, they won't be of any use. Zhao Keming also warned with a panicked expression. All eyes converged on Sun Long. Sun Long calmly set down his teacup and looked around at the group. Tanks are definitely out of the question. We can't go up against an aircraft armed only with machine guns. But our planes are another story. Sun Long flashed a bright smile at the group. General, our planes aren't up to the task. Have you lost your mind? Air Force Commander Zhao Dong was on the verge of tears. How many of our own planes have they shot down already? And you, the general, are standing here making such cold remarks? I'm not talking about the planes up there. These planes up there are just a bunch of decoys. Sun Long spoke as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Notify the Kunping squadron the guests have arrived. It's time for you to go out and greet them. Remember, under no circumstances should the guests leave disappointed. As Sun Long finished speaking, everyone around him was utterly dumbfounded. Kunping? What was Kunping? The giant fish so vast it couldn't fit in a single pot, that Kunping? Everyone in the command center turned to look at Zhao Dong. He was the Air Force Commander-in-Chief. But Zhao Dong's face was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. He thought to himself, stop staring at me, I have no idea when a flight formation called Kunping appeared in our roster. Above the sky, the Blue Force communication channel erupted in cheers and excitement. Ha! Those greenhorns on the red side think this is some kind of child's play? That's the 6th one already. Tonight, I'm going to make the brigade commander add a chicken leg to my dinner. This mission had been far too easy. They had thought the Red Army, having defeated the tanks, must be something special. But once the fighting started, they realized they were no different from any other unit they'd faced before. Each plane was practically a victory handed to them on a silver platter. Sir, new targets on the radar. Number 6. At that moment, a warning suddenly crackled over the channel. 6? That's not enough to get my blood pumping. Boss, Fighter 1 requesting permission to engage. I can take all 6 of them down by myself. The pilot of Fighter 1 was brimming with arrogance. Don't get cocky. The brigade commander warned us that old Fox Sun Long is full of tricks. Everyone stay calm. After taking out these 6, we'll wipe out their command center. The squad leader's voice was calm and composed. Roger that. One by one, the pilots slowly pushed their control sticks, aiming their noses at the newly appearing fighters. Cruel smirks spread across their faces. They could already picture the Red Army pilots' flustered, clumsy expressions as the radar alarms blared. Little darlings, your uncles have come to find you. Blue One's pilot chuckled darkly as his fingers deftly manipulated the weapon systems. The fighters closed in rapidly, yet the Red Force aircraft seemed utterly unaware of the impending danger, maintaining their flight path. TSK, don't even know how to dodge? Let us teach you how air combat is fought. Pilot 1 sneered coldly, flicking open the weapon system cover, ready to repeat his previous tactic. Soon, the optimal range and angle were achieved. Pilot 1 swiftly pressed the button he prided himself on. Teleport. Pilot 1 murmured softly. But the next second, he froze. Why wasn't his aircraft responding? Chapter 69, Full-Scale Counterattack. Click, click. Pilot 1 was baffled. He pressed the start button several more times. But the fighter beneath him remained unresponsive. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the entire fighter began violently shaking. The indicator lights in the cockpit began flashing wildly, accompanied by a shrill alarm. Warning, energy circuit overload. Warning, system engine failure. Coordinate lockout unsuccessful. How could this happen? Pilot 1's face instantly contorted with panic. His fighter failed to teleport and instead slowed down. It felt as though the entire aircraft had been seized by an invisible force. The engine's roar, once thunderous, now became intermittent. The entire aircraft seemed to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Buzz. At that moment, the Red Army aircraft that had maintained its flight posture moved. The pilot clearly saw the missiles under the Red Army plane's wings locking onto their target. Move. Pilot 1 was stunned, frantically yanking the control stick. The stick was nearly snapped in two, but the aircraft stubbornly refused to respond. He had lost control of the aircraft. One, what the hell are you doing? Red Army planes are coming, shoot them down. The captain's frantic shout crackled through the comms. Captain, I can't move. Pilot 1's voice was choked with tears. What did you say? Hello? The captain's voice over the communicator also became intermittent. Buzz. At this moment, the Red Army aircraft was already within striking distance. Pilot 1 spotted an object emitting a halo beneath the Red Army aircraft. In all his years of military service, he had never seen anything like it. Kunpeng 1 calling all units, array activated, fish school and net, prepare to haul in. At that moment, a voice suddenly crackled through the Blue Force communicator. It was none other than the Red Army's aerial formation. What the hell? What did they do? Damn it, this is a trap. We've fallen for it. Captain. Cap. The blue team's communication channel went completely dead. Frantic voices came through intermittently. In an instant, the group that had been so arrogant and overconfident moments ago was now utterly terrified. Fear spread like a plague through every heart. The blue team was thrown into confusion, while the red team carried out their attack with orderly precision. 6 fighter jets sliced through the air like 6 razor-sharp scalpels. They sliced precisely into the blue team's chaotic formation, launching a sweeping mop-up operation. Boom! Captain, Flight 2 has been hit. I need to bail out. I need to bail out. Another plume of blue smoke billowed upward. Engine 3 is on fire. I can't control the plane anymore. The blue team captain watched helplessly as his squad members one by one parachuted out of the aircraft. Yet he still had no idea what was happening. Buzz. The only response came from the Red Army aircraft diving overhead. Their movements were crisp and decisive, without any unnecessary flair. Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately. The blue team captain bellowed the retreat order. But it was already too late. The Red Army's jamming had not only completely crippled their teleportation system but also rendered their communicators useless. None of the team members could hear a single sound. Bang bang bang! The faint sounds of ejection seats deploying echoed through the air. One by one, parachutes bloomed in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the captain's plane was also hit by the Red Army, followed by a puff of blue smoke. It's over. The captain froze in shock. Completely finished. They had swept through the enemy's rear like a whirlwind, only to be completely surrounded and destroyed within a mere dozen seconds. But what baffled them was why the Red Army hadn't deployed such aircraft from the start. Boom! The captain pressed the eject button. As his seat ejected, it signaled the complete annihilation of their entire formation. Kunpeng reporting, designated area fully cleared. All passengers safely delivered to the ground. Requesting return to base. A steady voice from the Red Army commander echoed through the channel. Inside the Red Army command center. On the massive electronic screen, the blue dots representing the Blue Army forces were fading one by one at a visible pace. The command center fell deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, fixed on the screen. Not a single soul dared to breathe. All guests have been safely delivered to the ground. Requesting return to base. The steady voice of the Kunpeng formation commander still echoed through the communication channel. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, their faces frozen in disbelief. They truly couldn't believe it. Had the blue team's teleportation system actually failed? They had always thought Manhwa was strange enough. But now they'd seen it for themselves. Sun Long was even more damn bizarre. General, is that our plane? Zhou Keming swallowed hard and looked at Sun Long. His eyes now stared as though fixed on a monster. That's right. Manhwa's aircraft has a teleportation system. Our aircraft has a spatial disturbance detection array specifically designed to counter his teleportation system. Not bad, huh? Sun Long flashed a smile at the group. It's not just okay, it's incredible. General, I love you. Manhwa slammed his palm hard on the table and roared. Water from the teacup splashed out instantly. He was a rough and tumble sort, so propriety was the last thing on his mind at that moment. It was pure release, pure satisfaction from winning the battle. Damn, that feels good. I told you, how could we just let those bastards fly around however they pleased? What's this teleportation system? We knocked it flat on its ass. Blue force planes were dropping like dumplings in boiling water. The long-suppressed command officers erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. They'd been beaten so badly by the blue force they couldn't even lift their heads, bottling up a mountain of frustration. Now, at last, they had vented that frustration completely. Enough with the celebrations. The battle isn't over yet. Transmit my orders, Air Force, Army, tanks, armored vehicles open fire at full strength. Only by defeating Mitsuhiro Manji can we truly claim victory in this exercise. Now, launch a full-scale counterattack. Drive straight into the heart of Manhwa. Sun Long rose to his feet and shouted sternly to the assembled troops. Chapter 70, Phone Screen Protector. Inside the Blue Army Command Center. Just like the Red Army, everyone stared at the large screen in stunned silence. The glowing lights representing their most elite aerial squadron vanished within mere seconds. Report, Repo. A piercing static filled the communication channel. The last pilot was destroyed before he could even complete his report. With that, the Blue Army's Vanguard Elite Air Squadron was completely annihilated. Report. Our air formations in other sectors have suffered varying degrees of damage. Currently, fewer than 3 formations remain intact. A communications officer rushed over, his voice trembling as he spoke. Clang. A ceramic cup smashed violently against the floor. Manhwa's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. In that moment, he resembled a rabid beast, his gaze fixed on the blinding red excess on the large screen as veins bulged on his forehead. What's going on? Who can tell me what the hell is going on? My most elite pilots, equipped with all that advanced technology, why did they turn into scrap metal, crashing one after another? Why? Mengji was on the verge of losing his mind. The officers below him were all pale with fear. Since the military exercises began, the nation had provided them with the most powerful cheating tools imaginable. This time, they had suffered their most crushing defeat. Even if it were conventional forces fighting, they might not win. Cheating and still losing? That's embarrassing. Say something? Are you all mutes? Spittle flew from Manhwa's mouth. Reporting. Brigadier General. Based on intelligence we've gathered, the Red Army appears to possess an electromagnetic pulse-like jamming device. This jammer can prevent our aircraft from starting their systems, even crippling the entire plane. Our pilots lost control of their aircraft, which is why we lost. A technical officer stood up, trembling slightly. Electromagnetic pulse? Bull. Our teleportation systems have top-tier electromagnetic shielding. Conventional electromagnetic interference couldn't possibly affect it. Man Guangji froze for a moment before roaring with even greater fury. No, it wasn't conventional. According to our technician's analysis, that energy pulse instantly penetrated all our defense systems. It locked down our control modules. Our aircraft was destroyed from within. The technical officer hurriedly interjected. Destroyed from within? Man Guangji's gaze gradually shifted from anger to a hollow stare. He staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The system he had been so proud of wasn't just hacked. But worse, it had been turned against them by Li Yanla. What had been their ultimate cheating tool had been transformed by the Red Army into a trap for them. Sun Long was like a seasoned hunter, patiently waiting for their most plump prey to walk into the trap he had already set. A trap. This is a trap. Man Guangji muttered to himself, his body beginning to sway. He seemed to have lost his senses. Suddenly, he recalled how the Red Army's aircraft had appeared clumsy from the very start. It seemed they were no match for their opponents. They had even allowed them to advance unimpeded. Now it became clear that clumsiness was no accident at all. It was merely a decoy. They were putting on a show for us, biding their time. Until their elite forces were fully encircled by the Red Army. This scene felt eerily familiar, like the tank company all over again. But it was precisely at this moment that he finally grasped the truth. Sun Long? Man Guangji gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. Instantly, an unprecedented wave of defeat and humiliation washed over him like a tidal surge. He had always believed himself to be the hunter, with the Red Army merely a plaything in his grasp. But in the end, he was the one being toyed with like a little darling. Thud. The more Man Guangji thought about it, the angrier he grew. Finally, a sweet taste filled his throat, followed by darkness engulfing his vision. He collapsed backward, falling straight to the ground. Brigade Commander. Quick, call the medic. The entire Blue Army command post instantly descended into chaos. Inside Jiang Feng's small shop. Jiang Feng was enjoying the afternoon in his little shop, casually applying a screen protector to his phone. A phone sat on the table, its camera pointed directly at him. The screen was flooded with scrolling comments, and the live stream remained incredibly popular. Folks, watch closely, this is my family's time-honored craft. It all comes down to a calm mind, steady hands, and precision. Jiang Feng held a brand new tempered glass screen protector, his expression serious as he faced the camera. For Jiang Feng, developing satellite positioning systems was child's play. But this phone screen protector in his hands was the Waterloo of his career. Before him sat an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, sitting stiffly upright. His face betrayed a hint of nervousness as he stared at his flip phone. That look? Clearly more nervous than Jiang Feng himself. The host is at it again. Last time he applied a screen protector for an elderly woman, it ended up crooked, yet he insisted it was the new trend for curved screens. Brother Feng, your craftsmanship must run in the family like some fortune teller under a bridge? All talk and no action? Old man, run. Your phone's innocence is about to be compromised. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that bubbles will appear this time. Dude, you're thinking too small. I bet Brother Feng can cover the camera just as the bubbles appear. The bullet comments were as hilarious as ever. Jiang Feng was completely focused, tuning out the comments entirely. No way, this is serious work. He couldn't let this bunch of netizens ruin his career. He gently blew away the dust on the screen. He held his breath, carefully lowering the tempered glass screen protector. Ring. At that critical moment, his personal phone suddenly rang beside him. Damn it! Jiang Feng jumped in surprise, maintaining his position as he answered the call. Hello? Who is this? Get to the point, I'm busy. Jiang Feng's tone was decidedly unpleasant. Hey, nephew. It's me. Didn't you save my number? An excited voice came from the other end. Jiang Feng instantly recognized the voice. It was Sun Long, the field army general. Wasn't this guy supposed to be fighting a war? Why was he calling him? General Sun, is the battle over? I'm live streaming right now, applying a screen protector for my top-tier patron. Even if it's a matter of life and death, it'll have to wait until I finish this job. The moment Jiang Feng uttered those words, the entire livestream exploded. Chapter 71, an 8.5 yuan profit. Holy crap, General? Real or fake? A streamer? Is Brother Feng's network that deep? He's actually on first-name terms with the General? The top donor is actually the General? This is staged, right? Who talks to the General like that? Sounds like some old guy from the village. Oh no, the streamer's hype has peaked, time to bring in the actors. The commenters went wild. We've seen people hype themselves up, we've seen people put on a show, but we've never seen anything this ridiculous. Hey, nephew, we won. Your systems really worked wonders. We didn't just take out their tanks, we took down their planes too. Now our main force is closing in on Manguangji like dumplings in a pot. Sun Long was beyond excited on the other end. Got it. Jiang Feng's response remained as calm as ever. Though he held the phone in one hand, his eyes never left the screen protector. Damn it, if I don't apply this screen protector soon, even the tiny dust particles in the air will stick to it. Then when I finally put it on, it'll leave a bubble. Seriously, nephew, aren't you even a little excited? Manguangji, that's the elite unit. Those guys are all superhuman. Sun Long paused on the other end before asking. What's there to get excited about? The computational foundation of my program is that the more intensely their systems operate, the more complete the data we receive. Just stick to the script. Nothing to be surprised about. Jiang Feng paused his movements, his hands slowing down. Also, General Sun, are you actually busy or not? Can you tell me something new I don't already know? If it's nothing, I'm hanging up. This call is messing with my touch. Ouch, damn it. The moment Jiang Feng uttered the word feel, his hand trembled slightly, causing the tempered glass screen protector to shift off-center. His forehead smacked against the back of the phone, leaving a bulge right in the center of the screen. Damn it. Ah. The old man before him twitched violently at the corner of his eye, his lips trembling as he looked on with heartfelt pity. Ha 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 ha. I see it right in the center. Perfectly white moonlight. An ancestral skill, truly living up to its reputation. That finishing touch was absolutely masterful. Maple said it was all General's fault for calling and messing up my flow. The old man's expression shifted from anticipation to despair, finally settling into resignation. I declare, the spicy strips are mine now, at the guy who bet earlier. After a silent second, the live stream's comments exploded. Jiang Feng's face darkened completely. He glared at the screen protector, which was crooked as could be, his eyes practically boiling with rage. My dear nephew, you've done me a huge favor this time. I've already submitted the request to higher-ups. First-class merit, special merit, whatever you want, Uncle Long will make it happen. If you have any other requests, just say the word. Uncle Long will make it happen. Sun Long on the other end of the line was still gushing with excitement. Requests? Jiang Feng's expression was as cold as ice. Business deals were hard-won, squeezed through clenched teeth. Yes, demands. Name it, and I'll make it happen. Sun Long hadn't yet realized he was already completely enveloped in danger. What the hell do you want? I told you not to call at this hour. I'm at the most critical stage. I need to be fully focused, mind and body as one. Your damn call ruins everything. Do you know how much this one film costs? $10. I bought it for 15 cents 85 profit. Sun Long, you're paying me back for this membrane. Jiang Feng yanked the phone to his ear and unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse at Sun Long. His spit practically flew through the screen and landed on Sun Long's face. Ha! Sun Long was utterly dumbfounded on the other end. He didn't even know what Jiang Feng was talking about. Why was he suddenly blowing up at him out of nowhere? What the hell are you talking about? So what if you won the battle? Do you have any idea how long the old man beside me has been waiting? Do you have any idea how much emotional energy I poured into crafting this phone screen protector? Now you've ruined everything. Hang up. Don't call me again. Jiang Feng slammed the phone down. The live chat went silent instantly. Brother Feng, you're something else. Yelling at the general like he's your grandson? Bro Feng is the first man in history who dared to ask a general for 8 yuan and 50 cents. General Sun, I recommended you for a special merit award, and all you care about is 8 yuan 50 cents profit? Old man, I just wanted to quietly apply a screen protector. Why am I caught up in this military-level drama? Brother Feng, the man of few words but deadly actions. The audience in the comments thought it was just Jiang Feng's comedic act. You gotta admit, that was some seriously impressive showmanship. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He placed his phone back on the stand, his face once again adorned with a professional smile. Don't worry, sir. That last one was just a test shot. It was mainly to test the tension on your screen. Now we're getting to the real deal. I promise you, this time it will be absolutely flawless, not a single bubble in sight. Jiang Feng said to the old man with a gentle expression. The old man was completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Jiang Feng looked like he could eat someone alive, so why was he suddenly being so gentle now? Holy crap, this is kinda creepy. Jiang Feng didn't dwell on it. He pulled out another screen protector and forcefully peeled off the damaged one from the phone. Outside the shop entrance, Lu Mang from the police station was grilling his sausages. Lately, this guy's sausage grilling skills had improved a lot. He no longer burned them or left them half-cooked. He looked at his glistening, perfectly grilled sausage and felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. This was the best one he'd grilled so far. He planned to take it back to the station, frame it, and display it as his badge of honor. This time, when Jiang Feng came to buy sausages, he wouldn't give himself away. You bastard. Suddenly, a furious shout from inside the shop startled Lu Mang. His hand trembled, and the sausage slipped from his grasp, landing on the floor. Lu Mang was on the verge of tears, staring at the once glistening sausage now covered in sand, his face twisted with grievance. My military medal. The other vendors around him shook their heads helplessly at the scene. Protecting this gentleman was truly a skilled job. Zureh, Red Army Command Headquarters. All the officers and technicians were celebrating their victory. Only Sun Long remained alone, clutching his phone, frozen in that same posture. All that could be heard now was the persistent busy tone. His smile remained frozen on his face, his entire body seemingly frozen in place as if under a spell. General! General! We won! Why don't you seem happy? An aide rushed over, asking excitedly. Sun Long slowly lifted his head to look at him, his bloodshot eyes seeming on the verge of madness. The staff officer froze in place. Holy crap! How come he looks like he wants to eat someone alive even though we won? Chapter 72, The Pluto Project. General, are you all right? The staff officer's heart was racing with anxiety. He'd just defeated Man Guangji, so why did he look so displeased? Was he setting the bar too high? I'm fine. Sun Long slowly lowered the phone, his expression growing even more complex. Who were you speaking with? The aide asked cautiously. A repairman, no, the chief engineer of our military region. The engineer who upgraded the systems on our planes and tanks. Sun Long said, pressing his temples. He must be thrilled to hear we won, right? The staff officer's eyes widened instantly as he asked. Using conventional thinking, he defeated Man Guangji with his own tactics. This chief engineer deserves top honors. How could anyone not be pleased? Evidently, the answer was yes. He gave me an earful. Sun Long said, somewhat speechless. Ha! The staff officer's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No matter how talented you are as a chief engineer, how dare you scold a general? What the hell was he thinking? He said, my one phone call ruined his phone screen protector. And he wants me to compensate him for 8 yuan and 50 cents in pure profit. Sun Long said, torn between laughter and tears. The command center fell instantly silent. Everyone's facial muscles twitched wildly. 8 yuan 50 in profit. 8 yuan 50, is that even ing profit? But no one knew who cracked first. In an instant, the entire command center erupted into laughter. Sun Long couldn't help but laugh along. He knew that kid Jiang Feng just had a bit of a temper. When others cursed, they meant to humiliate you with every vulgar word. But when Jiang Feng cursed, it was pure, genuine emotional outburst. There was no malice behind it. If he cursed, so be it, he had the skill to back it up. If Jiang Feng still felt unsatisfied, he could even offer his own but for a couple of kicks to vent his anger. As for that 8 yuan 50 profit margin, he'd add a few zeros to it and still agree. What the hell is that? Inside the blue team command center. The pungent smell of disinfectant stung Man Guangji's nose. He slowly opened his eyes to see green military tents and several masked medics. Colonel, you're finally awake. You scared the hell out of us. The medic exclaimed with wild delight upon seeing Man Guangji awake. What's the situation on the battlefield? Man Guangji had no time to engage him, instead shifting his gaze to the commanders nearby. Right now, the most urgent matter wasn't his own condition, but the state of the battle. Reporting to the brigade commander, our frontline positions have collapsed across the entire front. The Red Army troops are everywhere like ghosts, capturing our soldiers left and right. And judging by their momentum, they'll reach our command post very soon. The chief of staff leaned in, his face grim. Hearing this, Man Guangji's temples began to throb violently. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of Sun Long's impassive, ancient face. He couldn't fathom how a conventional force, one without even widespread facial exoskeleton armor, one employing the most outdated tactics, could push his fully digitized composite brigade to the brink of having their command post overrun. He was the nation's designated test subject, meant to be the brutal reality of future warfare for all units to experience. Now he was nothing but a laughingstock. It was like a player using cheat codes getting cornered and killed by a regular player at the fountain. Initiate Project Pluto. Man Guangji opened his eyes once more, his pupils unfocused, reflecting only the final glimmer of madness. The command center fell instantly silent. Even the hum of machinery seemed to vanish. The chief of staff froze in place, his mouth agape. The others froze as well, staring at Man Guangji in disbelief. Colonel, the Pluto project isn't a real weapon. It's merely a data model, a conceptualization. The command headquarters would never approve it. The chief of staff said in a trembling voice. He knew the brigade commander was on the verge of losing his mind. But he never imagined it would be pushed this far. The so-called Pluto project was the deepest-seated code in the Blue Army's arsenal. It represented not a single weapon, but an entire mode of warfare. Once activated, it could unleash a high-intensity, directional electromagnetic pulse within a designated area, instantly crippling all electronic devices lacking top-tier shielding. Simultaneously, it could unleash indiscriminate, blanket strikes on the area via space-based kinetic weapons. This is no longer an exercise. It simulates localized annihilation. If they won't approve it, I'll talk them into it. Man Guangji yanked the 4-needle from his wrist, then flung back the blanket and leaped out of bed. Blood streamed down his hand, pooling on the floor. Colonel, your health. Everyone panicked instantly. If anything happened to Man Guangji, it would be the end. I won't die. Guard, prepare the vehicle. We're heading to the command post. Man Guangji pushed the crowd aside, grabbed a nearby combat uniform, threw it on, and barked the order. The jeep jolted along the hastily laid gravel road. Seated in the back, Man Guangji stared silently out the window. The command post was within reach. The moment the vehicle came to a stop, Man Guangji leapt out and charged straight toward the command center's main gate. He literally crashed through the command center's doors. Inside the operations hall, an old general with 2 stars on his shoulders sat with several staff officers, engaged in battlefield simulations on a massive electronic screen. Upon seeing Man Guangji, everyone paused their work and turned to look. Man Guangji? Weren't you ill? Why are you here at our command center? The old general frowned and asked. The moment he saw the blood on Man Guangji's hand, he understood what had happened. The Blue Army was on the verge of defeat, and Man Guangji had lost his temper. He'd rushed over immediately after waking up. Uncle Li, I request activation of the Pluto plan. Man Guangji fixed his gaze on the old general and spoke directly, his pupils filled with urgency. The old general stared at Man Guangji, momentarily stunned. His hand holding the teacup froze mid-air. He stared at Man Guangji, his eyes filled with utter astonishment. Several seconds passed before the old general slammed the teacup down on the table. Man Guangji, do you know what you're saying? The old general's voice was filled with accusation. I know exactly what I'm saying. Sun Long's forces will reach our command post in no more than 20 minutes. My electronic defense systems are already useless. I need the Pluto plan to give me a chance to clear the decks. Man Guangji rushed to the simulation table and pointed at Sun Long's marker. Clear the table? Man Guangji, this is a drill, not some video game you're playing. Pluto is a theoretical model we created to demonstrate the possibilities of future warfare. You want to deploy it on the battlefield? Using something that only exists in a database to fight a conventional force? You've taken this game too far. Chapter 73, The Final Madness. Colonel Man, the general is correct. This constitutes a serious violation of the exercise's fundamental rules. Allowing you to use space-based reconnaissance and tactical data links is already the maximum concession we've made. But Pluto? That's not even in the same dimension. If you deploy this thing, how are we supposed to fight this war? You might as well just nuke the entire area clean. Another colonel nearby couldn't help but interject. The purpose of exercises is to simulate real combat as closely as possible. My forces represent the future of warfare. If my troops are defeated by Sun Long's tactics from 30 years ago, what meaning would our decades of development in so-called informatization and digitalization hold? I'm not here to prove how brilliant I am. I'm proving that in the face of overwhelming technological superiority, any outdated tactical doctrine is utterly defenseless. If Sun Long wins, it proves our rules are flawed. They're allowing outdated tactics to survive. This must be corrected. Man Guangji declared, his face flushed. Man Guangji, that's just sophistry. You're blaming the rules of the exercise for your own command failures. You've disappointed me. Have you lost the ability to accept defeat? The old general looked at Man Guangji, his eyes filled with disappointment. Uncle Li, I can lose to anyone, but I absolutely cannot lose to Sun Long. Sun Long represents outdated tactics obsolete in this era. This concerns the direction of our military development for decades to come. This Pluto project, you will approve it, whether you like it or not. Man Guangji stepped forward, his tone unwavering. Are you threatening us? The old general's eyes widened in shock before he slammed his palm hard onto the table. The entire command center fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned by the old general's outburst. They had never seen the old general so enraged before. Man Guangji remained silent, yet he did not back down. He stood straight and tall before the old general, like a statue, showing not a trace of fear. He knew how outrageous and impudent his demand was. But he knew even more clearly that if he lost, everything he stood for would become a laughingstock. His name, Man Guangji, and the digital synthesis brigade he had proudly built would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Time ticked by second. Man Guangji's already ailing body began to sway unsteadily. His lips turned pale at a visible pace, and sweat dripped relentlessly from his forehead. Ah! The old general sighed deeply, then waved his hand at his subordinates, signaling them to leave. Only the 2 of them remained inside the tent. Guangji, do you know why I agreed to let you be the whetstone? The old general poured a cup of water for Man Guangji, his tone softening. Man Guangji remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on the old general. Because you're reckless enough, arrogant enough, you possess that stubborn refusal to admit defeat. The wars of the future will need men like you. But I never imagined you'd become a gambler, one who can't even handle losing. The old general's voice brimmed with disappointment toward Man Guangji. I'm not a gambler. I merely needed the most extreme means to validate our truth. Man Guangji's voice rang out with conviction. Bold truth. Alright then, Pluto is yours to use. But don't get too excited, I have conditions. The old general said with resignation. Alright, what are the conditions? Lay them out. At those words, Man Guangji's eyes lit up. If he could deploy Pluto, he had a chance to completely turn the tables. First, Pluto's operational range is limited to a 50-kilometer radius around your command center. Second, the duration is strictly limited to 2 hours. If you fail to turn the tide within 2 hours, the system will not activate again. Pluto, you can only use it this one time. I'm giving you face here and leaving Sun Long a way out. This exercise isn't about annihilation, it's about both sides identifying issues. You're the one playing dirty. We can't just throw away our pants, can we? The old general said to Man Guangji. Man Guangji didn't hear a single word the old general said afterward. His mind was consumed by the exhilarating prospect of 2 hours of operational time. 2 hours for him, that was more than enough. He could completely wipe out Sun Long's elite forces along with their equipment and command systems from this entire area. Thank you, General. Man Guangji abruptly stood up, saluted the old general, and declared loudly. Alright, go. The old general waved his hand at Man Guangji, his face etched with exhaustion. He knew that agreeing to Man Guangji's use of something like Pluto was already a serious violation of protocol. Perhaps he would even receive a stern warning from higher-ups. But as Man Guangji had said, he couldn't afford to lose. Modern warfare couldn't be lost to outdated tactics. Losing now wouldn't just be a slap in the face to Man Guangji, it would be a slap in the face to the nation's decades-long, painstakingly developed digitalization program. Stepping out of the tent, the breeze swept over him, clearing his mind considerably. He climbed back into the vehicle and issued his final command over the encrypted communicator. Connect all Blue Force combat units. Execute Operation Pluto. Coordinate location, Sector D3. Countdown commences now. With that, Man Guangji leaned back in his seat, exhausted, and closed his eyes. This battle of wits was no less intense than an actual war. Sun Long, watch closely. This is what modern information warfare looks like. Outdated tactics stand no chance against modern warfare. The night was as dark as ink. In the woods of Sector D3, a Red Army elite reconnaissance squad moved like ghosts under the cover of night, creeping toward the coordinates of the Blue Army command post. The squad leader signaled for the others to halt. He raised his binoculars toward a nearby area covered in camouflage netting. This was their final objective, the stronghold of Man Guangji. Taking it down would mean this exercise was a complete victory. Sergeant, we're at 800 meters already within Blue Force's alert perimeter. Shall we take it out? The spotter's voice brimmed with excitement. The squad leader didn't respond immediately, carefully scanning the surroundings. Everything was too quiet, unnervingly quiet. By all logic, such a crucial position should be heavily guarded. Yet here they were, not even a single sentry in sight. Something's not right. Too quiet. When things are unusually quiet, something's definitely up. Everyone, be careful. The squad leader spoke as he pulled out his communicator to contact the main force. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters. Within seconds of his words fading, the communicator emitted a crackling static noise. This, interference? Chapter 74, Cursed by Heaven? Calling headquarters, calling headquarters? The squad leader began to panic, conducting multiple retests. But each attempt only yielded the same static crackling in response. At that moment, he realized this area might have been completely jammed by the Blue Force. The other squad members immediately began checking their own equipment. Without exception, every communication device had failed. Even the digital watches on their wrists began displaying random times. The blue team really went all out, full channel jamming interference? Are their electromagnetic suppression capabilities really that strong? One soldier couldn't help but ask. Cut the chatter and get on alert. The squad leader barked in a low voice. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger by the second. This was beyond the scope of conventional electronic warfare. Just then, something even more bizarre occurred. Boom! A red mist suddenly began to seep from the squad leader's body. Everyone froze in shock. This was the signal indicating a simulated casualty in the exercise. The squad leader froze for a moment, then immediately began inspecting his own body. Unharmed. Bang bang bang. One after another, red smoke began billowing from the bodies of the soldiers around him. In less than 5 seconds, the entire squad whose concealment had been flawless was wiped out. What astonished them most was the complete absence of gunfire or artillery around them. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of an enemy before they were wiped out. What the hell was going on? We know you're cheating, Man Guangji, but you can't cheat like this. People dying the moment they enter an area? How are we supposed to capture this command post? Sergeant, how did we die? A soldier stammered out the question. The squad leader opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. He'd served for over a decade and participated in countless drills. He'd seen every kind of death imaginable, but today's was the first he'd ever witnessed. How the hell was this battle even fought? Company commander, come in, come in. This is the spearhead unit. We've reached the designated position. All systems normal. Copy that. In another sector, the reconnaissance company commander lay prone in the grass, carefully observing the distant Blue Army command post through his binoculars. This was the Army's most elite reconnaissance unit, specializing in infiltration and camouflage. They had achieved miracles in numerous exercises, such as deep solo penetrations and direct assaults on enemy strongholds. Communications stable. Life signs monitor normal. No signs of electromagnetic interference detected. The communications specialist reported in a low voice. The captain nodded, but a chill ran down his spine. It was too quiet. Why hadn't the opposing forces set up defenses here? Spearhead, take a few men to reconnoiter. Form a triangular formation with alternating cover. If you encounter anything unusual, don't wait for orders, withdraw immediately. The company commander ordered promptly. Roger that. Several team members darted out, their movements crisp and decisive. The company commander watched their figures vanish into the distance, his heart racing. At times like this, they could afford no complacency. The enemy was most desperate in their final moments. Time ticked by second, yet the spearhead team had not returned. And there was no communication whatsoever. Spearhead? The company commander urgently began calling out. But the headset remained dead silent. What's going on? His teammates nearby also sensed something was wrong. Communications are down. Same as the previous squad, full channel interference. The communications specialist made the diagnosis immediately. The company commander's pupils suddenly contracted, a chill instantly rising from his feet to the top of his head. He abruptly raised his binoculars, scanning the direction where the figures had vanished. At that moment, he saw several plumes of red smoke slowly rising. Damn it, take cover! The moment his voice rang out, two teammates beside him released puffs of red smoke. The rest of the squad was stunned. They were clearly lying flat on the ground, not daring to breathe a word. There were no gunshots, no explosions. Had they just died? A sniper? A silencer? Impossible. At this distance, even the most elite sniper couldn't have targeted both our teammates in an instant. Panic instantly gripped the group. That marksmanship was too incredible. The equipment was too advanced. Even a silenced rifle couldn't possibly be completely silent. This is too damn weird. Withdraw. Immediately. The company commander's unease grew heavier by the second. He made a split-second decision and gave the order. But unfortunately, it was already too late. Bang bang. Red smoke billowed from the body of the communications soldier who had just stood up. Soon after, smoke began billowing from the bodies of everyone around them. None of them knew how they had died, their faces frozen in utter bewilderment. The company commander watched helplessly as his men perished before his eyes. He frantically swiveled his rifle barrel and binoculars, yet still found nothing. Boom! Finally, a crimson bloom erupted from the company commander's own body. The tension that had been gripping him instantly dissolved. Damn it! The company commander laughed bitterly. After all these years of training exercises, this was the first time he'd encountered such a bizarre situation. He hadn't even seen a single enemy before he was killed in action. Manhwarecap, you ing bastard. Meanwhile, at another set of coordinates. Reporting, mortar positions established. Gun 1, azimuth 1245, elevation 66, direct fire fuse, 1 round loaded. Gun 2, bearing 1250, elevation 68, direct fire fuse, 1 round loaded. A Red Army heavy fire support squad was frantically preparing to lay down suppressive fire on an exposed Blue Army radar station. They were Sun Long's prized assets, equipped with the latest 82mm rapid-fire mortars. Within 5 minutes, they could turn an area the size of a football field into a sea of fire. Captain, lost communication. Nothing but static from HQ. A communications soldier rushed over to report. Damn it, this trick again? Never mind. Blue Force's signal jammers only intercept electronic communications. They can't stop our artillery shells. All units, prepare for 3 rapid-fire rounds. Fire! The gunners immediately prepared to pull the firing cords. But in the very next second, something unexpected happened. Boom! A trail of red smoke billowed from the captain's chest. His face froze in a frozen expression of rage, his raised hands suspended mid-air. Captain? The gunners were all dumbfounded. They hadn't seen any enemies at all. How could the captain have fallen in battle? Bang bang bang! Immediately after, before the captain could speak, another burst of dense red smoke erupted into the air. In less than 3 seconds, every single person at the artillery position was marked as killed. Captain! Have we been struck by divine retribution? Chapter 75, The Sky Has Fallen? Inside the Red Army Command Center. The joy of victory had barely lasted before chaos erupted once more. A sense of panic permeated the command center. General, we just received word from the command center. All members of the squads we dispatched have been killed in action. A combat staff officer stepped before Sun Long, saluted, and reported. Whoosh. All eyes in the command center immediately turned toward him, filled with shock. How could this happen again? Counting the previous ones, this is the 5th squad, right? Even our scout was lost and he was the best scout in our entire army. Damn it, not even a shred of information. Why won't they tell us how they died? Making us guess? The room erupted in curses. Sun Long's face darkened. He had thought victory was assured, but this final blow lingered, refusing to land. He stared at the massive electronic sand table, his gaze fixed on the icons representing his fallen soldiers as he sank into deep thought. Each squad had attacked Man Guangji's command center using different tactics and approaches at different times. Their only commonality was that they were all declared collectively killed upon entering that specific radius zone. There were no signs of firefights, no distress calls, not even a single recorded bullet expenditure. They vanished into thin air, their deaths shrouded in mystery. Check. Retrieve all operational data for these squads. From departure time to time of death, get me every second. Compile and cross-reference every piece of available information: terrain, weather, environmental conditions where they fell. After a long silence, Sun Long finally spoke. Yes, sir. The technicians immediately sprang into action. The command center fell silent, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboards. General, this situation is a bit off. This doesn't look like conventional electronic warfare. It's more like something out of a movie. Zhou Keming approached with a grave expression. Sun Long didn't respond, his gaze still fixed on the sand table. That section of the map seemed like a black hole, constantly swallowing up his soldiers. What new trick has that man Guangji pulled out of his hat this time? The Blue Army headquarters remained calm and quiet. A massive holographic simulation sand table floated within the command hall. It clearly displayed the real-time dynamics of the entire battlefield. Mountains, rivers, and forests were rendered with meter-level precision. Across this battlefield, red dots representing enemy units were exposed without concealment to everyone's view. Their positions, numbers, movement trajectories, and even equipment models were all clearly marked. Brigade Commander, the Pluto system has locked onto all infiltrating Red Army units. The mop-up operation is proceeding smoothly with 0 casualties on our side. A staff officer approached Man Guangji and reported. Yet as the words fell, not a trace of joy could be seen on the faces of those gathered around. They all knew this victory was far from honorable. They'd even resorted to using something like the Pluto database. Winning was disgraceful. Losing would have been even more humiliating. Very good. Man Guangji nodded, then swiped the screen to lock onto the icon of one of the recently eliminated Red Army squads. Detailed data popped up beside the icon. The space-based kinetic detection system reports this unit initiated infiltration operations at 0200 hours. The unit comprised 12 soldiers equipped with individual weapons and light fire support gear. The system initiated self-defense protocols and launched a direct attack. No bullets, no explosions. The target unit instantly lost all combat capability. The technical officer beside him immediately began analyzing the data. The assembled personnel listened with a collective sense of shame. Pluto, space-based weapons. This is pure interstellar warfare. Using interstellar warfare weapons against conventional forces. What the hell's the point of winning like that? Better to lose with dignity. This thing directly monitors everything on the battlefield in real time. Every metal reaction, heat signature, and biological indicator is exposed. Once locked on, you're instantly marked as dead. No mercy whatsoever. Sun Long must have noticed something's wrong by now. He's probably racking his brain trying to figure out how his soldiers died. How much longer can Pluto hold out? Man Guangji asked over his shoulder. Reporting to the brigade commander, the system has 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining at high power operation. The operations officer beside him immediately replied. That's sufficient. Transmit my orders. Pluto, full power. Expand the scanning range to maximum. Let our soldiers launch a full-scale counterattack. I'm done playing this game. I'll take out Sun Long's command post within 2 hours and blind him completely. Man Guangji stared at the sand table, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Exciting news reached the Red Army command center. General, the coordinates are confirmed. A fixed coordinate area with a 50-kilometer radius, with an error margin not exceeding 10 meters. All teams were eliminated the instant they entered this zone. The technician pointed at the large screen and reported loudly. Projected onto the screen was a 3-dimensional terrain map composed of countless tiny dots. At the map's center, a crimson-hued source area was clearly marked. What the hell is this thing? Skynet? Sending anyone in means certain death. How are we supposed to fight this war? 50 kilometers. Why didn't that bastard Mitsuhiro just blanket the whole area? This is utter nonsense. The exercise is like playing house. What's the point of this? The command center erupted in an instant. Unfair. Damn unfair. They were equipped with only conventional weapons, while Man Guangji was waging an interstellar war against them. Now that the range is confirmed, it'll be easier to handle. Yet amidst the storm of curses, Sun Long's reaction was unexpected. Staring at the perfect circle on the large screen, a smile actually spread across his face. General, we don't even have any data on their weapons yet. How can this be easy then? Zhou Keming and the others couldn't make sense of Sun Long's words. Don't worry. I'll make a call first. Sun Long offered no explanation, merely pulling a phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Ring ring. The shrill ringtone jolted the person under the covers. Jiang Feng impatiently reached out a hand from under the covers, fumbling around for a while before finally grabbing the phone. Who is it? Damn it, can't you let a person sleep in the middle of the night? Did the sky fall? Chapter 76, Time for Retaliation. Sun Long on the other end froze. Why does this guy always have such a terrible temper? I'm at least a general, could you show me some respect? Nephew, Sorry for calling you so late and disturbing your rest. Though Sun Long felt a bit put out inside, his tone remained perfectly accommodating. Spit it out. What's up? One again? Hearing Sun Long's voice, Jiang Feng's temper cooled somewhat. Nothing major, just about that Pioneer 17 thing. Does this thing have any operational limitations or restrictions? We're going to use this thing, but I'm a bit worried about operational errors right now. Sun Long asked cautiously. Operational? Didn't I teach you everything? Find a spot to set it up, then just press a button. I've already automated everything else for you. Your biggest contribution is to just leave it alone. Jiang Feng yawned, his words muffled. That's it? Sun Long's voice betrayed surprise. Although Jiang Feng had already instructed them, he had called to double-check just to be absolutely certain. But he hadn't expected the process to be this straightforward. It was far easier than using a smartphone. What did you expect? Did you think it involved threading a needle? I've already handled all the precision work. All you guys have to do is press a few buttons. If there's nothing else, I'm going to bed. I've got business to attend to tomorrow. You think everyone's got the government supporting them like you do? Jiang Feng hung up the phone without another word. Zure, Red Army Command Headquarters. Beep beep beep. Sun Long's phone emitted a busy tone. This was the umpteenth time Jiang Feng had hung up on Sun Long. But this time, Sun Long felt not the slightest bit annoyed, instead, he was thrilled. He tucked his phone away and turned to the crowd gathered around him. Transmit my orders. Activate the Vanguard 17 combat unit immediately. Simultaneously activate the tactical level satellite communication and positioning system. Target all areas marked in red on the map. Sun Long's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was stunned into silence. They knew about Pioneer 17, it was the Field Army's missile system. But what on earth was this tactical level satellite communication positioning system? General, should we still deploy troops? Zhou Keming asked cautiously. Send troops? What kind of troops? Why send troops when we have the system? Sun Long replied, somewhat speechless. With something this powerful, just charge straight in. Doesn't Man Guangji love playing with high-tech gadgets? Well, he'd play along with him to the end. Let him see which was more formidable, the data from a repair shop owner versus Man Guangji's own imagination. Inside the command center. On the massive screen, the red dots representing the Red Army forces were fading one by one at a visible pace. Meanwhile, the Blue Army's positions remained impregnable. Not only were there no casualties, but not even a single proper exchange of fire had occurred. Man Guangji. The Red Army has already suffered 70% casualties. At this rate, they won't last until dawn, they'll be wiped out completely. We're making it far too obvious we're holding back. If higher-ups investigate this, how are we going to explain ourselves? No one in the command center felt any joy, only deep concern. The general who had pulled strings for Man Guangji sat silently. Dark circles encircled both his eyes, yet he felt not a shred of drowsiness. This time, he had essentially gambled his entire military career on the line. If the higher-ups investigated, he, as the ringleader, would be the first to face the consequences. General, future wars won't give us the luxury of following a script. Sometimes, to secure ultimate victory, someone must bear the burden of temporary defeat. The image of Man Guangji flushed red and arguing with him still lingered in his mind. He had tacitly allowed Man Guangji's antics, but now, seeing the Red Army's heavy casualties on the screen, his heart ached. RIP. Suddenly, the screens and lights in the command center flickered violently. What's going on? Is the power supply unstable? No, look. The system detected an abnormally powerful magnetic field energy expanding at an astonishing rate. Astonishing? How astonishing could it be? It's even affecting the command center? Chaos erupted among the crowd on site. Did that bastard Mitsuhiro Monica max out Pluto's power output? Has he lost his mind? The old general abruptly stood up, eyes wide, shouting questions. General, the signal source isn't coming from the blue force. The waveform is completely different. This energy level seems to surpass even Pluto's. The technician immediately relayed the report. The entire hall fell instantly silent. Not Pluto? Stronger than Pluto? Then where is the signal source coming from? The old general's heart skipped a beat as he urgently demanded. Reporting to the general, the strongest signal response is coming from the Red Army Command Headquarters. After conducting an analysis, the technician delivered the most unexpected answer. Boom! The old general felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy blow, his mind going blank in an instant. Moments later, he staggered toward the control console, barely steadying himself by gripping the desk with both hands. He stared fixedly at the energy curve spiraling upward with wild intensity. It was a string of numbers representing energy levels, astronomical figures he had never witnessed in his entire military career. Red Army Command? Sun Long? What were they doing? What on earth did they possess that could possibly rival Pluto? Inside the Red Army Command Center, everyone had formed a circle. Placed in the center was a device resembling a laptop. This was the control console Jiang Feng had developed. At that moment, its screen was running a complex startup sequence. General, what on earth is this thing? Zhao Linlin felt his throat was parched enough to smoke. He wasn't alone, every officer present was utterly bewildered. Everything Sun Long had brought out during this exercise was utterly beyond belief. Systems they'd never encountered before, and hidden forces they knew nothing about. Each one he unveiled completely outclassed Manhwa's capabilities. Now, Sun Long had produced some kind of small computer. Could this thing actually take down that system Manhwa had? Sun Long remained silent, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Just then, the progress bar reached its end. Beep. The sharp beep jolted Sun Long back to full alertness. He knew the moment for counterattack had arrived. Chapter 77, Tactical Level Communication and Positioning System. Tactical Level Satellite Communication and Positioning System activated. Scanning battlefield environment. Detecting intense electromagnetic interference at location. Analyzing interference waveforms. Analysis complete. Generating countermeasures. Countermeasures generated. Interference source shielded. The next second, the small computer emitted a series of mechanical beeps. Everyone was stunned. Sun Long was also stunned. Jiang Feng never mentioned this thing had a voice system for announcements. This was far too comprehensive. Immediately afterward, the crackling sounds from the command center's various communication devices ceased. General, it's back. Our system is restored. The Chief of Staff reported with delight. Indicator lights flashed across all electronic devices as they instantly returned to normal operation. This solves the interference. A technician exclaimed, his excitement bordering on childlike glee. After fiddling with it for half a day, they couldn't match what this thing accomplished with a single command. This damn thing is so damn smart it's downright terrifying. Initiating battlefield information suppression. Deploying counter-interference force field. Force field activated. Hacking into Blue Force tactical network system. A mechanical voice echoed once more. Everyone took a deep breath, their eyes bulging wide. Hacking the Blue Force tactical system? Are you kidding me? That bastard Manhwa specializes in this kind of thing. His team consists of the absolute cream of the crop from every military academy. Even the system's development involved top-tier national-level experts. How could you possibly hack it so easily? Firewall protocol analysis complete, bypassing. First firewall layer bypassed. Second firewall bypassed. Third firewall. Firewall bypass successful. Intrusion complete. Downloading Blue Force real-time battlefield data. As the mechanical voice faded, an astonishing scene unfolded on the command center's screens. The glowing dots representing the Red Army and the simulated sand table vanished entirely. In their place was a densely packed new battlefield map covered in countless red markers. Each marker was accompanied by a clear description. Blue Force's Type 99A main battle tank, Model T-284, Crew, 3, coordinates. Blue Force's Strike Team, Viper 3, 2 members, coordinates. Blue Force's Armed Helicopter, coordinates. Blue Force's Frontline Ammo Supply Point, coordinates. Everyone's eyes were bulging so hard they hurt. Crimson bloodshot veins crawled across their eyelids. Each commander, having gone too long without blinking, was starting to resemble a zombie. Yet not a single one dared blink. On the large screen, everything was visible: aircraft soaring overhead, tanks rumbling across the ground, and lone soldiers lurking in the grass. Every Blue Force unit, regardless of size or operational status, were all precisely recorded on the sand table. Not only their positions and mission types, but even unit designations, personnel counts, and individual names were crystal clear. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. This damn thing wasn't a sand table anymore. This is nothing but the enemy strategic deployment map. With the enemy strategic deployment map in hand, how the hell could we not win this battle? They might as well go home and babysit instead. General. This thing, it's practically pulled the Blue Army's underwear right off. Zhao Linlin looked at Sun Long with a trembling voice. I know you're a formidable general, son, but you don't have to be this formidable. At least give the brothers a heads up beforehand. Damn it, this ing thing. Even if you were an alien with all this knowledge, it could still wipe you out. Sun Long's lips curled into a grimace. He desperately wanted to burst out laughing. He knew Jiang Feng's contraption was formidable, but this thing was just too damn powerful. Forget Man Guangji, even he, the one using it, was struggling to handle it. Conducting battlefield situation analysis. Analysis complete. Planning optimal attack route for Vanguard 17 combat unit. Path planning complete. Transmitted to launch unit. Generating real-time counterattack commands for all friendly combat units. Orders issued. The mechanical voice methodically executed the war procedures. Did everyone hear that? Did everyone receive it? Sun Long took a deep breath and looked at the officers of each unit. Reporting, received. The men stood tall and shouted in unison. When they came, they didn't know how to win. But now, they didn't know how to lose. Then what are we waiting for? Follow system protocols, flatten Zurich immediately and capture Man Guangji alive. Sun Long's voice boomed like thunder. Crushed Zurich. Capture Man Guangji alive. How many generals had dreamed of this? But now, only he, Sun Long, was on the verge of achieving it. He would be the first to capture Man Guangji alive and the only one. Buzz. On the battlefield, a battered Red Army tank was fleeing in panic. One of its tracks had been torn off by the pursuit, leaving it to struggle through the mud on a single track. Behind it, 3 Blue Army tanks had closed in. They did not fire, merely encircling the Red Army tank. They were toying with it. Ha ha ha. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Is that all you Red Army soldiers can do? Not even the courage to fight back, just running? The Blue Army taunted over the public channel. Boss, cut the crap. Let's finish this. We still have to move on to the next objective. The gunners said impatiently. What's the rush? Let them savor their despair a little longer. That's the real thrill of information warfare. Lock him on. Give it a nice finishing touch. The commander said triumphantly. Roger that. On the gunner's screen, the Red Army tank was already enclosed within a green square. Target acquired, preparing. Before the gunner could finish his sentence, a sudden crackling sound filled the air. The fire control screen went pitch black, all data vanishing in an instant. The entire tank plunged into pitch darkness. What's going on? My fire control system's gone. The gunner was stunned. Sir, our systems are down. The tank's lost power. Mine too. The tank won't move. Damn it, what the hell is going on, boss? What do we do now? Panicked voices immediately filled the communicator. This scene was all too familiar to them. So many of their tanks had been taken out inexplicably before. Now, was it their turn? Chapter 78, Sun Long's got cheat codes? What? The commander's face paled. Just as he reached for the communicator to call headquarters, he realized it emitted only static. Amidst their flustered confusion, the Red Army seized the opportunity to react. Rumble. The turret spun rapidly, locked onto the target, and fired. Boom. A simulated shell erupted from the barrel. A Blue Army tank instantly billowed blue smoke, signaling its complete destruction. Damn it, the Red Army's attacking. The Blue Force crew panicked. But this time, the tank was shielded too thoroughly. The original directional jammers could still move the turret slightly. Now their tanks didn't even have a shred of power left. Each one was reduced to a piece of scrap metal, stuck in place and taking a beating. Boom. 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 Another volley of cannon fire left several more Blue Force tanks as lifeless wrecks. The prey that had been toying with the enemy moments ago had now become someone else's sitting ducks. Squad leader, it's a call from headquarters. Inside the Red Army tank, the operator shouted excitedly. They hadn't heard any external communication in ages. Their communicators had been as useless as blind men, receiving no orders for ages. This call felt like a lifeline. Hello? Command center, command center. The squad leader bellowed into the communicator as if clutching his lifeline. Listen up, your communications have been restored. We'll immediately transmit the detailed battle plan to your tank computers. The general's orders, annihilate the Blue Force. An authoritative voice immediately echoed from the other end. Yes. The squad leader was overcome with excitement. With communication established, things would be much easier. At the very least, the Red Army wouldn't be left guessing about their allies' movements like before. Almost immediately, the tank's computer screen flashed with a map and coordinates. The squad leader froze after just one glance. He had expected it to indicate which sector they were to attack. This damn thing they sent over has the blue team's positions and firepower layouts all over it. This is practically the blue team's own internal map. This. Fire. Fire now, men. If we don't win this battle, none of us will make it back alive. The squad leader was nearly losing his mind, screaming into the radio. With such detailed blueprints, how could we possibly lose this battle? This is ridiculous. The Blue Force was as transparent as if they weren't wearing any clothes in their eyes. It was like they had cheat codes. The same scene was playing out in the skies. 2 Red Army fighters were locked onto by 4 Blue Army fighters. Outmatched, they desperately released chaff flares and executed a series of high-risk maneuvers in a desperate attempt to shake off the Blue Army's lock-on. Ha! Red Army flies, is your electronics system down? Weren't you guys pretty formidable earlier? Where's your system now? Disable our planes, let us see what you've got. Mocking laughter echoed through the blue team's shared channel. Stop playing games with them. Finish this quickly. I'm locking onto the one on the left. You guys take care of the one on the right. The blue team captain issued the order. Roger. However, just as several fighters prepared to press the missile launch buttons, the instrument panels of all 4 aircraft began to flicker. The needles raced wildly, and the radar screens instantly turned to static. Immediately afterward, a large red X appeared on the weapons system display. Damn it, Captain, my system's jammed. I can't see a thing. Me too. What's going on? Aren't the Red Army's systems supposed to be disabled? Captain, what do we do? The plane's already out of control. Waves of panic echoed through the blue team's communication channel. Just as panic gripped the blue team, the red team also encountered trouble. The aircraft, which had been emitting warning sounds, suddenly returned to normal. All units, blue team's signal jamming has been neutralized. Combat orders will be issued to all personnel shortly. Please stand by for instructions. Ensure the complete annihilation of those bastards in blue force. The same voice echoed through the communicators. Immediately afterward, tactical maps appeared on the Red Force pilot screens. It clearly marked the real-time status of every Blue Force fighter. Even the names and ranks of the pilots inside were crystal clear. Holy, they're that good? What the hell are we waiting for? Let's take them out. Damn it, we've been holding back for so long. Think you're tough? Well, this time I've got all the time in the world to play with you. The Red Army pilots were all itching for a fight. Now, armed with comprehensive intelligence, the Blue Force had become nothing more than targets on a bulletin board in their eyes. Lock on targets. Concentrated fire. Let's go. The Red Army's full-scale counterattack was unfolding across every sector of the battlefield. Inside the Blue Army command center, Man Guangji still held a steaming cup of coffee. A smile played on his lips as he watched the large screen. The Red Army's bright spots were dwindling. The battle had become a one-sided affair. See? This is the power of information superiority. Faced with absolute information, all the Red Army's struggles are futile. At that moment, Man Guangji's heart had settled completely. With Pluto and 2 hours to spare, he was confident he could utterly annihilate the Red Army's remnants. Yet the officers below him all kept their heads bowed, silent. This victory of theirs was far from glorious. Rip. Crack. But in the next instant, the lightbulbs overhead suddenly exploded. The entire command room plunged into pitch darkness. Sparks began flying from the computer towers. A thick, acrid smell of burning filled the entire command center. What's going on? Why did the power go out? Activate the backup power immediately. Man Guangji barked out the orders. This was the moment to witness victory. A power outage now would be disastrous. General, it doesn't seem to be an electrical issue. Our server's fried. A technician shouted. The server burned out? Why? Man Guangji immediately sensed a thick, ominous foreboding. A massive, incomprehensible data stream just breached our firewall without warning. It flooded straight into our core servers. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Our processors couldn't handle it. The overload instantly fried all the hardware, including our power supply system. The technician shouted. What? Upon hearing this, Man Guangji collapsed back into his chair as if all his strength had been drained. He didn't need to guess this was undoubtedly another one of Sun Long's handiworks. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom it. Where on earth did Sun Long get all these bizarre contraptions to counter him? Could it be that the command center had also given Sun Long some kind of cheat code? Chapter 79, Vanguard Strike. Pluto's systems were child's play compared to the tactical satellite communication and positioning system. Within mere minutes, the tactical satellite communication and positioning system had already countered Pluto's jamming signals and established full coverage. Finally, exploiting the enemy's signal system, it directly infiltrated Pluto's systems. Wang Guangji's pride and joy, the ace in the whole Pluto, the information hub he'd staked everything on building, the future warfare he'd envisioned, was now brutally, completely, and utterly crushed from a technical standpoint in a way he couldn't comprehend. In the dim light, everybody staggered violently. In the darkness, they could only hear each other's heavy breathing. It's over. Everything is over. Inside the Red Army Command Center, lights blazed brightly amid bustling activity. Report, in Sector B3, the Blue Army's elite armored brigade has been completely cut off and isolated by our forces. The unit is utterly shattered. Report, Eagle's Nest Heights has been fully captured by our forces. An entire Blue Army battalion has been surrounded and wiped out. Report, C1 Heights. Victory reports poured in relentlessly through the communicators. Every face in the command room glowed with excitement. After enduring prolonged suppression by the enemy, the pent-up frustration of the Red Army was finally unleashed in this moment. This exhilarating feeling had been sorely missed for far too long. Damn, that feels good. So damn good. Man Guangji, you talk about information advantage? I'll show you what real information advantage looks like. We wipe the floor with Man Guangji. We're the top unit in the entire army, right? Ha 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 ha, he was a six-sided warrior, but now his triangle's missing a corner. The officers all looked triumphant, their gazes toward Sun Long now filled not just with admiration, but with boundless fervor. Their general usually looked like just another old man. Who knew this military exercise would unleash such a barrage of firepower? Damn impressive. Sun Long sat calmly at his command post, his expression unchanged, seemingly unfazed. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the massive electronic sand table. Order the troops not to linger in battle. Continue pushing deep into enemy territory and utterly destroy the Blue Army's command center. Artillery units, target area F7 for saturation bombardment. At this stage, why hold back on ammunition? Additionally, seize any usable Blue Force equipment and put it to immediate use. No waste. In short, one thing, annihilate the Blue Army. Do it as fast as possible. Sun Long's voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that brooked no argument. The entire bustling command center fell instantly silent. Everyone immediately returned to their posts and began relaying orders to subordinate units. Under Sun Long's command, the Red Army advanced like a tidal wave, each unit as sharp as a dagger plunging into the heart of Manguangji. But before long, the communications officer abruptly approached. His brow furrowed, tension evident on his face. General, we've lost signal again within a 5-kilometer radius of Manguangji's command post. The officer whispered. Oh? What's going on? Sun Long looked up in surprise. The exercise identification systems on all combat units entering that zone immediately burn out, directly flagging them as killed in action. Even drones suffer the same fate. It seems there's an independent, high-intensity defense matrix in place. Any electronic device will be jammed and destroyed by it. The staff officer stated. This must be Manguangji's final turtle shell, huh? Let's send a few engineers over to take it down. An officer snorted coldly. It's useless. The energy of this defensive matrix is too immense. No matter how many people enter, they'll only be detected as casualties. Human wave tactics are pointless here. This is Manguangji's last resort. Being aggressive is the right call. Sun Long shook his head. Then what do we do? If we can't destroy the command center, we can't win. Are we just supposed to keep stalling him like this? The officer asked anxiously. Stalemate? Who's stalling with him? We can't get in, but that doesn't mean artillery can't get in. Go retrieve Pioneer 17 for me. The exercise is nearly over, we ought to give Manguangji a proper farewell gift. Sun Long's lips curled upward as he chuckled. Pioneer 17? The others instantly lit up with ecstatic expressions. They hadn't even used that thing yet. They'd assumed Manguangji's men had already been thoroughly routed, making it unnecessary. But now it seemed this thing could be put to use after all. Holy crap, a missile. Using missiles in a training exercise. That's pretty damn thrilling. Soon, the coordinates of Manguangji's command post were transmitted to the Pioneer 17 combat team. A missile warhead reared its head, appearing enormous under the moonlight. Target coordinates locked. Fuel injection complete. Launch sequence countdown, 3, 2, 1, launch. Accompanied by the countdown, a jet-black missile of peculiar shape shot out instantly. Whoosh. Without an earth-shattering roar, only a piercing whistle through the air, the Pioneer 17 officially commenced its journey. Inside the Blue Force Command Center, only a few dim emergency lights flickered on after the backup power kicked in. Manguangji slumped lifelessly in his chair, his eyes vacant, drained of all energy. The officers around him wore ashen expressions, their hearts sinking as they watched the Blue Force's light points steadily vanish from the large screen. Colonel, pull yourself together. We haven't lost yet, our command center is still intact. An aide stepped forward and shouted. Pull myself together? How the hell am I supposed to pull myself together? Look at us, just this handful of men, in this tiny space. Even if you gave me another Pluto, I couldn't beat them. The dead won't come back to life, and we can't reclaim the positions. Manguangji seemed to go mad, pounding the massive electronic screen as he roared. Not a single voice dared to speak throughout the entire command center. Heavy breathing echoed through every corner. Everyone knew Manguangji spoke the truth. Their Blue Force was utterly defeated, beyond salvation. Now, unless higher-ups authorized them to deploy nuclear weapons for a scorched earth strategy. Otherwise, victory was utterly beyond reach. Brigade Commander, we still have a chance. Pluto's final defense protocol is still active. We still have the last safe zone. If we hold our ground here, Sun Long's forces won't be able to break through. A staff officer's eyes suddenly lit up as he hurriedly spoke. But before he could finish, a blue mist began to rise from his body. He was declared dead. Chapter 80, Forcing Entry into the Command Center. The staff officer was utterly dumbfounded. He stared down at the smoke swirling around him, unable to comprehend what was happening. This was the command center, protected by their strongest defensive matrix. How could they suddenly die like this? Bang bang. One after another, blue smoke began to rise from the others' bodies as well. Everyone was utterly bewildered, staring at the smoke on their own bodies, then glancing at others, completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? How did we get eliminated? Sun Long cheated. He must have cheated. Why isn't the production team doing anything? The officers couldn't accept the reality unfolding before them. They could accept losing the competition. But it had to be a fair and square loss. To be eliminated under such mysterious circumstances, without even seeing the opponent. They'd never accept it, not in a million years. Cheating? They've already taken down Pluto. How hard could it be to go straight for headquarters? But we? Even with cheats, we still can't beat them. Ha! Blue smoke began to rise from Man Guangji's body. Surveying his fallen subordinates around him, his smile was nothing short of agonizing. For years, he had been the one inflicting pain on others. But this time, Sun Long had utterly crushed him. This battle, he conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Damn it, this can't be right. I'm going to the command center to get to the bottom of this. Why the hell isn't even Pluto working anymore? Where the hell did Sun Long get all these high-end weapons? Are we training him, or is he training us? Moments later, the entire command center erupted in chaos. Man Guangji was convinced, but these men were not. They couldn't accept that their group of invincible generals had suffered such a crushing, inexplicable defeat this time. Right, let's go confront the directorate. I'm going too. I'll go with you. Guard, get the car ready. The group charged out in a mighty throng, the blue smoke still lingering around them. Brigade commander, this. The remaining officers looked at Man Guangji, momentarily at a loss. Let them go. Man Guangji waved his hand weakly. At that moment, he couldn't care less about what happened to them. For deep down, he couldn't fathom how Pluto had been compromised. Nor could he fathom how his own men had been annihilated by Sun Long. Command center. Bang. The blue team commanders stormed in, furious. They didn't even bother knocking, they kicked the door open with a single blow. Where is everyone? We demand an explanation. What the hell happened? We didn't see a single soul, and they've already overrun our command post? Is this an exercise or a magic trick? Sun Long must have cheated. He used something outside the rules. This isn't fair. The entire command center hall echoed with the Blue Force officers' roars. Each of them was seething with indignation. Their demeanor suggested they weren't here for a discussion, but rather to start a brawl. But soon, they all froze in shock. The entire command center was now in utter chaos. Technical staff scrambled frantically at their respective control consoles. Confusion was written all over their faces. Several generals with stars on their shoulders huddled around the main screen, scrutinizing the data. On the main screen, the Pluto emblem representing the blue team had already gone dark. Data streams cascaded like waterfalls beside it, but they were all meaningless gibberish. What's going on? The blue team commander was equally bewildered, his voice dropping significantly. Calm down, everyone. We're investigating this too. A colonel gestured toward the chairs nearby. Investigate? What's there to investigate? It's definitely the work of the Red Army's Electronic Intelligence Unit. How could their infiltration capabilities be this strong? Pluto's systems are down, yet they can pinpoint our command center's coordinates? This is completely unreasonable. A Blue Force officer shouted. Pluto was the Blue Army's most prized technological achievement. This thing was meant for interstellar warfare. How could a conventional force possibly take down a weapon designed for interstellar warfare? And from the moment Pluto was breached to its complete paralysis, the Red Army took less than 15 minutes. What the hell kind of war is this? Who exactly is the side officially sanctioned to cheat? So what do you propose we do? A general frowned as he addressed the Blue Army commanders. We need access to all the data from Pluto's attack. And we need the parameters of the weapon system that struck our command center last. We must know exactly what defeated us. The Blue Force commander forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. The generals sighed as they looked at this group of officers, who seemed to have swallowed gunpowder. They understood this was the sentiment shared by everyone present. They could accept defeat, but they could not accept defeat without understanding why. Retrieve the data for them. At that moment, the old general nodded helplessly to the technicians. Soon, a series of data streams appeared on the large screen. It was an extremely complex data stream, no conventional electromagnetic interference, no signature codes of a cyber attack. It was like something never seen before, taking over the entire system in a way they couldn't comprehend. What is this? The blue team's technical commander was utterly baffled. Despite years of technical experience, he genuinely couldn't make heads or tails of this thing before him. Can't make heads or tails of it. We've been analyzing it non-stop since your destruction, and we're still completely in the dark. This thing didn't breach the firewall, nor does it contain any attack programs. but it can directly activate or deactivate Pluto's underlying permissions, then issue commands for Pluto to execute. The director's office technician shook his head with a wry smile. All the officers present sucked in a sharp breath. How could this thing sound so sinister? It's like someone unlocked our own system and then commanded it to self-destruct? How the hell did you manage that? Then, what about the attack command center? The Blue Force officer asked again. Another set of data appeared on the large screen. Though everyone could tell it differed from the previous one, to them it was more or less the same. Because, they still couldn't make heads or tails of it. What is this? No idea. This time, the technical staff in the control room answered the question even more bluntly. This thing didn't fire a shot or launch any ammunition. It identified your vital signs through a method we can't decipher, then sent the fatality signal directly to your individual terminals. And then you immediately declared yourselves dead. As the technician's words fell, the entire room fell into an instant, deathly silence. Chapter 81, Red Army Victory. Only now did everyone truly grasp the implications. This damn thing wasn't supposed to take down their Pluto system. This is basically taking down the entire directorate system, right? Eliminating whoever they want. This seems like something only the command center could pull off, right? All the Blue Force commanders present were left speechless. Damn, this is something else. Turns out the real casualty here isn't them, it's the command center itself? The entire control of the scene had been snatched away by someone else. The staff at the command center now resembled those helpless husbands in soap operas, watching helplessly as their system was trampled underfoot, utterly powerless to stop it. How infuriating is that? Only now did they understand why Man Guangji had so wholeheartedly uttered those 3 words, I admit defeat. Faced with such a system, all their prideful tactics and equipment became nothing but a joke. As long as you use electricity, I can jam you. As long as you connect to a computer, I can hack you. Is this thing real? The Blue Force commander was utterly dumbfounded. They felt as if they were living in a dream. Swish! At that moment, the old general stepped forward. Everyone parted to make way. Wang, before the exercise, all new equipment parameters entered into the system by the Red Army were reviewed and approved by your technical department. How did Sun Long report this item to you? The old general walked straight up to the technical officer and demanded. Sweat instantly beaded on the technical officer's face. His entire body trembled, his face a mask of panic and dismay, yet he remained speechless for a long moment. Speak! The old general's voice rose sharply. Yes. General. When Sun Long came to register this thing, he didn't mention it was this powerful. He only mentioned it was some tactical information exchange node they developed themselves, meant to enhance data exchange capabilities for frontline units. The technical officer shuddered violently and hurriedly explained. Tactical information exchange nodes? That's all? The old general frowned and pressed further. Yes. Their parameters are also quite ordinary. They look no different from a large router. We didn't pay much attention. The technical officer stammered. A large router? Everyone's eyes widened instantly. Absolutely ridiculous. Is your home router that powerful? It took down the military's Pluto system? So all this time, the entire command center plus the entire Blue Force were being controlled by a single router? What kind of situation is this? The old general took a deep breath, his eyes visibly clouded. He knew that pressing further wouldn't elicit any meaningful answers from his technical officer. In that case, it would be quicker to ask the person directly involved. Connect me to the Red Army Command Center. I need to speak with Sun Long. Have him come to the command center immediately right now, this instant. I need to see what kind of device that router of his really is. The old general addressed the communications officer standing beside him directly. Yes, sir. The Red Army command post was equally abuzz. But it was a different kind of commotion. We won. We won. We won. Damn it, the Blue Army Command Center is gone. Man Guangji's been decapitated. Man Guangji, so tough? I think he's just good at talking tough. On the large screen, the icon representing the core of the Blue Army Command Center had turned completely black. Along with it, a large cluster of surrounding units turned gray, signifying their destruction. Immediately after, the massive words "Victory Red Team" completely dominated the entire screen. The entire command center erupted in chaos. The chief of staff hurled everything he could carry, folders, hat, pen, into the air. Countless people embraced each other, jumping and shouting with such fervor that the military tents nearly collapsed. Emotions suppressed for far too long erupted in that instant, tears of excitement glistening in many eyes. Sun Long stood watching the frenzied crowd, a smile in his eyes, making no move to stop them. Silently, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His mood lifted, and even the taste of the smoke felt different. General! My dear General! How on earth did you pull that off? You're incredible! You even took down Man Guangji, haha. Once everyone calmed down, they immediately surrounded Sun Long like a swarm of bees. Eyes gleaming with greed, they looked like starving wolves spotting meat. Ahem. Sun Long cleared his throat, deliberately adopting an air of profound mystery. Jiang Feng's identity absolutely couldn't be exposed. Having Li Jianguo on his hands was already cause enough for worry. Saying any more now would be even more disastrous. Well, this is the result of years of secret research and development by our military's Director D Department, working alongside a mysterious chief engineer. It's a critical component within our asymmetric warfare system. As for the specifics, military secrets. Sun Long said mysteriously. Military secrets, you hear me? Military secrets. General, we get it. We've all memorized the confidentiality agreements. Exactly. Something this powerful, we absolutely have to keep it under wraps. Everyone turned to Sun Long, flashing him knowing looks. Sun Long let out a long sigh of relief inside. Thankfully, these guys didn't dare ask more questions. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to answer that. General, a call from the Directorate. They want you to come in personally. A communications officer announced at that moment. Got it. Alright, you guys keep at it. I'm heading over to the command center. Don't let the blue team destroy our military base while I'm gone. You little brats better not let them take it down. Sun Long barked at the group before turning and storming out of the command center. Behind him, the group erupted into even more exaggerated howls and wails. The jeep sped through the camp, finally coming to a halt at the entrance of the command center. Sun Long pushed open the door and stepped out, adjusting his clothes. The moment he stepped inside, Sun Long felt uneasy. The atmosphere inside felt off. The hall was packed with people members of the Director's Department and officers from the Blue Army. The moment Sun Long entered, all eyes turned to him. It wasn't a simple blessing or hatred. It was a complex mix of emotions: curiosity, shock, even fear. All those eyes staring at him made Sun Long feel puzzled. It felt less like stepping off a military vehicle and more like emerging from a spaceship. Chapter 82, Night Owl Fighter. General. Sun Long walked straight toward the old general. The old general lifted his eyes to meet Sun Long's, his expression betraying no emotion. Sun Long, congratulations. You fought well. The old general smiled faintly, his words carrying immense authority. Not at all. It's all thanks to the brothers in the blue team looking out for us. Sun Long chuckled. After exchanging a few polite remarks, the old general's expression turned serious. Sun Long, now that the exercise is over, I have a question for you. What exactly did you use to disable all of Blue Force's systems? The moment the old general's words fell, Sun Long's nerves instantly tightened. He had anticipated this line of questioning when he arrived. Even if he hadn't asked, the command center would have sought his input during the debriefing. Reporting to the commander, we employed a matrix system. It can establish an independent conventional electromagnetic spectrum through over-range effects. Additionally, it incorporates a logical intrusion module capable of reverse engineering along data links. Sun Long explained with measured composure, his expression solemn. Matrix. Beyond range interaction. Conventional electromagnetic spectrum. Aren't these terms technical jargon? I just made them up. The entire command center fell deathly silent. These terms had indeed intimidated the entire group. Too technical? Why technical? Because they'd never heard a single one of those terms before. Everyone looked at each other, stunned. They didn't understand the technology to begin with, let alone ask any technical questions. Sun Long, I never would have guessed. You're almost 60 years old, and you still have to ask your aide to help you use a smartphone. And now you've come up with all this stuff? Did you develop this yourself? The old general was a true veteran. One remark nearly gave Sun Long a heart attack. Holy crap. I'd completely forgotten about that. He'd lied so much he'd convinced himself. I know absolutely nothing about high-tech gadgets. He even forgets his own unlock pattern on his phone. Sir, I may not understand the technology, but I know the direction of RD. I handle conceptual proposals. The actual development is handled by our specialized staff below. Sun Long was already drenched in sweat by now. Oh? Is that so? Then, General Sun, we'd like to consult you on something. Since you were involved in the development, what exactly do all those hexadecimal codes scrolling across the screen mean? How did you manage to precisely jam an entire synthetic battalion's communications equipment with just a few simple commands? A Blue Force commander asked tentatively. Sun Long stared at the commander, his expression still as calm as ever. But inside, he was already itching to strangle the bastard. Hexadecimal, my ass? I can't even solve a quadratic equation. Well, it's just some basic computational logic. Nothing worth mentioning. Sun Long said with an awkward laugh. By now, sweat was streaming down his forehead. Damn it all, he hadn't felt this hot even after fighting for so long. Crack! At that moment, a thunderous clap startled everyone present. The old general beside them, his face flushed crimson, slammed his fist hard onto the table. His eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at Sun Long, breathing heavily with rage. Sun Long, once, twice, but not a third time. We've asked you so many times, don't you intend to tell the truth? Be honest, where did you get these things? The old general practically shouted his final words. Sun Long was utterly flustered. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore. The people before him were all experts. Even the slightest lie would be exposed. It was done by a repairman, no, the owner of the repair shop. After struggling for a long time, Sun Long finally blurted out the truth. But telling the truth proved worse than keeping silent. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent. The repair shop owner? That answer was more ing sci-fi than you taking down the Pluto system. All eyes converged on Sun Long's sweat-drenched face, their expressions thick with disbelief. Sun Long, how long do you intend to keep this up? The old general was growing impatient. General, I'm telling the truth. It really was done by a repair shop owner named Jiang Feng, a very young guy. Sun Long desperately defended himself. But the people before him clearly weren't about to believe a word of it. Enough. General Sun, we acknowledge that our Blue Army has lost, and we respect your Red Army's victory. But now you're trying to brush us off with this excuse? Don't you think that shows a lack of respect for our blue team? A repair shop owner? How can you even say that? What does he repair? Aircraft carriers? Instantly, tempers flared. If not for the old general's presence, Sun Long reckoned he'd be about to get beaten up. Quiet, everyone. The old general waved his hand at the crowd, then turned his gaze back to Sun Long. You may leave. The exercise is over. Your Red Army has won. We could have figured out this technology on our own, even without you telling us. The old general's voice was soft, his tone heavy with disappointment. Sun Long swayed slightly, his pupils dilating and contracting rapidly. He knew that whatever he said now would be useless. He saluted the old general, then turned and left the command center. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation's Peninsula military base, a shrill alarm pierced the sky. Dozens of pilots, fully geared up, rushed toward the runway. A general with a hawk-like nose and stars on his shoulders stepped onto the platform, his piercing blue eyes scanning the crowd. Gentlemen, just moments ago, we received the highest directive from the Ministry of Defense. Recently, the Xia Nation developed a new high-precision ship, stealing much of our international spotlight. Some even claim their technology has surpassed ours. Therefore, we must make Xia know who truly dominates this world. Your mission is to fly your fighter jets over their northern territories and return. Is that understood? The white general's voice echoed throughout the room. The pilots below the podium all wore expressions of excitement. Fly over Xia territory? That's just provocation, right? They'd done this kind of job plenty of times before. Every time they returned successfully, unscathed. A surefire way to pad their combat records. General, what fighter jets are we flying this time? The pilot below asked excitedly. The F-41, the Night Owl fighter. The white general's single sentence made every pilot's eyes nearly pop out of their heads. The F-41 Night Owl fighter, currently the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft in Eagle Nation. Chapter 83, Fighter Crash. F-41 Night Owl fighter. The Eagle Nation's latest generation aerial reconnaissance aircraft. The pinnacle of global technological achievement. It features the latest full-spectrum stealth coating, capable of absorbing all known radar waves. Its Aegis III electronic warfare system can silently disable an entire region's communications. Its fire control radar can simultaneously lock onto 24 targets. Gentlemen, pilot this aircraft to Xia Nation and fulfill your glorious mission. With this vessel, you shall become phantoms of the skies. Xia's radar systems will be nothing but scrap metal before you. The white general shouted with pride. Yes, sir. The pilots below shouted back with all their might. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the northern border of Xia Nation, 7 futuristic-looking fighter jets entered the airspace over this land. One, how's it going? A greeting echoed from the cockpit of the lead fighter. Holy crap, feels like taking a stroll on my own farm. This is even easier than training. Number 1 whistled and chuckled. Holy crap, is Xia Nation's radar system asleep? We're already over 100 kilometers in and still no response? Pilot 2 yawned as he asked. Maybe all they're seeing on their radar screens is static right now? This mission was way too easy. I'm definitely having a drink when I get back. The pilots joked freely in the air. Not a single one of them took Xia Nation seriously. Xia Nation, Northern Theater Command, Air Force Defense Control Center. Alert! Alert! Unidentified target detected in Sector 03. Altitude 12,000 meters, speed Mach 2. 7 targets. Inside the command center, a soldier in camouflage fatigue shouted into the command room phone. The entire command hall erupted in chaos. Their radar systems had been continuously operational. But they only detected the intruders after they had already penetrated over 100 kilometers into their territory. This constituted a major military incident. Moments later, an operations officer burst into the command room. His face drained of color as he stared at the 7 blindingly bright targets on the radar screen, sweat pouring down his forehead. At this moment, the 7 unidentified flying objects had already penetrated over 100 kilometers into the interior. From the moment the incident began until now, they had received absolutely no early warning. This was terrifying. Initiate Level 1 combat alert immediately. Order all our fighter jets to scramble immediately. By any means necessary, intercept those 7 targets. The staff officer immediately issued the command. Yes, sir. Within 5 minutes of the order being issued, several fighter jets swiftly launched, piercing the sky like sharp blades. Soon, several fighters spotted the Night Owl fighters of the Eagle Nation ahead. Unidentified foreign aircraft ahead. This is the Xia Air Force. You have violated our national airspace. Identify yourselves immediately and depart this area at once. I repeat. The warning from the Xia pilot echoed through the public channel. However, the Eagle Nation pilots paid no heed whatsoever to the Xia Nation pilot. Oh, listen to that, they finally spotted us. Hey, guys, wanna show off our fighter jets? Several pilots chattered and laughed over the communication channel. We can show them. Lead, you go. Remember, no firing, just show them what we've got. Roger that. An F-41 suddenly darted out of formation. It immediately executed an extremely dangerous and provocative maneuver in midair. The Night Owl executed a sharp reversal, its wing nearly overlapping with the wing of the pursuing Xia state aircraft behind it. The powerful vortex directly impacted the Xia aircraft itself, instantly triggering a shrill alarm within the cockpit. Alarm! Alarm! The Xia pilot desperately tried to stabilize the fighter. But the vortex created by the Night Owl fighter was simply too powerful. Xia's aircraft simply couldn't withstand it. Captain! I've lost control of my aircraft. Finally, amidst violent turbulence, the Xia pilot lost complete control. He began spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. Eject! Eject immediately! The captain's urgent voice blared through the communicator. Bang! The ejection seat fired. The aircraft itself crashed straight into the mountain peak below. Immediately followed by a thunderous boom, a massive fireball erupted skyward. A Xia Nation aircraft crashed directly. Holy crap, Xia's planes are way too fragile, it just crashed like that? Captain, does this count as firing? I didn't even fire before it crashed. Relax, number 1. We all saw it with our own eyes. It was the Xia pilot's lack of skill, not your fault. Ha ha. Several Eagle Nation fighters immediately rejoined formation, accelerating deeper into the heartland at breakneck speed. The mere fact that a Xia Nation fighter had crashed was enough for Eagle Nation to once again gain the upper hand over Xia Nation on the international stage. Meanwhile, inside the ground-based Air Command Center. On their screens, a green dot representing their own forces had vanished. This was no exercise, it was the result of a real aircraft being destroyed. A deathly silence fell over the entire command center. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screens. The combat staff officer's facial muscles twitched violently. His eyes were bloodshot, the rage within them nearly solidifying and bursting through his eyeballs. Report, Fire Dragon 4 has crashed. Pilot ejected successfully. However, our aircraft cannot catch up to their fighter. We suspect their fighter is one we've never encountered before. At that moment, the report came through the communicator. Good. As long as the pilot is safe. Return immediately. Cease pursuit. The staff officer immediately issued the order. Their aircraft couldn't keep up, and continuing the pursuit would serve no purpose. For now, they could only report the situation here to Air Force headquarters. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The staff officer dialed a series of numbers, and the line connected quickly. This is Northern Theater Air Defense Base 78. 7 unidentified targets have just crossed our border and are heading deep into our northern territory. Our pilots attempted to intercept but failed, resulting in the loss of 1 fighter jet. Requesting headquarters support. The staff officer immediately relayed the situation to headquarters. Headquarters received. Calm the pilots. We're scrambling aircraft for interception immediately. The response came through immediately. Meanwhile, Zura was hosting an unpleasant award ceremony. Chapter 84, a thrilling game. Across the vast training ground, all weapons, equipment, and personnel had gathered. The red and blue teams each occupied their respective positions, all eyes fixed on the figures atop the podium. Several generals from the command headquarters personally pinned gleaming gold military merit medals onto the chest of the Red Army commander. You performed exceptionally well in this exercise. The veteran general from the command center personally pinned the medal on Sun Long, though his words carried an ambiguous tone, it was impossible to discern whether they were praise or criticism. Sun Long saluted the old general, his lips twitching, but ultimately chose to remain silent. The old general didn't glance at Sun Long once, simply turning and walking away from the podium. Clap, clap, clap. Below the stage, the crowd erupted into applause. Red Army soldiers clapped until their palms turned red, their faces aglow with excitement. The Blue Army, however, merely joined in to match the atmosphere. After all, they had lost. Old son, congratulations. If you have a chance, could you teach us how your system works? Man Guangji walked over, shook Sun Long's hand, and asked. In battle, both sides are enemies. When they met, it was a matter of life and death. But now, the exercise was over, and everyone was family. Sure, no problem. When you have time, I'll take you to meet someone, and you'll understand. Sun Long was also quite generous. He had come to terms with it. A talent like Jiang Feng was simply impossible to keep by his side. Even though he held the prestigious rank of general, keeping someone of Jiang Feng's caliber by his side, that would be a waste of his abilities. Really? That's fantastic. Once we meet him, I'll buy you drinks. Man Guangji and Sun Long clasped hands tightly. Report. Report. At that moment, a messenger sprinted toward them, shouting at the top of his lungs as he rushed straight to the old general. What is it? The old general's brows immediately furrowed. Reporting, Commander. Urgent dispatch from the Northern Theater Air Defense Center. 1 hour ago, 7 enemy fighter jets breached our border and shot down one of our fighter aircraft. They are currently advancing at high speed toward our inland territory. Based on our detailed analysis of their flight path, they are highly likely to pass through our sector. The Air Defense Command orders us to scramble immediately and engage the enemy. The communications officer shouted urgently. What? The communications officer's words instantly sent shockwaves through the entire room. Sun Long and Man Guangji's expressions froze instantly. Xia Nation's fighter jet shot down in its own airspace? This is ING 2025, not 1925. Shot down? What about the pilot? The old general urgently inquired. The pilot ejected successfully and has been rescued by ground forces. But our fighters couldn't keep up with the enemy at all. Based on the Northern Front's assessment, the enemy is likely a new fighter model never publicly revealed by Eagle Nation. The communications officer hastily added. The old general froze, his face flushing visibly. Below, soldiers from both the red and blue sides instantly bristled with murderous intent. They had trained for years for this very moment. Now, foreign forces had entered their territory and shot down one of Xia Nation's fighters. It was time for them to fight with everything they had. Commander, I request permission to engage. Commander, let us blue forces take the lead. Man Guangji and Sun Long leaped forward almost simultaneously. Man Guangji's face flushed crimson, while Sun Long even tossed aside the box holding his military merit medals. The old general's gaze swept across their faces. His stern, grim face tensed, and after a moment, his gaze settled on Man Guangji. This time, let Guangji go. The old general's words left Sun Long momentarily stunned. Why? He was the victor, shouldn't he be the one to fight? Wasn't it foolproof to send the strongest fighter? Sun Long, you just won a training exercise and are riding high on your success. Man Guangji is seething inside. We need to let him vent that fire. Now some reckless young upstarts have barged in perfect for Guangji to blow off some steam. The old general patted Sun Long on the shoulder as he spoke. Yes, Commander. Our Red Army will handle ground air defense deployment. Not a single enemy aircraft will fly over our heads. Sun Long wasn't one to ignore reason. He immediately saluted the old general and replied. Good. Man Guangji. Present. You Blue Army have half an hour to shoot down these 7 flies from our airspace. Yes, sir. I'll get the job done. Man Guangji's face flushed bright red, grinning like he'd eaten honey. A chance for real combat? Opportunities like this don't come often. This was worlds apart from drills. Blue Force, fall in. Emergency assembly. We've got work to do. Man Guangji shouted as he ran. High above, 7 futuristic-looking Night Owl 41 helicopters were flying along an extremely bizarre flight path. Their flight path was essentially non-existent. They were here purely to cause chaos. So they flew wherever the hell they wanted. Holy crap, Captain, look! What's that thing down there? One pilot suddenly shouted. The other 6 pilots immediately activated their electro-optical sensors, transmitting a clear view of the scene below. Dense formations of tanks and armored vehicles. Military personnel standing in orderly formation, and rows of fighter jets poised for action. Holy crap, Captain! It looks like we've stumbled into a massive military parade. Captain, are those tanks down there Xia Nation's latest models? They look like a bunch of rusty tin cans. With so many people, dropping a bomb down there would be a real thrill. Captain, my hands are itching. Several pilots were struggling to suppress their impulsive thoughts. Shut up, all of you. Our mission is strategic reconnaissance and deterrence. If any of you launch an attack, none of us will make it back. But since they've prepared such a grand welcome ceremony, we might as well put on a show for them. After the captain's stern reprimand, he added with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, the Blue Force fighter jets had already begun taxiing down the runway. Attention all personnel, Xia Nation's aircraft have taken off. If I'm not mistaken, they're heading straight for us. Everyone, maintain formation. We'll play a little game with them. But remember, under no circumstances fire any weapons. The captain's voice instantly echoed through every ear. At that moment, everyone began to get ready for action. 7 against an entire training ground full of Xia Nation soldiers. This game was going to be thrilling. Chapter 85, Toying. A burst of excited laughter erupted over the Eagle Squadron pilot's channel. Moments later, over a dozen fighter jets personally led by Man Guangji roared into the sky, trailing 6 white contrails as they dove straight toward the Night Owl 41 in the air. All units, target at 12 o'clock. Altitude 12,000. Lock onto them and don't let go. We lost the exercise, but it was to our own side, no shame in that. But if we let these little bastards slip away, our Blue Force's reputation will be utterly ruined. Complete the mission at all costs. Do you all copy? Man Guangji's roar echoed through the communicator. Roger that. The pilots across all units were now pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. In an exercise, they craved nothing but victory. But facing the invasion by foreign forces, national humiliation and personal grievances ignited a surge of fury. They weren't just seeking physical victory, they wanted the lives of these bastards. This time, Man Guangji commanded the absolute elite among pilots. Having already lost the exercise, they were seething with pent-up fury. Now, finally, they had their chance. One by one, they roared like wolves charging at their aerial prey. Yet, as they closed in, every pilot in the Blue Force felt their hearts sink. They had never seen these fighter jets before. The aerodynamic layout of the 7 enemy aircraft lacked traditional vertical tails, their fuselages flat and angular. These aircraft resembled something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Their flight posture was impossibly graceful, defying their massive steel frames weighing dozens of tons. They moved like agile, living predators. Colonel, they're slowing down. Those bastards spotted us. Through the communicator, Man Guangji received the combat report. I see them. Man Guangji's muscles tensed as his eyes locked onto the 7 fighter jets before him. His arm pulled back on the stick, sending the plane soaring upward, closing in on the 7 enemy fighters. Guys, warm-up begins. Number 2, number 3, you take the left flank. Number 4, number 5, the right flank is yours. 6 and 7, you'll join me in dealing with their leader. The Night Owl 41 squadron leader issued the orders with a savage grin. Their original mission was simply to circle over Xia Nation's territory and return. But now, they were itching for a showdown with Xiao's fighter jets to see who truly ruled the skies. Yes sir. The Night Owl fighter formation instantly broke apart, each aircraft charging toward its own target. Buzz. As two F-41s closed in on the Blue Force, they suddenly executed a sharp dive, instantly shifting from a head-on collision trajectory to flanking positions alongside the 2 Xia fighter jets. Colonel, these bastards' planes are just too fast. Our planes can't keep up. The Blue Force pilots began to panic. Damn it, the teleportation system was just a theoretical concept in the Blue Force's specifications, something impossible to achieve. Yet these enemy aircraft before them seemed to have the teleportation system installed. The current battlefield situation was this: they were now playing the role Sun Long had once played, while the enemy aircraft were playing the role they had played when they were cheating. This felt like the harbinger of defeat. The Blue Force pilot yanked the control stick hard to one side, attempting to shake off the pursuers with a high-speed maneuver. But the 2 F-41s merely followed his turn with effortless ease. Their bows remained firmly locked onto the Blue Force pilot's rear side. No matter how the Blue Force pilot executed serpentine maneuvers or rolled, he couldn't shake their pursuit. Hey, friend from Xia, did your plane run out of fuel? Why's your turn so slow? Finding the chase unsatisfying, the Night Owl fighter pilot opened the public channel to taunt him. The Blue Force pilot's eyes burned red with rage. He knew this wasn't a matter of skill at all. This ING thing was a technical issue. Their aircraft's performance was being utterly crushed on every front. The enemy's engine thrust and airframe aerodynamic efficiency far surpassed their own fighters. On the other side, Man Guangji's situation was even worse. The Night Owl squadron leader and a wingman had locked onto him. As a former all-around elite soldier, Man Guangji could twist any aircraft into a pretzel. But against such advanced aircraft, even he was powerless. Man Guangji immediately initiated a vertical maneuver, attempting to burn off the enemy's energy through climb and find an opening to counterattack. The fighter roared at full throttle beneath him, its nose pitching upward as it shot almost vertically toward the sky. The Eagle Nation fighter pulled back on its stick as well, but its acceleration was far more rapid, effortlessly closing the gap alongside Man Guangji. Speed contest? Nice strategy, but your Xia Nation's planes are just too crappy. The Night Owl pilot sneered as he executed a flawless half-roll and inverted at the apex of the climb. The nose of the aircraft locked onto Man Guangji's plane in an instant. At that moment, Man Guangji's aircraft had already slowed to an extremely dangerous threshold due to excessive energy consumption. Whoosh! The Night Owl fighter suddenly accelerated, diving toward Man Guangji. Colonel! The urgent cries of his comrades echoed through the communicator. Alarm! Alarm! The aircraft's alarm immediately blared. For a few brief seconds, Man Guangji's heartbeat tripled in intensity, nearly leaping out of his throat. The enemy aircraft rapidly expanded in size before Man Guangji's eyes. Its nose seemed poised to collide with his own. Man Guangji had already prepared himself for the worst. Whoosh! But at that very moment, the Night Owl fighter abruptly pulled up, streaking swiftly overhead. The two aircraft passed within mere meters of each other. The scorching exhaust from the Night Owl's engines created a powerful air current. It felt like an invisible giant hand slapping Man Guangji hard. Buzz. Man Guangji's entire aircraft shook violently. The cockpit filled with a cacophony of shrill alarms. Man Guangji felt as if he'd been tossed into a tumbling washing machine, the world spinning wildly before his eyes. He gripped the control stick with all his might, straining every muscle to resist the force threatening to tear the aircraft apart. Hold steady, hold steady. I can't lose, I can't lose. Man Guangji's face contorted into a grimace as he clenched his teeth so hard blood streamed from his nostrils and mouth. High above, the other Blue Force pilots were equally struggling. The enemy had only 7 aircraft, while they fielded over a dozen. Though they held the numerical advantage, their aircraft were at a disadvantage. The enemy didn't fire guns or cannons. They simply used the speed of their aircraft to effortlessly toy with them at will. Suddenly, they realized these people weren't here to fight or risk their lives. They were here to play. And the soldiers and fighter jets of Xia Nation were merely the playthings in their game. What was most unbearable was that, even though they now understood the situation, they were utterly powerless to change it. Chapter 86, Another Approach. Ha ha ha, look at their planes, they're like a bunch of drunken ducks. Captain, should we help them? If they keep crashing, they'll blame us for attacking them again. Their skills aren't up to par, who else can they blame? The hilarity echoed through the Eagle Nation pilots' communication channel. Yes, in their eyes, Xia Nation's pilots were utterly unqualified to engage them in combat. Xia pilots were nothing more than playthings for them. 7 aircraft against over a dozen Xia aircraft. This battle was a complete victory for the Eagle Nation. Simply releasing this footage internationally would instantly shift the global momentum. Xia Nation remains Xia Nation, still that bullied nation. And they, the Eagle Nation, remain the world's undisputed overlords. Me. Man Guangji's aircraft spun wildly, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. He knew that if he couldn't regain control of the aircraft, this plane would crash too. When that happened, it wouldn't just be a plane crashing. It would be the nation's assets, the pride of Xia, and the reputation of this unbeatable commander. Finally, after plummeting 3,000 meters, Man Guangji mustered every ounce of strength to stabilize the aircraft. By now, the blood on his face had been smeared into an even layer. TSK, what a sorry sight. Sorry, brothers of Xia Nation. Your scenery is simply too beautiful. We plan to linger a bit longer. Hopefully next time we meet, you'll have improved your flying skills a bit. Otherwise, you'll forever remain nothing but our playthings, haha. The public channel echoed with the Eagle Nation pilots' maniacal laughter. Immediately afterward, the Eagle Nation aircraft that had disintegrated in the sky swiftly regrouped into formation and soared deeper into the interior. Left behind in the sky were a dozen or so Xia aircraft, spun around and toyed with, and a group of pilots seething with rage. It wasn't that they dared not pursue, it was that they couldn't. After this battle, their aircraft were already under immense strain, and their fuel was nearly depleted. Besides, even if they caught up, what could they do? Just let them toy with us again? Brigade Commander, what do we do now? The pilot's desperate voice crackled over the radio. Return to base first. Man Guangji wiped the blood from his face and watched the exhaust trail of the Eagle Nation aircraft with resignation. Reporting to the commander, our interception failed. We can't hold them back. After a moment's thought, Man Guangji relayed the combat situation report to ground control via the encrypted channel. Inside the ground command center, the massive electronic screen displayed footage of Man Guangji's recent engagement with the Eagle Nation. The chaotic scene showed the rapidly shifting surroundings, yet the Eagle Nation fighter remained utterly unchanged. Meanwhile, the radar beside them showed no anomalies whatsoever from the start to the end of the engagement. Their radar systems were utterly incapable of detecting the Eagle Nation's aircraft. The old general stood silently before the screen, hands clasped behind his back. Yet everyone could sense the intense, suppressed fury and helplessness radiating from him. They watched helplessly as the Eagle Nation's aircraft paraded through their own airspace. They watched helplessly as their own pilots were toyed with before the enemy aircraft sailed away. Reporting to the commander. Sun Long entered the command room, his face etched with panic. Our ground air defense systems failed to lock onto the target throughout the entire incident. Radar scans show the airspace remains normal with no anomalies detected. Sun Long's voice trembled, his eyes avoiding the old general's gaze. The radar showed nothing, yet at that very moment, 7 enemy aircraft were trailing exhaust plumes, roaring arrogantly overhead as they departed. This wasn't a matter of inferior technology, it was a gap in intelligence. This was the true nature of information warfare. The enemy had already delivered a decisive blow, yet you couldn't even see a single person. Despair? What could be done? Whoosh. At that moment, over a dozen aircraft touched down. Man Guangji staggered out of the fighter jet. His clothes were already soaked through with blood, and his face was so badly mangled that even his eyebrows and eyes were unrecognizable. Drops of blood continued to stream down his cheeks. He yanked off his helmet and sprinted toward the command center. Brigade Commander. Get out of my way. At that moment, Man Guangji couldn't care less about his injuries. All he knew was that he had disgraced himself once again. With the counterattack mission failing, he, the brigade commander, was nothing but a failure. Sir. Reporting to the commander, our unit's ambush failed. I request disciplinary action. Upon entering the command center, Man Guangji immediately dropped to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. The old general watched Man Guangji's disheveled state, the anger in his eyes gradually giving way to heartache. He knew this failure was not Man Guangji's fault. On the contrary, Man Guangji was exceptionally capable. Had it not been for him, another aircraft would likely have crashed today. Guangji, what happened to your teleportation system? Where's your Viper system? Your Eagle Eye system? Why weren't they used? The old general's voice trembled. Commander, those are fake. Those were electronic warfare programs developed for exercises. They only function within the training system. It attacks aircraft connected to the command center terminal. Its sole purpose is to simulate asymmetric combat capabilities we might possess in the future. But in reality, we don't even have that weapon. Tears instantly streamed down Man Guangji's face. This wasn't weakness, but helplessness. What they were simulating was precisely what the Eagle Nation had developed. And they were still treating this very thing as their future weapon. The gap in information was simply too vast. Man Guangji's words struck each person like a hammer blow. Everyone knew it was fake, and as the supreme commander of the command headquarters, the old general understood this better than anyone. That he asked this question meant he was now utterly at a loss. Signalman. The old general closed his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them again, his gaze now utterly void of emotion. Present. Report to Northern Theater Command in my name. Our unit's delaying action has failed. We were unable to intercept the invading aerial formation of the Eagle Nation. I accept any punishment. The old general's voice grew fainter and fainter until it finally became hoarse. The atmosphere in the command room instantly froze to a bitter chill. Every head was bowed. No one dared look at the old general's face. Commander, please wait a moment. Perhaps there is still a way to win. At that moment, Sun Long, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke urgently. Chapter 87, can it be used? Swish. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Sun Long. What method? The old general asked urgently. Do you remember the repair shop owner I mentioned to you? Sun Long asked tentatively. The old general froze in place. Everyone else froze too. The expressions of hope that had just begun to flicker across their faces froze instantly. The entire command center plunged back into silence. The looks everyone gave Sun Long were filled with astonishment and anger. The repair shop owner? If you don't want to help, just say so. At a time like this, is this really the way to treat people? The old general's face turned a visible shade of liver-like purple. He glared at Sun Long, the rage in his eyes nearly solidifying into something tangible. Sun Long, do you have any idea what time it is? All our defenses are down. The enemy has already breached our lines. And you're wasting my time with this nonsense? The repair shop owner? What can he possibly do? Bring down an aircraft with a wrench? The old general's voice trembled, his teeth clenched so hard they ground together. The others glared at Sun Long, seething with anger. Even if you're a general, talking nonsense at a time like this, they'd dare to charge over and punch him. General, aren't we just grasping at straws here? Since all other options have failed, why not give it a shot? My systems were all developed by Jiang Feng. I believe that if he's willing to step in, we might still salvage our nation's dignity. Sun Long forced himself to remain calm and composed. Deep down, he was panicking too. But this was the only viable option left. The old general's chest heaved violently. He stared intently at Sun Long. Reason told him Sun Long's plan was a bad idea. Yet the unwavering resolve in Sun Long's eyes kindled a glimmer of hope within him. Indeed, could things possibly get any worse than this? Even the most elite pilots were being toyed with like monkeys. The aircraft had become their playthings. Radar was useless. How much worse could it possibly get? The anger on the old general's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of helpless resignation. All right, then contact the repair shop owner immediately. If this works out, I'll give you major credit. But if it fails, Sun Long, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Neither of us will get away with it. The old general finally nodded in agreement. The people around them were stunned. One by one, they stared at the old general in disbelief. They could scarcely believe their ears. The old general had actually agreed to Sun Long's plan? What the hell kind of idea was that? It was like grasping at straws in desperation. Yes. Sun Long was overjoyed and quickly pulled out his phone to call Jiang Feng. Beep beep beep. In the quiet command center, only the sound of the phone dialing echoed. Each ring felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. The old general's gaze was fixed intently on Sun Long's phone, his heavy breathing growing even more complicated. They all knew that Sun Long wasn't just making a phone call, he was placing the hopes of every single one of them on the line. The hope of this nation. The officers surrounding him were battle-hardened veterans. They had weathered countless crises, yet none had been as absurd as today's. All their hopes rested on a small appliance repair shop owner. Inside Jiang Feng's small shop, I planted a seed and it finally bore fruit. Today is a great day. In the bathroom, Jiang Feng stood in his boxers, bare-chested, his mouth full of soapy foam as he hummed a tune indistinctly. He'd just woken up, feeling perfectly refreshed. Brushing his teeth while swaying his hips, he was in an absolutely fantastic mood. This world was way more enjoyable than the one he'd left behind. Not only did he have his own shop, but he could sleep in every day. Wow, this is awesome. Way better than being a workhorse. Ring ring. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Feng froze mid-action, nearly swallowing the toothpaste foam. He spat out the foam, wiped his mouth, and picked up the phone. General's son? What's up so early in the morning? Jiang Feng asked in a somewhat lazy tone. Nephew, we've got a problem. Inside the command center, Sun Long, who had answered the call, shouted into the phone as if he'd just seen his own father. Those around him were taken aback. You're a general, for crying out loud. Why are you acting so scared all of a sudden? Just what kind of person is this repair shop owner? How could he bully a general like this? The sky's falling? Slow down, no rush. Jiang Feng sat on the sofa in the small shop, scratching his ear as he casually pulled back the curtains. How can I not be in a hurry? Eagle Nation's planes have breached our airspace, 7 of them. All our electronics, radars, communications, everything's gone dead. Flying up there is like being a sitting duck. Even Man Guangji couldn't take them down. Bro, they're already flying deep into our northern theater's heartland. You've got to help Uncle Long. Sun Long's voice was on the verge of tears. Upon hearing this, the languid expression vanished instantly from Jiang Feng's face. Damn it, is this never going to end? Back in the day, it was just some troublemaker messing around. Now the Eagles being restless and causing trouble? Didn't I set up that system for you guys? You could pick any one of them and take them on. How the hell can you still lose? Like that spatial interference thing, isn't it perfect for taking down planes? Jiang Feng suddenly asked in surprise. Spatial interference? Isn't that just for exercises? I'm talking about real-world Eagle Wing aircraft breaking through our defenses. Sun Long still didn't grasp Jiang Feng's meaning. I'm talking about the real thing. That stuff is for exercises with simulated data, not actual combat. But now it's for real. You just tweak the system inputs and it connects directly to the aircraft for use. Did I go through all that trouble to install it for decoration? Just for decoration? Jiang Feng instantly lost his temper. Damn it, these guys are practically starving to death. They've got steamed buns in their hands and don't even know to shove one in their mouths? Sun Long was cursed out like crazy. He was completely dumbfounded. Since Sun Long had the speakerphone on, everyone in the command center could hear Jiang Feng's words. They all looked like they'd been struck by lightning, charred on the outside, tender on the inside. Exercise data? Useful in actual combat? This meant that all those things Sun Long had been talking about, tank suppression, communication failures, and so on. All that stuff was actually usable? Wait, nephew, you're telling me all that stuff actually works? Sun Long was on the verge of tears. Why didn't you say they were usable earlier? Look what Man Guangji just made them look like. If I'd known this earlier, once the spatial interference kicked in, that Eagle-ass plane wouldn't have been able to fly a damn thing. Chapter 88, Modified Fighter Jet. Isn't that obvious? Do I look like I'm playing house with you? Jiang Feng felt his blood pressure rising. He'd made himself perfectly clear, yet this Sun Long fellow just couldn't grasp basic human communication. Was the vetting process for generals in Xia Nation just too lax? Doesn't intelligence count as part of the screening criteria? No, Sun Long was rendered speechless on the other end. You're starving, and they give you a huge steamed bun. Yet in the end, you're nearly starving to death, and you haven't taken a single bite of the steamed bun. Where the hell do you even go to complain about that? Enough with the nonsense. Tell me, where are the enemy planes now? Jiang Feng cut Sun Long off impatiently. Communications officer, where are the enemy planes? Sun Long in the command center hurriedly turned to find the communications officer. An aide rushed to the phone to liaise with troops along the route. Moments later, he dashed back to Sun Long's side, clutching a map. Reporting to the general, the enemy formation is nearly out of the grasslands and is now advancing at high speed toward the central region. Jiang Feng heard it all clearly on the other end of the line. The central region? How quickly they've advanced. The Eagle Nation must have deployed their hidden fighter jets this time. Their speed was too fast, the planes from the military training base simply couldn't catch up. Forget speed, they don't even have enough fuel. General Sun, get me a fighter jet at top speed. Then send someone to pick me up for the airport immediately. Jiang Feng ordered decisively. Ha? What do you need a fighter jet for? Sun Long was utterly dumbfounded. You're quite the general, aren't you? What else is a fighter jet for besides fighting? Fly kites? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. No. Jiang Feng. What you're implying is... Sun Long's voice trembled slightly. Yeah, I'm going to take on those Eagle-ass country planes. I'll take them down for you. Jiang Feng's voice was unwavering. As if it weren't 7 new fighter jets at all, but something as simple as a plate of food. No, nephew. Get your facts straight, those are 7 of Eagle Nation's newest fighter jets. Even Man Guangji lost with over a dozen planes. You're going alone? Sun Long was scared out of his wits. A small appliance repair shop owner, you're going to fight on the international stage? You're really taking a big risk, kid. Zurich is too far from the central region. We can't count on you guys anymore. Now we can only rely on ourselves. You can't just stand by and watch the Middle Kingdom get bullied by the Eagle Nation, can you? Jiang Feng retorted. Sun Long and the group of officers present flushed crimson one after another. Damn it all to hell. Soldiers are supposed to defend the homeland. But what about now? The border wasn't defended. They haven't held their ground either. Now their people have to take matters into their own hands. This is embarrassing as hell. Sun Long could only shift his gaze to the old general who had been sitting quietly by his side. The old general's face was flushed crimson. Here he was, a general of his stature, forced to make such a decision. His rational mind screamed this was sheer madness. A small appliance repair shop owner wanted to fly a fighter jet into battle against the Eagle Nation's warplanes. But what he said made perfect sense. If we can't rely on you soldiers, what's wrong with relying on ourselves? Tell him I'll grant him the highest clearance. If he can intercept the Eagle Nation's aircraft, he can have whatever he wants. The old general's voice was hoarse. He had no other choice. Now, all hope rested on this mysterious repair shop owner. The surrounding officers were all frozen in place. One dared to demand, and the other dared to grant? Sun Long's face instantly relaxed as the tension melted away. Nephew, the general has agreed and granted you the highest authority. Go ahead and do it. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Sun Long declared into the phone. Central Military District, a secret airfield. A solitary fighter jet sat on the runway. Its fuselage gleamed with a worn sheen under the sunlight. Compared to the latest fighter models now in service, this aircraft clearly showed its age. Squeal! A screeching halt echoed as a jeep skidded to a stop at the runway's edge. Thud! The door swung open and Jiang Feng leaped out, clutching a black box in his arms. Attention! A group of soldiers who had been waiting there stood at attention in unison and saluted Jiang Feng. The leader was a colonel. Reporting, we are here to carry out the fighter jet handover mission per superior orders. I am the ground operations commander for this mission. Mr. Jiang, good day. The colonel addressed Jiang Feng loudly. Beside the colonel stood a pilot in full flight gear, ready for action. He saluted Jiang Feng as well. Is this someone assigned to me? Jiang Feng asked with some confusion. Oh, it's like this, Mr. Jiang. We sincerely apologize, but we simply couldn't secure one of Xia Nation's advanced fighters. This is the best fighter we could find at present. It's a 2-seater requiring coordinated operation between the front and rear cockpits. This is our ace pilot, Captain Li Xiang. We've completed refueling and all weapons and ammunition are fully loaded. The colonel hurriedly explained. Jiang Feng understood. So this plane is a bit old and you can't fly it solo, right? Get in the plane. Let's go. Jiang Feng didn't dwell on the details. For him, as long as the plane could take to the skies, that was all that mattered. The two quickly boarded the aircraft. The moment the cabin door closed, Jiang Feng pulled the black box from his embrace and placed it on his lap. He then pulled several cables from inside and swiftly plugged them into the reserved ports on the side of the cockpit. Behind him, Li Xiang was meticulously inspecting the equipment according to procedure, preparing to coordinate with Jiang Feng to start the engines. He had already shouldered all the responsibility himself. As the higher-ups put it, this young man before them was merely a mechanic piloting an aircraft was beyond his capabilities. His greatest wish for this mission was simply to bring this mechanic back safely. Ha! What's going on? The control stick isn't responding. The system's locked up. Mr. Jiang, how are things on your end? Li Xiang suddenly detected the anomaly and urgently inquired. Don't worry. I just made a simple modification to it. Jiang Feng's fingers danced across the screen as he replied without turning his head. Li Xiang was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Modification? You've only been up for a few seconds and you've already modified this plane? Wait, dude, this is a fighter jet. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Chapter 89, what the hell kind of plane is this? Buzz. Before Li Xiang could think further, the plane suddenly emitted a roar that didn't belong to it. Immediately afterward, Li Xiang felt the seat beneath him fuse with his body. The intense force of the thrust nearly pinned him to the seat. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Li Xiang screamed at the top of his lungs, but the deafening roar swallowed his voice whole. Below, the colonel was still conducting a work handover with those beside him. Listen up, everyone. This order comes directly from the general himself. But what I don't get is, why send an appliance repairman instead of a professional pilot? He looks barely 20 years old, yet he's being sent to fight 7 of the Eagle Nation's newest fighters. What is the general thinking? Also, our fighter jet is getting a bit outdated. Make sure to have ambulances on standby at all times. Before the colonel could finish speaking, a sudden, urgent sound erupted beside him. The sound was deafening, like a bomb exploding right in front of them. Boom! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The colonel and everyone else instantly threw themselves to the ground, mouths agape, faces frozen in terror. They knew the Eagle Nation's planes had charged in, but they never imagined they'd be so bold, daring to drop bombs so brazenly on Xia Nation's territory. Damn it! But soon, they noticed something was off. Not a speck of dust stirred on the ground, nor was there any loss of life. Not even the sound of an airplane passing overhead could be heard. What was that sound just now? The colonel scrambled to his feet, clasping his ears as he bellowed. Sir, it sounded like a sonic boom. A technical officer shouted back. What? Sir, it was a sonic boom. The technician leaned close to the colonel's ear and yelled. Sonic boom? The colonel froze in shock. This was a secret airfield, after all. No aircraft were ever permitted to train here under normal circumstances. Where on earth was this sonic boom coming from? Suddenly, the colonel seemed to remember something. He hurriedly turned to look. Sure enough, the old fighter jet that had been parked on the runway was now nowhere to be seen. Where's the plane? The colonel asked in bewilderment, turning back. It took off, didn't it? Like I don't know it took off? I'm asking you what the hell happened to that plane? Isn't it supposed to be an old-fashioned plane? How could it break the sound barrier? The colonel gripped the technician's collar tightly, his eyes red with fury. I don't know. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. The technician was on the verge of tears. His job was to stay until the plane took off safely before leaving. But hadn't this damn major been nagging him about the mission, delaying everything? Now you're asking me for data? Where the hell am I supposed to get it from? Wait, what the hell just happened? The colonel was utterly baffled. How much time had passed since the plane took off? He'd only looked away for a few seconds. In just a few seconds, it flew away? So that sonic boom earlier, it came from that rickety old plane? How could that be possible? High above the clouds. Li Xiang stared blankly at his surroundings. Holy, 1 second I was on the runway, the next I'm blasting through the clouds? What kind of speed is this? He felt like he'd just closed his eyes and opened them again, only to find the environment had completely changed. What the hell? His heart was pounding like crazy, and this was a veteran pilot with over a decade of flight experience. His soul was still on the runway, but his body was already 10,000 meters up in the sky. He tried to recall the time from breaking the sound barrier to soaring into the clouds, about 5 seconds? No, maybe just 3 seconds. What are you waiting for? Get in touch with Command Center immediately. Real-time video feed, I need the exact coordinates of those little bastards from Eagle Nation. Jiang Feng turned his head and snapped. Oh, right. Li Xiang snapped out of his daze and frantically began fumbling with the equipment to establish contact. When he first received the mission to take down 7 of Eagle Nation's newest fighter jets that had slipped past border guards and military forces, his heart sank halfway. How the hell were 2 people supposed to take down these things when even a full military assault couldn't stop them? The moment he saw Jiang Feng, the other half of his heart sank completely. Damn it, not only did they fail to assign him a skilled pilot, a beat-up plane and a repair shop owner? A repair shop owner? What the hell does that have to do with fighter jets? What's the difference between this and just sending me straight to hell? But now he'd changed his mind. Maybe he really does have a chance to go toe-to-toe with those bastards. Zurich, Command Center. On the massive electronic sand table, 7 red dots representing Eagle Nation fighter jets were rampaging through Xia Nation's airspace with extreme arrogance. This data relied on visual identification by ground units along the route, transmitted in real time, with technicians constantly updating coordinates. Even now, they had yet to decipher the reason for the enemy's stealth capabilities. Sun Long paced back and forth in front of the screen, hands clasped behind his back. His face was ashen, but more than that, he was consumed by restless anxiety. Where exactly was Jiang Feng? When would he finally be able to set out? At this moment, the entire nation of Xia relied on him. And the rest of the team was growing increasingly tense. Even Man Guangji, that all-around warrior, had lost his usual composure. Several generals sat in their chairs, sipping tea incessantly. Every so often, they'd glance up at the coordinates of the Eagle Nation pilot, then sigh deeply before returning to their cups. The enemy was running rampant in their own backyard, yet they were utterly powerless to stop him. Nothing could be more humiliating. Reporting, an unknown signal source is attempting to intercept our encrypted communication channel. At that moment, a communications officer rose to report. Quickly, connect it. Sun Long halted abruptly and barked the order. Ryup. Command Center, this is Pilot Li Xiang. Requesting data sharing connection. Repeat, requesting data sharing connection. After a burst of static, a breathless voice came through. Li Xiang? Who is Li Xiang? Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Grant him access. Sun Long, no longer in a position to be picky, urgently ordered. Soon, two faces appeared on the large screen. One belonged to Li Xiang, the other to Jiang Feng, his expression as calm as ever. The moment he saw Jiang Feng, Sun Long's face lit up with a delighted smile. But the next second, he froze. On the screen, a cockpit filled with various old-fashioned mechanical gauges. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This seemed like the aircraft he'd tinkered with in his youth. Chapter 90, Mach 4? Sun Long recognized it, and the others caught on too. This aircraft. Isn't the model number a bit off? Sun Long, what kind of plane did you give Jiang Feng? Man Guangji turned to ask while staring at the large screen. This. Check the model of this aircraft for me. Sun Long turned to the technician beside him. Reporting, based on cockpit layout and instrumentation comparisons, this should be a J8. The technician quickly provided the answer. J8? Sun Long froze in place. This was a technology demonstrator. In plain terms, it was all for naught. This thing was just a heavily modified old J8. Its airframe structure was long past its prime, and its avionics were practically non-existent. The radar was still an outdated pulse Doppler system, with an effective detection range that probably didn't even reach 100 kilometers. By the book, this aircraft should have been retired to a museum 3 years ago. The technician's words left everyone present speechless. Sun Long, are you out of your mind? You're giving this thing to Jiang Feng? You're sending him into battle against 7 of Eagle Nation's newest fighters in this piece of junk? Are you sending him to his death? Man Guangji's eyes reddened with anger, his entire body trembling. This piece of junk is only good for display now. War? Like hell it can. It can't even fly as fast as a bird. How the hell is it supposed to fight? Though the others remained silent, rage nearly boiled over in each pair of eyes. Sun Long's cheek muscles twitched violently. He knew Jiang Feng's sector lacked air support, but he never imagined they'd actually bring Jiang Feng such a piece of junk plane. But it was too late to back out now. He had no choice but to force himself into action. Now, it was all up to Jiang Feng's skills. Sun Long. At that moment, the old general, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. General. Sun Long instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Is this the mechanic you mentioned? The mechanic who defeated Man Guangji? Regardless of his abilities, isn't this aircraft you've prepared a bit too absurd? The old general's tone was decidedly unfriendly. It was already shameful enough that they couldn't defeat the Eagle Nation. Now the people themselves were taking to the battlefield and the military had provided them with this piece of junk? If he didn't know Sun Long standing in the military, he'd have given Sun Long a thorough grilling today, digging into his family's past. This is ridiculous. General. Are you people ever going to shut up? What's all the noise about? I'm not sending you this video feed to listen to your whining. Get me the coordinates for those 7 little bastards from Eagle Ass Country. Damn it, I gotta finish them off and rush back to open the shop. Who else has the government supporting them like you guys? Sun Long's words were cut off mid-sentence by Jiang Feng's sharp retort. The entire command center fell instantly silent. One by one, they stared at the screen like little cuties, fixated on the calm, composed young face staring back. Has this guy lost his mind? He actually planned to take this piece of junk out to face off against 7 of Eagle Nation's newest fighter jets? Why not just go jump off a cliff? Bro, your courage is admirable, but those 7 planes are different from anything we've faced before. We couldn't take them on with over a dozen planes. How do you expect to do it with this thing? Man Guangji asked with concern. Relax. Just give me the coordinates. Jiang Feng said impatiently. Give him the coordinates. Sun Long ordered bluntly. Sun Long, have you lost your mind? You're putting him in danger. Man Guangji and the others were startled. They understood youthful impetuosity. But at your age? This is practically sending him to his death. Give him. Ignoring the stares of others, Sun Long barked the order. The technicians wasted no time, urgently transmitting the coordinates of the 7 Night Owl 41 fighters to Jiang Feng. Got it. Now go brew a pot of good tea, grab 2 bags of melon seeds, and watch carefully. What? Call him a professional? With that, Jiang Feng fell silent. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Li Xiang, sitting in the back of the plane, nearly popped his eyes out of his head. He hadn't dared utter a single word the entire time. He'd seen at least 5 generals on the screen alone. The highest ranking officer he'd ever seen in person was a colonel. But this young man had single-handedly silenced the entire command center's leadership. Damn impressive. Captain Li Xiang? Ha? Are you ready? Ready? Jiang Feng's sudden call caught Li Xiang off guard. He glanced at the safety harness strapped to his body and the surrounding equipment. What was there to prepare for up here in the sky? Before he could answer, the aircraft suddenly surged forward with a violent jolt. Li Xiang felt darkness engulf his vision as an overload pressure 10 times more terrifying than takeoff instantly slammed into his body. The entire aircraft seemed to break free from Earth's gravity in that instant, blasting toward its destination. The clouds outside the window weren't drifting by anymore, they were receding like a fast-forwarded videotape. Bro! Bro! Bro, wait, ugh! Li Xiang screamed at the top of his lungs, straining every muscle. But the roar of the aircraft's G-forces drowned him out completely. A wave of intense dizziness surged through Li Xiang's skull, while his stomach churned violently. Only now did he realize that the takeoff had merely been the starting price. Now was when Jiang Feng truly got to show off his skills. After flying for over a decade, this was the first time he'd ever felt airsick. Holy, this speed, it's like a rocket. He stared fixedly at the Mach number on the instrument panel, feeling like all the flying experience he'd built up over the past decade had been for nothing. Damn it, a piece of junk plane, practically museum-bound junk, and now in Jiang Feng's hands it was flying at Mach 4. What the hell? Holy, Mach 4? Li Xiang could scarcely believe his eyes. He leaned over the instrument panel, watching the speed indicator steady itself at Mach 4. It's not because it stopped at Mach 4, but because this instrument panel only goes up to Mach 4. Zura, Command Center. Mach 4? Li Xiang's voice boomed through the video audio system into the loudspeakers. Everyone heard it loud and clear. 4 Mach? That can't be possible? A JA test aircraft can reach that speed? Even the world's fastest fighter jet doesn't have that kind of speed, does it? Everyone in the room froze in shock. The old general finally couldn't sit still any longer. He rose from his chair and strode quickly to the screen. Where are the technicians? Retrieve the aircraft's detailed specifications immediately. Chapter 91, is that how you expel them? The technician's fingers danced across the keyboard so swiftly they left after images. The jarring sound of data refreshing echoed continuously. Reporting, General, the aircraft's file is up. Model J8, manufactured in 1989, equipped with 2 WP-13 AIIB turbojet engines, airframe constructed from high-strength aluminum alloy. The technician hurriedly stood up to deliver the report. The crowd below listened, their brows furrowing. They had expected this aircraft to be something special, but upon hearing the report, it was still just that museum-worthy piece of junk, wasn't it? Which aircraft here wasn't superior to that ancient relic? But how could it possibly reach speeds of Mach 4? What gives it that ability? Where's the real-time data? The old general felt his blood pressure rising. Swish! In an instant, the data stream cascaded across the large screen like a waterfall. General! General! Not Mach 4. It's Mach 4.3. The technicians stared at the data stream, their voices trembling. They had thought Mach 4 was already astonishing enough. But they never imagined it would be 0.3 faster than they had ever imagined. In science, 0.3 is an astronomical figure. What? 4.3 Mach? How did it even get airborne? The entire command center erupted in chaos. This was beyond the realm of science. This is ing mysticism. What about the engines? What about the temperature readings? The old general shoved aside anyone blocking his path and rushed to the technicians. Reporting, General, engine temperature is normal. Airframe structural stress is within safe limits. No, these readings don't make sense. This aircraft should have disintegrated and melted during takeoff. Sweat poured down the technician's forehead like he was washing his face. They were now questioning whether their testing equipment had malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could such absurd readings appear? Keep checking. Right. We've discovered the aircraft's engine power output curve is highly unusual. It appears shrouded in an inexplicable energy field. This energy field neutralized most of the heat and energy loss. Plus, the flight attitude of this mechanic is also unusual. Judging by the flight path transmitted back, it was practically identical to textbook examples, perhaps even surpassing them. He utilized aerodynamics to reduce the pressure on the airframe to an astonishingly low level. The technicians kept wiping sweat from their faces. By now, the sweat streaming down their faces had soaked through their uniforms. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Sun Long. Without a word, Sun Long knew exactly what they were about to ask. Sun Long, tell us honestly, is this a repairman? Man Guangji couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed straight to Sun Long, his eyes red, and demanded. Sun Long looked utterly innocent, spread his hands helplessly, and said with resignation. I told you guys, he's a repair guy. Planes, tanks, aircraft carriers, nuclear bombs, he fixes them all. Just charges a bit much. Man Guangji froze in place. Everyone else froze too. Who the hell asked you that? Central Xia Nation. 7 Night Owl 41s flew in formation, cruising freely through the sky. General, we've reached the designated coordinates. The airspace here is as clear as a church on Monday in our Eagle Nation. We've burned through nearly half our fuel. Requesting return to base. The squadron leader relayed the report to the white general at the command base. Well done, Stone. You've successfully carved a beautiful scar across Xia Nation's soil. Permission granted to return. A hoarse chuckle crackled over the columns. Roger that, General. Guys, time to head home for coffee. Seriously, I didn't even pick up a radar lock signal. Xia's pilots are the most gentlemanly military personnel in the world. We practically crashed into their backyard, and not a single one came to intercept us. Ha! Gentlemen? More like a bunch of cowards. I'll bet $100 they're still in meetings figuring out how to deal with us, haha. Don't say that. Maybe their planes still need cranks to start these days. A burst of laughter echoed through the communicator. The 7 pilots regrouped and turned to leave triumphantly. Boom! At that moment, a massive sonic boom erupted out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the entire airspace. It wasn't merely a sound, it felt like some mysterious force had torn the sky apart. What the hell? Captain Stone's face instantly betrayed panic. Everyone snapped their heads upward to see the air ahead churning like boiling water. Space itself seemed to violently warp, forming a massive transparent vortex hundreds of meters in diameter. At the vortex's center, light and shadow shattered into a hazy, disorienting spectacle, hurtling toward them with immense destructive force. What is that? A mirage? No, there's something behind it. Before the words had fully left their lips, an ancient-looking, even somewhat outdated fighter jet burst forth from the 100-meter-wide distortion in space. With an air of world-ending might, it stood brutally confronting the 7 night owls. Command center, are those the little bastards? Jiang Feng's voice crackled through the encrypted channel, relaying the situation back to the Zurich command center. Inside the Zurich command center, 7 sci-fi-inspired fighter jets instantly materialized on the large screen. Man Guangji's eyes blazed crimson. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his neck, teeth grinding audibly. It's these bastards. Them. If I ever get the chance, I'll kill them with my own hands. Receiving the definitive reply, Jiang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Commander Man Guangji, you won't get the chance. I'll take care of them for you. Just watch and learn. Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Attention, unidentified fighter aircraft. This is Xia Nation's airspace. On the other end, Li Xiang had already begun the standard procedure for expulsion. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Feng abruptly cut off the communication. What are you doing? Jiang Feng frowned and turned to ask. I'm expelling them. Isn't that the standard procedure? Li Xiang asked, a bit bewildered. Damn it, that's how you expel someone? Jiang Feng's frown deepened. They come to Xia Nation, destroy fighter jets, and provoke us, and you treat them with such gentleness? What the hell is that about? Then how else should we expel them? Li Xiang was even more confused, unsure what Jiang Feng was up to. Sai, pay close attention. Jiang Feng immediately activated his public address communicator. He immediately cranked the volume to maximum. The next second, Jiang Feng's roar filled with boundless fury and murderous intent exploded like thunder from the heavens. You bastards from the Eagle Nation, I'll FING kill you all. Chapter 92, Taking Control of the Flight System. Jiang Feng's you all echoed loudly throughout the command center. The final syllable stretched out endlessly, its echo lingering in the air for what felt like 3 days. Every single person in the command center froze solid. Eyes wide, mouths agape, they stared fixedly at the ancient J-8 fighter jet displayed on the large screen. Sun Long's mouth twitched involuntarily. He wanted to laugh, but the situation seemed far from appropriate. Jiang Feng was still Jiang Feng. That guy's temperament hadn't changed a bit. Saying something like that in this situation felt inappropriate to them. But for Jiang Feng, it was perfectly on point. The old general seated in the chair wore a weathered face now etched with helplessness and a mix of laughter and tears. He raised his hand to massage his temples, feeling his blood pressure spike several notches. This was the battlefield. This was defending the nation's gates. How solemn the occasion. To say such things at a time like this, though, well, it didn't seem all that wrong either. All right. Suddenly, Man Guangji slapped his thigh, shattering the silence. His eyes blazed red, his face radiating pure exhilaration. Well said. That's exactly how you should curse them ing bastards. Man Guangji roared, instantly igniting the fervor among the Blue Army commanders below. Yeah, well said. That's satisfying. Damn satisfying. Exactly. They're already at our doorstep. What courtesy are we supposed to show? Courtesy expulsion? Expulsion my ass. When dealing with wolves and tigers, you need a hunting rifle. The pent-up anger and frustration that had been simmering for so long erupted the moment Jiang Feng let loose with that curse. The entire command center erupted in cheers. The old general watched the chaotic scene without comment, merely shaking his head in resignation. High above, Li Xiang's jaw dropped so wide he could have fit an egg in his mouth. He stared blankly at Jiang Feng ahead of him, his mind a complete blank. Bro, that's not how the process is supposed to go. Holy crap, simple, brutal, straight to the soul. Meanwhile, the public channel of Eagle Nation fell into complete silence. All 7 pilots were utterly dumbfounded. Guys, did I hear that wrong? What did that damn plane just say? Sounds like he was cursing. What did he say? He seemed to be cursing all of our mothers. The public channel fell silent once more. Who were they? The top pilots of Eagle Nation. Piloting the world's most advanced Night Owl 41s, they had recently toyed with Xia Nation's border defenses and air force. They'd been strutting their stuff in this airspace as if no one could touch them. And now some ancient relic dragged out of some museum was pointing its nose at them and cursing? Who the can stand that? Take him down. Remember, no firing. Make him crash legally and properly. Captain Stone's voice came through, almost gritted out. Roger that, Captain. Guys, let's get to work. 7 fighter jets instantly broke formation, spreading out from all directions to form a vast encircling perimeter closing in on the lone J-8. Mr. Jiang, they're coming. What do we do? Li Xiang was scared out of his wits. He'd only been following orders to complete the mission, never expecting to lose his life here. What the hell are you freaking out for? Jiang Feng shot Li Xiang a look of contempt, paying no heed to the 7 night owls charging toward them. But, bro, we can't open fire. We can't fire the first shot. That's the rule, but with just our old-timer aircraft, we've got no chance against them. Li Xiang was on the verge of tears. Sai, just shutting your mouth right now is the biggest help you can give me. Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. What kind of combat discipline is this? Several generals are watching you right now. Once you return to your original unit, won't they promote you? Whoosh. Suddenly, a dark silhouette surged up from the J-8's rear side. The wings of both aircraft nearly touched, but the Eagle brand pilot's spatial awareness was impeccable. He merely carried his powerful airflow forward, lashing it fiercely against the J-8's fuselage before immediately turning and climbing away. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Captain, mission accomplished. That rust bucket from Xia Nation is about to enjoy a 360-degree aerial spin in the next 10 seconds. Ha! Nice work. Alright, guys, the show's over. Time to head home for coffee. The 7 aircraft from Eagle Nation regrouped, gradually forming an evacuation formation. Beep beep beep. Inside the J-8's cockpit, red lights flashed frantically as the alarm blared piercingly. The nose of the aircraft plunged uncontrollably toward the ground. The speed was so fast that Li Xiang couldn't even make out the scenery outside. It's over, it's over. We're going to crash. Mr. Jiang, we need to parachute out. If we don't jump now, it'll be too late. Li Xiang shouted loudly. I told you not to panic. What the hell are you freaking out for? Jiang Feng cursed while manipulating the black box. Ding! Advanced Flight Assistance System has fully assumed control of flight operations. Detecting extreme high-intensity external air currents. Performing real-time aerodynamic analysis. Recalculating gyro surface deflection angle, dynamic compensation in progress. Compensation complete. Airframe attitude fully stabilized. A series of mechanical tones sounded continuously. Everything was completed in a mere fraction of a second. In the blink of an eye, the commotion sufficient to crash an entire new Xia aircraft came to an abrupt halt. The nose, which had been plummeting downward, seemed to be forcibly lifted upward by some immense, mysterious force. The alarm ceased. The red lights ceased flashing. Everything returned to normal. What the hell? Li Xiang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What the hell was that? He'd served in the military for decades and had never seen a system like this before. Based on his military experience, the only option after the plane crashed just now was to bail out. But Jiang Feng just fiddled with it for a moment and stabilized it? That didn't make any sense. What the hell are you talking about? Hold on tight. They're done for. It's our turn to shine now. Jiang Feng's calm voice echoed once more. His hands continued to manipulate the keyboard on the small black box. Ha! Mr. Jiang, we can't fire the first shot. You really need to be careful. Li Xiang didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence. Suddenly, the J-8 beneath him erupted with immense thrust, its nose snapping upward in an instant. The fighter executed a sharp 90-degree turn, charging straight toward the Night Owl fighter that had just streaked past. Chapter 93, Can You Do It? Meanwhile, the Eagle squadron formation was already consolidating ranks, preparing to make a clean getaway. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed pilot continued to boast. Suddenly, everyone felt a flash before their eyes. A dark silhouette streaked past the fighter formation at a speed beyond their comprehension. Only seconds after it passed did the sound finally reach their ears. Buzz. Even with noise-canceling earmuffs, their ears felt like they'd been hit by a concussion grenade, buzzing and throbbing with pain. What the hell was that? The pilot cursed, clutching his ears in agony. But the only response came from the instruments filling the cockpit. Alarm, alarm. Engine failure, engine failure. Hydraulic system failure. Aircraft systems failing. Electrical fire in cabin. The instrument panel before him began spinning wildly, each component on the display screen now marked by a massive red warning symbol. Warning lights flashed wildly like strobes in a bar. The entire cockpit glowed as brightly as a Christmas tree lit up for the holidays back in their Eagle Nation. The pilot tried to control the aircraft, only to discover the control stick was frozen solid, not budging an inch. The aircraft lost all power and control, becoming a massive lump of metal. Immediately, the nose dipped sharply, and the aircraft began a rapid descent toward the ground. Captain, I've lost control of the aircraft. We're going down. Captain, save me. The pilot immediately grabbed the communicator and shouted for help. Attempt a system reboot immediately. It's useless, useless. There's no response at all. Eject. Eject immediately. Abandon the aircraft. Stone's voice bellowed through the communicator. Roger that. Upon receiving the order, the pilot immediately ejected from his seat. Meanwhile, the J-8 fighter that had charged out was already turning back. Li Xiang watched as the night owl plummeted rapidly, spewing black smoke, and a pilot was ejected. Then, like a tiny black speck, he hung beneath his parachute, drifting slowly downward. He was completely stunned. Damn, that was incredible. As the mission's executor, he knew exactly what the Eagle Nation's pilots had done to their own aircraft earlier. They had merely harnessed the powerful air currents created by the aircraft's passage to strip the Xia Nation's plane of both power and control. Just moments ago, he had personally experienced the sheer terror of that airflow. So when Jiang Feng pulled off the same trick, he couldn't quite believe it. Could their own beat-up plane really replicate the enemy's attack method? And theirs was the latest fighter jet. But now he believed it utterly and completely. Jiang Feng, the 20-something mechanic he had looked down upon, was nothing short of a god. Haha, Mr. Jiang, he's gone down. He's gone down. It took several seconds before Li Xian finally let out a thunderous, mocking laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? Notify the command center immediately. Have them intercept that little bastard on the ground. It's all forest down there. Don't let that little bastard get away. Also, have the relevant departments confiscate their fighter jet. Jiang Feng immediately issued his orders in a methodical and orderly fashion. The Night Owl 41 might be nothing special in front of him, but it was still the world's most advanced fighter jet. He had a system, but that damn thing required tech points. He couldn't possibly spend tech points on everything. He simply wasn't that wealthy. Being able to boost his nation's strength by studying other countries' stuff was hassle-free for him and a bargain for the country. It's a win-win situation. Inside the Zurich command center, a massive electronic screen displayed live footage from the J-8 fighter jet. At that moment, the J-8 fighter was plunging toward the ground at an extremely rapid and unrelenting speed. The spinning footage gripped everyone's hearts. Maintaining descent altitude, already below 5,000 meters. Abnormal aircraft attitude, about to enter a spin. Technical personnel beside the cockpit continuously reported the J-8 status. Each update was worse than the last. Man Guangji clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his knuckles bulged, his face drained of color. He stared intently at the large screen, his other hand instinctively pressed against his abdomen, where a dull ache persisted. It was the lingering aftereffect of the Eagle Nation's airflow assault. He understood Jiang Feng's predicament all too well. Watching helplessly as the aircraft spun out of control, the instrument panel lit up like a Christmas tree, the control stick heavy as if filled with lead. That despair could shatter any ace pilot. And Jiang Feng wasn't even a pilot, just the owner of a small repair shop. He wasn't flying Xia Nation's latest fighter jet either, but a museum-worthy antique. It's over. A Blue Force pilot who had also survived a crash shook his head. They had just been thoroughly humiliated by Eagle Nation in this manner. Now, the hope they'd pinned their expectations on seemed destined to suffer the same fate. Under the Eagle Nation's absolute technological superiority, Xia Nation appeared truly vulnerable. Dead silence filled the entire command center, broken only by the hum of instruments and the heavy, oppressive breaths of those present. 2,328 meters. 2,293 meters. 2,173 meters. The descent rate was visibly slowing. Has it stabilized? A combat operations officer was the first to react, shouting loudly. Everyone in the command center stared wide-eyed, fixated on the screen. He pulled the plane up. On the large screen, the J-8 fighter jet that should have crashed drew a breathtaking arc at the absolute limit of altitude, nearly touching the mountain peak. Its nose lifted impossibly, reorienting itself at a near vertical angle before catapulting skyward. How is this possible? Man Guangji's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his entire body trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Didn't the aircraft systems fail? Didn't the engine stall? How did he regain control? No one could answer Man Guangji's questions. This was entirely beyond their comprehension. All they knew, based on their understanding of fighter jets. Under such extreme conditions, the aircraft could only meet one fate: crash. Yet that so-called repair shop owner had single-handedly pulled that antique contraption back from the brink. Colonel Man, could you do that? Sun Long turned to look at Man Guangji, asking incredulously. Chapter 94, Changing Tactics. Man Guangji looked utterly flustered by the question. His Adam's apple bobbed as he finally shook his head, his face etched with defeat. Once an all-around elite soldier, now he couldn't even keep up with a small appliance repair shop owner. Where could he even go to complain about this? The few Blue Force pilots beside Man Guangji silently lowered their heads. If Man Guangji couldn't achieve it, they certainly couldn't either. Not only could they never achieve such operational difficulty, they'd never even witnessed it. But Jiang Feng not only stabilized the aircraft, he pulled it back from the brink of disaster. This wasn't just a matter of technical skill, it was a stark difference between one pilot and another. Li Xiang, brace yourself. We're initiating our counterattack. At that moment, Jiang Feng's voice suddenly crackled over the communicator. Everyone snapped their heads up, staring at the large screen in disbelief. They had assumed Jiang Feng, having narrowly escaped disaster, would quickly evacuate that airspace. This kid was thinking about counterattacking? With what? The first shot absolutely couldn't come from Xia Nation. Mr. Jiang, we can't use artillery shells. Shut your mouth, that'd be the biggest help you could give me. Li Xiang had barely finished his warning when Jiang Feng cut him off. Everyone's eyes were glued to the large screen. They had no idea what Jiang Feng was planning. Boom! Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted throughout the command center, as if it had exploded. The images on the large screen immediately became chaotic and distorted. Human eyes could scarcely make out the scene before them. 2.5 Mach, 3 Mach, 4 Mach. The J8 speed is still climbing. The technician monitoring the data shouted with growing excitement. Every heart in the command center was in their throats. The J8? That old bird? Reaching Mach 4 in such a short time? Dude, did you bolt a rocket engine onto it? The footage flashed by in rapid succession. It was only a few seconds. Yet in everyone's hearts, it felt like an eternity had passed. Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding, waiting for Jiang Feng's so-called attack. It's back, it's back. After a few brief seconds, the image on the large screen cleared once more. The J-8 seemed to be slowing down, yet directly ahead of it, a night owl fighter jet, trailing thick black smoke, plummeted straight toward the ground in a pitifully disheveled state. The Eagle Nation pilot and his parachute descended slowly through the air. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone froze in place as if struck by a spell. After several agonizing seconds, someone finally snapped out of it and roared at the top of their lungs. Damn. Well done. Turning the tables on them, that ing feels good. You little bastard from Eagle-S country, show off all you want, go ahead and show off some more. The crowd roared in unison. Mang Guangxi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the screen, his chest heaving violently. He neither shouted nor laughed, merely clenching his fists. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. How the hell did this kid pull it off? A single outdated fighter jet, right in front of 6 other Night Owl fighters, had just openly taken down one of their aircraft. It was utterly baffling. Was the gap between them really that vast? Sun Long was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his face. If anyone was the most nervous here, it was definitely him. Jiang Feng was his recommendation. If Jiang Feng's performance fell short now, he would be the first to face the consequences. All the pent-up humiliation, resentment, and frustration buried deep within him were now being thoroughly purged by Jiang Feng's utterly satisfying performance. Isn't Eagle Sauce Country pretty formidable? Aren't their fighter jets formidable? Didn't they come to provoke us deep in our own territory? So why did it crash? Damn it, if you're so tough, don't ing parachute out. Ha! Mr. Jiang, he fell. He fell. Through the loudspeaker, Li Xiang's near-frenzied laughter echoed into every ear. The old general's eyes were filled with shock. He had anticipated countless possibilities, even preparing for the worst-case scenario. But he never imagined the outcome would be like this. A modified J-8 fighter jet, so outdated it belonged in a museum, had actually taken down one of the most advanced fighter jets from the Eagle Wing Nation. What did this mean? It was like an ancient soldier piercing a tank with a spear. Cut the crap. Notify command immediately. Get them to ground units to capture that little bastard. It's all forest down there. Don't let that little bastard get away. Also, have personnel confiscate their fighter jet. This is a prime opportunity to bolster our national strength. Jiang Feng's calm voice came through the loudspeaker. Everyone froze in surprise. Especially the old general, Sun Long, and Man Guangxi. This kid thinks deep, doesn't he? Not only had he defeated the Eagle Nation's fighter jets, he'd even planned out the entire sequence afterward? This young man's intelligence was downright terrifying. The old general's body jerked violently, the shock on his face instantly transforming into resolve. Notify all nearby units immediately. Have them rush to the area at top speed to apprehend the Eagle Nation pilot. Additionally, regarding that aircraft, contact the technical department. I want every last fragment of it removed from the site. The old general issued his orders without delay. Yes, sir. The communications officer sprinted back to his station and began dialing frantically. The old general stared at the unflappable face of Jiang Feng displayed on the large screen. A wave of emotion surged through him once more. Just how many hidden talents did this youngster possess? When did the small appliance repair shop owner from Xia Nation become so formidable? Stone was nearly smashing the dashboard to pieces. His face, already unnaturally pale, now looked like it had been dead for days. His blue eyes, now bloodshot, had turned a sickly crimson. All units, take note. The target is not an ordinary pilot. I repeat, the target is not an ordinary pilot. Rearrange formations. You must take him out. Stone bellowed into the communicator once he regained his composure. His finest pilot and his finest fighter jet had been taken down by a piece of junk. This was nothing short of a disgrace. Copy that. Copy that. The remaining 6 fighters instantly fanned out, surrounding Jiang Feng's J-8 from all directions. This time, they did not launch an immediate attack. Inside Jiang Feng's J-8, an unusual signal was detected. Alert! Detecting an extremely high-intensity electromagnetic field forming.